Chapter 1. Thanks for meeting me, I know it's late, stated a blue-eyed blonde. No problem, Gaki, but what is this about? Questioned a potential future Hokage. Naruto let out a short sigh. I know this is a thing, I'm a child and you're an adult, but for the first 7 years of my life I was referred to as Demon Brat so often I thought it was my name, so if you aren't all that interested in saying my name, then can you at least find something else to call me? Sorry, Naruto, Tsunade said with a visible frown. So, is this round 2 in attempting me to come back to the village because I real? Before she could finish, Naruto interrupts. No, what you're doing is brave, even if no one is willing to admit it, Naruto said in almost a whisper. Tsunade, obviously surprised, does not know how to take this. She was not expecting this, and seeing her utter shock, Naruto continues. Yes, brave. You ever notice that no one ever labels and act cowardly when it's what they want you to do? How is that possible? Almost makes you think people label things in accordance with their own self-interests. Seeing Tsunade's continued surprise, Naruto can't help poking a little fun. What surprises you more, that I know a word like accordance, or that I'm aware of the concept of self-interest? Naruto asks through a series of chuckles. What the hell, ga? Naruto, where was this yesterday? You looked like you were ready to fight me when I trashed the Hokages in the village, so why the turnaround? It's simple, that was for Jiraiya. It's an adaptive strategy. If people don't show me the real them shortly after meeting them, I won't show them the real me. Jiraiya wanted to act the super pervert instead of the shinobi I knew him to be, and when he trained me for the Chunin exam finals he was mostly interested in the fox instead of me. He made his choice, so I gave him what I give everyone else, the hyperactive loudmouth. And what have I done to earn your true self? People can fake being bitter and jaded, too, Tsunade says as she finally takes a drink. True enough, and who knows, maybe you're just trying to get a better deal before you agree to be Hokage, but Jiraiya filled me in on your history and your sense of loss felt very real. If you can fake that, then I'm impressed. Okay, I think we've gotten a little off track here. Why is my self-imposed exile brave? Tsunade asks. Before answer, Naruto takes several moments and stares down into his drink, then states, because you're free. You served your village, but when the cost was too high, when you had suffered enough, you broke free of the system. It can't be easy for a senju to leave the village started by their clan. It couldn't have been easy for the most powerful kunoichi in existence to walk away. The old man used to talk about the will of fire a lot, and he may have believed it, but it was also self-serving. You walked away because you had enough when almost everything in your life would have told you to do otherwise. You didn't do the easy thing. I don't care what anyone says, getting out is brave. I wish I were that brave. Naruto, what happened to you? Why do you wish to leave the village so badly? Jiraiya made it seem like you wanted to be the Hokage, and it isn't easy to fool seasoned shinobi, so what gives? Tsunade-san, how much do you know about me? Naruto asks. Not much, mostly just Jiraiya's impression of you, but I also know about the fox, which I'm guessing you assumed since you already mentioned it, Tsunade said with a smirk. Yay, I figured you did, and even if you didn't, I'm just not sure I care to keep the worst kept secret in the elemental nations anymore. But yes, I house the fox, and because of it I am not particularly popular in the village. That's actually putting it mildly. I'm actively hated. By the civilians, by shinobi. I was isolated from most everyone in the village, and honestly that was preferable to the occasional bouts of physical abuse I'd experience, Naruto expressed, matter-of-factly. Surely there are some people who cared for you and you them. Jiraiya mentioned you and Sensei were close, prodded Tsunade. Ha ha ha, Tsunade-san, you may want to stop relying on Jiraiya's intel, it isn't quite accurate. I was, once, close to the old man. I truly saw him like a grandfather and believed he saw me like a grandson until I noticed he'd continually lie to me. There was also the fact that I've seen how he treated his actual grandson. What he showed me as pity, and what he wanted was for me to ease his guilty conscience. That's not genuine affection, that's being used, and he was entirely too comfortable with using me as long as he could dress it up in pretty words. Naruto said, barely holding back a sneer. Did you know I didn't know about my burden until the night I became a genin? Not only was this information provided to me by someone who wanted and attempted to kill me, but the emotional shock could very well have, if not for the intervention of my academy sensei. The old man's justification for not telling me is he wanted me to have a normal childhood, but that clearly had failed. I was kicked out of an orphanage and had to get my own apartment before I was old enough to join the academy. How is that normal? The best I can come up with is the old man thought if I knew how unfair the villagers were being, then maybe I wouldn't want to protect them, maybe I'd stay a civilian and eventually leave. But he couldn't have that, no. No matter how sincerely the old man felt for me, if it came down to it I was a weapon and property of the village. Sensei had his faults, Naruto, but I think you may be drawing conclusions on thin evidence, Tsunade retorted. Really? Have you ever met someone who believed in the concept of the needs of the many outweighing the needs of a few than the old man? Because I haven't, and that's the only way his inaction to stop my suffering makes any sense. I don't want to hear any bullshit about he was a tired old man. If that's the case, he would have had Jiraiya track you down years ago, but he didn't. He spoke so much about the will of fire and how everyone in the village is like family, but you know what? Sometimes families sacrifice for one member of it, sometimes the good of the few does outweigh the good of the many. He never saw it that way, but tellingly, the good of the many seemed to never require a sacrifice of him, said Naruto. Okay, I can see how you could come to that conclusion, but what about this sensei that helped save you? Surely his intentions were pure, right? To this, Naruto laughs again and then replies, my sensei, Ruruka, believed he was doing me a favor by managing to overcome his initial hatred of the fox and thus me. He wanted a pat on the back for managing to treat me fairly and buying me ramen every once in a while. However, said sensei that cared oh so much never caught when the other instructors were teaching me improperly, if they taught me at all or screwed with my tests. He accepted that I was a dead last with potential, I just didn't try hard enough to tap into, and just like the old man and Jiraiya, I decided to give them the fool they wanted. Besides, Tsunade-san, would you credit someone for managing to see past your gender to treat you fairly? No, I wouldn't. You've got me there, Naruto, Tsunade said as her frown deepened, which Naruto noticed. I'm sorry, Tsunade-san, I didn't ask you to meet me so I could depress you with my sad little life. I just wanted to point out that regardless of what you've done since you left the village, staying away wasn't some betrayal of higher principles. And while the village does need a new Hokage, did Jiraiya ever ask if the village was deserving of you? I doubt it. I often wish I could leave, especially now. I have very few reasons to stay, most of them based around fear. Fear of the hunter nins, fear of the gang of S-class shinobi hunting me, and just fear of the unknown. I feel like trapped, and I couldn't try to convince you to come back to something I dream of escaping. Tsunade takes several moments to digest what Naruto has just told her, having trouble organizing her thoughts but feeling the need to know the boy has some comfort. She asks, Naruto, is there anyone in the village who cares for you and you them? What about your classmates? Jiraiya. Damn it. Naruto chuckles before he responds. Jiraiya mentioned how a class full of clan heirs is talented and close. They are close to each other, for the most part, but none of them are my friends. As I said, the academy sought to make me look like an idiot, and because there was no punishment for doing so, I became an easy target for bullying. Anytime you needed a self-esteem boost, just go mock Naruto, since that's what he's good for. So, they too got the fool. Yes, I could have been closer to my actual personality, but why would I? Most of them didn't actually want to know me, and my being seen as an idiot was safer than being competent. A stupid demon gets to live. With an unshed tear, Tsunade asks, was there anyone you cared for? Naruto immediately looks away, debating whether to divulge this or not. Taking a deep breath, he answers, yes, there is. And she cares for me, but she finds herself in a similar situation, so acknowledging her feelings could potentially result her being further harmed by her clan. If you don't mind, I'd rather not say any more about it. To which Tsunade nods. That's a lot to take in, Naruto. I get why leaving seems so attractive to you, but you are still a current Shinbi of the Leaf. Wasn't your mission to bring me in? Why are you trying to fail? I truly meant what I said, Tsunade-san, about you being brave, but that's not it, entirely. I may be wrong about the old man's intentions, but I can't trust in his benevolence, not anymore. I guess I'm just not in a hurry to find the next person who will lie to me about my past or sacrifice me for people who hate me. Ultimately, the decision is yours, and if you do come back, I hope you can make some positive changes, but I wouldn't bet on it. After hearing this, Tsunade lets out a mirthless chuckle as she sees Naruto take his leave. Right before he reaches the door, Tsunade calls out, Naruto, you said you wanted to leave, especially now. What happened to make your desire to leave greater than it was? Naruto looks genuinely shocked at the question. Taking a moment to collect himself, he asks, so, Jiraiya didn't tell you? Seems like he left out something important. The reason I want to leave the village is because of what happened during the Chunin finals. War is hell on everyone, Naruto, so I can imagine the invasion was too. Before she could finish, Naruto interrupts. No, not the invasion. I'm talking about the actual finals. I can't believe you don't know this already, but during my match of the finals I did what many see as unforgivable. What's that? Tsunade asks. I killed Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 2. Tsunade sat at the bar, trying to digest all of what Naruto had told her, desperately trying to make sense of it. Hey, the name makes sense now, she thought. In 24 hours, she had been asked to return home, to lead and protect a village that is seemingly quite different than what she left. Tsunade was the opposite of naive. Leaving through war will do that, but even in her justifiable bitterness she never thought Konoha would fall so far. And to think, being visited by a certain snake wasn't the most alarming event of the day. Clearly, she needed to talk to Jiraiya and get a better picture of the village and a certain blonde-haired, blue-eyed genin. Just as she finished her thought, the Toad Sage himself sat beside her. "So, how much of that did you hear?" Tsunade asks, never taking her eyes off her drink. "All of it. I followed him here. It isn't safe for the kid to be left unattended." "The way the kid tells it, it rarely has been," stated Tsunade. Jiraiya sighs, as if a lifetime of poor choices are coming to a head. Mistakes were made. Sensei believed in the village and their ability to recognize what Naruto truly was. "I wanted an out and being the spy master gave me the perfect excuse. The kid suffered and while difficult I want to make it up to him and his parents, but apparently I haven't even met the real Naruto yet." "Too bad, he seems like a sweet kid. I'm sure you'd like him," replied Tsunade. "Way to twist the knife, Haim, glad your shinobi skills haven't dulled," Jiraiya offered in a near grunt. "So, what happened at the Chunin finals?" "Of course I just met him, but Naruto didn't strike me as particularly bloodthirsty. Was it the fox's influence?" "I don't know, I was prepping for the invasion and after that, Sensei and I were getting things ready for his retirement. I just know that Naruto killed Sasuke and that essentially ruined the invasion as planned." "Wait, what? How could that have possibly affected the invasion?" "The Uchiha was a target of Orochimaru, he wanted the kid for his Sharingan. When Naruto killed Sasuke, not only did he ruin long-term plans but the snake became enraged and darted to Naruto in an attempt to kill the kid. Initially the invasion was going to be Suna and Oto, but once Suna saw their cage being impersonated, the senior Jonin put 2 and 2 together and turned on the sound ninja. Also, because he never got to fight, the Suna Jinchuriki did not have the chance to unleash his Biju, which we deduced was a major part of the plan." Jiraiya explained. "I've yet to be given a reason to return to that village, if even their protectors are grossly mistreated. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Jiraiya, if for no other reason than to help Naruto. He clearly could use someone to talk to about the Chunin finals." And with that both Sannin returned to the inn. "Okay, that makes some sense, I guess. Why does Naruto believe killing the Uchiha is unforgivable?" Tsunade asks. "That's a much longer conversation, but the quick version is that the civilians treated the Uchiha like a tragic prince that was suffering beyond anyone's understanding. Being a pariah already, and I'm assuming Naruto feels like a marked man," Jiraiya said. Tsunade frowns, briefly, which doesn't go unnoticed by Jiraiya. "Well, is there anything else you can tell me about Naruto? Talking with Naruto leads me to believe you don't know your new apprentice very well." Low blow, Tsunade. "And yes, it appears my initial impression of into Naruto left something to be desired. Sensei suspected that the kid was being sabotaged and he wanted me to see if there was some potential there and keep an eye on the seal," Jiraiya offered. "What do you mean, Sensei suspected sabotage? He's the Hokage, how difficult would it have been to find out?" "He is the Hokage, but he's also boss." "Bullshit. He's too busy to stop a child from being actively hurt, set up to die in the field, and you think an excess of paperwork makes this okay? No wonder he doesn't trust you or Sensei. No wonder he wants to leave," Tsunade said, solemnly. "I know. Sensei just told me the kid was the most forgiving person he's ever known. I thought I could start a relationship with him and eventually tell him the truth and hope he'd understand while helping him improve how the village sees him. I knew he hid his hurt, but clearly I don't know how much of his true personality he hides. It's getting late and I'm both too tired and too sober to solve this. I need to talk to Naruto tomorrow morning and I'm assuming you'll want to, so why not call it a night? We can discuss returning then as well." In the distance he hears what sounds like someone finishing breakfast for the day. With a mischievous grin and all the stealth of a prankster king, he makes his way to the kitchen. Seeing his targeted blissfully unaware of his presence, he makes his final approach. Upon reaching her, he snakes his hands around her waist and kiss her gently on the cheek. "Good morning, Mrs. Uzumaki." "Good morning, Mr. Uzumaki," she says with a grin. "I didn't hear the kids this morning, where'd they get off to?" "Oh, they're with their aunt for the day. So, we're all alone. I'll have to thank Hanabi later, but as for now, what should we do with this bit of free time?" Naruto asks, grin widening. "Why, I don't know, but I am open to suggest." Before she could finish, Naruto starts to kiss her neck. "Why is it every time we get some time away from the kids your impulse is to make another one?" Hinata asks, a smile matching his own. "You wouldn't understand." "Oh, is this a guy thing?" "No, not at all. I think I have a particular weakness for moon-eyed, indigo-haired beauties. Apparently there's no cure, lifelong ailment the doctors told me." Since when does the great Naruto Uzumaki go to doctors? Something about this doesn't add up. That should let you know how serious I am, Hina-chan. The consensus was that while no cure, I should likely indulge the impulse as often as possible to prevent any negative consequences. Hinata, turning toward Naruto, oh, really? Well, if it's doctor's orders. Several doctors, Naruto interrupted. Right, if several doctors have prescribed this, then I'd be remiss if I didn't aid in your treatment. All you have to do is wake up. What? Hinata's smooth angelic voice was replaced by a gruff bastards that doesn't know not to interrupt dreams about his Hinata-chan, apparently. There will be retribution, Naruto thought before surrendering to consciousness. I said wake up, Naruto. You're too young to need this much sleep, stated Jiraiya, as he shook the young genin. Looking beyond irritated, Naruto gaze meets Jiraiya's. You know, the fact that I have sunk a kunai in your head speaks poorly for the both of us. I don't think anyone should be allowed to insult the great Jiraiya like that. So, how about you create a shadow clone and kick your own ass so you learn some respect for a great shinobi, and I'll be here sleeping when you get back. My lack of training will be punishment enough. Naruto's diatribe was met with snickering from two unfamiliar voices, causing him to immediately sit up but relaxing when he sees it's Tsunade and Shizune. Letting out a small yawn, Naruto greets the two and then turns to Jiraiya, with a barely hid scowl. Why did you wake me up so early, pervy sage? Turning to Tsunade, did you agree to come back to the village, Tsunade-san? No, Naruto, I'm still very much against returning to Konoha to be the Hokage. Jiraiya and I just wanted to talk to you about some of the things you said last night, particularly regarding what happened during the exam. Oh, Naruto said, mildly surprised. I figured Jiraiya would have filled you in after I left. I assumed he was listening to our discussion. Am I right? How did you know I was there, Naruto? Not even seasoned sensors can pick up my cloaking jutsu, Jiraiya stated in disbelief. I didn't say I knew you were there, I said I assumed. I made no attempt to hide my leaving last night, nor did I make it difficult to find me, so I figured you'd want to know where I was going and what Tsunade-san and I discussed. That's not really a Nara-level deduction. Okay, kid, fair enough, but this is something we need to resolve. Why did you hide how you really were? Why did you hide how smart you were, and what else are you hiding? I met you outside of a onsen, peeping on women. During our first training session you stated what you'd mostly be focusing on is summoning and me utilizing the fox's chakra. Against my objections, I might add. If you weren't giving me the bare minimum in instruction, you were mocking me for my lack of progress. In any of that, what would make me want to reveal myself to you? And on that note, what are you hiding from me? Naruto says, no longer bothering to hide his scowl. What do you mean, what am I hiding? Why did you agree to train me? I told you, Gaki, I see talent in you, Jiraiya answered. Bullshit. Bullshit, you saw talent in me. Once again, you were more concerned with the fox chakra than improving my abilities. Add to that, the only talent I've ever demonstrated was for infiltration and trap making. That'd make Anko Mitarashi an ideal sensei, not you who has been a frontline fighter most of your career. You forget I'm the village's spy master. I just don't forget I'm a war deterrent, and they'd never give me that long a leash for fear something would happen or I'd escape. So, Jiraiya, why did you agree to train me? Jiraiya was now at a loss for words. Should he reveal his ties to Naruto now or wait? With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya sticks with his story. Naruto, listen, I truly believe you have talent. Even outside of the Biju chakra I think you can be a great shinobi. I'm sorry our time before the finals wasn't what you wanted, but the chakra is too potent a trump card to not develop. Naruto's eyes become glacial as he asks, what good is a trump card if it's your only card? What good is utilizing the fox's chakra if all my other skills are shit? Unless your concern is training a weapon and not a shinobi. But before Jiraiya could respond, Naruto's facial expression adopts an appearance Jiraiya is more familiar with. Don't worry about it, pervy sage, Naruto says at a near shout, with your help I'll be a kick-ass shinobi at no time. Watch out Ba-chan, he says to Tsunade, because if you do accept the hat I'll be there shortly to take it from you, Datbeo. Naruto, please don't do this. Tsunade says. Don't do what? He wants the truth but won't provide any to me. Fine, while you're here I won't, but Jiraiya, I'm not an idiot. You have precisely 2 reasons to train me. The fox and a connection to my past. I know Sarutobi knows who my parents are. I suspected you do, as well. What could be so dangerous about telling me? They must have been important. But wait, blonde hair and blue eyes. There was someone famous who had those features. Would explain how he had access to me. When Naruto says this, Jiraiya stiffens while Tsunade's eyes widen. He continues, but wait, there is no way I could be his child. No way the village would claim to revere him and yet systematically abuse his legacy and spit on his sacrifice, right? So, that's just a coincidence. But wait, why would want of the Sannin bother with me? Wait, didn't he train? Realizing that Naruto has known about, at the very least, his father for some time, he looks away in shame. I've suspected since I became a genin. Your reaction just confirmed it. I guess Sarutobi's bullshit reason for not telling me is out the window now, but don't worry, I'm not going to go spouting it. It wouldn't be good for me to do so, but if you wish to continue to treat me like an idiot, Jiraiya, I'll play the part. I don't have the leisure to turn away people willing to teach me, even if they aren't teaching me the things to make me a better ninja but a tool of the village. Naruto, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Okay. Huh, is the only thing each of the shocked adults are able to say. I said okay. I've had a month to come to terms with this. I'm not saying I necessarily forgive you, but actively being mad at you harms myself more than it does you, and I don't like walking around angry all the time. Waste of a life, so if you can agree to be real with me, I can do the same for you. Yay, no problem, Naruto. Maybe later I can tell you about both your parents, if you're up to it. Of course, sensei, but I think we may be being rude to our guests. Tsunade-san, you stated you wished to discuss my Chunin finals match, may I ask why? Tsunade pauses for a moment then proceeds, well, honestly, I don't know. It just seemed to be weighing you down, and I know how things like that can change you. It's not good to hold on to it. Oh, makes sense. I don't mind telling you about it, honestly it would be nice to go through it with a pair of objective eyes. But to start, Sasuke and I were assigned to the same genin team. Our relationship was rocky at best. He saw me as useless, and anytime I demonstrated otherwise he became insecure in his own abilities, which he proceeded to take out on me. Our Jonin sensei, Kakashi, never saw fit to curb this behavior. I suspect he always wanted to use me and Sasuke's reaction to me to Sasuke's benefit while neglecting my personal development. With that said, will all combatants except Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto exit to the waiting area, stated the new proctor. Sasuke, wearing a black one-piece with his right arm bandaged, was wearing a smirk. What kind of smirk can be debated, most likely didn't know there were variations of smirks because they were blessed to never have to encounter this particular Uchiha. Naruto, wearing black Anbu-style pants and a black shirt with a red Uzumaki crest on the back, appears unsure, potentially nervous. Attempting to take a moment to calm himself, he is caught unaware when Genma announces, Hijame. The Uchiha shoots off like a cannon, demonstrating much improved speed since the preliminaries, nearly too fast for Naruto to track. Only his reflexes keeps Naruto from taking a right hook flush on the jaw, managing to roll with the strike at the last moment. However, this is just the opening salvo of the Uchiha's onslaught. The initial right hook is followed by a left straight, that is narrowly dodged, but the action leaves Naruto out of position for the kick to the body, which he takes the full force of. Using the momentum of the strike, Naruto rolls and dashes away from Sasuke to create some space, hoping for the moment affords him time to strategize. Seeing a small break in the action, the crowd erupts over the initial exchange. The pause in the action doesn't last long as Sasuke rushes towards Naruto once again. This time, however, Naruto is ready. Every strike Sasuke throws awards him a small nick or cut from Naruto's swiftly drawn kunai. Small wounds across his arms may not have concerned the nascent Avenger, but the deeper cuts on his right leg, right above the knee, may limit his mobility, at least Naruto hopes. Preparing for another rush, Sasuke starts to speak. Why so quiet, Dobi? Normally, we can't get you to shut up for a moment. You love attention, right? So, why so silent? You can't be worried about losing, that was always assured, so what is it? Embarrassment in how bad you're going to lose. You've always been an embarrassment, so that can't be it. Come on, Naruto, speak up. Maybe it's because you realize no one gives a damn about you. To this, Naruto flinches. Yes, that must be it. Hey, can I tell you a secret, Dobi? Some of us knew, we knew the academy instructors used to screw with you. I knew, and if I did, then you have to assume Shikamaru knew as well, and yet no one ever did anything on your behalf but mock you. Hell, you think of the Hokage as a grandfather, and yet has he ever offered to train you, to help you be a better shinobi in any way? No, why would he? It was decided that you would be the dead last and no one bothered to challenge it. Hell, even you gave up and filled the position. No one believes you have talent, no one believes you can succeed. Hell, why would the Hokage put you on a team with people that actively hate you? During Sasuke's diatribe, Naruto fights back the tears. While having considered these points, having it called out in the view of hundreds still stings, but for some reason he can't bring himself to react. Face it, everything you want, I have, or readily discard it. You so crave bonds and honestly have no real ones. And if there is something that you want in your future or someone, just know there would always be someone superior, someone more acceptable to make sure you never get it. Quit now, Dobby. Don't make me expose you any further, don't assume that which you try too hard to keep secret actually is. Naruto instantly knows Sasuke is now talking about Hinata, but how, they've always been careful. But beyond that, this arrogant prick has crossed the line. Before he can even ask, Naruto is covered in Biju chakra. I guess foxes don't like arrogant Uchihas either, and immediately closes the distance between Sasuke and he. Without his Sharingan active, Sasuke can't handle the barrage of strikes Naruto unleashes, and coupled with the kunai wounds, Sasuke knows he has to end this quickly. Using a shunsen, Sasuke stands atop an arena wall. Blazing through hand signs, the arena hears the sounds of birds chirping. He's using Kakashi's jutsu, he's planning to kill me. At seeing the jutsu, Naruto steels himself and withdraws a different kunai from his holster. A split second later and Sasuke darts down the wall and immediately heads toward Naruto. 50 feet out, Naruto tosses his kunai, appearing to miss Sasuke entirely. Closing the distance, Sasuke rears his hand back prepared to stab Naruto, and just as he is about to touch the blonde, he is greeted with an explosion. Wait, how did you cause the explosion? Tsunade asks. The kunai I threw, that I used a kawarimi with it, answered Naruto. So, he ran past an explosive note and didn't know? Tsunade questioned. No, I've been practicing fuinjutsu, and while not advanced I can do an explosive note. I spoke with a local ninja supply store and asked if there was a way to apply the seal directly on the kunai, something akin to what the Yondaime used. After a few attempts we got it right, and that's what I used. Best thing is, the chakra used for the kawarimi was enough to trigger it, and the kunai acts as shrapnel. Some of it severed an artery and Sasuke bled out. That's pretty smart, kiddo. Thanks, Tsunade. Hey, Jiraiya, why are you so quiet? Something about that fight doesn't quite add up. Jiraiya takes a long pause as if narrowing in on his answer, that kid's diatribe. It feels wrong, almost too honed for a genin. What do you mean? It was Sasuke being his normal dickish self, stated Naruto. Immediately Tsunade shows recognition. No, I think Jiraiya has a point. Naruto, you likely wouldn't know this, but a basic interrogation tactic has 3 steps. 1. You undermine the subject's view of themselves. Secondly, you undermine their belief in close ties or bonds. Finally, you reveal a secret, something they'd swear you have no way of knowing. Jiraiya continues, it gives the illusion of control, that you have no way of hiding anything from said person. It is rarely used in direct combat because people don't stand around talking, but something artificial like the Chunin exams, it becomes a more realistic tool. He likely didn't just learn this, someone taught it to him, most likely. Kakashi, they say in unison. Naruto trying, and failing to control his temper, he used to be my Anbu guard. There's no way Sasuke could know or even care to know anything about me. Kakashi was trying to get him to break me while arming him with an assassination jutsu. That goddamn son of a bitch. This goes past picking favorites, he crossed a line this time, the Yondaime's prized pupil will pay for this, even if I have to go down with him to assure it. Gaki, calm down, you just get started on your training for the day, I'll get in touch with sensei and have him question Kakashi. Stated Jiraiya, trying to reassure his student. I highly doubt that'll do much good, but okay. Naruto quickly changes and heads out for the day. This is the village you want me to return to? Why would I ever do that? Since when do Jonin instructors sabotage their students with interrogation techniques? I don't know, but this is a sign the village needs a change. You could be that change, at least that's what I'm hoping. Chapter 3. In Konoha. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? Asked the cycloptic Junin. Yes, Kakashi, I did. I just got a visit from a messenger toad. Both Jiraiya and Naruto know you gave Sasuke facts and training meant to break Naruto during the Chunin finals. I figured now would be the perfect time to discuss what exactly was going on in that fool mind of yours, stated Sarutobi. I only did as you ordered, Hokage-sama. I assumed you'd relay that to Jiraiya and Naruto to put their minds at ease, Kakashi replied. Sarutobi fixes a fierce glare on his famous Junin. When did I ever tell you to use that on Naruto? I'd never, especially not with a crowd to watch it. So, please tell me how you came to this conclusion. I'm more than happy to, Hokage-sama. See, when it was time for Naruto to graduate, I asked to take him on as an apprentice, not only to pay back my sensei for all he did for me, but to undo much of the harm your academy instructors no doubt did to his shinobi skills. I speculated that with his mindset and ability to learn through doing, he'd easily be a mid-tier Chunin in 6 months, a year max. You informed me that I had to take a full team and it had to include that insipid Uchiha. Against all my objections you made it clear the only way I'd have what should have been my little brother on my team is to have Sasuke and Sakura, two of his worst tormentors. Kakashi pauses to keep from raising his voice but continues, you then informed me that you felt Sasuke was a flight risk but Naruto was a potential threat to the village and to neutralize both I should focus more on Sasuke and Sakura while stalling Naruto's development until you deemed he no longer posed a threat. Since I didn't want to continue to stall Naruto but I saw how Sasuke reacted anytime he felt Naruto closing the skill gap, I decided that if Sasuke had a near-permanent mental edge on Naruto you'd allow me to finally train him properly. Sasuke would always feel he was a step ahead of Naruto regardless of how true it is and you would have both future issues resolved. Everyone would be happy. Where have I erred in my logic, Hokage-sama? So, you did this to teach me a lesson. You twist my orders and tell me you did so with the hope to eventually ignore them entirely. Sarutobi asked, with mild outrage. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I do not see the issue. A method cannot be judged simply by the result. I made Sasuke promise to never use that jutsu, a jutsu I was encouraged to teach him, on a comrade. He did, essentially making the fight a deathmatch and he lost. When Naruto gets back I'll explain everything and we'll begin his training in earnest. Kakashi said, indifferently. Have you gone mad? No, you will not inform Naruto that I've had you delay him, he must never know I've made such a request. I fail to see why, Hokage-sama. You are retiring, surely you care not for the opinion of a single genin. Besides, I need straighten out my relationship with Naruto. I can't do that unless he knows everything, I'm sure you understand. At this point, the Hokage is weighing the benefits of outright murdering Kakashi, mostly for his casual indifference. Kakashi, I didn't delay Naruto out of a sense of malice. But after everything he has gone through, everything I failed to prevent I fear he may be a risk to the residents here. I know in the past he never fought back, he always tried to evade the villagers but his mastery of the Kage Bushin coupled with some actual skill. He could have assassinated half the council in a night and we'd never be able to prove it. Hell, what would happen the next time a Hyuga elder crossed the line with Hinata? This boy could cause a civil war. So, yes, I wanted him to find his love for the village, to rekindle his will of fire before he started to untap his potential. Only years of practiced professionalism kept Kakashi from scoffing. I don't think his love for the village is the problem. Amazing how you never seem to get that, Hokage-sama. It's actually understandable to not love people that actively hate you. His reasons for being shinobi of the leaf may not be ideal to you, but he never showed signs of wanting retribution. But you were always so willing to cause him immediate harm to avoid what you thought may happen in the future. More of the same, I suppose. You are dangerously close to insubordination, Kakashi. I'll remind you to watch yourself when speaking to me. And I know you aren't happy about Naruto's life up to this point but I had an entire village to think about and with what he contains, Naruto having little to no effective attachment to the village is a problem. The last of his professionalism slips. This has been over a decade in the making and Kakashi lets loose on the aged Hokage. I didn't have an entire village to think about. Tsume-san didn't have an entire village to think about. Makoto didn't either. You kept him away from all those would have happily supported the boy. You left him to the worst this village has to offer and are punishing him for refusing to see the village in a noble light. Any number of people could have given Naruto a loving home, supposed threats from Iwa or Kumo be damned. No, you chose this for him. You chose his misery and acted like buying him ramen made it okay. Sarutobi hangs his head in shame. When you're making this decision one at a time, you're putting out fires and you don't see a pattern. Yes, taking a step back I see what I've done. I see how having a limited view of Naruto's well-being and weighing it against the good of the village has put us in this situation. I'm not unaware that I've sinned against the boy, and maybe there were times I shouldn't have reacted as the Hokage but something else but I've seen 3 shinobi wars and stared into the eyes of a chakra monster as it laid waste to my home. I watched the strongest leaf shinobi since the second have to sacrifice his son in order to stop a massacre beyond understanding. I just couldn't let that happen again. I couldn't let Naruto become a weapon for the clans or a ticking time bomb out for revenge. I couldn't let him be another Orochimaru. And through my duty I watched as the most open boy I've ever met became cold and manipulative. I know his affections for me haven't been sincere for some time now. I just hoped I'd be able to reach him but the truth is I could never give him the 3 things he wanted most. The reason people hated him, the identity of his parents, or a way to leave the village. With tears in his eyes, Sarutobi continues, when Jiraiya and he return, we'll tell them everything and hopefully Naruto will have a better relationship with my successor. I hope I get to live that long. I'm pretty sure Jiraiya is going to murder me before we have a chance to discuss this, Kakashi states with his signature I smile. Sarutobi chuckles, I'll make sure to inform him to come straight to my office when he returns so no accidents can occur. And with that, Kakashi shuns away. Moments later Kakashi appears in a par, and takes a seat on the bench. Jiraiya finally figured out the interrogation tactics ploy. Apparently, neither he nor Naruto are happy about it. That was a dangerous gamble, I could see how one wouldn't approve. You could have broken the boy. The elderly man stated. Kakashi smiles through his mask. If his life in this village hasn't broke Naruto, being taunted by Sasuke wasn't going to do it. Besides, it was a test of Sasuke's emotional stability. Clearly he failed and I would have had grounds to get him off my team. I guess your no half measures philosophy really stuck with Naruto. I was expecting hell, I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting that. Who grafts an exploding seal on a kunai? Speaking of, what exactly did you teach him? The boy is predictably unpredictable. Such an enigma used to make me uncomfortable, now I just enjoy watching him give Sarutobi headaches. As far as what I taught him, since that fool Jiraiya was supposedly training him, I had to stick to ninjutsu and battle strategy. Best use of his shadow clones. I won't get into specifics, but since he already wants to fight you, I'm sure you can bait him into revealing some of his cards. Just watch out for his kunai, the old man laughed. Hi, Danzo-sama. Have you been waiting long? No, Jiraiya-sama, I've only just arrived myself. Haven't even had time to order a drink, not that I drink. Good, good. We can keep this one brief. I need to get back to the kid, but if we're going to continue I'm going to need some assurances. Itachi stays quiet. He understands Jiraiya's implicit threat. Being threatened as a shinobi is just part of the deal, implicit or otherwise. What makes this worthy of note, however, is that Itachi knows Jiraiya doesn't threaten people. It's one of the factors about this man that unnerves the fallen Uchiha. While Itachi would never say it, there may be more powerful shinobi than Jiraiya, but none of them makes Itachi as on edge as Jiraiya. For the longest time, Itachi could never pinpoint why that is. Unanswered questions like this can drive a prodigy to distraction, but with this threat Itachi finally knows why he'd rather have a 2-day conversation with Pain about peace than a 20-minute update with Jiraiya. The Sannin has never treated Itachi like he's an S-rank shinobi. His tone never cautious, just natural. His body language always relaxed, almost insultingly so. While Itachi wasn't arrogant like much of his clan, he still had pride, damn it. Jiraiya just seemed all around unconcerned with Itachi, and this realization that Jiraiya simply had been unconcerned with what Itachi may do would be enough to upset even the ever-stoic Itachi if it weren't coupled immediately with the realization that Jiraiya didn't need to be concerned with Itachi might do. This epiphany finally makes its way around back to the initial insight, Jiraiya letting it be known he may very well kill Itachi if he isn't given adequate reason not to. I don't blame Naruto for what he did. Not fully. So much of what I've done has been for my village and Sasuke. I'm at a loss, but I was informed on his fight. The tactic Sasuke used, if it failed there was a good chance it would cause Naruto to kill him in a blind rage. Sasuke using Kakashi's damned assassination jutsu didn't help matters. I can't expect anyone to allow themselves to be killed for the sake of my foolish little brother, especially not Naruto. He has nothing to worry about from me outside of my role as a double agent, of this I am sure. Jiraiya stares intently at Itachi as if he's trying to find even the smallest hint of dishonesty in the boy's words. When he is satisfied he cannot, he starts to go but leaves Itachi with this, you know, I hear a certain snake is in town. He surely didn't help with your brother's mental stability. Might be a good outlet to channel some of those feelings toward, after I conclude my business with him. Something to think about. And with that Jiraiya departs. In a clearing just outside of town we find a horde of Naruto clones attempting to complete the final stage of the rasengan. Tsunade sees the controlled chaos and amongst the clones sees one sitting in the lotus position, assuming that to be the original. She approaches, which Naruto senses. Hello Tsunade-san, is there something I can do for you? Not initially, I just didn't feel like being cooped up at that inn all day. Whenever Jiraiya finds me he never allows me to drink or gamble in peace, so I have to find alternative methods to spend my days, until he leaves. Do you know why we haven't left yet? You gave him your answer, I'm not entirely sure what else we're here for. Not that I'm in any rush to head back, mind you. Orochimaru contacted me just a few hours before Jiraiya and you found me. Jiraiya asked me to help him spring a trap on our former teammate and try to deal with him once and for all. I may not want to return to the village, but it doesn't mean I want it to burn, and I haven't had a decent fight in ages, so I figured why not. Ah, is all that Naruto says. So, I see your clones are trying to finish the Rasengan, but what are you doing? When I discovered that my shadow clones could transfer memory I was elated at the potential, but what I quickly discovered was not only the harms of dispersing too many clones at once, but also I found it hard to retrieve certain bits of information. Facts and figures, mostly as skills or jutsu I'd be using shortly, were easier to recall. I figured since I don't have a photographic memory I'd need to find a way to store this information, and it just so happens the Konoha library had a book on developing a mind palace. It took about a week of my clones experimenting before I got it down. So now, I supercharge fewer clones, allow them to make more clones, and while they are gaining information or training for the day, the initial supercharged clones are store the information for easier recall. Tsunade looked impressed at Naruto's answer, but quickly her thoughts turned to someone else who used to amass a great deal of knowledge and power, scorned by the village, and how he eventually turned on Konoha, bringing an invading force to destroy it. Tsunade hoped Naruto wasn't on the same path. Naruto, why do you train so hard? I know it isn't for the sake of the village, so what drives you? Naruto cocks his eyebrow at Tsunade's seemingly direct question, taking a few beats before answering. I'm not sure I have just one reason, Tsunade-san. Part of it is so I can protect myself, however I'm more than enough for any group of civilians, and outside of the invasion I doubt a fellow shinobi would attack inside the village. Part of me loves learning about the shinobi arts, I find them fascinating, how the seemingly impossible becomes possible. Another reason is because of my first C-rank mission. What happened? Normal C ranks are just dealing with bandits and such, nothing major. Naruto laughs, almost everything that could go wrong on this mission did. Naruto proceeds to tell Tsunade about his time in Wave Country. And people say I have bad luck, that's quite the story, Naruto. It is, but I'm glad it happened. I know that as shinobi we often do questionable things for questionable reasons. Helping the people of Wave likely will never be what shinobi primarily do. But maybe it could be more of what we do. The idea of helping people who can't help themselves and helping them to help themselves appeals to me. Wave is free now, what they become is entirely up to them, and ultimately it's because they found it within themselves to act. You sound like Jiraiya. Ever since we were kids, he spoke about shinobi and our ability to be more, to be heroes. It's funny to see that reflected in his apprentice, I'm guessing without him even knowing it. I suppose so. Although I wonder why he gave up his chance to see that future. Something like what you both talk about can only be accomplished if you become Hokage, and I know Sensei would have asked him first. I may have some insight on this, but I'm pretty sure Jiraiya wouldn't be pleased if I told you. Naruto, that just means you have to tell me, so spill. Okay, when we were traveling to find you he told me he was offered the position. I asked why he turned it down and he gave some stock answer about his spy network. Obviously bull, but I let it go. Later that night, we arrive in some small town and check into an inn. Jiraiya immediately leaves and returns a few hours later drunk off his ass but still lucid enough to converse with. Seeing my opportunity I asked him again why he turned it down. Jiraiya stated that him being Hokage would be of a similar mold. The cages are always known for their destructive capabilities. He said that you have something no other cage has, not only the power to protect your village, but because you are known as a healer you can help people, starting seeing shinobi as more. Jiraiya theorized that as long as cages are chosen primarily on battle capabilities, war is inevitable. Tsunade can only sit there in stunned silence. While she often treats Jiraiya like an annoyance and a pervert, a pattern they established early as a genin team, she knows there are depths to him that people rarely see, but to think he'd place this much faith in her was astounding. Maybe she could. The two blondes sat in silence for a little while longer, only the sounds of failed rasengan attempts being heard. Chapter 4. It enhances the legend. Wait, he honestly said that? Yes, he looked me dead in the eyes and said that. How did you respond? Jiraiya, how do you respond to something like that? I just stared at him and me and then asked if he really just said that. He replied, with all seriousness, Tsunade-san, when you're going to be the best to ever do it, concerns about sticking out become immaterial. Jiraiya can barely contain his laughter at the exchange between his apprentice and teammate. Jiraiya, himself, had attempted to get the young shinobi to let go of that orange jumpsuit but to no avail. Naruto actually lectured Jiraiya on the absurdity of criticizing the jumpsuit. Points ranging from, what kind of sense does it make to look like a shinobi if avoiding attention is your goal? 2. I'm having a fight in a stadium full of people, stealth will hardly be an issue, pervy sage. You doubting the orange makes me question your greatness. After that he vowed to just leave the topic alone, guessing everyone who meets Naruto has to learn this particular lesson. Suheim, you have to admit that Kushina would have said something similar. Hell, for all I know, she had said something similar at some point. Girl didn't suffer from a lack of confidence. Thinking back on the Uzumaki, Tsunade smiles fondly, no, she really didn't. The room falls silent. Jiraiya notices Tsunade seems to be building up to say something, seeing the internal conflict play out on her face. I was happy in my misery, you know. Then you two show up. Why couldn't you have just left me alone? But no, you and the kid come here and now I'm actually considering going back. Damn it, you always do this, Jiraiya. I always do what? You put ridiculous notions in people's heads, like peace in the elemental nations, and you're so goddamn sure you make people want to believe you. But what does peace for shinobi look like? We order children to slit slightly fewer throats. You don't know, but you filled that kid's head with your nonsense. And he reminds me of Naoki in so many ways, but also what Naoki could have been if exposed to the darkness too long. Naruto, he's like afraid of his natural brightness, the sun that prefers cloudy days, and I don't understand how my village, the legacy of my grandfather, could do that to a child. You want me to go back, but I know nothing of the village, so how can I lead it? Why are you sticking me with this? I don't know what Naruto has said to you, but I'm not sticking you with anything. I wouldn't be leaving you alone, but you're the best for the position. You must realize it since you don't claim otherwise. Tsunade, it's time to come home. It's time to give Shizune the option to settle down. And it's time for you to save your family's legacy. Sensei has been consumed with his failures and prevention to focus on positive change. I believe Naruto is a result of that and my own negligence. I'm his godfather, and I trusted Sensei to take care of my responsibilities because looking at a chibi Minato was too hard. I replay that conversation he had with you, how much of his life is dictated by fear. I need that to change. I believe he's the child of prophecy. Every time in the past I believed I found him, I trained them but left the hard parts to them, and each fell before they could truly make a change. I don't want to do that this time. I can't just give Naruto the weight of the world and tell him to figure it out. I also can't leave it to him if he doesn't see the world as worth saving. Did you notice he never refers to Minato as his father, only his title? I think he resents Minato and his sacrifice. He may very well resent Sensei, too. If Naruto remains isolated, he may not be willing to do what is required of him. So, you're using us both for your own goals. Yes. If that's really how you see it, then yes, I'm using you. Seriously, Tsunade. You aren't a puppet. I just think you both can make positive changes to the village and the shinobi system if given enough time and support. There isn't any hidden schemes here. I'm pretty open about why I want you to come back. But you aren't with him. Are you going to tell him you believe he's the savior? No, because he's not ready yet. I need him to become more attached to the village, to believe the will of fire is more than the source of his misery. When that changes, then I can tell him about all of this. Tsunade, never known for her patience, is quickly running out. It has been the source of his misery. You needing him to not be aware of it before you reveal your scheme doesn't change that. And what about considering what he needs? You know, like having his opinions validated. Someone acknowledging he's gotten a raw deal, that he was denied even the memory of his parents. You may believe he has this grand destiny, but how can you show up after a decade-plus absence and then just shove this on him? It's not fair. Are you sure you're coming back, because it doesn't sound like it? As far as Naruto, I'm not going around in circles with you. Sometimes you're called for a larger purpose, regardless of if you want it or not. The kid is meant for more, and I intend to start preparing him for it. Hypocrite. I'm sorry, Tsunade, what was that? I'm pretty sure hearing is important for a spy, so you heard me. I think you're asking me for a justification, which I'm more than happy to oblige. You say people are sometimes called to serve, yes. As you were, tasked with looking after a small child with no support network. It seems you had very little issue not answering that call, but you managed to tell others to suck it up and deal with it. That makes you, among other things, a hypocrite. Hypocrite or not doesn't make the argument any less valid. My having failed in the past doesn't give Naruto the right to do so in the future. Oh, so you have his life all planned out now. I'm sure he'll appreciate a heads up. It'll simplify things, not having to make very many choices, and won't conflict at all with his overriding need for freedom. Or in 5 years he'll snap and kill everyone he holds responsible for his enslavement, if he doesn't get himself killed, because there is freedom in death. To this, Jiraiya can only look on, mortified. He knows she isn't wrong, but can only hope Naruto is the child of prophecy and isn't irreparably harmed to the point of choosing the wrong path. Taking a moment to collect himself, Jiraiya responds, I can't ignore what he may potentially be. It isn't an option. I can try to make it up to him, try to give him now what I couldn't then, but it'll have to be enough. Sometimes not good enough has to be enough. Is it unfair? Yes, it is, and he may resent me for it for the rest of his life, but the world doesn't care. His enemies don't care, and time doesn't stop because he got the short end of the stick. The short end of the stick. You arrogant asshole, that's what you call my life. Naruto. How long have you been here? Long enough, to learn I have a new Hokage, a godfather, and some bullshit destiny that I will bend to or else. So, not that long. Hey, Tsunade-san, congratulations. We should find Shizune-san and celebrate. Naruto, I know this sounded bad, but please let me explain. What is there to explain, sensei? You say I have to do something and I have to do it. If not, you won't train me, and there aren't a lot of people that could train you to fight S-class shinobi, so I either obey or you leave me to get killed. More of the same, I suppose. So, Tsunade-san, what are you up for, my treat? Although, I guess I should start calling you Tsunade-sama, huh? Both Sannin can only look at the orange-clad ninja, neither knowing what to say. Naruto takes note of being studied, hoping they'll say something if he waits long enough. However, a lifetime of glares has left him with a low tolerance for being blankly looked at, so he continues. Why are you staring at me? It feels weird. If you need some time to decide, I can come back in a bit, see what Shizune is up to. Nay. Naruto, you heard some things before you were ready, and I'm sorry for that and for being entirely dismissive of my life, one you made a point to not be a part of. Naruto interrupted. Yes, that. I'm so. No, you aren't. Which is fine. On no grounds can I actively fight a Sannin, so you'll get your way, but don't apologize for failing to manipulate me, it's inherently contradictory. I wasn't going to manipulate you. Yes, you were, Jiraiya. Tsunade chimes in. It seems like you and Sensei both string information along to Naruto when you think he will respond as you want him to, that's manipulation. Be honest, would you have told him about his parents if he didn't already know? Would you have told him you're his godfather anytime soon? I would have when he was ready. This information leaking could be dangerous. To this Naruto could only laugh. So, I'm trusted to be a shinobi. I'm trusted to try to earn a promotion, to receive increased security clearance and keep it a secret, but not know about things no one had any right to keep from me. Also, if I'm your student, isn't the very act of being around you dangerous? I hate people who lie to themselves. You were going to string along information when I demonstrated I was sufficiently obedient. Just like Sarutobi, and hell, probably Kakashi, if his plan wasn't to outright get me killed. What I don't get is the need to be so sneaky about it. I know what you want, I'm going to do it, so why continue to hide things from me? Because Naruto, it doesn't work like that. You aren't doing this out of love for your village or a sense of duty. You need to have those things to accomplish what I believe you can accomplish. As you are now, you're biding your time until presented with a better option. You may insist otherwise, you may even believe it, but I've been around too long to not see it. If people don't have something deeper driving them, something more than acquiescence, they won't have the determination to see it through to the end. Making you more powerful isn't enough. Tell me, Naruto, what do you believe in? That's none of your concern. But it is, and since she's going to be Hokage, it's her concern too. So, answer the question. Or if it is too broad, at least tell me if you believe in the will of fire. I've never seen the will of fire to know if I believe it or not. Nice dodge, Naruto, but conceptually, do you believe in the will of fire? Do you believe it is a viable philosophy? I believe it's a bullshit lie that cost me my parents for trash that wasn't worth their sacrifice. You happy? Can we go eat now? You never talk to me this much, not even when you're supposedly training me. Can I hold your attention this long? I'm uncomfortable with the shift in dynamic. This isn't a joke, Naruto. Hi, sensei. Naruto, for the first time after a long silence, Tsunade speaks up. Do you resent the village? Hi. But what about those you care for? What about what you learned during your mission in Wave? Having precious people in a hostile environment is giving people like Sarutobi and Jiraiya hostages or leverage. They'll eventually find a way to take them away from me, because they always do, and since Jiraiya wants me to be a weapon for the village, how can I do that and protect those I care about from them? Blind obedience would seem to be the answer, and yet I'm being told it isn't enough. I need to lie to myself and call it something else. People always call me an idiot. My stupid teammates loved nothing more than to call me dead last, and yet I'm actively punished for demonstrating self-awareness. I can't win. You, Naruto, pointing to Jiraiya, probably preferred the little hyperactive idiot that was filled with so much love for his village he'd do anything to earn their approval. As if I have anything to prove to them. Every word of Naruto's answer pierced Jiraiya's heart. Hearing how angry and resentful he is toward not only the village or Sarutobi but him as well hurts the Sannin more than he could ever articulate. Searching desperately for any argument that could sway Naruto, but is coming up empty. The Toad Sage for the first time is truly afraid that all the choices made for Naruto have started him on a dark path, one they won't be able to change. Conversations with his sensei about the threat Naruto poses to the village are swimming in his head. Could sensei have been right, Jiraiya wonders. Tsunade, looking at the young ninja, sees not just her younger brother in Naruto but also sees a lot of herself. The fear of loss and sense of abandonment laced in Naruto's words were the same things that drove her away all those years ago. She understands that while it may take years for him to fully deal with these emotions, if left unchecked or handled improperly right now, the harm may be irrevocable. Tsunade decides on a risky gambit. Naruto, how do you feel about your parents? I don't understand the question, I know very little about them. Hell, my mother may as not even exist as much as she's not mentioned in the village. Why do you ask, Tsunade-san? I'll answer that when you answer my question. How do you, right now, feel about them? Why does it matter? No one cared if I even knew who they were, so why does it matter? I told you I'd answer that when answer my question. Well, I'm not answering it. I'll be back later, I'm going to train. Jiraiya grabs Naruto by the shoulders before he can leave. Naruto, you need to answer the question. To hell with you, Jiraiya. I don't need to answer it, it's not important. It doesn't matter how I feel, it sure didn't matter to them. They left me alone. They chose the village over me and left me with people that were at best indifferent. They left me with no protection, no safeguards, but with an expectation I'd serve the village. They were cowards, they should have killed me, too. But they didn't, and they set the standard that everyone and everything takes priority over me. There, you happy? I hate them. They should have chose me. I needed them and it didn't matter. I need them and it doesn't matter. I'm alone and the people who should be here chose not to be, and if that wasn't enough, the Yondaime cursed me on his way out the door. Naruto, it wasn't like that. Minato and Kushina, they loved you, and I'm sure he sealed the Kyuubi in you because he believed in you. I don't care. I don't care if they loved me, I don't care if they believed in me. The love of dead people is worthless. If they loved me so much they would have found a way to stay with me, but they didn't. They chose the village and I'll always hate them for it. So, are we all happy now? You have even more reason to keep things from me or stall my progress, because I'd rather have your precious village burned to the ground if the cost of saving it was the life I've led. And now, having said this in front of the future Hokage, I get to go back to a potentially openly hostile village and wait for what the old man will do once you report this. God, guess I've given him reason to order that loyalty seal put on me, huh? At the mention of a loyalty seal, Tsunade and Jiraiya both look stunned. Tsunade manages to speak first. Naruto, I get that the village has made you suffer, but you don't honestly think Sensei would do that, do you? Why not? Wouldn't be the first time, would it, Jiraiya? Wonder what you and the Yamanaka would cook up this time to make sure I'm a good boy. Jiraiya, what is he talking about? It's not what you think. Sensei was trying to protect Naruto. Protect me? Bullshit, he was trying to control me and you gave him what he wanted. Tell her, Jiraiya. Tell her how I screamed and begged you to stop, to just leave me be. Only for 5 years later, when I refused to use the very power you all made me afraid of, you threw me off a cliff. So, you're in contact with it. Tsunade, what Jiraiya is refusing to tell you is that when I was 8 I managed to meet the Kyuubi while trying to unlock my chakra. I talked to him, and while he was all around unhappy to be sealed in, and I quote, a weak-ass kid, it was nicer to me than the villagers. I was so happy to finally know why they hated me that, like the good little idiot I was, I went to the person I trusted most and told him. Jiraiya, would you like to cover the rest? How you, Sarutobi and Inoichi snuck into my apartment under the cover of darkness. How I was only awakened because Kyuubi warned me. How the Hokage held me down as I begged him to stop, while he kept saying it was for my own good. Or how much pain the seal caused, how I screamed to make it stop. No. How about the suggestion Inoichi placed in my head after locking away the memory? Fear the Kyuubi. Don't trust it. Be defiant toward it. Although I shouldn't be surprised. According to the Kyuubi, Sarutobi had you do the same thing to my mother. Chapter 5. Injury is a fact of life for shinobi. You come to accept that breaks, sprains, lacerations and all manner of trauma will be inflicted upon you. Live long enough and you'll likely have at least one occurrence of every type of injury. Living through this is as much being a shinobi as any jutsu for shinobi or people who endure. Why, though, did it have to be the ribs? Tsunade could have given him a concussion or even cracked a kneecap. No, she had to break his kami-forsaken ribs. Struggling to get to a bed, Jiraiya realizes his focus on the mind-numbing pain he's currently experiencing may seem a little galling given the discussion he just had with his best friend, teammate and godson, but he can't find it in himself to care. Broke ribs make egoists of us all, a wise man has likely said. Finally making it to the bed, Jiraiya tries to find the least uncomfortable position he can and starts to breathe slowly. Closing his eyes, Jiraiya starts to feel the nature chakra all around him. After several minutes he enters sage mode, and with pain now dulled he starts to digest what just happened. Jiraiya, you didn't. It's not what you think, we were only trying to protect Naruto and the village. We couldn't risk the Kyuubi influencing him. You didn't have that concern during the Chunin finals, it was perfectly safe for me to access it then. Because I was there to watch you. I couldn't stay with you when you were young and had no training, so Sensei thought it'd be. Sensei, Sensei, Sensei. Always fucking Sensei with you. You're a grown man, one that hopes to change the shinobi world, but you can't fucking stand up to your sensei. Listen, Tsunade, I argued him down from the loyalty seal to just a memory containment seal. Just a memory containment seal. Okay, Tsunade crosses the room and fires a left hook at Jiraiya before he can act. I just broke several of your ribs. Jiraiya hits the ground like a stone, struggling to get a decent breath in. It's not her reaction that shocks Jiraiya, although she's clearly been keeping her skills polished, but what's missing from it? Tsunade's anger has always been like a hurricane, no subtlety. You know when she's mad and it's never been particularly hard to get her to that state, but this is different. She's calm, too calm. She's either keeping a lid on it because she's beyond pissed and I may actually be in danger, or she's trying to keep calm for Naruto. God, I hope it's the latter, Jiraiya surmises. Fine, poor choice of words. The Kyuubi is wholly unknown. The only people who can really interact with it are the containers. Sensei just wanted some security measures in place to make sure they weren't negatively affected. He only considered the loyalty seal for Naruto due to the differences in the access to the Kyuubi, since Naruto was always meant to eventually access the Kyuubi's chakra. Or Sensei knew how Naruto was treated and decided it was easier to make a small child deal with it than get his village in check. Did Minato know you did this to Kushina? No, he never knew, and given the location of the seal it wouldn't be easily seen. We thought we were giving you the means to fight the Kyuubi, to make sure you were always in control. Naruto, concerning you we've made so many mistakes, but I need you to know I never wanted you to be a weapon. Sensei didn't either, but we had hoped you could be the village's guardian. Its protector. You and the old man. Always with your fucking word games. What's the difference between guardian or weapon if I have no choice in the matter? You both were trying to control something you didn't understand and violated me to do it. Naruto, can you find Shizune and go to the bar we first met? I'll be there shortly. Without responding, Naruto leaves. I don't think I can make this up to him. I've lost my last connection to Minato, haven't I? I have no idea. I don't know if he can forgive you, nor do I know if he should. Jiraiya, I understand why you did it. Sensei was always larger than life to us and you always had to work harder to gain his approval, but was this worth it? Look, I'll see what I can do as far as the kid, and I'll have Shizune heal you when we get back. We still need to plan what we'll do with our wayward teammate. Don't bother. You said the meet was in 3 days. I initially wanted to face him personally, but we need to get back to the village and Naruto isn't in the right headspace for direct combat. I'll make arrangements and on the day of the meet we'll just leave. Fine, I'll see you later, Jiraiya. Once he had fully thought about the conversation, Jiraiya is left with two questions: how did he allow himself to do these things, and how can he make it up to Naruto? Neither answer came to him that night, nor did any sleep. Jiraiya wasn't the only being kept up by the day's events, as Naruto was also finding sleep elusive. Attempting to clear his mind, Naruto attempts to meditate and finds himself in his mindscape. You're thinking too loud and I can't get any sleep. Sorry, Kurama, just a lot on my mind. I'm aware. You want to talk about it. Not that I care, but I really want to get some sleep. Hey, if you wouldn't mind. I'd normally go to Shino with this kind of thing, but a 100-year-old chakra beast is just as good. Thanks. Anyway, organize your thoughts and we'll tackle the ones you're struggling with the most first. Honestly, it's what Tsunade said. I can't discount what she said, but I don't know if I have that in me, at least right now. That's understandable. Talking the full measure of a person, acknowledging the good and the bad before you make a decision about them isn't something many of your kind try to do, so even in attempting is noteworthy. Don't expect to master it in a night. You're right, and she is too, but that leads me to my godfather. What about him? I believe he isn't a villain. He's a fuck up, for sure, but I believe Tsunade when she says he likely wasn't operating out of malice. I've never sensed it from him, so fine. He did these things to me with the best of intentions. Does that matter? Does the fact that he was following orders mean he wasn't truly responsible? I don't know. I just don't know, and it's maddening because 3 hours ago I was so clear about it. I hated him, he was just another name in the list of assholes that hurt me for no reason, but now. I don't know. Maybe not knowing is okay. A great deal of harm comes from people making decisions because they couldn't accept the unknown. Apparently your Hokage is extremely uncomfortable with it. Yay, apparently. So how would you go about accepting not knowing, not being sure? It feels indecisive. But it isn't being indecisive. Whatever you choose to feel about Jiraiya or anyone else is ultimately up to you, but you don't have to form an opinion on forgiving him immediately. And don't make an example out of Jiraiya to prove something to yourself. What the hell do you mean by that? Simply don't force yourself to do something contrary to who you really are. I have access to your internal monologue, remember. Not much you can hide from me. So, I should just be the fool. Forgiveness is neither inherently virtuous nor foolish, it depends on the context. Refusing to forgive and not being able to are entirely different. I'm only suggesting you recognize that fact and don't try to carry resentments you don't actually hold. Hate is as hard for you to hold onto as it is for me to get rid of. You had a perfect opportunity to express your hatred toward the villagers, but you saved many. Even though you were scared, you still helped where you could. It just felt right. Despite most of those villagers treating me like I didn't exist, I just can't watch people die and not act. It's just. Your empathy is admirable, Naruto. Instead of wishing you didn't have it, learn to temper it with your experiences. Not everyone can be saved, nor should everyone be condemned. Easier said than done. Yes, but once you figure it out, it'll only enhance the legend further. Ha ha ha. Okay, I think my hour's about up. Anything else, Doc? Just two things, and you may not like either. Understand that I don't care before you react. The first is about you using my chakra. Okay, what about it? I want you to stop. The power you pull from me now is corrupted and you'll never control it the way you access it now. Also, the people after you are all S-class shinobi and none of them have a biju to fall back on. If you're going to be my container, then rely on yourself. Break every limit you have and break them again until you can stand tall against all that oppose you. Once you can do that, you'll fight me for control. Win and you'll have true access to my chakra and we'll be true partners as long as you don't make me a crutch. Fair. I have no problem with that. Good. The second thing is, I think it'll soon be time for you to meet your parents. Wah. 3 days later. Looking toward the sky, Jiraiya laments the silence he is enduring with the once hyperactive ninja, a silence not being helped by the addition of Tsunade and Shizune. Over the last 3 days, Jiraiya has had a lot of time to think about his choices in regards to Naruto and his relationship with his sensei in general. He couldn't help but come to the conclusion that Tsunade was right. For too long he let the dynamic established between the elder Sarutobi and himself when he was a child to dictate how he interacted as an adult. An adult that has loved, lost and seen two wars. The pain of these conclusions is that they are essentially meaningless. Sarutobi is retiring, Jiraiya asserting himself now is entirely hollow, and this Naruto would be able to realize that, making promises to do better in the future utterly meaningless. However, never being able to have a relationship with his godson isn't something he can accept to himself. The irony of having being absent, seeming disinterest in his training and every other thing he's done to or allowed to happen to Naruto is something he is keenly aware of. Finally, he sees the sign and hopes travel will pull him out of this current loop. Guys, that's the signal, we can head out. And with that, the group heads back to Konoha, all wary of the confrontations that await. 5 minutes earlier. In the clearing where Tsunade was to meet Orochimaru, we find two figures standing over two corpses. One covered in black flames, the other having his head thoroughly smashed. One figure looks over the scene, seeming introspective, and remarks to his partner. "That was kinda cold, don't you think? HN. You know I hate it when you do that, Itachi. Use your words. That's how people communicate and you're a people." "Fine, Kisame, what in the act of ruthlessly murdering these two do you find to be especially repugnant?" "You didn't let him get any final words." "Well, I am a shinobi. Some may say a pretty good one." "Okay, and I get that, but when you went rogue, you kinda agreed to some norms that we missing nin follow. Some like Orochimaru deserved some last words, it's simple etiquette." "You cannot be serious." "I'm entirely serious. Look, Itachi, there are certain things that come with this lifestyle and the guys notice when you choose to not fit in. This better not be about that fucking art show. Kisame, I swear to Kami I'm not having this argument again. It's not art." He blows shit up, what is there to see? You could have shown up to be supportive, be part of the team. You know, most of those guys aren't half bad and you'd know that if you wouldn't close yourself off. It wouldn't hurt to try is all I'm saying. "Fine, I'll try, okay. Sensitive ass criminals, why don't you all just do a hug circle and be done with it? We do it every time we're all in one place, you'd know that if you'd participate." "You can't be. I need to signal Jiraiya and then see if I can somehow make myself forget this conversation." "You're so cold, Itachi-kun." 1 week later. One would find the sight fascinating if it weren't so depressing. For the entire trip Naruto was full of energy, making conversation with Tsunade and Shizune. He reveled in having travel companions that actually valued his company, what a novel concept. However, as the gates of the village came into view, the change was drastic. Naruto became quiet, his body looked as if every step was increasingly weighed down. It appeared as if proximity to the village caused him actual pain. The three adults all frowned at the change in body language. Trying to be encouraging, Tsunade places her hand on Naruto's shoulder and gives him a smile. He smiles back, it's small but sincere. He may not have many people that support him and a part of him wonders for how long he'll be able to have Tsunade's and Shizune's, but he's decided he will appreciate and enjoy it for as long as he does. The two guards ask the group to check in, Naruto thinks. They actually sound miles away. His eyes are focused on his final destination. The old monkey and the Cyclops await, and the only question on his mind is how bad he'll burn the bridges between them. Closer and closer the building gets. This building at one time offered solace as he knew a supportive person was waiting behind its walls. But as time moved on, it became a representation of the false life he was forced to live. Even his Gigi lied to him. How can he trust anyone if he couldn't trust his grandfather? How can he really trust Tsunade? He immediately dismisses the thought, although wondering if his mistrust in the position of Hokage is a final attempt to give the man he once adored an excuse, and out for his actions and inactions, protecting himself from getting too close to these new people, or possibly both. A part of him knows it's too late. He's felt Tsunade a kindred spirit since that discussion at the bar. Not for the first time he wishes he were better at keeping people at arm's length. Some may say that his act was just such a method, but Naruto knows better. When everyone else lies to you, you cannot afford to lie to yourself. Yes, he presented a heightened version of himself, but the rejection from his peers or the village in general still hurt. It still does, and he hates that they have that power. He hates that he cares. At least he wishes he didn't. But caring is what allowed him to connect to Haku, who helped Naruto develop his Nindo. It's what allowed him to talk Gaara out of attacking the village and gaining a new friend. Before he knows it, all four are in Sarutobi's office, along with Kakashi. Fuck, guess we're doing this now then, he thinks as he waits for the discussion to unfold. Tsunade-chan, it's so good to see you. I'm glad you agreed to return. I'm glad I got to see you back in the village before my time was up. Stated the elderly Hokage. Hi, Tsunade replied. Okay, I know you've been traveling, but we have some things to resolve, so I thought it best we do it now before there are any misunderstandings. First, did you run into any trouble during the retrieval? Orochimaru tried to recruit Tsunade. He's now dead, though, so there's that. You managed to kill him. No, I had my top men on it. Who? Top men. Okay, so other than that, anything to report? To this, Sarutobi is met with silence. And more silence. Not one for awkward silences. Naruto speaks up. Yes, I know who my parents are. I know you slapped a seal on me and had that Yamanaka bastard mess with my memories. I know Kakashi tried to get the Tem to break me psychologically, and I know you're one hateful, fearful old man. Startled to say the least, Sarutobi doesn't know how to respond, so he tries to deflect. How do you know these things? At least you aren't denying it, so there's that. Oh, I also know you did the same thing to Kushina, my mother, and Minato never knew. I would wonder what he'd do, but he orphaned his kid on the day of his birth, so I'm leaning towards he'd be fine with it. Village first and all that. Naruto, you need to understand that a shinobi is to have complete loyalty to the village. I could never be sure of that with that thing sealed inside of you. I just never wanted you to fall under its sway. Or you didn't want your scapegoat to have the ability to fight back, to be dependent upon you for protection and strength until you decided otherwise. Replied a visibly annoyed Tsunade. It would certainly explain why you ordered me to not train Naruto except for the bare minimum. Sensei, you didn't. Jiraiya, it's not what you think. I couldn't let Naruto increase his abilities without knowing, for certain, that he was loyal to the village above all. The village or you. Damn it, they were right. You wanted him to be your weapon, something no better than a slave. And I helped you do it. I put his life at risk because I trusted you, believed you'd never harm Minato's son. What would you have me do? He's a threat. Why do you all refuse to see it? I see it. Behind those fake smiles and empty boasts, I saw the internal calculations behind his eyes. Cataloging every wrong done to him. How can I have someone that hates the village be put in a position to harm it? I can't make that mistake again. He's not Orochimaru, damn it. You've tortured him and stunted his development because you can't let go of your mistakes. If you were so incapable of letting go of your previous failures, why take the position back for 13 years? That's rich, Tsunade. And who was I to give the position to? You were gone, we needed Jiraiya in the field and no one else short of Danzo had the qualifications. So, it was up to me to keep the village safe. Maybe some of my methods were extreme, but no matter how you all feel about it, the suffering of one little boy is not more important than the village. You aren't even sorry. You let my life be hell and you aren't even sorry about it. You're so concerned with other people being like Orochimaru you never considered that he was just a lot like you. Watch your mouth, Naruto. Or what? You'll place more seals on me until I behave. Beat me into submission. Is that really how you see me? Am I just a villain to you, Naruto? In the background a poorly stifled chuckle is heard. The room turns in collective shock to see Shizune laughing derisively at the Hokage's question. Is something funny, Shizune? Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto once said he gets punished for being self-aware and it's just amazing to see it in action. You emotionally tortured the heir of an Hokage because of you couldn't handle your own failures nor bother to control your village. It was easier to let them hate him. It was easier to punish his alleged lack of loyalty. You never questioned if he had reason to remain loyal, you never tried to give him a reason, but you demand he make you feel better about doing very little to aid him. Naruto, you don't have to stay here for this, it'll just go in circles. Why not escort me home? Okay, Shizune-san. Oh, and Kakashi-sensei, are you free tomorrow? I am. Meet me at our usual training ground at our usual time, I won't be late. And with that the two exit. How soon can I assume my duties? You can start now if you want. Retirement sounds good. Fine, do it, officially or unofficially. Why so eager? Because my first declaration as Hokage is that you are not to approach Genin Uzumaki Naruto nor have any dealings in his affairs unless he initiates it from this day forward. You've done enough, Sarutobi, but your days of harming that boy are over. You can't do that. If you deny me all contact, I'll never be able to make him understand why I did it. It was for the best, for him to discover his will of fire. How can you when you're the reason he doesn't have it? Just stay away from him, give him some peace while I try to undo the damage you've done. Naruto can be a fine shinobi one day if you don't continue to treat him like an enemy. And while we're at it, I'm going to request you stay away from all shinobi matters. I don't know what happened to you, sensei, but I think you need some time away from all of this. So, you're turning your back on me, too. And what about you, Jiraiya? You've always understood I was just doing what any Hokage should. No, not anymore. Following you, blindly, has cost me, and I'm not sure I'll ever recover what I've lost. My belief in you has resulted in the last of my family not trusting me in the slightest. Both Sannin exit the office, leaving a once proud leader looking old and defeated. With an unshed tear he wonders, why can't they see? It was all for the greater good. Chapter 6. The next morning finds Naruto waiting at Training Ground 7 for Kakashi. Shockingly, Kakashi showed up 5 minutes after Naruto arrived. Yo! Naruto bristled at the casual greeting, in no mood for Kakashi's usual antics. No offense, sensei, but this has been a shit month, and given what you tried to do during the Chunin exams, I've been sitting on a deep need to punch you in the face. Understandable. So, let me get started. Sandaime-sama ordered me to not train you, after years of not allowing me to adopt you. The only way I saw to show him how absurd he was being was to heighten the contradiction. Did I think Sasuke could break you with the general information I gave him? No, not at all. Did I think the little psycho would try to kill you with my Chidori? No, I only wanted to point out how careless he was being with your life in a way he'd understand. The thing neither of us predicted is the very thing none of us can, you. An explosive sealing array on a kunai. Who does that, you little maniac? Seemed like a good idea at the time. Naruto said with a shrug. Why didn't he let you adopt me? You're nominally part of a clan but not a major one, no offense. Since when do you say things like nominally? I'm smarter than I let on, and I have a lot more of those exploding kunai, so let's stay focused, nay. Noted. As for why he didn't let me adopt you, do you recall those 2 worst attacks? Yes. You ever see any of those people again? No. Nor would you have. Sandaime was concerned about how I'd react to your mistreatment. How are you still a shinobi, then? 1. No one could prove a thing. 2. Even if they could, I'm a borderline S-ranked shinobi. Every village has special rules for shinobi like me. How do you think Tsunade and Jiraiya were allowed to be out of the village for so long? Oh, and don't buy Jiraiya's bullshit about his spy network. No other major village's spymaster runs their network like that. The Hokage allowed it because it's better to do so than have them labeled as missing nin and turn on us. Okay, so a lot of my dissatisfaction can be placed on Sarutobi, as if I need more reason to hate the old monkey. I can accept this. Naruto replies before narrowing his eyes. However, you tried to use hinata against me. Even if Sasuke didn't know who or what he was referencing, I don't appreciate you doing it, even to prove a point to Sarutobi. May have went too far, but that play was meant for an audience of 1. Had to press it because Sandaime-sama is hard-headed. Okay, but I'd request you never do that again. Shouldn't be a problem. By the way, what is up with you two? We're just friends, pervert. Sure. Kakashi replies, giving his trademark eye smile. Anyway, I know Danzo trained you between the finals, but I didn't get to see in what, nor would he tell me. Mind showing me so I can get an idea on your skills? Sure, Naruto said before creating a dozen shadow clones. 6 surround Kakashi and start to blur through hand signs, shouting in unison, Earth style, Earth wall. Kakashi smirks as the walls reach 12 feet high. As soon as the jutsu is completed, 4 of the remaining clones appear on top of the walls, preparing their own jutsu, water style, wild water wave, overloading the technique with chakra until the clones dispersed. 2 nature releases. Impressive, Kakashi thinks while dodging the brunt of the water attack. Now the real Naruto and the 2 clones that hung back appear atop of the ear walls, wind style, drilling air bullets, all called out, forcing Kakashi to dodge and try to escape, but when Kakashi starts to climb the mud wall he feels 2 hands start to pull him into the wall. Impressive, Kakashi thought, having never considered using the double suicide decapitation technique in such a way. Just as Kakashi finished his thought he saw earth dragons emerge from the remaining walls. Earth style, earth dragon bullet could faintly be heard outside the walls. In the last second Kakashi pulls off a replacement with a log. Darting back to Naruto he sees him and 2 other clones running through an extended series of hand signs and immediately stops in disbelief. Water style, water dragon jutsu, and Kakashi is again impressed with the 3 water dragons headed in his direction. He performs another replacement and decides to up his level. Darting to the clones he dodges a mudflow river and proceeds to take out the clones before finally kicking the real Naruto off the earth wall trap. However, when Kakashi looks down he sees a kunai embedded in the wall and does another replacement right before it exploded. The spar went on for another 20 minutes before it stopped. Naruto was left exhausted on the ground, panting, sweating and bruised. Kakashi looked no worse for wear but clearly impressed at how far Naruto managed to progress in a month's time with a dedicated sensei. I think we can call it for the day. Give me a few days to come up with a training regimen and we'll hit the ground running. But understand, I plan to train you into the ground. Endure it and you'll be a better ninja for it. Gotcha sensei. And with that Kakashi shunshuns away. Grumbling about bastard senseis, Naruto gets up and leaves the training ground. Kakashi emerges in the Hokage's office and greets Tsunade. Kakashi, I won't waste your time so let's get to it. Do you think you could get him ready in 6 months' time? Tsunade-sama, I believe I could have him more than ready by then. 3 elemental releases in a genin, especially one without a bloodline limit, is unheard of. Considering he did it in a month with virtually no one knowing, and I'd say making him Anbu ready won't be difficult at all. I should be able to iron out his taijutsu and start on some rudimentary kenjutsu training. Good. And what about your other student? What about her? Kakashi thinks. I don't know Tsunade-sama. I've tried to get her interested in training. I hoped after the Chunin exams and the invasion she'd be ready to go, but she does the bare minimum and I get annoyed because I know there is a pupil out there that would love to have a focused sensei, so I leave her to it. And if she can't find her motivation she might be a decent mednin, but honestly I don't know. She's taken the death of Sasuke hard, which was expected, but she's essentially given up. Okay, I'll get her into the mednin program and we'll go from there. That means it'll mostly be you and Naruto. I'll assign Anbu to run missions with you guys. We need to get him as strong and experienced as fast as possible. Kakashi, do not fail me. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kakashi says and then exits the office. Meanwhile we find Naruto at his home away from home, whispering sweet nothings to his first love. Oh, how I have missed you. Thanks, Naruto, we've missed you as well. I'm talking to the ramen, Iyame-chan. So, you want that to be your last bowl? Sputtering, Naruto tries to recover but fails miserably, leaving Iyame to laugh at the poor knucklehead. As Naruto dives, a fellow ninja sits in the seat next to him. Whiskers, the girl says. Buns, he replies. Shrimp. Panda. The 2 remain silent for several moments, eyeing each other incredulously before both start laughing. Where have you been? I haven't seen you since before the invasion. I know, I'm sorry. Jiraiya took me on a mission the next day. Speaking of which, you should be nice to me given you're about to fall madly in love with me and forget all about that tight-ass Neji. PFF'd, first of all I'd never fall in love with someone shorter than me. Secondly, who says I have a thing for Neji? Besides, I'm not your type, she said in a huff. It's just so obvious. You're all like, Neji-kun can't be beat. His unnaturally tight ass makes his jukin more powerful than anyone's. It's a shame, you'd really want to know. I was even considering introducing you to. Choosing to ignore Naruto implying she was a fangirl, Tenten asks, oh, and who is this mystery person? Oh, just Tsunade Senju, the Godime Hokage. Naruto. If this is a prank you know I'll hurt you, right? Like, I'll just hurt you, it'll be my new job. I know and I'm not. She's who we had to bring back and she's pretty cool. The 2 old friends continued to discuss Naruto's mission and what Tenten had been up to since the invasion until they parted ways, agreeing to meet up sometime soon for a training session. Naruto made his way back to his apartment for a much-deserved nap. A few hours later, Naruto was awoken by a knock at his door. Scurrying to the door he was greeted by an Anbu. Uzumaki-san, the Hokage has requested your presence. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I freshen up, thank you Neko-san, and with a curt nod the Anbu officer shushined away. Quickly hopping into the shower, Naruto wonders what Tsunade-sama could want. After exiting the shower, Naruto used a lower power wind jutsu to dry himself off, got changed into a black shirt with a red Uzumaki spiral at the center of the front, some black shinobi pants and black shinobi sandals, then ran to Hokage Tower. 10 minutes and one knock on a door later and Naruto found himself standing in front of the newly appointed Hokage, along with Kakashi, Danzo and Jiraiya. Hello, Hokage-sama, you summoned me. Yes, Naruto, I wanted to discuss a few things with you. First, would be your actions during the invasion. Sarutobi-sama did a thorough review of the actions taken by every Chunin hopeful since the exam was ruined. According to reports, you provided dozens of shadow clones, mostly focused on getting civilians and academy students to shelter. One report stated that while you were concerned you would be a target for friendly fire, you followed the orders of your superiors and helped one in direct combat, killing 10 combatants and injuring many more. She also states that you demonstrated a proficiency with wind, water, and earth-style ninjutsu. Due to these reports and actions above and beyond the responsibilities of a genin, Uzumaki Naruto I, Tsunade Senju the Godime Hokage award you the rank of Chunin. Naruto was speechless. Of all the reasons he thought he could be called here, gaining a promotion was not one of them. Everyone in the room sees his surprise and all smile. Now, Naruto, you've earned this rank, but things will only get more difficult from here. For the next 6 months you will be training and doing higher ranked missions with Kakashi and other shinobi of my choosing. Should I deem you ready, you may lead some missions unaccompanied by a Junin. The reason for this focused training is not just to make up for what Sarutobi did but also to get you prepared. Should Kakashi, Danzo, and myself deem you ready, you will be granted an invitation to join the Anbu. Should you pass their trial period you will be a full member of the Anbu for no less than 3 years. During that time you will have periodic training sessions with Jiraiya at MT. Myoboku with your final year spent mostly there except for the occasional mission. I don't know what to say, thank you Tsunade-sama. Don't thank me yet, this is going to be hell, I won't lie to you, but we need to get you as powerful as we can so we can face the Akatsuki. I don't plan on being passive where they are concerned, I'd like to use some time to gather information and then proceed to hunt them down. Allowing them to dictate the pace would be a mistake. Now, Naruto, is there any part of this you have a problem with? Please be honest. Hi, I don't know how invested Jiraiya will be as a sensei. I don't believe his teaching style meshes with my learning style and would only frustrate me when that time could be better spent with someone that desires to teach me. Before Tsunade can say anything, Jiraiya speaks up. Look, Naruto, I know you were less than happy about how I trained you during the Chunin exams, but I was trying to train you to think through problems, not baby you. Case in point, Hokage-sama. A sensei instructs, if my requesting more than the bare minimum in instruction is seen as babying, then our time together won't be fruitful. If Jiraiya would like to curate for me a training program, I would happily accept and find someone more suited to my, apparently, unreasonable preferences. To this exchange, Tsunade can only sign and hold her palm to her face while thinking, damn it Jiraiya. You claim you want to make it up to the kid and then openly insult him when he expects you to instruct. Naruto, we can decide on that later, but for now take this. Tsunade hands him his Chunin vest, and go celebrate. I'm giving you the next 2 days off, after that meet Kakashi at your usual training ground at 7 AM. Hi, Hokage-sama, and thank you again. Naruto says while making his exit. What is wrong with you, Jiraiya? What do you mean? Do you actually want to have a relationship with Naruto, or do you just want to ease your guilty conscience? Tell me now, because I won't stall his progress to make you feel better. I don't want to stall his progress, but I have my way of doing things. Yes, I'm aware of your way. It includes leaving him alone for hours so you can stare at asses and tits. That's not instruction. It worked with Minato. So, no, seriously, so what? It worked with Minato. Minato was a genius and it allowed you to be lazy, congratulations. Naruto isn't Minato, and since your first impulse is to bring up a man Naruto is conflicted about, at best, I'm inclined to rethink your role in his training. You can't do that. Why can't I? Because he's my godson and he'll need my knowledge. Knowledge you have little interest in imparting. I'm not going to even acknowledge him being your godson, that hasn't seemed to matter to you for most of his life. I've made mistakes, but I'm not going to apologize for them to you. You've known him for 5 minutes and what, you're his defender. Someone has to do it, might as well be me. Although I'm not entirely sure why we're having this discussion. I'm Hokage, you retrieved me for that very reason. I have to do what's best for the shinobi under my command, and stunting Naruto to make you feel better isn't high on my list of concerns. So, what, you want me to just hover over him? He's an adult, he has to learn to think for himself and stand on his own 2 feet. Are you situationally deaf or stupid? There is no need for insults, Tsunade. That boy became proficient in 3 elemental releases in a month without you knowing. That didn't happen by magic, and even with proper guidance it is still something one must figure out for themselves. So, what is this insistence of yours that your way is right and true? Because of Minato. You ever been told to not judge a method by a single result? Because you'd probably survive if I punched you out this window, but does that make flight by my fists a safe mode of travel? Danzo, you trained him for the Chunin finals, what can you tell me about Naruto and his learning style? He's a natural kinesthetic learner, which could make him prone to trial and error to solve things. However, that doesn't make him incapable of learning or understanding theory, you just have to explain it in a different way than you would for most people. He has an incredibly creative and inventive mind that almost rejects convention by rote. If your explanations can manage to get on his wavelength, then you'll find a sharp mind that can have an almost unnaturally intuitive grasp on subjects. Admittedly, it took me a few days to get used to it, but once I did, he made incredible gains. Could you give us an example? Yes, Tsunade-sama. He was having trouble with the first exercise for wind release manipulation, but with his determination he would just try to power through. I asked him to stop and take a break so we can try to work through it a different way. So, we talked, for about 10 minutes. Near the end he asked me how it felt to mold wind chakra. Admittedly, I had no response. I'm an experienced wind user, so I don't think about how it physically feels to do so he handed me a leaf to do the exercise. Once I described not how I thought about molding the chakra but what it physically felt like, a light bulb went off. He had the exercise completed no more than an hour later. He had the first exercises of both water and earth done within the next day. Once I likened the theory to something tangible, that each nature release feels differently, he was able to take that idea and apply it to the needs of other exercises. Once he established a feel for the nature release, molding the chakra for the jutsu seemed almost too easy for him. The second exercises of each release, while more difficult, were still completed by the end of the second week. Oh, the horrors. You had to talk with your student. Oh no. He'll never be self-reliant. Okay, Tsunade, I get your point. Look, I've always been laid back and believed you should allow a student to find their own way, just offering nudges to keep them on the right track. And how many students have you had that have actively been sabotaged? Also, Naruto created an exploding kunai. Kakashi didn't teach him that, and no one made him do it. This idea that he isn't self-directed is you justifying negligence. We're going in circles, you're all dismissed while I think more on your involvement, Jiraiya. Just understand that it isn't your right but my permission that determines it. Oh, before we leave Hokage-sama, Naruto is quite the admirer of your uncle, Tobirama-sama. I wouldn't be surprised if he eventually asked for any notes or works on his final water manipulation exercises. To this, Tsunade could only smile. Thank you, Danzo. And with that, all 3 parties exited. As Naruto is taking a stroll through the village, he notices that he isn't receiving as many glares as he normally does, and some are actually smiling at him. Weird, he thinks before his thoughts are interrupted. Wondering why they aren't glaring at you as much. I actually was, Enko-san. How do you know? Because I've experienced it as well. When you're a social pariah but things start to change for you, it can be disorienting, seeing near complete hate or indifference slightly shift to mostly hate and a little acceptance. Word got around about what you did. Yes, that's what I was afraid of. Oh, you mean the Uchiha. He was the golden boy during peacetime. Civilians may be many things, most of them no pleasant, but that short-sighted self-interest worked in your favor. Once the invasion started, caring about some clan they never actually interacted with became significantly less important. It doesn't mean some won't take issue with it, but many more are concerned about their families, businesses and the like. So, that's all it took. If someone had only told me. You're funny, kid. Oh, I almost forgot, thank you. It seems I got promoted mostly due to your post-invasion report. I appreciate it. No problem, kid, I just told the truth. We kicked ass, Enko said with a fist pump. Chuckling, Naruto replies, all the same I'd like to do something as a show of gratitude, so how about I buy you some dango sometime? You sure you aren't trying to get a date out of me? It's not nice to try and trick Enko-chan. Sputtering, Naruto tries to reassure her he's not asking her out, but it comes out as a lot of gibberish, which makes Enko laugh. Seeing she's had her fun, she grabs Naruto and hugs him tightly, enveloping him in her boobs, and accepts his offer. As she dashes off, she faintly hears Naruto muttering, "Arrow snake lady," trying desperately to get his blush under control. Naruto continues his walk as he sees 2 people he had really hoped to not have to deal with. Exiting Yakiniku Q was Team 10 and most of Team 8. She may not have been the first to notice him, but she'd, of course, be the first to say something. Naruto, what are you doing with that Chunin vest? Rolling his eyes, as he hates obvious questions, showing I can pull off anything, Ino. Dobi, did you get promoted? Sighing, yes, Kiba, I did get promoted, and how are you? Why did you get promoted? The exam results were cancelled. For my actions during the invasion, Ino. Congratulations, Naruto-san. Thank you, Shino. I still can't believe you got promoted when no one else did. That's utter crap. You weren't even in the finals, Kiba. Why are you so emotionally invested in this? Because you're the dead last. God, you're fucking useless. Our academy rankings mean shit, we aren't in school anymore, dipshit, so get over it, Genin. You will not pull rank on me, I'll still kick your ass. Troublesome, yes, Kiba, assault a superior officer. I'm sure that'll work out well for you. Shut it, lazy ass, Kiba has a point. You aren't better than us, Naruto. Especially not after what you did to Sasuke. Ino, I'd say you're an embarrassment to your clan, but your whole clan is trash. If you saw the fight between Sasuke and I, then you know I did nothing wrong, so I suggest you find a way to deal with it, because I won't be apologizing nor discussing it with you. Your prince is dead but can continue to ignore you from the afterlife, so what changed really? Naruto, you bastard. How could you insult my clan and say that? Easy, ask your dad his policy on forcibly altering the memories of children as they beg him to stop. Tell him Naruto told you to ask. Now, I'm done talking to you. I'm not finished yet, Kiba replied as he attempts to grab Naruto before being stopped by Choji. Kiba, if you don't shut your fucking mouth, I'll shut it for you. I'm sick of you, mediocre talent but always running your mouth. You couldn't beat me when I had a seal suppressing my chakra on me. What makes you think you'd be a challenge now? Just as things were about to escalate, the Junin sensei for both teams arrive. Enough, barked Asuma. What the hell is going on here? Simple, someone needs to put a muzzle on that bitch. Oh, and Ino should talk less, too. Naruto replied. Uzumaki, since you've clearly been promoted, you should do better. Are you fucking serious? Look, I was minding my business when Kiba insulted and threatened me, and after being reminded to not assault a superior officer, he attempted to attack me anyway. So, how am I now responsible for his actions? Also, Uzumaki, you refer to no one else by their last names but me. What's your problem with me? What have I ever do to you? I'd like an answer to that as well. Everyone turns to see Kakashi, face in his orange book. I'll deal with Kiba, but you should still walk away. Now, the other two Junin are looking at her like she's grown a second head. No, a superior officer does not walk away nor turn the other cheek. Subordinates stand down, and everyone knows this. Seeing that her response wouldn't fly, she relents. Okay, you're right, Kiba was in the wrong and will be punished. As for the other thing, can we talk over there? Kurenai says while pointing to an alley. Fine. The two relocate to the alley and Kurenai takes a deep breath before speaking. I do owe you an apology, Naruto-san, I'm sorry for my rudeness. While I know you are not the fox, I did lose some family that day and had never been more terrified before or since. I've let that affect how I treat you, and I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me. No. Excuse me. I don't forgive you. I don't care what the fox did to you. If that's your reason for acting the way you have towards me, I don't forgive you. You don't deserve it. Naruto, you have to understand. I don't have to understand a damn thing. All of you are the same. You just put shit on a child endlessly and demand he understand you. Understand your pain and your experiences. Who bothers to understand me? Bothers to understand that you don't get to punish me for something that was forced on me. Do you think I was an orphan by accident? I lost people, too, but I'll never get to know them. I'll never have memories of outings, of conversations around the dinner table. Of not feeling like I'm universally hated on my birthday. And yet most of you have all of that. And on top of it, you get to take out your frustration and redirect your sense of loss onto a defenseless kid. So, no forgiveness for you, you hateful bitch. You stay away from me and I'll do the same for you. Before she can respond, Naruto runs off, leaving Kurenai speechless and shamed. As Kurenai walks back to the group, she sees only Kakashi and Asuma still there. Kurenai, are you okay? What happened? I tried to apologize for how I've treated him and he declined it. I tried to justify myself and it didn't go over too well. He called me hateful and I can't even disagree. I've always been cold to him, telling myself I was being professional, but that wasn't true. I acted like his mere presence was corruptive. Kakashi, I'm sorry. I never considered how I'm just one of many, how my actions don't occur in a vacuum. I hope he can forgive me one day, as I will do better. Honestly, Kurenai, I don't know. He may have just been keyed up and let his temper get away from him, but once he cools down things may change. There's a lot that's been revealed to him over the past month, so any hint of unfairness will set him off for the near future. We have the Sandame to thank for that. What did my dad do? I thought he and Naruto were close. Fighting back a scoff, Kakashi answers, Asuma, you should really talk to him about the decisions he's made. Naruto didn't have to be an orphan, nor did his skills have to languish as they have. What Sasuke said at the exams was true, teachers did actively sabotage him at the academy, but the rest was the doing of your father. If you ask and he won't tell you, I will. But in the meantime, you both need to get your genins in line. Trust me when I say none of them individually are a match for Naruto, and the next time one attacks him he'll know he has my permission to zealously defend himself. Open season on Naruto Uzumaki is officially closed. Do with that as you may. Chapter 7. Naruto-kun, he heard her say. He's never had a strong attachment to his name, people assuming it's referring to a ramen topping doesn't help, but more or less he's just okay with it. However, spoken by her. Poetry. And with that simple utterance his annoyance is immediately reduced as he welcomes the company of his best friend. Shino-kun told me you were back, said you had a run-in with the fellow rookies and Kurenai-sensei. Hinata said while sitting beside him. Shino would be correct. Your sensei isn't likely to be a very big fan of me for the near future, hope that doesn't cause any problems for you. She shrugs in a very un-Hyuga-like manner, if it does, it does. No sense worrying about the reigns of tomorrow today. Very sage-like, Hinata-chan. If this kick-ass shinobi clan heiress thing doesn't work out you may want to look into motivational speaking. I'd roll my eyes, but seeing as how you aren't looking at me the effort would be wasted. If you had called it troublesome I'd have to check for a henge. Baka, she said through a giggle. So, it's been a while. Too long. So, are you going to tell me what happened today and where you've been for the past month? Okay, but settle in, it's a long story. Naruto then proceeds to tell her all the new developments, including him getting confirmation about his parents, Sarutobi's plots, and his promotion. Hearing all the things Naruto discovered during his time away makes Hinata immediately pull him into a hug. How are you handling all of this? If today's events are any indication, not well, but Kurama gave me some good advice, so I'll make peace with it eventually. And what of Tsunade-sama? She asked, releasing the hug. I'm cautiously optimistic. She's been incredibly fair and supportive, but she hasn't been Hokage long, so who knows? She might surprise you. She might. But on to other things, since I'm a chunin now, how would you feel about not sneaking around anymore? Just being normal friends that do things in the public. Well, I never wanted to do it in the first place. She said, narrowing her eyes. I know, and we don't have to rehash the fight. Besides, I don't know how often I'll be able to see you, Tenten or Shino, in the next few years, so no need to further diminish it. I'd like that, I'm sure they would as well. Okay, so enough about the ever-evolving drama that is my life, how have you been? Well, Hiyashi now sees me as a worthy heir. Who knew all I had to do is tie Neji in the prelims and beat on my younger sister. Idiot. Oh, and Neji walks around like fate betrayed him, except it's gotten worse since the invasion. I think he thought you losing to Sasuke would somehow right the cosmic wrong he endured, regardless of how contradictory that thinking is. Now he glares at me even more than he used to. He might stalk me just to have something to glare at. I used to love my cousin, I wanted to free him from his seal, not only because it's wrong but so we could be a family for once, but I realized something. What's that? I'm related to jerks. The branch members, rightly, resent the seal, but they revel in the Hyuga arrogance when dealing with non-clan members, and I hate it. Sometimes I just want to wash my hands of the whole damn thing. Leave it to Hanabi and live my life. What stops you? I'd kill Hiyashi and the elders before I let them seal me, and murder is frowned upon amongst clan members. Surely you jest. I do not, and don't call me Shirley. Biting back a laugh she continues, outside of not wanting the seal, I doubt Hanabi's commitment to change and being a Hyuga heir is mostly a thankless position. I wouldn't feel right giving her my responsibilities. Ah, I see. You should be a selfish bastard like me. I only think about what's good for me. Naruto replies. You rarely see people advocate hedonism, I think your willingness to do so deserves to be acknowledged. What can I say, Naruto Uzumaki is one of a kind. That's why I can get away wearing orange, I laugh in the face of convention. Some might call you a weirdo. You still haven't let that go, have you? And I never will. Who calls a 9-year-old a weirdo? Hinata says with a fake pout. Hate to pull the poor lonely orphan card, but poor lonely orphan. I had a better understanding of physics than I did shyness back then. I also recall saying I like people like you. Ignoring the latter statement, Hinata shoots back, you still have no understanding of physics. Things don't float, some stuff moves until stopped by other stuff. I have the basics down. Laughing outright, Hinata says, if I didn't know you only pretended to be an idiot, I'd be so concerned that my best friend was mentally unrefined. That's Eris for dumb, isn't it? So, you finally got the translation dictionary I sent you. I started to wonder. The two continue to laugh until Naruto speaks up, it's getting late, would you like me to walk you home? I believe I would. As Naruto was walking Hinata home, there were some uncomfortable conversations happening at the Sarutobi and Yamanaka households. At the Sarutobi compound, Asuma was waiting patiently for his father to answer his question. It's felt like an eternity since he asked it, and Asuma remembers that this caginess was one of the reasons he left in the first place. The only time he seemed to get a straight answer out of his father is when he's being given an order. Hiruzen takes notice of Asuma staring at him and frankly is too tired to give his son the usual runaround. Asuma-kun, I won't tell you everything and you have no right to ask, but I've made decisions regarding Naruto because I was concerned he may be a threat to the village. Naruto Uzumaki. The kid always running around saying he's going to be Hokage. Hiruzen sighs, his shinobi don't seem to pay attention very well. Asuma, that was an act. He wants to be Hokage about as much as you do. He didn't show his true personality during the academy. Shinobi keep secrets, why does that make him a threat? Because the secret he was hiding was how much he resents the villagers. He likely hates them outright, and given what is in him, my not being sure of his loyalty was a problem. Asuma now became worried. He knew that his dad had been haunted by Orochimaru's actions and also handled the unknown poorly. What did you do? I ordered Kakashi not to focus on Naruto's training when he was assigned to his team. I also ordered Jiraiya to just focus on him molding the Biju chakra during the Chunin finals. I didn't believe he'd beat Sasuke, but there was no point in laying a foundation and risking it. You could have gotten him killed. It's morally reprehensible to send someone out on missions while refusing to train him. What was your end goal? Enough, Asuma. I will discuss this no more. I've already had this discussion with Tsunade and Jiraiya. I will not be admonished by my own son. I did what I thought best, and for someone who never paid the boy the least bit of attention, your outrage rings hollow. Asuma bristled at this. I'm not saying I was the kid's biggest fan, but he is a fellow Leaf Nin and deserved better. He did deserve better. He deserved to be raised by Minato and Kushina. Asuma's eyes go wide when Hiruzen says this, but Hiruzen continues on, or if that didn't happen, he deserved to not have the fox sealed in him. After those two things weren't going to happen, he deserved to be acknowledged as a hero, someone who has been in service to this village since he was born. He deserved to know who his parents were and to grow up safe and loved. Don't dare lecture me on what that boy deserved. As someone tasked with often not allowing it, I'm well aware. Do you think I did this for fun? There was no pleasure in it. I lead a village of fools. Shinobi are those who endure, and most of mine seemed to ignore that. In regards to Fox, the civilians were even worse. What was I to do? Make people be nice to Naruto. Make them not hate him, make them allow their children to be friends. Or should I have let Kakashi take the boy only to have him disappear anyone that looked at Naruto wrong? Couldn't let Tsume do it either. Sure, she's trustworthy, but what about every member of her clan? What about other clans causing a stir because of what Naruto contained? And so I did what I could do. I tried to control one person instead of thousands of people. I tried to be an anchor for Naruto so he'd see that the entire village didn't hate him. But I could never give him the things he really wanted, and apparently he knew I wasn't being honest with him, so he resented me. If I had to guess, he likely saw it as me being on their side, the villagers, and that's the heart of the problem. Naruto defines the villagers as antagonists to his wants and desires. You didn't exactly help in turning him away from that assessment, Pop. No, I didn't, and if I could do it over again, I'm not sure I'd change a thing. Because as Hokage, that's the job, the village must come first. Even when it hurts people you care about, even if it isn't remotely fair. That's what none of my critics seem to understand. I know what I'm asking of Naruto isn't fair, but he doesn't have the luxury of fairness. Whether Minato knew it or not, he drafted his son into a lifetime of service to the village. Unlike when Kushina was around, we don't have a handful of S-rank shinobi on hand to offset never officially having a container. Would you have been this cold to Konohamaru? No. And you see nothing wrong with that? No, I see it, and I know what it makes me. Cruel is what it makes you. Also, a hypocrite. Naruto was vulnerable and you decided to keep him that way because that's what you wanted. I need to leave. We've had our disagreements in the past, but this is not the will of fire. As Asuma leaves, the former Hokage looks a decade older than he actually is as he thinks about all the decisions he's made regarding Naruto. As if trying to convince himself, Hiruzen thinks, cruelty or not, what I did was what is best for the village, but even he is starting to lose faith in that. At the Yamanaka residence, Inoichi is having a much shorter but no less uncomfortable discussion with Ino, wondering how to sat the girl's curiosity without committing a capital offense. Look, Ino, I really can't go into specifics about this. Naruto experienced something possibly tragic and the Hokage felt it was safer to suppress the memory. But you always told me that kind of manipulation on an underdeveloped mind was dangerous. And it is, but not acting was more so. What happened then? Sighing for the 5th time, I can't tell you that. I'm guessing Naruto regained his memory I suppressed and the night I suppressed it. If he hates me or the clan for it, I can't blame him. For the time being, Ino, just avoid Naruto if you can. His feelings toward me is not without reason, but I don't want him to take it out on you. This also means you can't provoke him because he may take any opening to act against you. This is Naruto, the class idiot. I doubt he'll remember by tomorrow. It'll be fine. If you really believe he's an idiot, then I need to up your training, your observation skills are lacking. Walking back to his apartment, Naruto can't help but smile. Today was largely a good day, capped off by catching up with Hinata. Even the guards at the Hyuga compound didn't try to stare holes into me. As Naruto continues on, he notes the slip crispness in the air which signals the upcoming change in seasons. He's always enjoyed nights like this, cool but not cold, something just approaching a slight chill in the air and a gentle breeze to accompany it. Taking the long way back to his apartment, Naruto decides to train his sensory ability a bit, extending his senses to test his range. He has about a 1-mile range now, and even then it's weaker near the limit. He continues to extend his senses until he is within range of his apartment, where he notices a familiar chakra signature. Damn it, I don't think I'm in the mood for this tonight. Shit, Naruto thinks as he tries to come up with a plan to avoid this particular argument, but seeing no way out of it, he increases his pace and soon arrives at the stairs of his apartment. Taking each step at a deliberate pace, he attempts to mentally prepare himself to talk to her. Hey Sakura, have you been here long? He asks as he opens his door. No, not long, I just wanted to talk to you, we haven't since before the invasion. Sure, come in, he says, and she follows him into his small apartment. What Sakura notices is that the apartment is much cleaner than she expected from Naruto. While his furniture isn't new nor expensive, it is well maintained, and except for some scrolls and notes on his 2-person dining table, there isn't any messiness to be found. Interrupting her thoughts, Naruto asks, so what did you want to talk about? Nothing in particular, it's just been a while is all. Naruto narrows his eyes. She never wanted to have a friendly chat before, so why the act? Sakura, please just tell me. It's getting late, so let's not drag this out. Sighing at his bluntness, Sakura starts, I don't know what to say. I've been recommended to the Mednin program by Kakashi-sensei and been told that Team 7 is finished. What happened? How did we end up like this, with Sasuke dead? We were all friends. Before he can choke it back, Naruto lets slip a laugh, which did not go unnoticed nor appreciated by Sakura. Before she can comment, Naruto interjects, we were never friends, Sakura. You never wanted to be my friend, and I highly doubt you'd be this broken up if the Tem had managed to kill me with Kakashi's jutsu. That's not true, Sakura says at a near shout. We were becoming closer. No, we weren't. You two mocking me over every little thing is not what friends would do. You trying to hit me isn't what friends would do. You never wanted me on your team, and your only concern was Sasuke. Don't rewrite history now, Sakura. Fine, Naruto, we weren't friends, but we were teammates. Don't you care that you killed your teammate? Not in the slightest. Sakura goes wide-eyed at Naruto's response. You were always jealous of his skill and of his status. I bet you felt vindicated, which if you don't know vindicate. You defining it for me makes you a bitch. Yes, I was jealous of Sasuke. I was an orphan that people enjoyed humiliating and no one wanted to help. Sasuke had everything and didn't value it. He didn't value you, although I've long since come to the conclusion he wasn't wrong in that assessment. But that isn't why I don't feel bad for killing Sasuke. I don't feel bad because Sasuke was actively trying to kill me. We both know what the Chidori can do. He meant to end my life because it was the better alternative than losing a match to me. He just lost his temper. You avoided it so clearly you didn't have to kill him. I didn't, but if I can, I'll kill anyone who attempts to kill me, regardless of the difficulty of my avoiding said attempt. When Sasuke activated the Chidori, he sealed his fate, and I refuse to apologize for valuing my life more than his, even if you feel I should. It isn't like that, you're twisting things around. Why can't you understand? Sasuke wasn't perfect, he'd had a hard life, but he needed understanding. You were always picking at him, trying to show you were better. Was I never supposed to attempt to improve myself? Where is this law that states I have to always be inferior to Sasuke? Naruto said while rolling his eyes, completely ignoring her words about Sasuke's hard life. No, but you didn't have to antagonize him like you did. And I was alone in that. He was just some saint that never had a bad word about me. What he did doesn't matter, Naruto, he's dead. He's dead and you don't even care. Sakura said with tears running down her cheeks. I refuse to apologize for protecting myself. What do you want from me? To be all broken up? To say I share your pain? I don't. Sasuke always thought he was above us and you always thought I was beneath the both of you. I'm glad we're no longer teammates. When did you become heartless? Was your daily insults supposed to endear me to you? What reality do you live in? Neither of you made the slightest effort to get to know me, both of you treated my mere presence as a taint upon you. Because you were loud and annoying. You're loud and annoying but I still put forth the effort. Every time I invited you to lunch you swung on me and screeched about not wanting to date me, as if I'd want a relationship with you. Now who's rewriting history? You were always asking me out. No, I asked you out once and I wasn't fully aware of what I was asking. At that point I thought a date was simply an outing between male and female friends, no romantic context included. When it was explained to me what it actually meant, I tried inviting you to lunch platonically and you attacked me before I could ever finish. How Sue? How could I not know? I've been on my own for most of my life with no one to teach me the finer points of a lot of things other people assume comes naturally to them. Thankfully I had some really patient friends that helped me because they understood I wasn't dense, I wasn't an idiot, I just simply had no way of knowing certain things. You'd know that true if you gave half a damn about me. This isn't getting us anywhere, good luck in your training Sakura, but I think it's time for you to leave. Without a word of protest, Sakura heads for the door and promptly exits. Well, if that isn't just the ideal ending to my day. Well, about that. You can't be serious. I can't do this tonight, I'm too agitated as is. That sounds like you're confusing your problems with my problems. A shinobi endures, so stop avoiding this and talk to your parents. How did you do this anyway? The fuck does it matter how I did it? I did it and you're doing this tonight because I'm sick of the tomato asking me when she'll get to talk to you. You seem extra pissy today. Your mother knows how to annoy better than anyone outside of that one-tails whelp. Naruto laughs at Kurama's plight and prepares for bed. Lying down, Naruto clears his mind and feels the familiar tug on his consciousness. Once in his mindscape he is immediately unhappy at what he sees. Yondaime-sama, where's my mother? We thought it best we meet you for the first time individually. Oh, no consideration for how I might feel about that. Seems about right. What can I do for you, Yondaime-sama? Please Naruto, I know you're angry but please try to understand I had no choice. No, I had no choice. You had choices, you could have protected your family but you chose the village and damned me. That was a choice. Fine, but it was the best of bad options. Why was it the best? It saved the most number of lives. Would you have sealed Kurama and me to save Iwa? I don't know. Bullshit, you don't know. You wouldn't have. Guess it's good you're dead, the village would have always been more important to you than I was. Oh, and thanks for leaving me to the whims of Sarutobi. I've seen your memories, Naruto, I didn't know Sarutobi would behave this way. I'm so. Would you have still sealed Kurama and me? Knowing everything they did to me, would you still condemn me? Yes, Naruto, I know they've wronged you but there is good in them and not all are guilty. You know, ever since I was told why they hated me I've wanted to hurt you. I used to think about how I could. I even considered releasing Kurama and letting this place burn to the ground. One of only things that stopped me is the fact that you wouldn't know. Sealed away in the stomach of a death god. I can't even get justice from you and you stand there and say you'd send me to hell knowing what would happen to me. I really wish I had a way to harm. Do you hate me that much? Asked Minato, wide-eyed. I hate you more than anyone or anything. Are you surprised? Did you think I'd love and admire you? Wow, Dad, you're so brave abandoning me to people that hate and fear me with no enforceable protections. You freely admit you'd choose my tormentors over saving me, what else am I supposed to feel for you? It was the only way, you have to realize that. Kurama would not have stopped his rampage until the village is gone. All those you cared about would have been dead or never existed. Could you have lived with that? I have to take on the burden of an entire village's scorn and my reward is a handful of friends. Sounds even to me. Besides, your question is illogical. I couldn't have missed something I never had. Like parents, for instance. Wincing at that, Minato resigns himself to the fact that Naruto, at least for the time being, truly hates him. Naruto, I don't have much time left, so let me at least tell you about the events the night you were born. Chapter 8. You panicked. I'm sorry, what was that? Minato asked, not believing what he just heard. You panicked, Yondaime-sama. Frowning slightly, Minato replies, what makes you say I panicked? You, a seal master, managed to touch someone who could become intangible twice and never thought to slap a chakra suppression seal on him. I think you panicked. You might be right. I did have a village and my family to save. Interesting you said village first. Well, this has been just a delight, but I'd like to speak to my mother now, Yondaime-sama. Naruto, please, can't you call me something else? It's either Yondaime or prick, I'll let you choose. You can tell me next time. By Yondaime-sama. As Minato's chakra presence fades, Naruto takes a moment to think about what his father told him of Kurama's release, feeling uneasy about the details of the first few hours of life. Before Naruto can dwell on the new information for long, another presence greets him. Hi Sochi. The redhead says. Hi, Ka-chan. Naruto replies. In another part of Naruto's mindscape, Minato is with Kurama. Poor little Hokage looks sad. I'd take more pleasure in your misery if you weren't a construct. That's enough, demon. I won't be mocked by you. It's bad enough my only son hates me. The fuck you mean, demon? I'm a being of pure chakra. I'm more of the natural world than your foolhardy ass could ever be. Where do you get off calling me a demon, asshole? Especially when I allow you more time with your son. Goddamn ingrate, at least the tomato appreciates what I'm doing for her. Gomen, Kurama, you're right. It's just hard seeing how much Naruto hates me. You have your village to thank for that, and if you have any hope of Naruto forgiving you, you need to understand the source of his pain. I know he's had a hard life. No, not that. That adds to it, but you've been deified in your accursed village. Naruto grew up looking up to you above all others, the perfect and universally loved Minato Namikaze. He wanted to be you, to be that accepted because of what you've achieved. Then on the same night he finds out why people hate him. He realizes his hero did that to him. Not only that, but his hero is probably his father. This near godlike man not only left him alone but was loved for doing it. It's not rational, but a part of Naruto believes you could have done something else because a childish part of him doesn't believe there was a limit to your abilities. At least he did. He may start to see you as just a man, and if he does you may earn his forgiveness, but not if you insist you were right to leave him. I didn't have a lot of time to plan this, you know. I know he suffered, but what was my option? Let you destroy the village and kill thousands while I run off with my family. I couldn't live with myself. And this is why he'll continue to hate you. You did have an option. You chose the one that saved the most lives, but at the expense of your son. You left him unprotected. Minato, approaching a near-seethed, wanted to point out he had left protection for Naruto but was cut off. Before you say that you left contingencies in place, you knew your sensei's personality faults. It was entirely predictable he'd leave your boy alone or go along with whatever Sarutobi wanted. He may be a great shinobi, but he's a weak man and has shown his response to turmoil is to run away. So, you left your son with an irresponsible middle-aged adolescent. Minato wanted to defend Jiraiya, but he couldn't. He loved his sensei, but seeing Naruto's memories left him with the impression that while Jiraiya was an excellent sensei for him, that may have been an outlier and the man never truly intended to be there for his godson. I don't know what to do. How can I apologize for what he's been through when I'd make the same decision? I couldn't justify sacrificing that many people for my own happiness. That you'll have to figure out yourself. Why do you care if I square things with Naruto? What's in it for you? A matter of self-interest. His emotional stability benefits me, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Now away with you, prick. Kurama finishes with a chuckle. The morning finds Naruto waking up, tears in his eyes but feeling lighter. While he still didn't know how to feel about his father, he adored getting to meet his mom and loved her red hair. Thanks to the conversation, Naruto had someone to meet today, along with his other activities for his last day off before he enters his intensive training period. Looking at the clock, Naruto realizes he's slept in but can meet Tenten at her team's training grounds if he hurries, so he sets off to get ready for the day. After a quick shower and small breakfast, Naruto gets dressed in his signature orange jumpsuit and heads to training ground 9, where he sees the team wrapping up their exercises for the day. Walking over to the group, Naruto greets each member, Ohayo, Lee, Guy-sensei, Tenten, Neji-chan. Ohayo, they all say except Neji, that glares at Naruto noticing the vest. Uzumaki, you were promoted? Neji asks in disbelief. Yes, Neji. I guess it was fated to be. Naruto says with a barely hid smirk. Your flames of youth will surely reach new heights, Naruto. Guy said. Thank you, Guy-sensei, I appreciate that and only hope my youthful flames burn forever brightly. Yosh, shouted Lee and Guy as they make their exit. Tenten, I do not understand how you have befriended this moronic boy. Stated Neji. Tenten, not wanting to be in the middle of Naruto and Neji, again tries to deflect the comment but is interrupted by Naruto. Neji, why don't we get along? I see us both as strivers, trying to fight against a stacked deck, so why are we so acrimonious toward each other? Now, I know you believe in fate, but you believe that if things were fair and positions decided by merit you'd be in Hinata's position, yes. Now, Neji has been around Naruto enough to be cautious. He thinks for a moment, trying to find the trap but cannot see it, so answers honestly, "You are correct, Uzumaki. If clan head was decided by merit then I would be the heir, not that failure." Now, Neji, I recall a double elimination during the prelims, so she isn't really a failure, but I take your point. How about I make you a deal? I will treat you how you believe a fair and just universe would operate. I acknowledge you, Neji is the most talented Hyuga of your generation. Taken aback, Neji can only nod at Naruto's pronouncement. Hey, Tenten, you busy? No mission today and I don't have to work at the shop, why? Oh, I figured it'd be a good time to meet your idol. Both Neji and Naruto were temporarily deafened by her squeal. As they depart, Naruto bids Neji a good day, bye, Neji Heim. He says, leaving the boy irate. Why do you always have to poke at him, Naruto? Tenten asks, trying not to laugh. Honestly, it hurts knowing I'm not first in your heart, Tenny. Did our love mean nothing? You just cast me aside for fancy bloodline limit and a perma scowl. I thought we had something. Tenten gains a tick mark over her brow and proceeds to draw a kunai, which doesn't go unnoticed by Naruto because he immediately takes off. Shouting, Tenten says, why are you running, Naruto? I'm not gonna hurt you. You lie. I won't be taken in by your sweet words anymore, vile temptress. This response causes Tenten to throw her kunai at a retreating Naruto, barely missing him. The two continue to run until they arrive at Hokage Tower, where Tenten stops and looks visibly nervous. Seeing this, Naruto puts a hand on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. See, she's calmed down. The two enter the building and make their way to Tsunade's office, stopping at Shizune's desk just outside. Hi, Shizune-san, is Tsunade available? Hi, Naruto. You know you don't have to call me San, don't you? Hi. Sorry, force of habit. No worries. And is this who you told me about? Yes, this is my very good friend and Tsunade's biggest fan. Tenten, this is Tsunade's longtime apprentice, Shizune Kato. Hi, it's really nice to meet you, Tenten. It's nice to meet you as well. Now, Tsunade-sama doesn't have a lot of time, but I did make a little room in her schedule for you, so go right on in. Walking to the door, Naruto knocks and waits for permission to enter. Once given, he walks in and introduces Tenten to her personal hero. While this is happening, Kakashi is having discussion with Asuma, who is overseeing the training of Team 10. I talked to Pop last night, I'm beginning to think the old man has lost his mind. Holding back a scoff, Kakashi responds, if only we were so lucky. No, he knew exactly what he was doing. He also let it slip whose Naruto's parents were. Can't tell you how stupid I felt not putting that together. Taking a long drag of his cigarette, Asuma continues, I know it is late in the game, but I'd like to make it up to Naruto. I understand he's entering some intense training for the next few years, so any help I can be, let me know. I appreciate the offer, but if it is out of pity he won't accept it. It's not. It's just, most shinobi understand the boy isn't what he contains and pat ourselves on the back for treating him neutrally. It's so easy to forget how he's actively saving the village and what he lost in order to do it. We owe him a lot and far too few people acknowledge it, content to write him off. I know I did, but I'd like to change that. Okay, I'll let him know. He has a food affinity, but Danzo is training him on that. At the mention of Danzo, Asuma quirks a single eyebrow. I know what you're thinking, but he's actually changed. Don't know when or how, but him and Naruto have a previous relationship and now he isn't all, darkness is my ally. And world domination, why, like he was. But I'm sure we can figure something out. Naruto isn't likely to turn down training. Asuma responds with a single nod and Kakashi shushens away. Naruto made his exit shortly after introducing Tenten to Tsunade. While he didn't have a lot to do today, there was one important visit he needed to make as prompted by his mother. Before going, however, he needed to pick up something, which is why he is in this market right outside of the clan compound district. Making his way to the liquor aisle, he finds what he was looking for and heads to the cashier. Preparing himself for an incident, Naruto is shocked with the cashier rings him up, smiles and tells him to have a good day. He says the same to her and continues to his destination. Finally, making it to the Inuzuka compound, Naruto heads to meet Tsume, his godmother. He takes a minute, remembering how animated his mom was when talking about the clan head. Sochi, I'm guessing Sarutobi never told you Tsume was supposed to look after you if something happened to me, did he? No, he didn't. I've never even spoken with her. I know her son and he's an asshole. She was too, Kushina said, laughing. We used to fight all the time at the academy. The day we became friends, it's because we got stinking drunk on some cheap sake she lifted from her parents. Watching his mom act out her drunken hijinks with Tsume delights Naruto and brings a tear to one eye. He can't help but think of how much he missed out on and how many things he isn't even aware he's missing by losing his parents. Kushina's story reaching its climax refocuses Naruto. So, her parents find us on the Inuzuka training grounds. Every time they try to scold one of us, the other one speaks up in defense. At some point I yell that I will lower the drinking age when I become Hokage, Databane. And then pass out. We had to clean the kennels for a month but had been inseparable ever since. Earth to Dobi, what are you doing here? Naruto snaps back to attention when he hears Kiba address him. Oh, hey, you. I'm here to speak with Tsume-san, so if you'd excuse me. This only serves to irritate Kiba, who has no issue letting it be known. First of all, don't pretend you don't know my name dead last. Secondly, what do you want with my mom? Look, Kidra, Naruto said while narrowing his eyes, feigning as if he's struggling to remember, what I have to speak to your mother about doesn't concern you, so if you would please either announce me or get out of the way, I'd appreciate it. Now, this would seem an entirely weak effort to annoy someone. And it is, but Kiba is just easy like that, much to Naruto's amusement. Especially now that the boy seems to really want to hit Naruto. But after a strongly worded warning from Kurenai-sensei, Kiba knows he can't attack the Dobi, so instead he screams in frustration, which alerts Tsume. What the hell is going on out here? Hello Tsume-san, I don't know what's wrong with Kiba, I just asked to speak with you and he seemed greatly upset by the request. Oh, that's odd. Deciding to not investigate it further, Tsume moves on. What can I do for you, Naruto? I was hoping to talk to you and I wanted to give you this, he said, handing her the bottle of sake. Looking at the bottle, Tsume instantly tears up, remembering her lost friend. Before she can even ask the question, Naruto speaks, I know. And that is enough for Tsume to invite Naruto in while sending Kiba off to run an errand. Sitting in her kitchen, Tsume looks at the boy that was supposed to have such a different life than the one he's led. Never has her loyalty been tested as when Sarutobi denied her permission to adopt Naruto and later forbade he from having any contact with the boy for fear she'd reveal his heritage or make him grow too attached. She can't help but wonder how Naruto knows and if he resents her. While not raised as one, Tsume knows from Kushina that Uzumakis are family first, and she would have ignored Hiruzen entirely to be there for Kiba and Henna. Getting lost in her grief and guilt, she almost doesn't hear Naruto speak. So, how should we do this? We can start with what you know and how you know it. I've suspected the Yondaime as my father since the night I became a genin. I had that confirmed and learned of my mother's identity while retrieving Tsunade-sama. As for how I know about you, the night the Yondaime and my mother sealed the Kyuubi inside of me, they both left a chakra imprint in the seal which I managed to access last night. If I didn't know them, I'd think that impossible, Tsume said in between chuckles. After her laughter died down, things became quiet once more as neither party knows exactly how to have this conversation. Reaching her breaking point, not that she ever had much tolerance for inaction, Tsume starts, Naruto, I'm sorry. Please don't apologize. I'm assuming Sarutobi told you to stay away from. Probably some deep-seated need to torture me. Naruto said with a mirthless laugh, but the comment seemed enough to break the ice as the two found conversing came naturally from then on. The two talked at length, Naruto asking about his mom, asking about Tsume herself. Tsume followed suit while congratulating Naruto on his promotion. It had been a few hours, but it felt like minutes when Naruto saw the time and took his leave, promising to stay in touch. On his way back to his apartment, Naruto is filled with an optimism he hasn't allowed himself to indulge in quite some time. He is actually looking forward to the future. Training begins in earnest tomorrow and he'll have no excuses. He'll either show he has what it takes to be an excellent shinobi or he won't. The chance to live on his own accomplishments and effort, unencumbered, is almost intoxicating. But this new hope isn't just related to being a shinobi, as Naruto also enjoys the idea that he doesn't have to fear the villagers as much, not having to hide his friendships for fear his very presence will taint their reputations. Not only that, but he has new people he can potentially rely on. While it is too soon to say he fully trusts Tsunade or Shizune, he has to admit that there does seem to be an ease to which they understand each other, but time will tell and he'll enjoy the relations while he can. Thinking back on that night in the bar with Tsunade, Naruto can't help but think about Sasuke. For so long Sasuke was an outsized presence in Naruto's life. The tragic genius the villagers loved but whom he could never bother to love in return. Naruto would never lie and say he wasn't jealous of Sasuke, but it was never because of his so-called talent or how things came easier, which is remarkable when you have dedicated senseis but people believe as they wish. No, Naruto's jealous was that Sasuke knew loneliness but chose to stay that way. In a way, Sasuke was no better than Inari. He did nothing to help himself, instead chasing after his own personal boogeyman because it was easier than grieving his losses, and so much of the village enabled him to do so. Tsunade lost her family too, but she had spent years serving others. Her two greatest losses were stacked on top of numerous others. Sasuke could never reach out, not because he was traumatized but because he simply didn't value anyone to the degree he valued his clan. And if Naruto was being honest, that too fueled his resentment. The simple fact of the matter is that loneliness cannot be cured by purely yourself, it takes others, and that means that on some level Naruto was dependent upon the very people who cursed his existence. He needed them and he hated it. He didn't have the framework of clan-bred arrogance to universally diminish all those not of his name. Sasuke did, and while it only continued his suffering, he never had to feel the true torment Naruto did. Some bastards have all the luck. But luck eventually runs out. Quickly moving off the topic of his dead teammate, his first kill that no one was there to actually help him through, Naruto instead focuses back on his hopes for the future. If nothing else, the next few years should be interesting. But interesting isn't always good. Chapter 9. It was the next day, and what appeared to be a habit, Kakashi had shown up on time. Naruto, I have 6 months to get you into shape, and this will be the hardest thing you've ever done. We've got some areas we have to focus on: conditioning, taijutsu, and kenjutsu mainly. I already know your ninjutsu is good, so we likely won't be expanding it just yet, more refining it so you've mastered the ones you know. We'll also be developing your tactical thinking. Any questions? Well, I'm trying to develop a new style of combat fuinjutsu with a friend. Will I have time to do that? Yes, that shouldn't be a problem, but for now I want you to run around the village wall and then get back here. Also, don't use chakra. Once I get a sense of your baseline, I may add resistance seals to your training. Now get going. Several hours later, we find an exhausted and pained Chunin on the ground getting an eye smile from his sensei. You know, sensei, you don't have to look like you enjoy my misery so much. But I do. I love breaking new recruits. It was my favorite activity in Anbu. Anyway, I'm impressed with what I've seen and we have a good place to start building. I'll see you tomorrow bright and early, Kakashi says before leaving in a swirl of leaves. Cursing his bastard sensei, Naruto picks himself up and starts home. On his way, he gets an alert from a security seal. Someone had breached his apartment. Close enough to his place when he got his alert, Naruto extends his senses, and while not familiar with the chakra signature, he can tell they are likely Junin level. Not wanting to foolish rush, and he tries and successfully locates Kakashi and makes his way there. An unsuspected knock interrupted Kakashi in his reading time. He opens the door to see his student, confused as he's never revealed where he lives to his students. Sorry for bothering you, sensei. I got an alert from a security seal that someone is in my apartment, and I sensed it was someone of Junin level. Oh, and that's how I found you, if you're wondering. I'm a sensor, I sense things. Anywho, I'd normally handle it myself, but I've yet to recover from your assessment and was wondering if I could get a bit of help. Kakashi's single eye darkens before he gives Naruto his eye smile. We're going to discuss this sensor ability you failed to mention. As far as the intruder, I'll check it out. Why don't you go get something to eat and I'll find you when it's over? No problem, thanks sensei. Kakashi only nods before he shunshuns away. Inoichi Yamanaka is not an unreasonable man. He understands that he might not be Naruto's favorite person. While following orders, he's earned the blonde's ire. However, coming between a man and his only daughter is crossing a bit of a major line. Doing so while boxing him in with S-class secrets is just downright dickish, in this veteran shinobi's estimation. So, yes, Inoichi is a little hot right now. Enough so to invite himself in as to guarantee an audience. It appears so. It's just going to be a civilized chat, so there's no issue. Just a calm exchanging of ideas between two rational adu. You know, he keeps some really good tea in his cupboard. A nice, soothing blend. You'd never expect the knucklehead to have such good taste, and yet, there it is. May I make you some tea, Inoichi-san? I doubt Naruto would mind. Hiding his surprise that Kakashi managed to sneak up on him, Inoichi declines the tea. Where is Naruto? Mama, Inoichi-san, that's not important right now. I'm much more interested in where you are and why. What business could you have with my cute little Chunin? I believe that's best left between Naruto and I, Kakashi. And yet that's not going to happen. I think it'd be better to accept your current reality instead of clinging to what you'd prefer. Fine, Kakashi. Naruto revealed something to my daughter that is driving a wedge between us. I wanted to discuss this with him and advise he be more mindful of his words in the future. You know, Inoichi, that sounds uncomfortably close to a threat. I'd really hate for you to threaten my student. It'd upset me ever so. And your emotional state would be my problem. No, see, if you're threatening Naruto, you won't have any more problems. Your clan will. Like, what happened to Inoichi? Who is going to be clan head? Who will comfort poor Ino? You know, things of that nature. But since you aren't threatening my student, this is all rather moot, wouldn't you agree? Kakashi said as if rather bored by the topic. I believe I would, said with a sneer. Good. Oh, and Inoichi. Yes, Kakashi. We won't have this discussion again. Take that however you like. Ya nay. 3 months later. 3 months as a chunin, 3 months of intensive training in Naruto's progress was satisfactory according to Kakashi, who only say satisfactory to get on Naruto's nerves. Anyone else would be extremely impressed with how far Naruto has come in solidifying his basics and expanding upon them, not to mention his conditioning. Even if Naruto promised to send 100 exploding kunai up your bastard ass, should Kakashi make him climb up the cliff of a mountain single-handedly again. In the middle of the second month, Asuma joined to help Naruto develop his wind-enabled kenjutsu, especially helpful as Naruto decided to go with dual kodachi. Things are also going well in his personal life. Naruto interacts with his friends in public and has yet to have a single incident with the villagers. He has also been able to help them in their training for the upcoming chunin exams in Suna. He's even resolved his issues with Kurenai, figuring that while she was in the wrong he took out previously held frustrations on her. Now the two are perfectly cordial to each other, which just fine for him. Naruto is still trying to crack his new combat fuinjutsu but hasn't quite gotten it, though Tenten is hoping as it'd help augment her style. Naruto had the idea soon after he managed to graft the explosive array on a kunai. Naruto theorizes that he can get elemental barrier seals with kunai operating as the points of creation. If he can get the array right, he won't need specific kunai for each element. Instead he could use hand signs and the equivalent chakra for AD or C rank jutsu to erect the barriers. If he can get the barriers to work, then other arrays should work as well. This would mean being able to prepare the battlefield on the spot if ever ambushed, and the liability of writing seals during combat is removed. Naruto has also been learning to write seals with his chakra, but that has been slow going. Not just because of the difficulty, it requires the seal to be perfectly memorized instead of Naruto's process of feeling how the seal is made and above average chakra control. Never one to quit, he is having his close work on both those issues, getting some insight about sealing from his parents. He has managed to upgrade Minato from prick to bastard, and has gotten some chakra control exercises from Tsunade. Speaking of which, Tsunade-sama, why are you here? Oh, that's hurtful. Naruto, not happy to see me. Of course I am, I was just expecting Kakashi-sensei, but he seems to be running late. Well, that's why I'm here. Kakashi was just assigned a last-minute mission and I agreed to handle your taijutsu lesson for the day. Naruto doesn't have the words for how much he really doesn't want to do this. Tsunade isn't no for restraint. He's seen her break Jiraiya's ribs and say what you want about his failure of a godfather, but the man isn't exactly weak. However, he has no way to get out of this, so his only hope is to minimize the damage. 1 hour later. You could have hit me less, you know. Grinning from ear to ear, but then how would you have learned? Learn what, Tsunade-sama? 1. I have a long memory. 2. She says, narrowing her eyes at Naruto, don't ever call me Ba-chan again. Naruto takes a minute to think, that was months ago. Also, I didn't even mean it. I couldn't take the risk. She says, laughing as they separate. When she is comfortably out of earshot, Naruto starts to mutter, don't call you Ba-chan, I'll call you Ba-chan if I want. Abusive Hokages attacking loyal shinobi. You shouldn't talk to yourself, it makes you seem crazy. Crazy is attractive, gives the impression of hidden depths. Who told you that? I told it to myself. I need a new best friend. I wonder if Ino or Tenten are free. So cruel, Hinata-chan, so very cruel. Besides, I'm irreplaceable. Well, I won't know until I try. You wound me. I had something to ask you and now I'm not sure if you'd just ruthlessly cast me aside. I could just beat it out of you. Nah, not your style. I could tell everyone you're afraid of ghosts. Everyone should be, they shouldn't exist. Both walk quietly for a moment until Naruto notices a devious smile on Hinata's face, which makes him feel hot and cold simultaneously. Pete, please, tell me, Naruto-kun, she says in a meek voice with a bit of blush. Feeling flustered and not knowing why, Naruto can only stare at his friend before managing to get out, you can do that on command. Yep, why, like it. I reserve comment. Anyway, he looks away and Hinata notices his seemingly forced lack of eye contact. I was wondering, if you're free or whatever, if you'd like to go on a date with me. I suppose I could do that, she answered neutrally while internally freaking out. Of course you'll have to speak with Hiyashi because Kami forbid I not be treated like property. Yay, I know. When do you think I could get in to see him? He can make time now, no point in delaying. There actually is, I've just been dodging mountain crushing fists and need a shower and a change of clothes. That didn't matter when you asked me. Because you already like me. Hell, you've probably seen me naked. To this Hinata can only blush, just come to the compound in 2 hours, okay? Sure, Hinata-chan, see you then. The two head to their respective residences, Hinata grateful he didn't acknowledge her lack of denial. Arriving to the compound wearing a semi-formal outfit of black slacks, a dark blue long-sleeve shirt and black loafers, Naruto greets the guards who promptly retrieve Hinata, who has also changed into a lavender kimono. You nervous? She asks. No, he lies. Liar. She knows. I prefer artistic interpretation of real-time events. He replies with a smile. Most liars would. She offers with a smile to match. As if most liars could be as great as me. Both snicker but stop when they arrive to the study of Hiyashi, awaiting permission to enter. Once received, Hinata enters first followed by Naruto. Good evening Otu-sama, Hiyashi-sama they greet the clan head. Daughter, Uzumaki, why have you requested to speak with me today, he says without a hint of emotion. Thank you for your time, Hiyashi-sama, I am here today to request permission to date your daughter. I see, he says and then leaves the room quiet. I will allow it on the condition Hinata relinquishes her title as heiress of the clan. Both are shocked even if a small part of each teen realizes they shouldn't be. May I ask why she'd have to give up being clan head to date me? First, because to be a leader one must be able to sacrifice for their ambitions and Hinata's quest to uproot generations of Hyuga tradition is quite ambitious. That cannot be achieved without cost, she should learn that now. In exchange for breaking off all non-professional contact, however, she will get my full backing to remove the cage bird seal when I transition to the Elder Council. Secondly, she is an heiress, you offer nothing that benefits the clan. My benefit to your clan is not kill most of the man branch, asshole, Naruto thought but dared not let it show on his face. Finally, said asshole continued, the Sandame does not trust you. He has considered you a possible threat and I have no reason to question his judgment and as such, I will not trust you with my daughter. Why do I have to break off all contact? We have been friends for years. Hinata said, refusing to cry in front of him. Yes, you haven't it benefited you but I think it has long since stopped aiding in your development, as such there is no real reason to continue seeing this boy. The choice, however, is yours. Both leave the study, shocked at what has just happened. Making their way to the front gate, Hinata hugs Naruto and starts to weep as he hugs her back. I'm sorry, she whispers. Why are you apologizing? Because, he's making me be like them, making it a choice of your happiness or the general welfare of others. It's not fair. It's not but I couldn't ask you to give up on your goal, nor risk getting sealed for me. I need you to do something for me. Anything just name it. Move on. If I accept this, he's likely going to start accepting offers to court me and I don't want you to miss out on being with someone else. So please, promise me. Hesitating initially, Naruto relents, I promise. Neither of them had the courage to say goodbye so they separate at his promise. She heads to her room, he off the compound. It would be 3 days before Naruto revealed what happened to anyone, finally opening up to Kakashi after he saw his pupil seeming distraught. While he had no advice for his student, he did express sympathy, knowing that the boy rarely seems to catch a break and the Sandame's misguided notions have once again negatively affected Naruto. 6 weeks later. As he watched his apartment burn his thoughts go to his history there. The day that, then, kind old man showed him his own space. The day his first friend gave him practice kunai because he complained the ones at the academy felt wrong. The day the second most quiet person in class came to check on him after a particular rough day of bullying, how he stayed for dinner and the two just talked. About everything. Hobbies, dreams, what his clan was like just anything. The feeling of going to sleep knowing he'd made another friend, someone else who cared. But mostly his thoughts certain around a certain girl. So shy, so outwardly delicate and yet she made the first step, likely summoning every ounce of courage she had and came to his door on his birthday. She came into herself in that apartment, it became a safe space for both of them and sometimes Naruto thought of it as their place, their sanctuary from all those that doubted and dismissed them. More thoughts about the meals shared, the stupid jokes. How she helped him study and how just by talking with her she came out of her shell and lost her stutter, something it took her bastard father months to notice. He wasn't to some extent likely will always be hyperactive but she always invoked a sense of calm within him. He remembers the exact day he knew he had fallen in love with her. It scared him like nothing else but excited him all the same. A thrill like no other and while the emotion was so unfamiliar to him he knew he'd never wish to give it up, even if she never felt the same he'd cherish it, the ability to feel this way about someone else was. So many things. He'd happily give himself over to it, so overwhelming it was somehow innately realizing the freedom in submitting to it. That last thought caused Naruto to do something he hadn't done in years, something he promised himself he'd never do again. As he watched the flames dance in the apartment complex and give an ethereal glow to the night sky, Naruto started to let his tears fall. First a single, followed up a second, and soon a steady stream. He couldn't even focus on how his body was betraying his will, he couldn't muster the fight to cut the tears as he watched, almost in a trance. Naruto's tears were not for the apartment as such, he had money and could find a new place to live. It wasn't for the mementos as he had his most precious items protected in a fireproof storage seal. No any physical item lost could be replaced. It wasn't even the memories, those had become so essential to him that he didn't need physical cues to spur them, they were always readily accessible. No, Naruto's tears signified his loss of hope. He had hoped that there was a way around Hiyashi's pronouncement, his irrational stipulation. The burning of the apartment felt like he was losing her again, only this time it was final. There would be no clever last-minute ploy and she would never agree to an undercover affair at the risk of her oppressed family, he couldn't be that selfish to even tempt her with the offer. No, this is just one of the many things this village has taken from him. His parents, his development, at times even his sanity, but he had always had to back down, to put those fights off, understanding that he'd have to survive the injustices done to him before he could start to fight back, but no longer. No, this is the last thing they take from him without losing something in return, he thought, trying to hold on to his rage as it was the only thing keeping the all-consuming despair at bay. Until it failed completely. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't help but think of all he had lost. Never would they share a quiet dinner together again, just happy in each other's presence. Never would he get to take her on a romantic date for her birthday as he'd debate whether the pink in her cheeks were due to the chill in the air of her reaction to him. Never would they share a first kiss, a first dance, a first time. Never would his dream come true, a dream that many nights had been a source of comfort, not that he expected the dream to stop, but now the meaning would change. The warmth of optimism would now be replaced by the cold rebuke, a cosmic punishment for his hubris. How dare he think he'd be allowed to be the least bit happy, to even have the simplest of wishes for his future. Weapons shouldn't dream, demons shouldn't hope. But there are things weapons and demons can do, and they are things he's been becoming increasingly adept at. Whoever levied this most grievous insult would be dealt with in the harshest of ways, that's a promise of a lifetime, believe it. Chapter 10. 2. Me. Sama. You, a distant voice said. Naruto couldn't tear his vision from the fire to even begin to acknowledge someone was talking to him. Figuring whoever it was got tired of trying to gain his attention, Naruto felt a hand on his shoulder, immediately followed by the sensation of a shunshin and then a hug. So disoriented it took him several moments to realize he was in the Hokage Tower and it was Tsunade hugging him. Finally regaining his awareness, he managed to hear the end of her question. Yes, Tsunade-sama, I'm fine. Looking at the boy, Tsunade can tell he's anything but fine. She becomes concerned for the boy, his eyes looking like they did the night they spoke at that bar. Damn it, and he was making progress, she thinks. Trying to come up with a tangible way to reassure Naruto, she says, Naruto, we will launch a full investigation into the fire no matter where it leads, you have my word. Taking some comfort that someone cares enough to do something, Naruto thanks Tsunade for that and her concern. If that's all, Tsunade-sama, I need to arrange for a place to stay for the night. Why not stay at the Senju compound with Shizune and I? We have plenty of room so you'd have privacy and it'd be good company. I truly appreciate the offer, but I couldn't impose. You've done enough for me as is, and I wouldn't want to take advantage of your generosity. Naruto, believe me, it wouldn't be an imposition, besides I could just always order you to do it. She said, narrowing her eyes. Aware enough to know when he's lost, and to feel a bit of fear, Naruto accepts her offer and heads out to grab some essentials until he is allowed back into his apartment. Kakashi follow him to make sure nothing happens and escort him to the compound. We don't know if the fire was an attack, but we can assume he thinks it is, and with everything else he's likely to lash out at any perceived act of hostility. Hi, Hokage-sama. As Kakashi exists via Shunshin, Tsunade hears the signature tapping of Danzo's cane as the elder enters her office. Evening, Tsunade-sama, I understand my student has met with some misfortune. Sighing, Tsunade can only nod at the statement. And what will you do? I will have it investigated. There isn't much I can do until we have the facts. Forgive me, I don't mean about the fire, I am referring to my student. I cannot imagine he has taken it well. What will you do? He'll be staying at the Senju compound for the time being, but outside of that, what can I do? He looked at his limit and I'm worried that if anything else happens he'll attack. So, why not let him? Seeing Tsunade go wide-eyed, Danzo continues, not in the village, of course. Give him and Kakashi a mission that guarantees combat. Let him direct that energy at safe targets instead of sitting on it. I guess that's better than him going after Hiyashi. That could be debated, Danzo says as he leaves her office. After the initial shock, Tsunade can only laugh at Danzo's parting remark. At the Hokage monument. Sitting on top of his father's head, Naruto looks out onto the village. So lost in his head he nearly didn't sense his visitor. I'd really rather be alone with my thoughts. Humor an old man, would you? I thought my humoring you was one of the reasons you turned on me, Sandaime-sama. Naruto replied. Maybe you have a point. Maybe. What can I do for, Sandaime-sama? I heard about your apartment, I just wanted to see if you were alright. I am just great. Will that be all? Naruto, it doesn't have to be like this. I know I've made mistakes, I tried to make up for past failures by saddling you with baggage you didn't deserve. You'll never know how much I regret it and its consequences. Great, just great. You regret the consequences. Well, I have to still live with them. Everyone's so fucking sorry after the fact. What good is your sorry? Hiyashi coerces Hinata to break off all ties with me because of your opinion of me. I lose the person I love, but hey, at least you regret your actions. What a fair trade that is. Naruto, I didn't know. Let me speak with Hiyashi, see if I can fix this. You can't. You know what kind of person he is, I'd have to hold a kunai to his throat before he'd ever admit he was wrong, nor would he pass up this chance to keep Hinata under his thumb. For all I know, your irrational fear of me was only a pretense and he would have always had a reason to pull this. Naruto, I'm sorry. For everything, for not trying harder. I'm sorry. I believe you, I'm just not sure how much it matters. Naruto says before he departs, leaving Hiruzen alone. I will make this up to you, Naruto, I promise. The next day. Naruto, do you understand the mission? Yes, we're about to make some assholes have a really bad day and then no days after that. That's a way of putting it. The encampment should be within your sensory range, what can you tell me? About 30 chakra signatures, only 2 significant, so missing nin. So, how would you like to handle this? Kakashi asks as he signals for his pupil to stop. I have an idea, it should handle most of them while driving the missing nin in a controlled direction if they get out. And how do you plan to drive them to my direction? To this, Naruto only smirks before creating 15 cage bushins. You'll see, sensei. They should be in position in 15 minutes. Nodding to the blonde, Kakashi and Naruto continue onto the camp. Getting the feedback from 4 of his clones, Naruto informs Kakashi that they are in position and he'll be back to help with the missing nin. Kakashi only has to wait 2 minutes longer when he feels a large, coordinated chakra spike. Fire style, dragon flame bullet. Wind style, great breakthrough. After that, all that was heard were screams as the white-hot flames raged through the unsuspecting encampment. Naruto had predicted the 2 missing nins would make it out of the ambush, but he had underestimated himself, only one did. Kakashi Hatake, what do I owe the pleasure? I was Diamond Dog. Oh, Naruto was right, I am about to give this asshole the worst day of his life, Kakashi thought with a bit of glee. However, his fun was not to be. As the 2 were squaring FF, I was Diamond Dog suddenly found himself with a slit throat courtesy one blue-eyed Uzumaki. Naruto, what has Uncle Kakashi told you about ruining his fun? Not to. Precisely. Although, sensei, that reminds me, we need to talk. Yes, I believe we do given all of this, Kakashi said pointing to the funeral pyre still burning. Oh, no, that can wait. Sensei, you're a higher rank shinobi, yes. Flatterer. Yes, yes I am. So, why is it every time we come across an enemy ninja none of them consider running from you? Zabuza I somewhat get, but the rest of them. It can't just be pride. What are you getting at? Sensei, are you some legendary dick? It's the only thing that makes sense. Kakashi can only laugh. Yes, Naruto, I am. I go out of my way to antagonize enemy ninja. I figure if they feel some type of way about it, they can fight me. It usually ends poorly for them when they do and I get a workout. Fun for everyone. Until they end up dead, I suppose. Now wrap him up so we can head back. You're weird, sensei. I've seen you have full-on debates with 20 copies of yourself, let's not judge. Fair enough, Naruto says as he finishes sealing the body. The mission report in itself is mildly disturbing. Maybe she's being hypocritical since the mission was wholesale slaughter but killing 29 people with 3 jutsu. That's not normally. The effortless killing of AB rank Iwa nin to top off the night, and Tsunade doesn't know whether to be concerned, proud or relieved. Concerned because a 13-year-old has shown the ability to bring a lot of death very quickly without much effort. Chakra, am I right? Proud, because he's only been serious trained for less than a year, counting the Chunin exams, and this kid can bring a lot of death quickly and without much effort. He's what a ninjutsu specialist should be. Not those idiots that exchange ninjutsu like it's a game but knowing what jutsu to use and when to end the fight. If they were on better terms, Sarutobi-sensei would likely have an ideal apprentice in Naruto. Chakra for days and an intuitive grasp of ninjutsu. It's a shame really. Oh, and finally relief. Why would Tsunade be relieved? Because he didn't bring that death in the village, on say a certain clan of arrogant bastards. Yay, she's going to go with relief on this one. What was truly disturbing was Danzo's giggle. He was giggling like a pervert reading porn, it was unsettling. If that's all, Naruto, you are dismissed. And with a nod, her favorite blonde leaves. Turning to the Junin in the room, Kakashi, I've asked you to keep me abreast of his progress. You never mentioned he was learning fire release. That's because I didn't know, Tsunade-sama. I just thought he'd throw a lot of those exploding kunai he's fond of. Danzo, do you have something to contribute? I didn't know he knew any Kaiden jutsu. I attempted to get him to complete the nature manipulation exercises but when he started them he said and I quote, I don't like fire style. It feels like mindless destruction, no wonder it fit the tem so well. So, I assumed he had stopped developing it, apparently I was mistaken. Danzo said with a shrug. Okay, I need you both to impress upon him he can't keep his abilities a secret from us. We need to know what he can do so we can plan for the Akatsuki. Also, you really let him stop learning something because of that. I never learned Doden Jutsu because I thought Hiruzen was a bit of a bastard so I could relate. I'm surrounded by weirdos, Tsunade said, more to herself than anything. In AME. Alright, gang, good to have you all here. I know these quarterly meetings can be a bit dry but they are important. So, I'm going to get the most pressing news out of the way. We've had a bit of a setback. It has been confirmed, the Sanbi is currently out of play, it'll take at least 3 years for it to form so we're going to be switching plans a little. We'll be taking more missions while Zetsu keeps tabs on the other containers. Now, I know this is disappointing but things happen and this is no one's fault. With that out of the way, Kakuzu, how are we financially? Good, Leader Sama. If we keep our current mission intake, we'll have some nice reserves when we start collecting containers again. Excellent. So, with the major things out of the way, does anyone have anything to say? Issues needing addressing. I have one, Leader Sama, UHN. Then Deidara-kun, you have the floor. I'm concerned. I feel like we've formed a bond here but that is threatened when one of us seems to not want to contribute. And by one of us you mean me. Yes, Itachi, I mean you. And what hurts the most is you're the one that recruited me. I thought we had such a good time but after that you just can't be bothered. He's right, Itachi. When I try to discuss Jashin with you, I can tell you aren't even listening. Being a criminal is one thing but no need to be a dick. HN. Use your words, Tachi-kun. I hate you so much, Kisame. So, very much. Love you too, Tachi-kun. Look, guys, I know I'm not the warmest person. I tend to keep my own counsel. I don't know why, it's just my inclination but I understand how that can be disharmonious to the group and our aims. I can't promise to change overnight but I can try. So, why not start now? Tell us something about yourself. Let's see, my name is Itachi Uchiha. I like Paki, Genjutsu. I loved my little brother. I hate war and arrogance. My hobbies are training, people watching and breakdancing. I seek peace. You breakdance? Kisame asked. Yes, we need proof. The rest of the group chorused. What followed was Itachi pulling off an impressive series of moves. Alright, well that was entertaining. Thanks Itachi. Now if there is nothing more why don't we bring it? Group hug, shouts Hidan. The training period had come to an end. Now was the time to see if he would be accepted to the elite of the village's shinobi forces. If he succeeds there will be no more saving princesses, which he's done twice since becoming a chunin, but embracing the darkness of his chosen profession. The darkness that molded Itachi and in some respect broke Danzo. He had been concerned if he could really do it, keep up with the Anbu forces but like so much of his life, the decided lack of choice makes the concern moot. Right now that lack of choice is represented by 4 Anbu agents attempting to take his head in the middle of this forest at night. I need to create some space and regroup. Naruto thought as he dodged a series of kunai barely perceivable in the darkness of the night. Knowing the goal of the kunai was to herd him into a trap, Naruto instead darts to the source, immediately creating 2 Kage Bunshin and having them disperse to blind his assailant. Using the temporary distraction, Naruto hurriedly runs deeper into the forest. Same, report, commanded Tora. He distracted me with chakra smoke, Taicho and is currently running deep into the forest. He's likely setting up traps, we've lost the element of surprise. Damn it, how did we let a recruit slip past us? You underestimated him, Tori. We all did. How do we proceed? Carefully, said Tora. 4 shadowy figures give pursuit in a diamond formation, looking for the potential new recruit. In their haste they miss the kunai positioned in a triangular fashion until it was too late. Uzumaki style. Tri-flame formation barrier FUNN, Naruto calls out, ensnaring the 4 Anbu in his trap. Naruto emerges from the tree, breathing a visible sigh of relief that his trap worked, until he sees one of the figures disperse into mud and is immediately on guard, narrowly ducking the odachi aimed for his head. Steadying himself, Naruto puts his hands on the kodachi, sharing a scabbard on his lower back, awaiting the charge. The 2 shinobi don't move, waiting for the other to give them the smallest of openings, and feeling confident he found one, Raiyan attacks. Quickly closing the distance, Raiyan performs a vertical slash on Naruto, who blocks the attack with one of his kodachi while taking a swipe at Raiyan's neck with the other. Tilting backward, Raiyan avoids the attack and creates space between the two. Seeing the first light of dawn, Naruto knows the test is almost coming to a close and fights back a grin with the utmost effort. Seeing time is almost up, Raiyan dashes toward Naruto, hoping to subdue the potential recruit and begins a relentless assault. While practiced, Naruto is not as skilled with his blades as his attacker is and is being overwhelmed by the superior kenjutsu artist. Soon enough Raiyan has his blade to Naruto's neck, forcing him to drop his weapons. Do you yield? Why would I do that? You're good kid but don't get cocky, yield before I hurt you to prove a point. Do what you must but you should be more mindful of your surroundings, Naruto says as he disperses into a cloud of smoke. Earth style, swamp of the underworld, is all Raiyan hears before he sinks into the ground. Clapping was the first sign someone else was there, someone capable to slip past his sensory ability. When he looks up to see where the sound is coming from, he sees the Anbu commander, Dragon. You did very well, Naruto, and I would like to personally welcome you into Anbu. We take the most dangerous missions, often unseen and unheard. This is not the place for personal glory but service to your village and the Hokage. From henceforth you will be known as Gamma. Congratulations. Be at Anbu HQ in 1 hour. Dragon said, immediately leaving by Shunshin afterward. As the shadow clone maintaining the barrier dispersed and Gamma helped up Raiyan, he can't help but wonder what the next 3 years of his life will entail. Chapter 11. It's been a year and a half since Naruto's entrance into Anbu, and the blonde shinobi has taken to his assignment like a fish to water. While Kakashi had done an excellent job training him, the truth of the Anbu is that you simply cannot be prepared for what they do to new recruits by design. Whatever your level may be, they simply go beyond it, so you do not get complacent. The training and the missions are hard, but Naruto has never felt more powerful, every skill has improved. This is not to say that the entire time there has been smooth. His first assassination mission did not go off as cleanly as one would hope. Gamma, you will be paired with Same for this mission. We believe one of our brokers is leaking information to Iwa. We've had an increasing number of skirmishes with their shinobi and the pattern lead us to him. The order is to remove him, but it cannot look like an assassination. Hi, Tora Taicho. When and where should I carry this out? Gamma asked, trying to hide his nervousness. The target is paranoid and has a security system that makes his house nearly impenetrable without notice. However, it only activates at night given how sensitive and cumbersome it is, and has a timed release for the morning. You'll need to sneak in before nightfall, carry out your mission and wait until dawn to slip out unnoticed. Tora said. Does the target live alone? Asked Same. No, he has a wife and 3 kids, but she takes the children on an annual trip around this time every year. That's when you'll strike. If there are no further questions, I want you two to leave immediately. Hi, both subordinates said. It took 3 days of travel to get to the town in Earth Country, and just like Tora said, the wife had taken the kids. Gamma found an accessible entry point. It being unseasonably warm made their target keep a window open. A simple hinge, and Gamma snuck through the window with no problem and stowed away in a cellar. Shortly after gaining entrance, the target left, returning almost an hour later with an unforeseen complication. Apparently, the target hatter was continuing to have an affair, one that produced a child. That child was currently in the residence. A sense of dread overcame Gamma as he debated whether he should continue the mission or put it off for later. Each option carried risks, but if this man was supplying Iwa with information on our missions, therefore movement of our forces, a delay could result in fatalities among Leaf Nin. Steeling himself, Gamma continued to wait until 3 a.m. when he created a shadow clone and snuck into the target's room. That shadow clone immediately blurred the hand signs for a privacy seal, while the original Gamma put a paralysis seal on the target. Reaching into his waistband, Gamma pulled out a syringe filled with potassium chloride. Forcibly opening the target's mouth, Gamma injected the poison under the target's tongue. The effect was near instantaneous as the target eyes became wide, but the paralysis seal prevented him from moving. Not even a minute later, the target was dead from heart failure. Given the man's age and size, no one should ask too many questions, and given the potential scandal of his love child, the focus may be on elsewhere. Just as Gamma dispersed his clone and dropped the privacy seal, he heard footsteps coming down the hall. Quickly entering the bedroom closet, Gamma waited for the child to enter the room, praying he would just go to the bathroom. "Dad, I had bad dream, can I sleep in here?" the child asked. "Dad," the child said as he shook his father. "Dad," he said a little more desperately as the man continued to be unresponsive. "Dad, wake up, please," he screamed as the child broke down. He pleaded with his father to awake, hoping this an elaborate prank, or if not, he'd be granted a miracle. Gamma assumed, but neither of those happened. What made it worse was that the kid, likely not a frequent visitor, didn't know how to deactivate the security in case of emergency, so was locked in a house with his dead father and his father's murderer. Around 6 am, the security system disabled for the morning and the kid ran out of the house toward the neighbors. Gamma took this opportunity to leave and meet up with Same. After a few days of traveling in mostly silence, Same asked Gamma, "Why didn't you just send in a shadow clone?" "Shadow clones can only do what the original can do. I didn't know if I could kill a civilian like that, so sending a shadow clone was too big a risk, given they can think for themselves and choose not to follow my directives." Nothing more was said until they arrived back into Konoha. It took a few days and a lot of talking with Tsunade to get Naruto out of his funk. The talk helped with the nightmares he was having. Because the two were often paired up on their mission, Naruto became closer to Same than his other squad members, which is saying something because the squad as a whole were pretty close. This is the team dynamic Naruto wished he had while on Team 7, but it was nice to have it now. Naruto helped Same with his ninjutsu and Same taught Naruto kenjutsu with a katana. While he'd likely always prefer his dual kodaichi, he was never one to turn down training. Besides, it made his mom incredibly happy. "Ah, my Sochi is finally learning to fight with a proper blade. Once you get adept at the basics, maybe I can show you a few katas." "Nay," Kushina said as she stroked Naruto's hair as his head lay in her lap. "I'd like that, although I think my dual kodaichi are proper blades. They seem to cut through everything I need them to." PFF'd. Why have two blades when one can do? Katanas rule all, Databane. Naruto could only snicker in response and nod in agreement. If it made her happy, he'd learn as much about wielding a katana as he could. His time in the ANBU was not without lose, as a mission in Rice Country saw Same fall to one of Orochimaru's former followers. Due to his fall, Oto had been in disarray and Anbu teams were tasked with handling the most dangerous elements there. It had been a routine mission with the squad until they had to separate. There were 4 large chakra signatures in the area. Same and Gamma got stuck with 2 with interesting and lethal Kekai Genkei, one had shot and the other Shikatsunyuku. Both were a bad matchup for Same, but seeing as how the bone guy looked sickly, it was decided Gamma would take the crystal girl and hurry back to him as fast as he could. The fight between Gamma and the Shoten user lasted longer than he would have liked, as the crystals offered powerful offensive and defensive options, managing to wound Gamma with a crystal spike. However, he managed to catch her off guard with a wind-empowered exploding kunai. While he wasn't enough to kill her, the blast threw her back and left her unprepared for the kunai that was sunk into her skull to the ring on the handle, killing her instantly. As Gamma raced off to help Same, he saw his comrade and friend being run through with a bone sword, as the bone user appeared to have an advanced form of the curse seal. Trying to keep calm, Gamma created 4 cage bunshin and each charged toward his final opponent. One clone removed Same from the vicinity of the fight while the others went on the attack. Even with wind chakra coating their blades, the cuts didn't do significant damage to the Oto Nin, which was fine. The attack was just a misdirection anyway. The Oto Nin didn't notice the 3 kunai surrounding him in a triangular fashion, nor was he fast enough to escape the fire barrier, the same barrier Gamma used in his entrance test. Gamma could tell the bone user looked smug, and it was all confirmed when he spoke. "You can trap me, little Anbu, but the barrier will eventually fall, and when it does I'll kill you like I did your comrade. You'll..." He didn't finish his diatribe as he was engulfed in white-hot flames, flames hot enough to melt steel or incinerate a body. Had this been 6 months previous, the now pile of ashes may have had a reason to be confident. But not being satisfied with just making a barrier, Naruto improved his technique so each elemental barrier offered a form of attack. Wind barriers offered a perfect vacuum in which to suffocate those entrapped. The lightning barrier could shock someone with increasing levels of intensity, and the fire barrier would burn someone alive. It was cold comfort, however, as even avenging his friend did little to dull the pain of having lost him. The trip back to Konoha was quiet for the squad as they mourned the fallen. It was, once again, Tsunade who helped Naruto through his grief, as she had experienced what not mourning properly could do to a person. Speaking of Tsunade, Naruto still lived at the Senju compound with her and Shizune. The investigation into the fire was completed shortly after he was inducted into Anbu, the duration caused by the thoroughness of the investigation. While Naruto was incredulous that the fire was caused by faulty wiring, the fact that the fire started on a level below his gave credence to the results. Deciding not to let his history override facts, he accepted the fire as an unfortunate accident off a poorly maintained building. One that got the building manager and owner into some serious trouble over. Tsunade is scary when she wants to be. Her ability to invoke terror is how she managed to make Naruto promise he'd have dinner with her at least twice a week if he were in town. When he initially moved into the compound, he attempted to stay out of Tsunade and Shizune's way, which lead to some faulty assumptions, namely, that he wasn't comfortable around them. After an awkward conversation, Naruto admitted that he had lived alone for so long he simply didn't know how to live with someone else or be a proper guest, so he just tried to be as out of the way as possible. The two ladies reassured Naruto that he was more than just a guest and should think of the compound as his home. It took a while, but they all eventually settled into a nice groove. Naruto particularly loved the training grounds. They were serene, and it was a remote one where he was trying to take his Doten and Suiten manipulation to the next level after seeing the level Tora Taicho was at the releases. It took a few months, mainly because he simply couldn't use his clones for this, but he eventually able to perfect the earth style, rampart of flowing soil, and the water style, waterfall basin jutsu, to the point he was able to create a 30-foot waterfall with only minimal chakra exhaustion. With some help from Tora Taicho, adding a wooden water wheel and Jiraiya aiding in seals, Naruto was not only able to keep the waterfall a secret but make it a permanent part of the property. Both Tsunade and Shizune loved surprise. Naruto had taken to climbing up the waterfall with his hands as a chakra control exercise once he got used to running up it. He eventually asked Tsunade for some more strenuous exercises as the intensity of the Anbu training and his continued studies in Fuinjutsu, politics of elemental nations, and anything else that struck his fancy meant his already massive chakra reserves were continuing to expand, so he had to perform hard control exercises to keep up. Speaking of Jiraiya, the two have adopted something of a strained, yet professional, relationship. Jiraiya offers his input on Naruto's Fuinjutsu projects and spars when he's in town. He also introduced Naruto to Fukusaku-sama, one of the elder toads Naruto will be training with in Year 3. The two got along well enough. Apparently, as long as you mind your manners, the old toad isn't so bad. Naruto's training time with Danzo had been limited the first year, not only getting adjusted to the demands of the Anbu lifestyle, but Danzo wanted to see how Naruto would develop without his guidance. He was impressed that his young pupil had not only sought to master every jutsu in his arsenal but had begun experimenting with creating his own. This led to something of an uncomfortable meeting about 3 months ago on the Senju training grounds. "Sensei, what is the Sandaime doing here?" "Naruto, for your ninjutsu studies to progress as far as they can, you need training from the greatest ninjutsu mind in the elemental nations, and Hiruzen has graciously offered to help. You may have reservations, but please know you are going to accept his help, like an adult, or I'll cane you and won't help you learn the vacuum release nor request Tsunade Heim let you see the Nidaime's notes on his Suiten jutsu." "Ah, come on, sensei. No complaining. Fine, I'll gladly accept your help, Sandaime sensei." "Good, my boy. First, I need to see what you can do, so we'll have a spar," Hiruzen said with a gleam in his eyes. The spar was really more of a beating, with Naruto wasting chakra in between. The old man didn't even seem to be trying, which made Naruto revert back to some of his younger behavior. "Oi, you could at least pretend to breathe hard, Gigi. Mean old Hokages, picking on teenagers." Hiruzen had to fight back his smile as Naruto continued to rant and rave. Time under Danzo or even Naruto's own attempts can only suppress the Uzumaki temper so much. Since Hiruzen begun helping Naruto become a master of ninjutsu, there had been a slow thaw between the two, and while Naruto may never trust him like he did as a child, he hoped the boy could forgive an old fool before he departed for the pure world. Naruto had also begun to establish better relationships with much of his graduating class and Team Guy, with 2 exceptions. While Naruto had already started to develop a friendship with Team 10 due to his training with Asuma Sensei, he also found a great sparring partner in Lee during his off days with the Anbu. Him and Shino still got along well, though it took them some time to navigate the Hinata issue since neither wanted to betray her privacy, but Naruto still wanted to know she was doing okay. Speaking of Hinata, she had made Chunin shortly after Naruto entered the Anbu, and while he couldn't have direct contact with her, sneaking into the Hyuga compound and her room to leave her a gift, a necklace with a star-shaped charm with sapphire and amethyst gems in it. He also left her a scroll on creating privacy seals with just hand signs. He had the brightest smile when he saw her wearing her gift at the dinner the senseis threw for the new Chunins. He hadn't seen much of her, but he was aware she was being pushed to start accepting dates from potential suitors. As much as it hurt, he realized that this was going to happen. She requested he not wait for her, and it appeared she wouldn't have the choice to wait for him, and while he wasn't dating anyone, he wasn't exactly alone, which brings us to the present. I really wish you wouldn't sneak out the window like we're doing something wrong or shameful. I know we aren't, it's just weird, being in my idol's house and you know. Why don't you explain it to me? Naruto said, fighting off a smirk. Ah, you're insufferable. It's weird having sex with my best friend in my idol's house, okay? Is that what you want to hear? I heard what I wanted to hear last night. A whole lot of yes, oh, and my name, so I'm good. You're a bastard, Tenten said, now fighting off her own smirk and a bit of blush. That may be, Ten-chan, that may be, but this bastard managed to snag you an awesome birthday present. Oh, really? Of course, it's in that black-rimmed scroll on the desk, but that's only part of it. Reaching for the storage scroll, Tenten unseals the content and is initially rendered speechless. Rushing over to Naruto, she plants a kiss on his lips and proceeds to thank him. How did you get these? It was during a mission about a month or so ago. We were tasked with removing this element in a mining town, and Raiga was there. You have to tell me about it. There really isn't much to tell, it wasn't much of fight. I had to seal off the chakra of this kid he was working with though. Anyway, after we dealt with him and freed the town, the squad agreed to let me keep the swords to gift to a friend, and here we are. You, Tenten, are the proud owners of the Kiba blades. You sure do know how to spoil a girl, Uzumaki. I do what I do. I think I'm going to be late for training today, Tenten said as she starts to undress. Oh my. Chapter 12. You said the Kiba were only part of my present, Tenten says. Oh, you remembered that, did you? Yes, while I was in the shower. Now what's the other part? I asked Kakashi-sensei to help you mold Raiden chakra. Thank you, Naruto, she replied with a 1000-watt smile. Of course, you've always been there for me and I can never truly thank you, so I figured, why not a legendary weapon? I can't fault your logic. Well, I need to get out of here, I'm incredibly late. Just tell Guy-sensei you were stoking your flames of you. I'd really rather not. You're coming to my party tonight, yes? Let me rephrase. Uzumaki, you will be at my part tonight, and if I have to come find you, you won't be happy. God, fine Panda-chan, I'll be there. Good, and no fighting. What the hell kind of thing is that to say? I don't just go around fighting people, you know. I can think of 2 specific instances where that was not the case. They were both being assholes. Also, we never actually fought, if you recall. Yes, because you were stopped. Or do you not remember breaking Shino's hand? He should have just let me deck Kiba and I felt crappy that I hurt him. But no one got hurt the other time. Because I stopped you. Look, I don't have time for this. They'll both be there. Just make polite, for me. Fine for you. Thank you, now I'm off. Tenten says as she hops out the window and leaves via Shunshin. Deciding to start his day, Naruto showers and changes into some casual clothing before heading to the kitchen, where he finds Shizune with an unsettling grin. Ohayo, Naruto-kun. Ohayo, Shizune. What's with the grin? Oh, nothing, I just heard the most peculiar sounds last night. And this morning, I saw someone make a hasty exit from your bedroom window. Really? I may have to look into the security seals then. We shouldn't have intruders where the Hokage resides. Is that how you want to play this? I don't have the foggiest as to what you mean, Shizune-chan. Okay, but remember, you wanted this. Anyway, what's on the agenda today? I have to meet the new member of my squad today and Tenten has her party tonight, but other than that my day is pretty open, so who knows. Alright, well, I've got to get to the hospital, but I'll be seeing you later, stud. Oi, Tenten, glad you could make it. Sorry, sensei, I had a late start. It's fine, Lee and Neji are sparring, so we have a bit. Oh, my rival informed me that Naruto got you a most youthful present. Kakashi said he'd be by before training ended it to set up a schedule. The two walk over to where Lee and Neji were concluding their spar. Hi, Tenten, happy birthday. Thanks, Lee. Guy and Lee soon depart to stoke their youthful flames, leaving Tenten and Neji alone. Tenten, I noticed you were coming from the opposite direction of your apartment. Good morning to you, too, Neji. I see you're still consorting with the Uzumaki. I don't see how that's any of your business. You had the opportunity to be the one I consort with and you turned me down. It isn't that simple. There are clan matters to consider. I'm not free to simply do as I wish without consequence. So you've said, and yet you didn't even take a chance. At least Hinata and Naruto were brave enough to try to be together. You won't even see if it's possible. So, now, what? You won't be with me, but no one else can either. What do you want me to do? I've been cursed, fated to serve and be controlled by the main branch. And you do nothing to change it. Do you ally yourself with Hinata? Do you try learning Fuinjutsu? Do you even try to get me information on the Sealsire Naruto could begin to help you? No, you just sulk and bitch while laying down and taking it. You do nothing to improve your situation and yet you have the nerve to judge me. To shame me, you arrogant prick. Tenten, I've apologized about that. And yet you always feel free to offer a snide comment about one of my oldest friends, someone who was there for me when you rejected me. Who was willing to defend me, to hell with the consequences. Look, I can accept you don't want to be with me. I was hoping you'd either take a chance or if not we could still be friends, but now I'm not sure I even want to remain on the team. I won't be a perpetual target for your disrespect. I'm not Hinata and I don't feel like I owe you a damn thing. Before Neji could respond, Tenten leaves via Shunshin. Neji's feelings of guilt quickly turn to anger as he deems the source of his rift with Tenten to be caused not by his actions nor, ironically, by fate but by Naruto himself. Having selecting a sufficient target, Neji heads off to find the Uzumaki to confront him once and for all. Back at the Senju compound, we find Naruto currently sitting by the Senju waterfall, as he called it, entertaining company. So, why am I here again? Because I want to bro down with my favorite summons. You're just bored, aren't you? I'm so incredibly bored, Gamakichi. Why not train? I have something to do later on, so no getting sweaty before then. Garden. I've seen to it. Daikons are nearly ready to be picked. Ooh, awesome, you'll have to send me a few. Of course. What about working on some seals? Considered it, I don't want to lose time because I'm too involved. Besides, I need some non-shinobi hobbies. Well, you're in quite the pickle, bro. That's what I've been saying. Before Naruto finishes his statement he lets out a hard sigh as he senses someone approaching. Looks like I won't be bored for long. Kami must want to teach me a lesson. What's that now? There's someone on his way here and this person isn't a fan of me nor I him. I should have enjoyed the lull. Oh well, let's get ready to greet our guest, nay. I'm down. Think you'll fight? Hopefully not, it would upset Tenten and Hinata if I hurt him. Well, I got your back. Thanks, Kichi. Moments later, a seething, for a Hyuga anyway, Neji arrives. Uzu. Do you often come on clan compounds uninvited? I hope you have a good justification for this lapse in decorum. You realize the Hokage resides, yes. Since when do you care about decorum? Logical fallacies won't save you. Now, why have you disturbed my toad friend and I? Whatever your relationship with Tenten is, it needs to end. Neji, we've done this before. I'm not interested in doing it again. Leave the grounds and never attempt to bring this up again. Naruto says as he turns his back to Neji toward the waterfall. I will not be dismissed by you, Uzumaki. You will cease this unsorted relationship even if I have to make you. Naruto can only laugh at this foolish boy, angering Neji further. Neji, we've done this before. What Tenten and I do is none of your business. If you want it to be your business then find your backbone, coward. Now reaching his breaking point, Neji dashes toward Naruto causing him to turn and face him just as Neji lashes out with a palm strike directly to Naruto's heart. A potentially fatal blow if this Naruto weren't a shadow clone. Before Neji can process what he just attempted to do he feels a hand grab his right calf and then everything goes black. When Neji regains consciousness he sees that he is on a couch in Hiyashi's office, with Hiyashi, Naruto and Hinata looking at him expectantly. Now that he's awake we can resolve this. Your member entered the Senju clan grounds uninvited and proceeded to attack me. The Hokage will have to be informed about this as it is her clan grounds and I am her guest. I hope you and she can resolve this issue without too much hassle, Hiyashi-san. Naruto said before dispersing. Bristling at the lack of proper honorific, Hiyashi glares at Neji. Neji, because of your foolhardy actions you have likely shamed the clan. I don't know what I'll have to do to resolve this but it will likely leave me on even shakier ground with the Hokage, someone, I might add, who is not exactly fond of me. If it were Sarutobi-sama we could have come to an understanding but with Tsunade. She will want a pound of flesh so you need to explain to me what was worth you attempting to kill a fellow leaf nin on the Hokage's familial land. It was a personal matter, Hiyashi-sama. The Uzumaki has a way of infuriating me and I lost my composure, it will not happen again. No, that is not good enough. This is the second time I have heard about you attempting to attack him, only this time you got your ass handed to you. Hiyashi-sama, he used tricks, the Uzumaki could never defeat me in combat. Are you really this foolish? Neji, he brought you here, knocked out and tied up with ninja wire. If that had been any enemy he'd have killed you, possibly after having removed your eyes. You are not a child, you insisting that tricks do not count could get you killed someday. Hi, Hiyashi-sama, will that be all? For now. As Neji exits, Hiyashi turns to address Hinata. You were awfully quiet on this issue. I'm sorry, what was I to say? Hinata asks, adopting an emotionless mask. As the heiress you are expected to have opinions on matters that affect the clan. I'm not sure what opinion there is to be had, Neji's error is on you to fix. Seems pretty straightforward. Will you be present at this meeting? No, I have other matters to attend to. If I may be excused. Yes, Hinata, go on. Thank you. Hiyashi can only slouch in an unhyuga-like manner as he thinks, she doesn't even refer to me as father anymore. Allow for the moment to pass, Hiyashi prepares to meet Tsunade and hopes she's not out for blood. Entering Anbu HQ, Naruto sees his squad has already gathered. Am I late? He asks. No, Gamma, we've actually all just got here early. Let me formally introduce you to our new permanent squad member, Habi. Hello Habi, nice to have you on board. Thank you, Gamma-san. So, Gamma, since you weren't here for your entry test, why not show her around and familiarize her with our schedule? Hi, Taicho. Habi, if you can follow me. As the two walk around the HQ, Naruto informs her of their training schedule and primary responsibilities as a squad along with the specializations of each squad member. So, what would be your specialty, Habi? Taijutsu, poisons and interrogation. Excellent, with those you should fit right in. How about ninjutsu, what are your affinities? Primarily Sweden with a weaker rate in secondary. Awesome. If you ever want help with your Sweden jutsu, let me know. You have a Sweden affinity. Yes, but I've completed the nature manipulation exercises for every element but lightning. That's impressive. No wonder you're the ninjutsu specialist on the team. Scratching the back of his head at the praise, Naruto can only nod at the compliment as he finishes the tour. Do you know what kind of weapon you'll be wielding for your kenjutsu requirement? I was thinking a ninjutsu. Cool. Raiyan will be the biggest aide in the squad, Neko Taicho in the entire Anbu. What about you? Primarily, I use dual kodachi, but I have been learning forms with a katana as well. Bit of a jack of all trades, I take it. I guess. More than likely I just need hobbies that don't revolve around the shinobi arts. You could get a girlfriend. My, so forward, Hubby-chan, and we've only just met. Why, I don't even know what you look like out of your mask. First, if you must use an honorific, I will be called Hubby-heim. Secondly, I didn't say it'd be me, Gamma-chan. Wait. If I can't call you Hubby-chan, then there is no way you'll be calling me Gamma-chan. Why not? It fits. Something about you just says Gamma-chan. As your senpai, I will have to insist you not call me that. And as your Taicho, I must insist she does. Tora said from behind the pair. Ah, that's mean, Taicho. Naruto says as Hubby and Tora laugh at his predicament. Tsunade-sama, Hiyashi-sama is here to see you. Thank you, Shizune, escort him in. Shizune left and promptly returned with Hiyashi, who had been dreading this meeting. Times have not been great for the Hyuga clan head for the year or so. The clan has been stagnating. New business ventures have been drying up, going to competing concerns, and if that weren't bad enough, it is starting to filter through the nation that Hiyashi does not have the influence with the Godime that he had with the Sandame. This, of course, has angered the elders of his clan and has only increased the pressure upon him. His only saving grace is that these same elders are in no rush to see Hinata take over as clan head, fearing the changes she would instill, but that doesn't mean they can be a perpetual pain in Hiyashi's ass. Tsunade-sama, Hiyashi says with a polite bow. Thank you for coming, Hiyashi, it appears we have some issues to discuss. Yes, one of my clansmen attacked a guest on your estate. How can we remedy this before things escalate? Oh, there won't be any need for that. Naruto explained what happened, said it was just poor little boy with unresolved feelings, asked me to just let the issue lie, which I've agreed to. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Don't. I also issued Naruto an order, if Neji should attack him again, Naruto is to treat him as a threat and respond to any acts of violence with extreme prejudice. Tsunade-sama, you can't be serious. Why can't I? Naruto isn't Neji's punching bag and I'm not going to let his attachments get him hurt. All of this is moot as long as Neji never attempts to attack him again. I won't stand for this. You're telling me you've ordered my nephew's death and you expect me to be okay with it? Hiyashi, look at me. What makes you think I'm concerned about what you will and won't stand for? I've shown you mercy, I expect gratitude. As far as your nephew is concerned, it's my understanding that you're partially the reason he's wounded so tightly to begin with. He hates the main branch but can't lash out at you, so he picks weaker targets. Hurt people, Hiyashi. I will not be discussing internal clan issues with you, but it strikes me that you've issued this order specifically because it's against the Hyuga clan. Think what you wish, it matters not. So, is this how it's going to be between us, Tsunade-sama? Needlessly antagonistic. How have I antagonized you, Hiyashi? How have I harmed you? You've ordered a seasoned Anbu to murder my clansman should he step out of line. I've ordered an honored guest of the Senju to defend himself against a known threat. You make it sound like Neji will, no matter what, attack Naruto again. He may. I've impressed upon him how bad it would be, but he may. I don't think he deserves to have his life ended if he should. Are you serious? I know you don't value Naruto, but that stupid boy tried to turn his heart to mush. You keep this up and I'll execute the little fuckhead myself. Hiyashi, don't test my patience. He isn't being charged with anything, your clan isn't being sanctioned. Nothing has happened, and as long as you keep your clan members under control, nothing will. For now. But what about the next time you have a convenient reason to take action against my clan? Hiyashi, can you just say what you want to say? Fine, Hokage-sama. You've never been a fan of my clan, this is well known, but ever since I made Hinata choose, you've all but openly hostile toward me. I know you've taken to the boy, but that doesn't give you the right to try to dictate internal clan matters. How have I tried to interfere in your clan? Give me one specific example. If you can't, stop making things up. And if I happen not to like you because of something you did, actions have consequences for everyone, even the great Hiyashi Hyuga. So, you don't even bother to deny it. Deny what? That I don't like you. Sure, not a fan. That's not illegal, Hiyashi. And all over that boy. It's absurd. What's absurd is keeping two people who care about each other, who have been nothing but good for each other, away from each other. I have my reasons, not that I need explain myself. Oh, yes, I'm aware of your reasons, Hiyashi. Can't even bother to form your own opinion, so you base your decision off what you think the Sandame felt, not even checking to see if the man has changed his opinion. A cynical person might assume this was an attempt to rein in an heiress that might be getting a bit uncontrollable, one not so tied to tradition. Start making her make compromises early until you manage to compromise her so nothing has to change. Hiyashi looked as if he'd be struck. He couldn't deny that part of his motivation was to make sure Hinata wouldn't uproot too many of the Hyuga traditions, firmly believing that ties to the past is what give a clan substance. He knew he was being unduly cruel when he said Naruto had nothing to offer the clan, and if Minato and Kushina were still alive, he'd likely have been run through with either Kushina's katana or those damn chains. But simply keeping Hinata in line wasn't his only motivation. War is on the horizon, Tsunade. He said barely above a whisper. Shocked at how defeated he sounded, Tsunade allowed the breach in decorum. I may be a hard man, some say unbending, but I do love my children. I know how happy those two make each other, but Naruto's burden has made him a marked man, and the shinobi world has been at a state of peace for too long. If he manages to survive the Akatsuki threat, what of Iwa? Should any senior Iwa shinobi ever get a good look at him, they'd likely mobilize a platoon of assassins just at the mere possibility that he is Minato's son. Kumo may do the same. Or they may come after those he cares about. Kumo would think nothing of trying to kidnap Hinata again. I won't tie my daughter to someone who will likely be at the center of the next shinobi war. An upcoming war is mere speculation, and Naruto won't be facing Akatsuki alone, nor will he be underprepared. Oh, I've heard. Some estimates have him as a lower-ranked shinobi. Not even 2 full years of dedicated training and he's lapped everyone in his generation. Did you ever think that a legitimate S-ranked Jinchuriki, one who achieved the ranking without the aid of his Biju, might be enough of a spark? But as you said, Hiyashi, this is all speculation. We all lead dangerous lives. Trying to socially engineer Hinata a long-term partner is folly, Hiyashi. There is time, don't alienate your heiress over what might happen. If that is all, Hokage-sama. Yes, Hiyashi, you're dismissed. Tenten's party was taking place on the roof of her parents' weapon supply shop. Since it's a fairly large retail space, there was plenty of room for all the guests to dance and mingle. Some well-placed seals also ensured it would not be too cold. All of the rookies had already arrived before him, Naruto noticed. How he just wanted to go home, but he knew he had to be here for Tenten, so he sucked it up and sought out the birthday girl and sees she's talking with Lee. Happy birthday, Tenten, he says while giving her a quick hug. Thanks, she said smiling. The 3 shinobi continue conversing until Hinata calls everyone around so Tenten may start opening her gifts. The party was undeniably fun, and around midnight everyone starts to clear out. Naruto leaves some shadow clones to clean up the roof while he, Tenten and Team 8 make their exit from the building. So, Naruto, I noticed you didn't get Tenten a gift. You really are a cheap bastard, said Kiba. Every member of the group save Naruto and Tenten himself tensed at Kiba's barb. He gave me my present earlier, Kiba, and if he hadn't it was not your place to mention it. I can defend myself. Oh, I'm sure he did give it to you earlier. Kiba said with a lecherous grin, making both Tenten and Hinata uncomfortable at the barely hid insinuation. Naruto was not uncomfortable. He was not even angry. There was no need, he understood that there was a jaw in need of breaking. The best kind of problems are the ones with immediate solutions. Before he could turn to Kiba and carry out his newly formed plan. Goal of shutting Kiba's mouth, Shino spoke up. I intervened once on your behalf. I felt professional ethics and our burgeoning friendship required as much, however what I chose to believe is a slip of a brash, loose-lipped but overall decent person was clearly mistaken. You intended to cause harm when you revealed something you had no right to, and while I've never blamed either of you for my broken hand, I had hoped it would forestall future conflict. Not this time, Shino, he needs to learn to watch his fucking mouth. Naruto said, barely restraining his temper. Shino simply raises his hand in an attempt to calm his friend, knowing how quickly things could escalate. Naruto, I don't disagree, but please escort Tenten home while I talk to my teammate. Fine, Shino. If you're free, let's grab some lunch tomorrow. I'll see you there. Waiting for the two to leave, Shino stares at Kiba. You need to grow up, Kiba. Whatever issues you have with Naruto need to be resolved. I have no issues with the dead last. Is it my fault he can't take a joke? Kami, I didn't know it was such a big secret. Maybe not, but let's not play games. You outed Tenten and Naruto in an attempt to embarrass him in front of me. Hinata said. What's sad is that I already knew, while both were attempting to be discreet, I had noticed a change in how they interacted and deduced that while not fully romantic, their relationship had turned physical. No one needed you to announce it, she said before departing herself. That isn't the way to win her, although you've likely lost any chance of that happening. I don't get it. I don't get why you and she are so drawn to him. Hell, even my mother seems to love that useless shinobi. I don't get it. Who says you need to? I do. I need to know what makes him so special. I want someone to explain it to me. He was always a loser, someone who couldn't even throw a proper punch, and now you all act as if he's heads and shoulders above the rest. Why do you care? Naruto's increase in skill does not prevent your own. I find this illogical. Because it wasn't supposed to be like this. It was one thing to always be behind Sasuke. To not be as smart as you or Shikamaru. But to be surpassed by that joke of a ninja is a step too far. He isn't as good as he pretends, and I'll prove. When you meet him tomorrow, tell him I want a spar. No restrictions. Fine, Kiba, I will inform him, said a clearly displeased Shino. What, concerned he won't accept the challenge? No, I'm concerned because I know he will, Shino says and then leaves via Shunshin. Chapter 13. At the request of Naruto, this is Lunar Shinobi Spar. While killing and maiming are strictly prohibited, the winner is determined by successfully incapacitating your opponent and bringing them back to me. However, if I get a sense things are getting out of hand, I will step in, understood? Said Kakashi. Hi, both opponents said. Both shinobi walked toward the forest with their companions in tow. Hey, Kichi, remember what we talked about? Said Naruto, wearing a midnight blue ensemble with a matching bandana to cover his hair. Instead of his kodachi, he has two rattans equipped with earth chakra seals to reinforce the wood sticks. The rattans were Osamu's idea, a way to get used to dual wielding without harming himself or his sparring partner. He enjoyed practicing with the sticks, so he kept it up. Gamakichi is also covered in a midnight blue cloak that hides his orange skin and head. Yay, I gotcha bro. You just stay sharp out there and have fun. Naruto can only chuckle in response, remembering when Shino informed him of the challenge. Naruto, he wishes to challenge you to a spar. I heard you, Shino. I'm just amazed how talented Kiba is at making poor choices. I'm guessing you didn't try to talk him out of this. It would have fallen on deaf ears. Kiba is fixated on you, as if every step forward you take causes him to take one back. I think you two need this. Naruto silently considers the offer. He can beat Kiba without much problem. That's not being arrogant, it's just the simple reality. Naruto's skill set, his Doden and Suiden releases along with his Fuinjutsu allows him to control the terrain. Add his ability with shadow clones and he's a one-man assault squad, lethal at any range. But that'd almost be an issue in itself. Beat him too quickly and Kiba won't be humbled. No, he has to give Kiba an apparent advantage and then strip it away from him. Shino could see Naruto's mind at work. The foxy grin adorning the blonde's face is confirmation enough that Naruto is planning something troublesome. I'll do it, Shino, but on one condition. A lunar spar, in 2 days. Naruto sees Shino quirk his eyebrow, but his friend only nods as he exits the table, piecing together what his friend has in store for his teammate. I'd almost pity Kiba if he had not brought this on himself. I wish I could disagree with you. Of course I'll root for my student, but I think Kiba has bitten off more than he can chew. Kurenai said. Yay, but this is probably for the best. Naruto might play with him a bit and bruise his ego, but it's better than an outright beating. Chimed in Asuma before taking a drag of his cigarette. Troublesome blonde. What Shika? Asked Ino. Given the phase of the moon, there is very little visibility tonight. That would appear to give Kiba a definite advantage, so why would Naruto be the one to request a nighttime spar? If this was the Naruto from the academy, I would just call it poor planning. Answered Choji. Yes, but that Naruto is long gone, if he was ever real. It means he either has a way to neutralize Kiba's advantage, or he's saying they wouldn't be enough to improve his chances anyway. Countered Shikamaru. Okay, gentlemen, you have 1 hour or until there is a victor. Hajime. And with Kakashi's signal, Naruto and Gamakichi disappear with a burst of speed. As soon as the entry to the forest is out of sight, Naruto and Gamakichi separate. Naruto starts flooding the area with his chakra, making it near impossible to locate him by non-visual means. After 15 seconds of flooding the forest with his presence, he cuts it off and hides his chakra signature completely, one of the first things Kakashi taught him to do. Naruto's gambit affected Kiba and Akamaru as both failed to pinpoint his specific location. Coming to the conclusion that tracking by smell would do them no good, they duo focus on sound. Hearing movement, both head in that direction. Once they arrive, both attempt to extend their senses to locate any movement but sense nothing. The duo would only have to look up in a tree behind them to see Naruto, perfectly masking his presence until it is time to strike. As fast as he finished the thought, he sees Gamakichi descend upon Akamaru, placing a knockout seal on the Ninken. As Kiba turns to defend Akamaru, he is struck in his left knee by one of Naruto's rattan, giving Gamakichi time to abscond with the hound. Kiba barely has time to think as Naruto plants a roundhouse on the distracted Inuzuka's jaw, sending him to the forest floor as Naruto heads to atop the trees once again. If this was going to be the sum total of your challenge, why even bother? Naruto said, his voice projected, not giving away his location. What did you do to Akamaru, bastard? The Inuzuka yelled but received no response. Rubbing his jaw and trying to shake off the effects of the kick, Kiba tries, again, to pinpoint where Naruto could be, but had no success until he felt a quick chakra spike. Turning to the direction of the spike, Kiba is met with a cloud of ash. Naruto had performed the fire style, ash pile burning, but did not ignite the ash cloud, instead removing sight and smell from the Inuzuka. Kiba instantly begins to cough due to the unexpected cloud. Attempting to ready himself for an assault, he is instantly struck in the neck, then the heart, followed by the lungs and finished with the liver. Once the final attack is delivered, Naruto returns atop the trees, slashing the carotid artery, stabbing the heart, lungs, or liver. Had I used a bladed weapon, you'd be worse off than just a little pain. That's twice now I could have finished this, and if we were enemies twice now I would have taken your life. Potentially moved on to your teammates and killed them too. All because of you, Kiba. As much as he wants to respond, Kiba is simply in too much pain. The liver shot left him gasping for air, which only made him inhale more of the ash cloud. Retreating to another part of the forest, Kiba hopes to buy himself some time and maybe think of a strategy for Naruto. His hope was for naught, as he soon found himself with a noose of ninja wire around his neck, with Naruto descending from a branch above until the two-leaf nin met in the middle of the air. Kiba, all I would have to do is focus some wind chakra into this wire and I'd have beheaded you. Trust me, I've done it before. Naruto whispered, recalling a particularly gruesome moment of inspiration. Poor Oto Nin never saw it coming. Seeing that there wasn't much more to be done, Naruto hits Kiba in the back of his head, knocking him out. He then drops to the ground, catching Kiba as he falls and removing the ninja wire from his neck. He then shunshuns to Kakashi so he can call it. Not even 10 minutes, you get bored too easily, stated Kakashi, looking at the heap known as Kiba on the ground and his student scratching the back of his head. You know I'm not one to play with my food. Besides, I could have ended it at 3 different times. Figured the point was proven. Besides, it's getting late and I want to get to bed. As the two continued talking, Kiba began to stir. Looking to see everyone, he realizes he lost. Feeling utterly humiliated, Kiba does the only thing he could think of, he lashes out at Naruto. I thought you wanted to fight like a man, not run and hide like a bitch. You're still the dead last, couldn't fight me straight up so you had to play games and cheap shot me. Coward, he all but roared, which earned him a shrug from Naruto. No point in arguing when there is sleep to be had. Yay, turn and walk away. Maybe that's why Hiyashi forbade her from seeing you. Hyugas prefer their women to be with real shinobi. Kiba said with a smirk. Everyone tensed as Naruto stopped moving, his head down and eyes closed. You're going to at least cripple him, yes. I'll even lend some of my chakra, said Kurama. No, I promised Suma I wouldn't hurt him too bad but I will hurt him, replied Naruto. As the exchange with Kiba was taking place, Asuma and Kurenai hurried over to Kakashi and the pair of Chunin. Kiba, how dare you? You've embarrassed yourself and this team. Apologize right now. I refuse. Nothing I've said is wrong. It's okay, Kurenai-san. I wouldn't want an insincere apology anyway. Naruto said, still with his back turned to Kiba and his head down. Kiba, you requested a shinobi spar and were given just that. Am I to include what you truly wanted was a simple fight? Of course, Dobi. No hiding, no bitch shit. Just us going at it. You want to have a go at me. Man, I used to think you wanted Hinata. This is so awkward. Sensei, I'm sure you've been in this situation before. How do you handle it? I want to be supportive but not lead him on. Kakashi and Asuma both laugh, which only infuriates Kiba all the more as he begins to move toward Naruto before being stopped by Kurenai. Sensei, if you would referee one final spar I think I can humor Kiba. And since he took a bit of a beating while I'm still fresh I'll only use Suiten Jutsu. Does this sound fair to everyone? The three Jonin look at each other, all recognizing this is a bad idea. Kurenai tries to reason with Kiba. Kiba, you've had your spar and you lost. Just leave it be and move on. Besides, Akamaru is still unconscious. Sensei, I can't. I won't let Naruto look down on me. I'd have to care to look down on you. I'd be more than happy to be indifferent toward you if you knew how to shut up. I thought the humiliation in the forest would humble you but you clearly need an audience. Screw you. I accept. Kiba says, which causes Naruto to smile. A true smile. Oh how he loves to unleash his Suiten Jutsu. Kakashi has the two separate before signaling for them to begin. Hajime, he says, and the two stay perfectly still. Kiba looks calculating, Naruto looks unconcerned. Having enough of the inaction, Kiba launches forward with a Gatsuga, assuming he's too close for Naruto to dodge. Water style. Water formation wall. Naruto whispers as a massive wall of water emerges from his mouth, causing Kiba to run into it head first, knocking him out again. Aw damn it, I had a whole thing planned and he's already knocked out. Oh well, I'm going to bed, good night all. Yo, Kichi, let's bounce. He's been knocked out twice, I've got to get him to the hospital. As Kurenai and Shino leave with Kiba in tow, Team 10 also departs, leaving on Kakashi and Asuma. That was embarrassing, said Kakashi. Completely. Agreed Asuma. Walking into his room, Naruto notices something wrong. Turning on his light he sees his bedroom covered in pink. Pink bedsheets, pink pillows. He goes into his closet and sees nothing but women's clothing. He then comes across a note on his desk, also in pink. Hi Naru-chan. Do you like how I redecorated your room? Pretty bitchin', right? Let this be a lesson to you, don't obfuscate with your Nei-chan. Nah, I like Nei-sama. Yes, that'll do. Now, I know you considered yourself something of a prankster in your youth, but if you retaliate I'll make you take a full physical with that old guy with the creepy ghost hands you tried to drown that one time. For a week. Yep, a whole week of some creepy dude fondling your junk. Anyway, tomorrow during breakfast you and me are going to gab like girlfriends. Dress appropriately or there will be consequences. Sincerely, Shizune Nisama. You win this round, you psychotic spinster, but there will be payback. Over the final 6 months before Naruto left with Jiraiya, his squad's directive had changed from primarily neutralizing Oto bases to focusing on supports within the Akatsuki network. By focusing on their sources of income, the hope was to either delay them or to make the organization get sloppy and start making mistakes. The information provided by Jiraiya's network, and unbeknownst to most everyone Itachi and Kisame, helped tremendously. Through investigation, what the team discovered is that while the organization has done missions for smaller villages in the past, and even a few for Suna, their primary source for major work is Iwa. Tsunade reasoned that Iwa may be using the Akatsuki so they don't have to send their best Jonin on high-risk missions while preparing for war, with the added benefit of having the Akatsuki be a distraction from what Iwa is planning. Danzo and Hiruzen counseled that it would be a mistake to focus too much on Iwa contacts, as it may give away that Konoha knows what Unoki is planning. Agreeing with logic, Tsunade informed Dragon to only move on a single high-value target within Earth Country, but sow dissent and distrust with other links in Akatsuki's support chain. So, that is what his squad has been doing, more subterfuge than direct combat, though there was plenty of that. Due to the more delicate infiltration missions required, the squad was paired off and Naruto got assigned hubby. She was good at information retrieval, no denying that, but he was ambivalent about his Anbu partner. He'd have to admit that training with her has been a fun and unique experience, but hubby is weird. For one, she insists they need a theme song. That in itself is fine, but she also says she deserves top billing. Over her senpai, no less. Everyone knows Gamma puts the asses in the seats. When he pointed out that ain't nobody came to see you hubby, he had to dodge poisoned Sinbon for an hour. Not just because he thought he was the star of the show, which she vigorously denies he is, but also because he called her hubby when she is to be addressed as hubby Haim. Every time, she was quite insistent on that. She also criticizes his on-the-field performance. Hey, Gamma-chan. Yes, hubby. She glares at him, even through the mask he can feel the glare, Haim. You're our ninjutsu specialist, yes. Yes I am. We were just in a combat situation, yes. The dead bodies would suggestion that, yes. So why don't you ever use any freaking ninjutsu? You always finish things with your kodachi, maybe a seal of some sort but no ninjutsu. Do you even have any ninjutsu? I'm starting to wonder. We've yet to be in a situation that required me to use any. I could just fling them about like those, pointing to the fallen rain nin, amateurs, but I am a refined ninjutsu practitioner and as such my standards are different. He said and then felt her eyes roll. He felt it. How is an eye roll that powerful, he wondered. Whatever, we're having a spar when we get back to HQ, ninjutsu only. Fine, but when I son you don't complain. I heard you once did a spar restricting yourself to nothing but Sweden. How about we do that? Oh, does hubby Haim want Gamma to get her wet? Naruto asks and is immediately hit in his side. Shut up, she yelled through laughs. Just grab the Raijin no Ken so we can leave. Oi, I'm the senpai here. All in all, the two work incredibly well together and have yet to fail a mission, and were gaining a reputation within Anbu as quite the fearsome duo. It had taken 4 months to identify that high-valued Iowa target, and another month to get adequate information to plan his assassination, which had been assigned to Naruto. While researching the guy, who owned several mines throughout Earth Country, which while profitable were a front for Iowa Black Ops. That meant that his security team were actually Iowa Jonin or at the very least Haichunin. By most conventional analysis he was most vulnerable at his office building, but that was only in a relative sense. He always had 2 guards posted outside his door, with a squad of 8 within the other floors of the building and 4 more posted outside. Naruto was never one for conventional means, and thanks to his gender-changing transformation, he didn't need them. It was almost disappointing how easy it was to lead the target around by his dick. Gamma gained access to his secure compound in a matter of days with just a little flirting. It just goes to show that the best security in the world can't save someone from themselves. As soon as the target and Gamma, hanged as a naive and innocent blonde named Ani, were alone, said target found himself with a sebin coated with a neurotoxin in his neck. He'd have to thank hubby for that someday. After placing the target's body in a scroll, Gamma created a shadow clone and had it henge as the blonde while Gamma transformed into his now dead target. Gamma could have escaped, but Hiro Saito, the target's name, however, was the entirety of the mission. If possible, Gamma was to eliminate his guardian detail, which Gamma figured would be easier in the building once it had cleared out for the day. While waiting for that, Gamma managed to copy secure documents. Very little of it regarded the Akatsuki, but there was some information regarding Iwa that Commander Dragon and Tsunade-sama might be interested in. Gamma was also able to pilfer some funds from Hiro's secret accounts. It'd take a team of forensic accountants weeks to pull apart where the money ended up, a boring but useful lesson from Danzo-sensei. The end of the business day came and it was time to put his plan in motion. Hiro called out to his guards and the two immediately entered the office only to be greeted with kunai coming for them. The two experienced shinobi easily dodged the projectiles and promptly went to attack, failing to realize the kunai were hanged shadow clones. The oversight cost them as both had kunai plunged into their brain stem before they could carry out the assault. Naruto had his shadow clones henge into one of the fallen guards each and sealed the originals. He then made a shallow wound to his side and burst a blood pack over it to make it look more severe. With a nod, one of the clones jumped out the window while the other propped the wounded Hiro, as the final part of the operation began. One Naruto and the guard made it down to another pair of the detail, the clone killed one immediately. Hiro, what the fuck is going on? We've been betrayed. I've suspected for a while now. The Tsuchikage told me to look into it and I just came across the financial proof. Half the detail has been compromised. Nero attempted to kill me in my office and is likely informing his accomplices. They can't let us leave alive, so they'll likely storm the building. We need to weed out the traitors still inside as fast as we can. Okay, what do you want me to do? Who can we trust? None of the outside guard, they were likely meant to be the extraction team. With him gone, that leaves 3 more we have to take care of. They likely have been alerted yet, so can I trust you to handle Kiko and Jin? Yes, they should be on the 2nd floor now. Go, and Godspeed. Outside the building. Nero, what was that? What's going on? Hiro, he's betrayed us. He tried to have me killed, the detail has been compromised. He has at least 4 working with him. We have to storm the building, you know how much sensitive information he has access to. Go get the others, meet back here, go, now. Inside the building. Naruto didn't have to extend his senses to tell the Iwa drone, what's his name, had finished his mission while he and his shadow clone had successfully killed 3 more, leaving 5 in total ready to defend the building. They gathered on the 2nd floor. Hero, you don't look too good. A mere flesh wound, boy. They are coming to take the building, we don't know if they have additional forces waiting for us, so dragging this out is a bad idea, we need to meet them on the ground floor and end this. They all nodded in agreement. Why? There's no point to this fight. 4 Jonin even with an injured person in tow could evade capture. They wouldn't have had that many more men stationed to buttress the extraction if things went pear-shaped. This is just a failure of shinobi tactics. Naruto thinks as his team makes its way to fend off the traitors. Close quarters makes for crappy conditions for Doden Jutsu, so the rival shinobi decide to all engage in close quarter combat. Naruto rolled his eyes, they aren't even attempting to make this difficult. He draws 2 kunai and launches them, kunai shadow clone jutsu, he said, and the 2 kunai became 10. As soon as they reached the Iwa Nin, Naruto flared his chakra and let off a mighty explosion, killing the rivals, including his 2 shadow clones. Using a burst of wind chakra, Naruto clears the debris to make sure all targets have been eliminated. Once confirming this is the case, Naruto summons 10 shadow clones and gives them a nod, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Boss finally did it. Why are you excited? We already know he can do it. It's still damn cool to see. Take that, Minato Tem. Whatever, can we just collapse the damn building already? Hi, 9 clones said in unison before running through the hand signs for Naruto's first original Doden Jutsu. Earth style. Seismic collapse jutsu, they stated while slamming their hands onto the ground. Moments later an earthquake ripped through the foundation of the building, leaving the supporting structure unstable. The shadow clones disperses just as the building started to collapse in on itself. Getting the memory from his clones, Naruto can only smile at a job well done. 3 days later Naruto is in the Hokage office with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Danzo, Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Shizune. Tsunade was reading over a report with a slight smile. Chunin Uzumaki, do you know why you've been called here today? No, Hokage-sama, Naruto replies, and is sincere. While he leaves tomorrow he didn't think he had any official business left before his departure. As I'm sure you've been told, there are no training wheels in the Anbu, everything is a trial by fire, including the Jonin exam. To become a Jonin in the Anbu the agent must successfully complete an S-ranked mission alone, flawlessly, which you did. It is my great honor to bestow upon you the rank of Jonin, Naruto Uzumaki, may you continue to serve with honor. Tsunade said as she gave Naruto a Jonin vest. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto said, with a face-splitting grin. After receiving congratulations from all in the office, Naruto left to prepare for his departure, and promotion, dinner later tonight wearing his Jonin vest. In Iowa. I've had the nation's best forensic accounts pull apart the transfers, tell me why did money from my black ops front make its way into shell companies that can be traced back to Rain? I don't know Tsuchikage-sama. We've been being hit pretty hard, someone is setting us up. Maybe, Deidara-kun, maybe. Or your leader is preparing to turn on Iowa. All I know is what I've told you, he is pretty tight-lipped about his ultimate goal. But we will start moving in a year's time, hard and fast. You really should pull Han and Roshi back to the village, they need the protection. They will be fine, you just keep yourself safe so you can come back home when this is all over and take this accursed hat from me. All in due time, Unoki-sama. Besides, I'd rarely have time for my art if I were a cage, UHN. In Suna. We'll be moving in a year, Gaara will be the first we target. Will he be ready? Don't worry about Gaara, even if he should fall I have a way to get him back. How are you? You look tired. I look like a 14-year-old, Chio-bachan, but I am tired. Being a rogue nin is exhausting and I really don't want to harm another cage. You understand why that had to be done, don't you? Yes, but apparently Rasa was even worse. I just want to be done with this. I know, Sasori-kun, I know. The day has finally come for Naruto to depart for his training with Jiraiya. He had already said his goodbyes to his friends, senseis, and Anbu squad, so now it's just Jiraiya and Tsunade. Naruto noticed Tsunade looked nervous about something, and was concerned as he's never seen her nervous about anything. Tsunade-sama, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Here I have something for you to read while away with the toads. Just know, no matter what you decide nothing will change, okay? Sure. Okay, that's enough of the sappy stuff, let's get out of here. Shut up, Jiraiya, Tsunade yells as she cock-backs her fist. Please don't break Jiraiya, it's hard enough getting the pervert to focus on training. A concussion will just make it impossible. Fine, fine. Well, have a good trip and stay safe. I will, thanks, Naruto said as he gives Tsunade a hug. Jiraiya summons Fukusaku to request they be reversed summoned, and moments later Naruto finds himself in the land of the toads. 1 year, Naruto thinks to himself. While he has grown strong, he knows he isn't at the level of the Akatsuki, not yet, but with the tasks left to him by Danzo and Hiruzen paired with the training from Jiraiya and the toads, Naruto is confident he'll get there. Chapter 14. Two figures slowly make their way toward the gates of Konoha. One, a tall, middle-aged man with long, spiky silver hair. The other, about a head shorter, dressed in all black with spiky blonde hair, walked beside him. We could have just flashed here, ya know, the blonde said in a huff. Then we wouldn't have gotten to enjoy all this natural beauty. Besides, what's the rush? You're about to be knee-deep in missions, enjoy this last bit of freedom. The older man responded. I enjoyed the scenery enough. I'm not an old. Besides, I'd like to see everyone again, unless you want me to tell Tsunade you delayed us to look at some trees. The blonde retorted. Paling at the thought, the older man decides to hurry along to the checkpoint, not wanting to anger Tsunade in the slightest. Names and reason for V. Oh, it's you. Welcome back, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto-sama, said the guard. Naruto-sama, Naruto asks while quirking an eyebrow. Naruto will do just fine. Sure, Naruto, no problem. Hokage-sama is expecting you both and left instructs to go straight there, no delays. Said if you stopped for ramen she'd make a law that they could only sell you salads. What? I'd raise an army and revolt. I'd cast off the yoke of tyranny with like-minded people that understand the importance of the noodle in the broth. Naruto said, shaking his fist. You're the most selectively stupid person I've ever met, said Jiraiya through chuckles. Oi, no one threatens the ramen, sensei. Anyway, let's go check in before she makes good on that threat. Naruto then places his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder and both vanish without a trace. The duo appear in Tsunade's office, making not a sound, and see her hard at work. Both stand there waiting for her to notice. After a few seconds an Anbu guard coughs to alert her. Both Naruto and Jiraiya barely manage to duck the paperweight tossed at impossible speeds and it embeds itself into the wall behind them. Damn it, Tsunade, that could have hurt. Good, what have I told you about sneaking up on me, Jiraiya? Not to. Damn right. And what about you? Trying to give me a heart attack. Sensei told me to do it. I tried to talk him out of it, but he said I either do it or he'd use me as a character in one of his books. Did he now? Tsunade said with a tick mark. Jiraiya has one too, not believing Naruto just lied to save himself. He'd be impressed if Naruto had done this to someone else. Jiraiya, after the briefing we need to talk. Shit, I'm going to get you back, Gaki. Her annoyance forgotten, she rushes over and embraces Naruto in a bone-crushing hug. Kacchan, can't breathe, he wheezed. Tsunade releases him, blushing a little at the new name. She had grown increasingly fond of the blonde but was anxious when she proposed formally adopting him, so anxious she had to do so in a letter. She was beyond shocked when she received the documents signed 3 days later. For Naruto, he was beyond stunned. He had come to cherish the makeshift family he had with Tsunade and Shizune but was conflicted about the adoption. Accepting Tsunade doesn't mean you're rejecting me, you know, said Kushina. I know, it's just, I don't want you to be forgotten. It's bad enough that no one speaks of how you were instrumental in sealing Kurama. Sensitive subject. I know. Sorry, Kurama, but still, I just don't want to erase you. You wouldn't be, Sochi. I can't be there for you like Tsunade can, and I know you've come to love her, but that doesn't diminish what you feel for me. Don't do this for my sake, embrace all the family you can. That'll make me happy. And with her reassurance, Naruto sent Gamakichi with the papers and became Naruto Uzumaki Senju. While the trio were getting caught up, there was a knock on the door. Gaining permission, Shizune walks in with Sakura. Sakura, a name Naruto hasn't much thought about since that night in his apartment. He hadn't seen her since then, not even in the outings with fellow rookies, and up until now he never even considered it odd. Did he just delete her from his memory along with anything related to Team 7? Naruto wonders. So deep in thought he almost missed Shizune speaking to him. You've grown, shorty. Taller than you, spinster Nichan. Shizune immediately activates her chakra scalpels and Naruto forms a rasengan. You remember what happened the last time you tried that, Nichan? Yay, you ran to Tsunade and jumped into her arms like a bitch. Tactical retreat, important for a shinobi to know. Don't worry, I'll teach you the tricks of the trade. Stick with me and you can stop shaming Kacchan. Enough, you two. Naruto, you can go but be here early tomorrow for your assessment. Okay, sensei. Sakura. Old maid. Naruto says in goodbye with a grin, Shizune narrowly missing with a swipe of her chakra scalpel as he vanishes. When did he learn the Hiraishin? Shizune asks in amazement. Apparently before he left, and unless you want a 20-minute rant just don't bother to ask him about it. Why not? Asked by the women in the office. Jiraiya sighs before answers. You know the kid had major issues with his father, right? Sakura and Tsunade go wide-eyed for different reasons. Seeing this, Jiraiya continues, Naruto doesn't care. He's said as much. If people know they know and trust me, any assassin Iwa or Kumo send would meet a swift end. Kid was good when he left, he's a monster now. Anyway, apparently he's been working on the Hiraishin since the start of his 3-year training period. Had Minato's version down fast enough and had the conditioning for it, but felt a shinobi technique known for being flashy was incomplete. No matter how effective, so he spent the next year creating a shiki that not only removes the flash but suppresses any chakra spike. Kid went on and on about Minato Tem, needing his son to complete all his work. So, please, just leave it be. Okay, before we continue, Sakura, you're dismissed. Waiting for the pink kid to leave, Tsunade begins. I was thinking of having Kakashi do his assessment, figure that'd be a good test of his abilities. No, it wouldn't. If he were serious he'd kill Kakashi, and I'm not sure if he'd require Sage Mode to do it. He's a Toad Sage. No, he has access to Senjutsu, but it's different from what the Toads taught me because he mixes it with Biju Chakra. Are there any negative effects? Asked Tsunade. No, and it's really similar to how I do it with Ma and Pa. Since he's not the one channeling the nature chakra, the duration and activation issues are removed. So, how is he? Better. He only talks to me so much, but he seems to have resolved, to some degree, whatever was bothering him. Feeling relieved by Jiraiya's assurance, Tsunade continues, so who should do his assessment? Sensei and Danzo should be an adequate test. I'll tell him to leave all of his S-rank jutsu out of it. All. Tsunade and Shizune ask. Yay, he has 5, I think, more or less. So, is he ready? Yes. On top of the Hokage monument, Naruto sits atop his father's head, appreciating a view he hasn't seen in a year, awaiting for the presents he sensed to arrive. It's good to see you, Naruto. Same here. Congrats on the promotion, I know you deserved it. I appreciate that. How long have you been back? Just got back, actually. Checked in with Tsunade and came here. And how are you? Your letters were distressing, my friend. I didn't think they were that bad, Shino, but you've never been one to miss subtext, so I'll defer to your judgment on the issue. Hey Shino. I hope all is well. I recently had a breakthrough with my training. Learning Senjutsu is unlike anything I've ever felt. It was like a new form of consciousness, a form of pure power, and I am left wondering if I will only waste it. Shinobi kill, steal and everything else. I've accepted this reality, but I used to dream of more. I haven't even considered the nature of shinobi as a force of good since I've been training for these upcoming trials, and now that I've reached this threshold I feel adrift. I've become an extremely efficient killer and a powerful combatant, but am I no more? I can pull water out the atmosphere, but do I use it to irrigate land? No, I use it to attack. I can create a 20-foot wall of rock, and I use it only to defend myself. Is this the pinnacle of chakra or my abilities with it? I can't heal like Tsunade. My seals are mostly combat-oriented, and at the moment I was most connected with nature I felt utterly disconnected from life. Death can't be my only legacy, but I fear I may not have a choice. N. Uzumaki. Naruto. While I understand your position, I find myself at a loss at how to advise you. I have dedicated myself to logic as a means of problem solving, and while logic is not divorced from concerns of morality, it can often become murky when trying to decide what one should do when the action is revolutionary in nature. I've accepted the way of shinobi, not as perfect but in such a way I can be logically consistent in my actions and my feelings. I see your struggle and grow concerned and anticipatory in equal measure if and when you resolve this conundrum. The answer may very well lead you to a path you abandoned so many years ago, the desire to be Hokage. To truly change the way of the shinobi would require you to be an excellent one that is acknowledged by all. As you know, the one who is acknowledged by all is the one who will become Hokage, and while becoming Hokage may not be the answer, it may be the final destination of the path you walk. Whatever you decide, you will not face your struggles alone, at least take peace in that. Aburame. And still you avoid the answer. Your letters increasingly had signs of depression until you left for your walkabout, so, how do you feel? I think I'm at peace with it all, at least for now. But enough about me, how are you? The two friends would spend the afternoon catching up for parting ways. As Naruto was watching throughout the village, he sees an all too familiar sight. Quickening his pace while remaining unnoticed, he walks up behind his target and wraps her in a giant hug. "Hi Ten-chan," he says before the kunoichi had a chance to react. Putting her down, the annoyed girl takes a swing at her friend, which he dodges right into a hug. "Hi, stupid. Maybe don't sneak up on me next time," Tenten says. "Yosh, Naruto-kun, it's great to see your flames of youth still burning brightly." "Thank you, Lee." Uzumaki. Sighing, "Hey, Neji-chan. How's it going?" "Oh, it goes well. I'd do better if you wouldn't accost my girlfriend." Looking at Neji and back at Tenten, seeing her nod, he smiles at his friend. "So, finally found your courage. Excellent. Well, I'm off. You crazy kids stay out of trouble," Naruto said before narrowing his eyes at Neji. "Oh, and Neji, if you hurt her, I'll disappear. You and everyone will know, but they won't be able to prove a thing. See ya." He finishes with a smile before disappearing without a trace. "Did he just teleport? Did he mean that?" Lee and Neji asked. "Yes to both. I wouldn't worry since you aren't going to hurt me, right?" Tenten said with an overly sweet smile. "Right," Neji says as Tenten heads off. "If I may be unyouthful, you're so totally fucked." "I am aware, Lee." Moments after leaving, Team 10 found Naruto out of the Hyuga compound. He finds it a little distressing that the most secure compound in the village is so easily infiltrated. Why, if he wanted to, he could visit a certain Heim in the dead of night and who knows what would happen. Oh, the possibilities. When did I become a pervert? He thinks to himself as he refocuses on the task at hand. Over the wall, avoid a few guards here and there, move in silence, and eventually he finds himself at his destination. "Where's Gamakichi?" "Really? No, hi. No, when did you get back? Just where's Kichi? I think I'm hurt that you like my personal summons more than me, and I think the feeling's mutual." "Stop being a baby, we've just had a lot of time to talk since he delivered your messages to me. Also, he can actually pull off orange. I get no respect. When did you turn on me, Hanabi?" Naruto said through fake tears. "You are so dramatic, you know that, right?" she says before giving him a hug. "So, how have things been?" Tense. The clan's business affairs and relationships have been stagnating for a few years now, and while there are suspicions, there is little in the way of proof. The frustrations have caused some main branch members to take it out on the cadet branch, so tensions are high on that front. And then there is Oni-sama. "What's wrong with Hinata?" Naruto tried to keep his voice steady but failed miserably, causing Hanabi to smirk. "What's wrong with Hinata depends on perspective. About 2 months after you left, she had a spar with Neji, not only nearly drowned him with Suiten Jutsu but tried to run him through with her ninjutsu. When the elders started to complain, she replied, 'If you don't like it, then do something about it.' One of the elders did and got his arms broken for his trouble. Now, she does pretty much what she wants. Outside of Tusama for official business or me, very few main branch members approach her. They're all afraid." Naruto can't help but laugh Hanabi's response. The two visit for a little longer before Naruto excuses himself as to not get caught. Besides, he has one final stop before he heads home for the night, but before he does. "Here, take this," Naruto said, handing Hanabi a tri-prong kunai. "If you ever need me for anything, just channel some chakra into the kunai and toss it down. I'll be here as soon as I can." "Thank you, Naruto." "No problem, Hanabi-chan." Flashing to a marker he left outside the Hyuga compound, Naruto makes his way to the Inuzuka compound, hoping to not run into Kiba. He proved to be unlucky today. "Why are you here, Dobi?" "Must we do this every time, Akila?" "You know that's not my name." "Whatever, Kira. Is your mom home?" "No, go away." "What is your problem with me?" "Oh, where to start? How about the preferential treatment you get?" "I'd laugh at you if this weren't so sad." "Deny it all you want, but you've gotten preferential treatment. Training by a Hokage and a Sannin, adopted by another Sannin, training by the strongest Junin in the village. You deserved none of it, and if anyone else had been given that, they'd be just as ahead as you are now." "Oh, poor Kiba doesn't feel special. I really don't want to hear anything about preferential treatment from a clan ninja, especially the child of a clan head. I was intentionally stunted in my training until the Chunin finals. That's right, I've had a little under 4 years of real shinobi training while you've had nearly a decade. If I'm further ahead, some of that can be placed with my teachers, the rest is just the difference between us. Recall, I beat you in the prelims with almost no training. Just guts. Also, what are you going to learn from the Sandame? I'm a ninjutsu specialist, the best since him. Do you even know your elemental affinity? No. Then we'll drop that. Besides, even if I didn't earn this preferential treatment, I deserve it for services rendered. Kiba, I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The 4th Hokage, who is my father by the way, sealed it inside of me. I've been protecting ingrates like you since the day of my birth." Hated and isolated for my involuntary service, so I think would make me due for some benefit to balance out the misery. Wah. That's better than I expected. I assumed you'd accuse me of being the Kyuubi or something equally moronic. Whatever, let's say I believe you or this Jinchu. Whatever, and the son of the 4th Hokage, it just makes me dislike you even more. Maybe it came late, but you were still given an easier path. You became a Chunin and a Junin before any of us in our graduating class when you did the worst. So, what, to make up for your crappy life and to pay back the 4th, they give you undeserved promotions and advantages. You do remember how I kicked your ass, right? Twice in one night. You, a tracker, couldn't handle me in the forest. How can you say my promotions are undeserved when you don't know how I got them and I've demonstrated the ability to handle you? You just don't. You have Shino and Hinata snowed, but I know the truth. You got lucky a few times, but you don't deserve he. Wow, so this is about a girl I can't even be with. You're so very sad, Kiba. Jealous over a non-existent relationship. It doesn't matter, because of you our team broke up. Because of you Hinata won't even speak to me and never noticed that I'm better for her. I'm betting Hiyashi would agree with me. Hinata leaving the team likely had very little to do with you. Her not speaking to you, however, is entirely because of you. You tried to hurt her and embarrass Tenten by outing us, and since you're dumb you think no one else would notice your malicious intent. We all did, and you couldn't even be a man and own it. Whatever, Kiba, I'm done. But one last thing, I'm a censor, dumbass. I know your mom is home, my asking was me being polite, so if you'll excuse me, Naruto says as he walks past Kiba to knock on the door. Trying not to lose his temper in front of his mother, Kiba storms off. Naruto proceeds to visit Tsume, telling her about his time away from the village. The next morning finds Naruto arriving to Training Ground 29 with the Sannin, the Sandaime, Danzo and Kakashi waiting. Greeting everyone, he takes his place. Okay, the rules are anything goes outside of crippling attacks and S-rank ninjutsu. Begin. Jiraiya says, and all 3 participants blur through hand signs. The Battle of Masters vs. Student had begun. Chapter 15. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Missiles. Wind Style, Vacuum Wave. They are starting off strong, Naruto thinks as he sees his 2 senseis jutsu coming for him. No holding back, I suppose. Earth Style, Mud Flow Wave. As Naruto activates his jutsu, a massive wave of mud emerges, circling away from the attacks aimed at him. Naruto uses chakra to ride the wave and get to the side of his 2 opponents with impressive speed. Seeing he has caught them by surprise, he blurs through more hand seals, Earth Style, Mud Cannon, and 2 massive mud balls shoot from the wave. Instead of dodging, Hiruzen creates an Earth-style mud wall that is just strong enough to endure the assault. Releasing his mud wave, Naruto jumps back, preparing for an attack. He didn't have to wait long as Danzo appeared atop Hiruzen's wall, having already completed his hand seals, Wind Style, Vacuum Serial Waves. Naruto managed to dodge the attack with a shunshin back to his starting position, allowing the attack to cause damage to the training grounds instead. Seeing Danzo has returned by Hiruzen, Naruto understands he's going to have to separate them to have a chance. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto shouts as the kunai spread around Hiruzen and Danzo, but before the 2 can react, Naruto had already activated his seal, Uzumaki Style, Bringer of Darkness Seal, and instantly both elders are encased in unrelenting blackness. Hiruzen, I don't know how, but this is your fault, Danzo thinks while remaining calm for the potential attack. It is only due to years of experience that he was able to dodge the oncoming water dragon, not realizing it was Naruto's plan. As soon as Danzo landed, he found a new barrier erected around him with 3, he assumes, shadow clones maintaining it. As soon as the Genjutsu seal was activated, Hiruzen went underground using the Earth Style, Underground Projection Fish, but as he emerged he immediately had to dodge a strike from Naruto's Rattan. Having no time to summon King Enma, Hiruzen retrieves 2 kunai and engages his surrogate grandson in close quarters combat. Seeing his opening, he throws one of the kunai, narrowly missing Naruto, but was right on target as the kunai dispelled one of the shadow clones, dropping the barrier. Before the other clones could react, they were dispelled by Danzo. Realizing his back is compromised, Naruto disengages and uses a shunshin to return to his starting position. Returning to his partner, Danzo sees he is the fresher of the 2. Any plans, Tem? He asks. No, second best, but we need to think of something. A war of attrition favors him and he's gotten his chakra control problem down, we can't just fling jutsu at him all day. Tisk, damn Uzumaki. Water release, exploding water shock wave, Naruto says, followed by an obscene amount of water rushing from his mouth, aimed at crushing Hiruzen and Danzo. Hiruzen erects another mud wall which leaves them surrounded by water. The 2 have little time to rest as multiple water style, Water Fang bullets speed toward them from the newly formed lake, crumbling the mud wall. So distracted by the attacks they didn't notice Naruto had created a shadow clone and both had just completed their respective hand seals. Water style. Explosive bite of the water dragon. The original and the clone shout as two massive water dragons hurl themselves toward Hiruzen and Danzo, exploding on contact. Naruto, being a sensor, knows the two used a last-second replacement jutsu, but he decides to wait for their next move. In the nearby forest, Hiruzen and Danzo marvel at the power of their shared apprentice. Initially, it seems young Naruto wishes to taunt us with our own sensei's jutsu. It would appear so. I suggest we take the gloves off, if for no other reason than pride. It's still weird hearing you talk like that, but I agree, I won't let a teenager show me up. Earth style. Earth dragon jutsu. Fire style. Dragon flame bullet. Wind style. Pressure damage. Naruto sensed the massive chakra spikes before he saw the oncoming jutsu. Wasting no time, he and his clone converted the pre-existing water into a defense. Water style. Water formation wall. When the collective jutsu met, the wall absorbed most of the attack, but there was a minor explosion that threw both Naruto's back, dispelling the clone. Oi, they said no S-rank jutsu. But you wanna play rough? Okay, say hello to my little friend. Blurring through one set of hand seals, Naruto stops for a moment and feels the pressure in his tenketsu. Unstable, he continues with a second set. Merging the wind style, great vacuum sphere, and the fire style, dragon flame bullet, Naruto created the Sandame style, vacuum bomb. Shit, that goddamn fucking idiot. I told him not to use this technique. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill that kid of yours, Tsunade. Seeing Jiraiya freak out has those in observation confused. Until they see and feel it. An explosion generating white-hot flames, burning the nearby forest instantly, with flames greedily looking for more and more fuel to feed it. Water style. Great exploding water shock wave, they hear Naruto say as a mass of water puts the massive fire out. Instinctively ducking, Naruto sees an irate Jiraiya behind him. What the hell? He says between pants. What the hell? I should rasengan you into oblivion. You overdid it, Naruto. They started it. They broke the rules first, so if Gigi wanted to play the combination jutsu game, I'll play it. Seeing things are about to escalate, Hiruzen and Danzo step it. Jiraiya, he's right. We escalated things. Turning to Naruto, Hiruzen continues, Naruto, you must explain that jutsu. Cool, right, Gigi. Well, thinking about it like this, how are we able to have fire chakra? Our chakra doesn't contain oxygen, and yet we know we can produce fire nature chakra. Thinking along those lines, the chakra is really fire potential. I worked really hard to refine my fire nature chakra and condensed it in a vacuum sphere, denying it what it needs to be fire. Think, all that potential being released not in a stream but at once. It'd seek out anything to realize its potential, and you end up with my vacuum bomb. Impressive, Naruto-kun, but that's going to be labeled a kinjutsu. Said Tsunade. Why? There's no risk to the user, and most people wouldn't have the wind manipulation skills to even attempt it. That's a weapon of mass destruction, and someone may try to learn the technique, have shoddy control, and blow themselves up. But the vacuum bomb is the key, Ka-chan. It's the source of my greatest combat discovery. Even Pervy Sage doesn't know because he's dumb and wouldn't get it. What are you talking about? Asked Tsunade. Gigi was so close. If he had my ability with Kage Bunshin, he would have cracked it years ago. Don't you see? Most elemental Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Tota aren't. Ka-chan, the Kekkei Genkai is the ability to natural mix elemental chakra in your tenketsu. It's hard, but it can be learned. I had 200 clones, every day mixing various ratios of elemental chakra after I had mastered Gigi's process in Sage mode. I learned that if the release didn't require Yang or Yin release added to it, then, like Mokuden, then they can be trained. Ka-chan, people will no longer have to breed or steal bloodlines. Naruto, I'd like to believe you, but this goes against everything we understand about Kekkei Genkai. You don't have to believe me, watch. Shadow clone jutsu, he said, creating 5 shadow clones, and the others watched patiently. Then it happened. Ice style, certain ice killing spears. Storm style, laser circus. Crystal style, growing crystal thorns. Boil release, skilled mist jutsu. Lava release, quicklime jutsu. After the demonstration, each clone dispelled, leaving Naruto with an openly shocked audience, even Danzo. That's impossible, Kakashi said. If I hadn't seen it, I'd agree with you, said Jiraiya. Turning to Naruto, how did you hide this from me, and how did you learn those jutsu? Kurama has an eidetic memory, so seeing the jutsu performed gave me a template to work from. Why do you think I asked for those spars from Mei and Darui? Orochimaru or Kabuto kept detailed notes about their shoten user, and I saw Haku use that technique in Nami. As for how I kept it a secret, I had my clones practice at night. It still isn't combat ready, it takes too long to mix the chakra natures to be viable for anyone else, and I'd prefer to not relay on my clones, it'd essentially leave my discovery unsuitable for anyone else but me. The next thing Naruto knew, he was engulfed in a hug. You're a genius, kiddo. This has the potential to change so much. This is indeed beyond impressive, Naruto-kun. I would love to help you refine it. Thanks, Gigi, I need it. I can do the chakra nature mixture, but creating or recreating jutsu is next to impossible without thorough knowledge of what hand seals do to mold chakra. Ah, yes. Well, come by the compound, we have so much to discuss. To think, I've lived this long and got to see something new. You never cease to amaze, Naruto-kun. Getting embarrassed by the praise, he scratches the back of his head and thanks Hiruzen. All were taken by surprise when they heard what started as a chuckle before soon blooming into full-blown laughter. Danzo-sensei, are you okay? I'm fine, ha 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 ha, Naruto. It's just, ha 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 ha, in under 4 years you've taken the field of ninjutsu further than the god of shinobi has in the last 30. 4 years. Seeing Naruto was about to interrupt, he cuts him off. I don't care about your use of shadow clones. Yes, it allows you to do a lot, but you still needed the insight. Naruto, no one thought this was possible. At most, people pondered seals to perform this jutsu, and that's because we were all focused on the wrong thing. When you start your book, I'll be more than happy to help. My book? I'm not writing a book. Yes, you are. Everyone here, save Kakashi, has written a book about their area of specialty, and you've broken ground in the area of ninjutsu. You need to share your knowledge. It's your duty as a Konoha shinobi, and with your shadow clones it won't take that long. Looking at everyone, but Kakashi, nodding, he realizes he's lost this battle. Fine, I'll write the dang book. Good, now that this is settled, Naruto, I'll be giving you the next few days off as I decide on your placement. Said Tsunade. I'm not going to be with Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, you may be the most powerful Junin we have. Usually it'd be highly irregular to send you with Kakashi, that'd be like having Jiraiya and I running missions. Extremely overqualified. However, since I am putting a strike team together for the Akatsuki, you likely will be paired with Kakashi and 2 others. I haven't decided who just yet. Okay, well, I'm off. Naruto says before flashing away. I need a drink, Kakashi says before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Jiraiya, we clearly need to talk more about the last 6 months of his training trip. Meet me in my office in an hour, she said as the rest vacated the training grounds. Wait, Tsunade, how are we going to explain all of this? He points to the ruined training grounds and the ice and crystal jutsu left over. To which Tsunade just shrugs and continues to leave. I don't explain things to people. If I tell them to ignore it, they will. After flashing away from the training grounds, Naruto made his way to the market district, hoping he could find who he was looking for. After a short trek, he entered the Yamanaka flower shop and smiled that his luck won out. Hey, Ino. Hey, Naruto, when did you get back? Just yesterday. Cool. So, what can I do for you today? I was actually wanting to catch up with Asuma-sensei. I figured if you were here, not only could I stop by and say hi, but you'd likely know how I could reach him if he's not on a mission. You're just in luck. We were meeting over to Kurenai's for dinner. Those 2 got engaged while you were away and she's pregnant. Well, go smokestack. If you guys had plans, I can just talk to him later. No, don't be silly, it's informal, just our 2 teams. Hinata is going to be there. Ino. I'm just saying. Troublesome. Shut up, Naruto. I get enough of that from Shika, she said as they both laugh. Well, what time was dinner? 8. Okay, I can meet you back here and we go over together. Also, if you wouldn't mind picking out a flower arrangement for me, I'd appreciate it. Yay, that's fine. Wait, I thought you garden, why would you need my help? Because I know how to make things grow, I don't know about the language of flowers. Just my luck, I express my undying love to Kurenai and she swoons because I've been upgraded from cute to smoking hottie. Then Asuma will want to fight me. Kurenai will take this as a duel for her favor. I'll beat Asuma because I'm just that good, and Kurenai will be torn between her loyalty to Asuma and the possibilities of being with a superior male. Soon tales of our duel will be spread throughout the village, with the women finding it utterly romantic and the men becoming possessive and distrustful, to the point of wanting to attack me. The women of the village will defend me as the avatar of true romantic love I am, and we'll have a gendered civil war. Somewhere in Kumo, a shinobi breaks out in tears as he felt proof of a platonic soulmate. You're an idiot, you realize this, yes? I've been told, but seeing as how I outtrank you, I can't be that much of an idiot, now can I? Yay, you think on that and I'll be back later. Bye Ino, Naruto said before vanishing right in front of her. Meanwhile back in the Hokage's office. He really doesn't trust you. I see. I honestly don't get it. He's seemingly forgiven Sarutobi, doesn't seem to resent the villagers anymore, but Minato and I are held in contempt. Jiraiya said, sagging in his chair. Every time I attempt to build a bridge I just screw up. He'll learn from me, but he doesn't see me as family. I thought things were improving, what happened? Fukasaku said there was some anger Naruto was holding onto that was affecting his senjutsu training, he needed to deal with it to progress. So, he cooks up this plan, I ditch Naruto for a week, make him think I'm up to my old habits and then blows up at me, gets it all out like he did in the inn when we got you. Seeing her nod, he continues, well, I did manage to piss him off. By a lot, but not because I left but because he saw through our little manipulation. Asked why can't I ever be direct, why can't I ever tell someone no when they plan to screw with him. Then he says that Minato and I always think we're right and are always so sure we are regardless of the damage done. Of course that confused me until he explained that both Minato and Kushina left a chakra imprint in his seal, one he's managed to sustain and has had access to them since you returned to the village. Apparently, they have access to his memories, and even with everything he's been through, Minato holds steadfast that he did the right thing. It infuriates the kid, not because he disagrees but the disregard of the harm done to him. Like me in the prophecy. Jiraiya, Tsunade says softly. While they have disagreed about Naruto in the past, she knows he cares about him and is sad he has such a difficult time showing it. I can try to talk to him for you. I wouldn't, he isn't wrong to feel that way. I left him for over a decade, never made contact and didn't try. He wasn't asking for the world, still isn't. I'll figure out a way to make it up to him, eventually. It's weird seeing you so serious, pervy sage. Both turn to see Naruto sitting by the window. Also, I didn't tell you because I wanted to surprise you. All my sensei in one spot, seeing the culmination of their time with me. I had already forgiven you about all that other stuff. You aren't as rigid as the yellow tem. Tsunade and Naruto see Jiraiya flash a genuine smile at his words. What are you doing here? I had some plans tonight, wanted to make sure it didn't interfere with anything you may have wanted to do. Ah, such a considerate son you have, Tsunade. Rolling her eyes, Tsunade answers Naruto, no, nothing planned. Have fun, but can you tell me why you never mentioned being able to talk to your parents? Because I wanted something for me. I feel like much of my life is public access and has been since I was born. I just wanted something that was meant for only me, ya know. Understandable. Okay, get out of here, both of you. I have actual work to do. Unless you want to save your poor mother and become Hokage. Ha, no, too restrictive for me, I need to be free like the wind. I recall you being quite free in Suna. Jiraiya deftly manages to dodge the kunai tossed at him, but before he can respond Naruto vanishes, without a trace. What was that about? Oh, just him and the Kage's sister had a fling while we were in Suna. I might have to hand over my title. The gallant Naruto does have a nice ring to it. You corrupt my son and I'll pound your ass. So, kinky, Tsunade. He said with a chuckle. That's not what I meant. She said, fighting back a blush. It is hours later that we find Ino and Naruto outside the home of Kurenai and Asuma. Welcome. Hey, Naruto. Kakashi said you were back. I think. He was pretty hammered. Hey, Asuma-sensei. Yay, I think my assessment broke his brain. Naruto said as Ino and he entered the house. Hi Kurenai-sensei. Hey guys, Ino greets everyone. Hello, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto greets politely while handing over the bouquet, and congratulations. Thank you, Naruto, I'll put these in vase immediately. Please come in and make yourselves comfortable. The dinner was muted but amiable as the members of Team 10 and 8 discussed the goings-on. Naruto told them briefly of his travels, to the interest of everyone save Kiba. Soon the night was drawing to a close with most everyone departing. Naruto. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. I just wanted to apologize again. Now that I have a child on the way, I sometimes think what would happen if he or she were to be put in your position and… Please stop. I understand and I truly have forgiven you. I'm not one to hold a grudge. Thank you for hosting me, is there anything I can help with? No, Asuma will take care of it. I will. Yes, unless you find the couch comfortable. I kinda do actually, he replied until he saw her look at him with a stern gaze. Okay. No, shorty, I've got everything covered. Oi, I'm one of the tallest of our graduating class now. But not as tall as me. I guess I'll have to console myself with being the superior ninja then. Anytime you want a spar, Gaki. Sure, but talk to Gigi first, you might change your mind. As he walks out to the front porch, Naruto sees a familiar crop of midnight blue hair staring into the night sky. "What has you so captivated, Hinata-sama?" he says, while approaching. "Oh, just enjoying the night, really, Uzumaki-kun. It is a nice night, but won't Hiyashi worry if you're out too late?" "He may, but it is of no concern to me, I'm a big girl now." "I've noticed," he mutters. "What was that?" she asked, smiling faintly. "Oh, nothing. You didn't really share much over dinner, how are you? I'm surprised my sister hadn't already filled you in." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, so are there a lot of orange, talking toads in the world? Gamakichi might be pretty good at stealth, but I'm better, and I've seen him talking to Hanabi a few times." "Yay, those two are friends. Don't know how it happened, but they are." "So, that's the story you're going with," she said, turning toward Naruto, an action he mirrors. "What exactly are you accusing me of, Hinata-sama? Nothing untoward, I hope." "Certainly not, I'm just wondering if you're keeping tabs on me." "And why would I do such a thing?" he said, getting closer to her. "I can think of a reason or two, but it'd be mere speculation. However, if you wanted to keep an eye on me, you could have just stayed in Anbu, Gama-chan." "Actually, I couldn't. The deal I struck with Ka-chan before entering put a time limit on my service. Besides, who says I want to keep an eye on you? Such arrogance, hubby Heim. Well, seeing as how you struggled to take them off me throughout dinner, it leads a girl to wonder." "Oh, how do you know I wasn't looking at someone else?" "Because even when you are, you aren't. I never realized your hold over me was so absolute, Hinata-sama. You should be merciful and release this poor fool." "No, I don't think I will. Keep your eyes on me a little longer and you might just see something amazing," she said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. "I always do, that's why I never managed to look away." Chapter 16. How long had he felt unbearably tired? Years. A lifetime. Since that day. He can't even remember anymore. The weight of his secrets and sacrifices had been unrelenting. He missed home, and yet it was for its protection that he could never return. He was made a villain to people that would never know he was acting under orders. Orders. The spell that is weaved by the lie of authority. How many times did he remind himself that he was only following orders? Too many to count, but even the first time it felt hollow. The logic was especially galling to someone like him. Puppeteers are incredibly sensitive to manipulation, for it is the underpinning of their very art. He sighs again, for once again he makes a sacrifice, and once again his actions will likely lead to the death of a cage. "Sasori Donna, you okay?" "No, asshole, you just tried to detonate a massive explosion, killing of hundreds of people in the place I love more than anything. Oh, and I just poisoned some poor bastard that only wanted to save his brother. I'm not okay," he thinks. "Fine, I just don't want to be late, let's get a move on." The alarms can be heard in the background as the two missing nin flee Suna. Sasori's guilt is only magnified by the pride he feels in the young Kage. He protected his people to the end, and a long and painful death will be his reward. "Chio Basama, I hope you know what you're doing." 8 hours later. We've just received an emergency message from Suna. Akatsuki has kidnapped Gaara and poisoned his brother, Kankuro. You four are to head out immediately. I'm assigning Naruto command of the mission. Any problems with that? Everyone knew the question was rhetorical, Sakura thought. It was like a Team 7 reunion, except for this other Junin she had never met named Yamato. Kakashi looked the same, but she had heard rumor he was not considered an S-class shinobi due to an incident in Lightning Country. Then there was Naruto. It amazed her how far Naruto had come. Before he returned from his trip, she hadn't directly interacted with him since that night in his apartment, even though she had really wanted to. But what was she to say? He had been right about her. He had put forth the effort to be a real time, but had been rebuffed at every turn, often physically. She wanted to apologize, to tell him how horrified she was when Sasuke tried to use the Chidori during their match. True enough, she was in love with the last Uchiha, but she wasn't blind. Sasuke intended to kill Naruto, and in the moments between him activating the jutsu and being killed in an explosion, she fully assumed Naruto was going to be killed in front of an audience, after having been humiliated. Had what Sasuke said been true? Had Naruto been stunted and held back? Why, if she knew Sasuke's intent, did she ultimately want Naruto to justify his actions? Because, irrationally, she never thought Naruto would do that. She expected that if he found some way out of his predicament, it would be by the slimmest of margins, but both Sasuke and he would still be alive. It took her weeks to get over her guilt in realizing she was prepared for Sasuke to kill Naruto or for both of them to survive. She had that little faith in Naruto's skills and potential as a ninja that he simply couldn't be a threat to anyone, so when he demonstrated he could, it felt like a betrayal, a rejection of his role. Over the years training with Shizune and Tsunade, Sakura had a lot of time to reflect on her teammates from the academy to the first Chunin exams. She had always thought of Naruto as a loser, and it took a lot of soul-searching to realize he had been assigned that role before he had done anything to prove it. Had that been any other child, everyone would be mortified at his treatment, the constant bullying from children and neglect from the teachers, but it was normalized. Naruto deserved it, he deserved all of the bad and none of the good. She cried for hours when she had that breakthrough and wanted to make it up to him, but how? He had essentially moved on. Training with Kakashi, then a respected Anbu operative, a student and assistant of the Hokage, has its advantages, so would he even care? Then he returned from his year-long training trip, no longer the boy she remembered but a young man. One who didn't greet her stiffly nor strictly professionally, but with a certain amount of kindness. Maybe they could mend their relationship. "Meet me at the gate in 30, pack for a range of conditions," he said, and she departed. At shinobi speeds, the trip to Suna takes 3 days, so she was skeptical when Naruto stated he had a way to cut that time down. She was until she experienced teleporting for the first, and hopefully last time. "Ga, Naruto, how do you handle doing this?" "Conditioning and practice. The effects are actually muted for you all since I encase you in a layer of my chakra, it's what's truly being transported. You have just a little, I have a ton. It sucked so hard the first 100 times," he said, scratching the back of his head. "How do you know the Hiraishin no Jutsu?" "Okay, I might as well tell you everything. Sakura, the things I'm about to share are S-rank secrets, you don't have permission to divulge them to anyone who doesn't already know, okay?" She nods. What else can she do? "What you were told about the Kyuubi attack was a lie. You can't kill a Biju, only contain it. The fourth sealed half of the Kyuubi's chakra into his son, me. Gaara has a Biju too, and an organization of S-rank missing nin named Akatsuki are trying to extract them from the 8 hosts. If a host has their Biju extracted, they die, almost instantly. The only reason my mom was able to survive the extraction as long as she could was because she was a full-blooded Uzumaki and had a strong life force than a normal shinobi. I am the 3rd host of the Kyuubi, the first was the wife of the Shodime Hokage. Almost no container of a Biju asks for the burden, and likely no Biju wants to be imprisoned, but regardless, if the seal is strong enough, the two remain separate entities with minimal influence upon each other." "Oh," was her intelligent reply. "So this is kinda personal for you." "Somewhat, but it also is because Gaara is my friend. During my time away I got to meet most of the other Jinchuriki from other hidden villages, and there is a kinship amongst us, it's a unique experience. Are you okay with all of this? I know it's a lot." "It is, but if you are the 4th son, why were you alone?" "Virtually no one knew of my parentage, but the older generations knew of my burden, so I was made a pariah." That bit of information isn't going to help her with her guilt, that's for damn sure. The team make decent progress into Wind Country until they stop at an oasis for the night. She had been thinking about everything until she heard Kakashi speak. "I see the stories are true, Naruto." "What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei?" she asks. "Well, our cute little team leader here created this oasis with Fuinjutsu and Suiden Jutsu, isn't that right?" "Partially. I had help with creating the water, it wasn't all from me, but I think while we've stopped it's a perfect time to get familiar with our skill set. Who would like to start?" "I will. My name is Yamato, I am a ninjutsu specialist primarily utilizing Doden and Suiden Jutsu. I am a close to mid-range fighter. I am Kakashi Hataki, I am a tracker and ninjutsu specialist as well as strategist for the team. I likely have a jutsu for every occasion." "Do I really have to go?" Neither of those two were good for my ego. "I am Sakura Haruno, I am a medic and support specialist but with strong taijutsu skills. Long-range support or close-range fighting if need be." "Excellent. I am Naruto Uzumaki Senju. I specialize in nin, FUNN and kenjutsu. I can fight from any range and have mastered every elemental nature release as well as space-time ninjutsu." "Oh, now I just feel like shit," Sakura thought. "We've all been assigned here for a reason, and I'm sure with our collective skills we will save Gaara." After curing Kankuro and saving Kakashi-sensei from a granny, we picked up the trial and rushed toward Gaara's location. Her brief time in Suna had been enlightening, as the people there almost revered Naruto for saving Gaara years prior and had the utmost faith he'd do it again. And she had to admit she started to believe it too when she saw him effortlessly behead Itachi Uchiha. "That's not the real Itachi," he said almost flippantly as Kakashi-sensei and Yamato handled the other person, Naruto later identified as Kisame. The team ran into a barrier once they arrived at Gaara's location, but thanks to the arrival of Team 9 they eventually dispelled it, to only find Gaara's dead body. "No matter what else happens, you both die today," Naruto said, his voice could have frozen water as it even scared Sakura a bit. The blonde ran off with Gaara's body, causing Naruto and Kakashi to give chase. Why was she late? What had taken so long? She said she had a plan, she said she could save him, but once again Sasori is responsible for the death of a cage. Damn it, he shouts internally. It wasn't supposed to be this way. No matter what else happens, you both die today, some blonde punk said. Oh, it's the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Sasori noticed and wondered if the kid could back up his threats. Guess he'd find out later. Seeing who is left, Sasori paid special attention to his grandmother and the pink-haired girl. Is that natural? Admittedly she does pull it off, he thinks as he prepares for final battle. He took my fucking arm. I'm going to blow that Kakashi bastard straight to hell for this. God damn it, I hate those eyes, Itachi being an okay guy notwithstanding. Deidara thinks as he flees with Gaara's body. You just had to use your eye, didn't you? Did you have a better idea? Several. What has Uncle Kakashi said about showing him up? Don't do it when chicks are around. Fair enough. What's your idea? Charge a kunai with Raiden chakra and throw it when I tell you. Shadow clone jutsu. Kakashi watches as the shadow clone positions himself in front of the two, not realizing the plan. Space-time barrier, the clone says, as a void with kanji emerging from it appears. Now, aim to the lower right, Naruto says as he throws two kunai through the barrier. Deidara didn't have time to react, the Fuden-powered kunai ripped through his heart, the Raiden kunai deactivated his dragon, and his last image was a blue-eyed blonde appear in front of him out of nowhere, grabbing the cage and then disappearing just as fast. Why didn't I think of that? You rely on that eye too much, it's going to get you in trouble one day. Let's head back. You've gotten so strong, Sasori-chan, she whispers to her grandson. Go on and rest, you've earned it. Besides, they are waiting for you and I won't be too long. The reassurance of his beloved grandmother is how Sasori of the Red Sands leaves the impure world. If she hadn't been feeling completely insecure about her abilities before, the battle with Sasori sure did the trick. Without Yamato's Mokuden defenses and Lady Chiyo's abilities with chakra strings, Sakura knows she'd had been of little use. Fortunately, those two were there and she was able to utilize her chakra-enhanced strength to break his puppets. Now she watches as Lady Chiyo performs some jutsu to revive the cage, at the cost of her own life, Sakura assumes. She sees Naruto look so solemn, does he think this is how he'll end up? She wonders. It isn't too long before the cage awakens and hugs his friend, appreciating the rescue. We collect the Lady Chiyo and head back to Suna for a much-deserved rest and to pay our respects to the fallen. 2 days later. Tsuchikage-sama, urgent news. What is it, boy, what has you so animated? Deidara the Mad Bomber has been killed by Konoha. Any idea who? Yes, the slated to receive the bounty are Kakashi Hatake and Naruto Uzumaki. That man's student. And Uzumaki, you say? Any intel on him? Speak, damn it. He is likely the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, though no reports of him using its chakra can be found. He is the student of Hatake but pretty much fell off the radar a little under a year of being his student. From what we have, he apparently became a Junin around a year ago at the age of 15. No word on his skills, however. It is also alleged he is the apprentice of Jiraiya of the Sannin. Here's a picture. The Tsuchikage was quiet for several minutes, looking over every detail in the picture. Leave. Return in 10 minutes with the Junin commander and send out word for Han and Roshi. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. The Iwa Nin barely made it out of the office before he heard it. The Tsuchikage, in blind fury, destroying everything in his office. First, that bastard decimates my army, costs me the war and humiliates our village for a generation. Then he manages to get that red-headed whore pregnant with his demon spawn and no one knows. Said son hides in plain sight for years, Jinchuriki status an apparent open secret within the village, and I knew nothing. Then the little bastard kills Deidara, my son in all but blood. This will not stand. I couldn't kill that Namikaze but I will kill his son. Potential for war be damned. Those two families are a curse, that they would jointly produce a menace is inconceivable. He needs to die soon. It was soon that the Junin commander joined Unoki in his now destroyed office. The longest-serving Kage informed him of his suspicions and his need to kill the boy of their most hated enemy. I'm assuming you don't want him in the bingo book. No, I actually want him dead, not to spread his legend. We need to draw him out so Han and Roshi can deal with him, though I'd still send 3 full Junin squads to back them up just in case. And that's not overkill. We have no idea what this boy can do, I'd rather be overprepared than under. Get more information if you can and start working on a way to get him. I need him dead as soon as possible. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. 1 day later. Excellent work all, your pay will be deposited by close of business tomorrow. Is there anything else? After receiving no answers she dismisses the team. Hey, Naruto. Yay, Sakura. Would you like to grab some lunch with me? Sure, sounds like fun. You can tell me what you've been up to for the past 3 years. And fun it was. Sakura quickly realized how engaging Naruto could be, and while it may take some time, she does hope that the two can find a way to be friends. Hey, Naruto, I felt outclassed during the mission, do you think we could train together sometime? I'd be happy to. What would you like to work on? Speed and reaction time. I trained it with Tsunade Shisho, but I've seen how much I can improve. I know I'm not a frontline fighter, but I'd like it to be out of choice, not necessitate. Ah, yes, I understand completely. I'll certainly help where I can. I have a few ideas that suit. Naruto, what's wrong? Anbu. And as soon as he said it, an Anbu agent with a mouse mask appeared. Naruto-sama, your presence is requested in the council room, immediately. She said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Well, this was fun while it lasted. I'll see you later, Sakura. Bye, Naruto. Extending his senses, Naruto feels a Horizon marker already in the council room and instantly teleports there. Upon appearing, he startles the clan heads in attendance, including his adoptive mother. Hokage-sama, I was summoned. Yes, Naruto, please sit down. We have called you here today not as a Junin of Konoha but as a clan heir. There has been an allegation that you have been directly interfering in the business of a clan, and said clan has levied a grievance with the support of one other clan head. This process has not been used in decades, but so things do not escalate, we have come here to discuss the allegation and potential remedies. Hiashi, you have the floor. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The Hyuga clan has been stagnating in our business affairs for about 3 years now. A majority of our attempts at growth have gone to a particular group, a concern that seems highly knowledgeable about internal clan affairs and the general MO of the Hyuga. So you're an influence peddler losing influence, what does that have to do with me? Insolent whelp, are you a member of this concern? No. Can you prove it? You generally aren't encouraged to attempt to prove a negative. Starting to feel frustrated, Hiashi continues, would you be willing to show us your financial documents? If you aren't a part of this concern, an audit would prove it. It might, but no, my financial affairs are my business, not yours. Besides, I don't see the issue. If you're so great, then get these opportunities back, be better. We've come here in good faith, this could be an issue between clans and you do not want that. Why wouldn't I? What would you actually do? In times past these kinds of things caused feuds between clans. Okay, these aren't times past. Be a man, make a proper threat, or shut up and let me leave. Soon had remained quiet for most of this, but seeing Hiyashi's smug ass smacked down proved too amusing, and she couldn't help but laugh boisterously at his current predicament. You think I'm bluffing? Yes, I do. You're not a shinobi anymore. You're just a politician that can fight. You hide behind words and your duplicity is only met with more words. You've forgotten what an immediate consequence feels like, and that's the difference between us. I don't play word games, I don't concern myself with deals in locked rooms. Make your threat. Threaten my family and then see what threatening a shinobi gets you. I'll give you a hint, you'll be fattening the Yamanaka's coffers with all the flowers you'll be buying. Lady Hokage, surely you won't allow this. What do you want me to do? This is the process, you've made it an issue between clans. Since I'm the Hokage, he is acting clan head. If he doesn't want to aid you or offer evidence to counter your allegation, what you do about it is your choice. But we know he interferes, he did it with my Ino. The smug prick's damage has yet to be fully healed. I didn't tell Ino anything specific, so your problems are your own, Inoichi, but my general position applies to you as well. If you have an issue, do something about it. But understand, the next time you burn down something of mine, I won't care how drunk you were or how accidental it was, I'll be coming to see about you. Inoichi looks at Tsunade, shocked at what Naruto just said. I only withheld it from him until I was sure he wouldn't try to harm you, clearly he hasn't, so I made the right decision. While she had initially lied to Naruto, she had revealed the truth of the fire in the letter she gave him when he left the village. She didn't want there to be any secrets between them. When Naruto read the official report and Inoichi's confession, he shrugged. Losing the apartment hurt because of what it represented, but she wasn't wrong to delay telling him. His hard-won maturity allowed him to reach that conclusion fast enough. Troublesome, this is getting out of hand. Let's take a few steps back. Naruto, no one is threatening you. While no law says you can't, we generally stay out of the way of each other's affairs, and while that can get a bit tricky with how widespread the Hyuga dealings can be, we are hoping to come to an accord. But I'm not part of any concern. If I had a reason to undermine Hiashi, I'd just break him in front of his fellow clansmen. I prefer to be straightforward in my personal affairs. Leave all that cloak and dagger shit for the job, Datbeo. You forget yourself, boy. The Hyuga is the strongest clan of Konoha and I stand atop its members. You. Hiyashi couldn't finish his statement as the snickering, turned to full-on laughter stopped him. Tsunade, Hiruzen and Danzo could be forgiven due to what they witnessed during his assessment a week ago. Hiyashi, please just stop. We are all people of action here, bluster does not become us. Hiruzen said. Sandame-sama, what do you mean? I mean you may see a cocky 16-year-old talking out of turn. I'm trying to assure you if anything he's being modest. Naruto has claimed innocence, you really haven't provided proof he's involved and intimidation tactics won't work. You either have to accept he's telling the truth, search for more evidence or declare yourself in conflict with the Senju. Taken aback by the Sandame's words and realizing he has trapped himself, Hiyashi withdraws the complaint. If that's all, this meeting is dismissed, said Tsunade. In the park, 15 minutes later 3 figures meet to discuss the session with the clan heads. I am somewhat surprised it took him this long to levy an accusation. Are we prepared for the final step? Asked Danzo. I think he is sufficiently rattled. Goading Hiyashi into making one final mistake shouldn't be too difficult, but once you do this there is no turning back. Stated Hiruzen. I knew that when I started this. Hiyashi crossed a line, too used to screwing with people who can't strike back. He'll be humbled and stripped of his power. When I'm matriarch the Hyuga will be a real family and can finally grow again. I thank you gentle for your efforts, I couldn't have done it without you. Stated Hinata. I owed Naruto-kun that much. Said Hiruzen. I just really don't like Hiyashi. Supplied Danzo. The last thing you generally want to do after finally being able to shower after a desert mission is run errands for your lazy-ass sister. Why Shizune couldn't do this Naruto will never know, but he has learned that his life is just easier when he gives her what she wants. Only because Tsunade wouldn't be happy if he threw a Rasenshuriken at her longtime apprentice daughter figure. Hell, knowing Shizune she'd still manage to be a pest. Luckily the errands didn't last long and Naruto can finally relax. Or so he thought, so stuck in his head about the Gaara rescue mission and the council session he didn't notice his visitor until she was on his bed, damn near in his lap. He didn't have to look up to identify the person, her familiar lavender vanilla scent a dead giveaway. But why is she here? In a towel and nothing else, and why is she so close? He wonders as Hinata is so near that simply turning his head would cause his lips to brush past hers and she waits. This is a special kind of torture, why is she here? He wants to uphold his promise to do what he could to make her a clan head and that involves staying away. He wants to keep to his word, it's his nindo, but her being this close. He almost has to touch her to confirm she's real. He closes his eyes as the last of his restraint leaves, only consumed by the smell of lavender and vanilla and the tightening muscles in his stomach. He can feel her smiling, as if her victory had been assured and only Naruto was the last to know. One quick kiss and that's it, Naruto reasons, and soon he does just that. Instead of it quenching his desire, it was the spark of an uncontrollable wildfire. That initial kiss, a peck, turned into a proper kiss. Followed by a lip lock. Eventually his hands cradled her cheeks as she eased into a deep, soul-search kiss where they both explored each other's mouths. The rest of the night was a blur of bodily movement. He remembers not removing her towel, only that it eventually led to his head between her legs. More time lost as now he's on top of her, a steady rhythm gradually increases as she moans his name. Then finally she's on top of him, riding with abandon until both were satisfied. He felt sleeping, claiming him as he held his lover, his Hinata-chan in his arms, managing to say one thing before drifting off. I love you, Hinata-chan. Chapter 17, The Rise of Hinata Hyuga. I sit on his lap, face mere inches from his. I wait, not moving any closer nor away. I can feel the internal debate and indecision well up within him, a struggle to keep a promise he made so many years ago to help me become clan head in whatever way he could. I could tell him a plan has been in the works for years, since Hiyashi proposed that false choice, but I won't. I want this, him to give in. I don't know why, maybe it's because of Tenten. How unfair, I told him to move on but it still hurt, imagining her receiving the affections that should have been mine and only mine. There are several of his firsts I'll never receive, so I will have this, Uzumaki Naruto going back on a promise for me. I feel him start to break, debate nearing its end. It would be so easy to push him over the edge, a few sweet words, but I won't. I once had to muster the courage to approach him, every step to his apartment felt like a journey unto itself, but it was worth it. Now I want him to do the same, to chose me, consequences be damned. And he did, a chaste kiss lasting only a fraction of a second, as if he's reached some grand bargain within himself. He won't hold onto that lie for long, I already feel it and I know he does. He'll need more now. I wrapped my arms around his neck and moved just a little closer, I feel the heat on his face and grin, I've won and we both know it, any delay is just ego. I'll allow it, I'll let him save face this time, you sacrifice for the ones you love, right? The second kiss is deeper and longer and he wraps his arms around me. I struggle to fight back a smile. He's given up and I know I'm in control. What happened next got lost in a whirlwind of passion, lasting minutes or hours. I'll never know, but before we let sleep take us I hear, "I love you, Hinata-chan," and I can only smile as he holds me against his chest. Morning greets us and it's the mixture of emotions on his face is, frankly, adorable. I know he has questions but I have some things to get in order before I can give them to him. I know you must be wondering what this meant. All I ask is you give me until tonight. No problem, but there is something I need to tell you. I was pulled into a meeting with the clan heads. Hiyashi levied some accusations and I kinda lost my temper. You didn't hit him, did you? No, but that might have been better. I dared him to threaten me and then implied, lightly, I'd kill a lot of my clan if he did. Kinda. I giggled. I know he's worked on it, but his temper is a flaw of his and being screwed with by any authority figure sets him off. Hiyashi is his natural enemy, so I can't even really be mad. I'd prefer if you didn't attack my clan members. How strong a preference? Fairly. Fine, Hinata-chan, I won't stand alone against the largest clan in the village. For you. He laughed, but the subtext is clear. Temper he may have, but he doesn't make empty threats, and I'd hate to see what he'd do to someone that endangered Tsunade or Shizune. Ever the romantic, Naruto-kun. As much fun as this has been, I must return to the compound as Hiyashi and I have business. So, I'll see you tonight. Most certainly. A quick shower and a change of clothes later and I'm off to the compound. It's a short walk, but I take the long way as I reflect on how I got here. It likely started when I was 9 or 10, I don't remember when, but I know it was around that time I stopped caring what Hiyashi thought of. Well, anything. Overly critical and needlessly cruel, and never thought it could be counterproductive. In the entirety of the Hyuga clan history there had not been a female clan head, surely they can't think that an accident. But don't question any of the gendered assumptions built into our traditions. Kami forbid. I learned early on that tradition is one of the many ways the cowardly and the powerful cling to the status quo. The fact that I realized our taijutsu style was actively fighting me when I was a child went to show me that no one wanted to see it. As if a Hyuga's never been defeated before, such arrogance. Anyway, when I stopped caring about Hiyashi's opinion I became free. That's why his words were just background noise the night of the preliminaries. How can you be mad I tied with a prodigy? But he's a cadet branch member, so you must be better. But you labeled him a prodigy. Irrational, simply irrational. I should be annoyed but I can only smile, something I got from Enko-sensei. Don't let stupid people annoy you, they are here to entertain you, she said. I found the truth of the quote later as I was nursing a kunai wound when she initially said it. The disappointing Hyuga and the snake mistress. Quite a pair we made. While Kurenai-sensei made us great trackers and gave us strong foundations, what I learned from Enko-sensei is what prepared me for Anbu service. Why do you want me to train you? It's not for some boy. Not entirely. Rolling her eyes, Enko goes to respond but is cut off. Look, my grand ambition and reason for being isn't some boy. I want to be the head of my clan, but to do that my claim must be undeniable. They only respect combat ability. Kurenai-sensei can only take me so far and it isn't far enough. She may make us the best trackers but I need something more, and as one of the best kunoichi in the village I was hoping you could get me closer to my goal. With that said, there is a boy. One with near limitless potential that is actively being held back. If he ever gets a decent sensei and half a chance he'll be something special, and special in our world attracts enemies. I can't be weak if I want to be with him. Enko nods in approval. Okay, not bad motivations, but that does leave the second part of the equation. Why should I train you, Gaki-hime? Because there is a lack of serious kunoichi in my generation, so why turn down one of the few who are? What if I don't care about that? Shrugging, not sure, but I am a firm believer in reciprocity, so what can I do for you? I'll have to think on it. Meet me at the Forest of Death tomorrow after your team training is done. Merciless but never cruel, every aspect of my skill set improved and I'll be forever thankful to her. I'll have to treat her to lunch when this is over, maybe share a story or two. She did make me promise to tell her how good the fox Gaki was in the sack when I finally got him. I think it was initially to try and shock me, then it just became a source of curiosity. I wonder if he's still in bed. Damn, should have gotten one more right in. I am doing a terrible job of focusing. Nothing underlined this point better than not noticing two of the largest chakra signatures in the village standing right by me. Are you ready to do this, Hinata-chan? Yes, Sandame-sama. And where are you coming from? It is quite early. Danzo-sama seemed entirely too amused by his barb and I try my best not to blush. I had a previous engagement. A ghost of a smile could be seen on his face. I'm sure you did. Good morning, Hinata-sama, a guard greets me. Hello, can you send word from my father and the elders to convene? We have honored guests and some issues to discuss. Of course. I lead my 2 co-conspirators to the courtyard. 3 years isn't a long time, but it can feel like it. I can't help but remember how it started. Hello, Danzo-sama, thank you for meeting me. Of course, Hinata-san, what can I do for you? I have an issue and it involves your student. Naruto requested permission to court me and Hiyashi. In his infinite wisdom made me choose between seeing Naruto and being clan head. I know not his reasons nor do I care, but he's gone too far this time. I seek your aid and your guidance to show Hiyashi the error of his ways. Before you strip him of his position. Exactly. So, what are you thinking? I don't want to harm the clan, but allowing it to stagnate would be fine. Hiyashi and the elders are predictable, so knowing what opportunities to target wouldn't be difficult. What do you need from me? Contacts, counsel and initially capital. I intend to join Anbu soon, so I'll have enough money to fund it after that, but I'll need help for the initial funding. Ah, not a bad idea. The amount of bounties Anbu officers collect is substantial. I don't like your father. I believe your clan is generally out for themselves first, village second, and I really don't like people screwing with my student. You have your partner, Hinata-san. Let's meet back in a few days and go over some initial plans. We'll be starting immediately. I'm looking forward to it. Sandame-sama joined almost 2 months later, shortly after Naruto's apartment caught fire and things really took off from there. The Hyuga were, frankly, living off past successes. Almost no one enjoys doing business with our clan, but our track record allows for a certain amount of inertia. When people were given a choice between stuck-up assholes claiming false nobility and someone who understood that I'm not doing you a favor by gracing you with my presence, they took the alternative. Eagerly. As for Naruto, I'm happy he got a family out of that ordeal, but I'd be lying if I didn't say my heart broke when I heard. We shared so much time together in that apartment, my home away from home, and I'm sure he felt the loss as well. I swore, if it had been intentional, I'd have hunted said person down and made putty of their internal organs. To learn it was Ino's father was just sad, as in pathetic. All because he put Ino on the trail of something he actually did. It boggles the mind. Hiyashi-sama and the elders have gathered and are expecting you, please follow me. And we did, only to be greeted by the stern faces of our most esteemed members. Even the one I busted up a little bit ago. I find it adorable how he avoids me, so of course I wave. Yay, you're my bitch forever and ever now, grandfather. Hinata, why have you called this meeting and what are the Sandame and Danzo-san doing here? I've come to discuss your failure in leadership as clan head and how you have allowed the Hyuga to become stagnant. How dare you? How dare I not? We have not seen significant growth in years, all under your guidance with the help of the existing council. None of you have been able to pull us out of the rut we have been experiencing because none of you are capable. For too long we have adhered to a dogmatic approach. It has made us predictable. As shinobi or business people, we need new ways. Someone with the insight to face new challenges. Tell me, father, how long did it take you to uncover the business concern that was actively undermining you? How do you know about it? The very fact you have to ask only furthers my point. We are that concerned. We are the ones that have been predicting and countering your every move. You couldn't handle competition. As soon as someone tried to get what you wanted, you faltered. It is time for new leadership. You dare challenge me, girl. You betray your clan and have the gall to call for my removal. I fail to see how I have betrayed anything. Am I not a member of this clan? If I am them as clan head, the contacts and opportunities I have developed would certainly go to benefit the clan. I demand to know why. You demand nothing from me, she said with an impressive amount of venom. Now is the time to be held accountable, Hiyashi. You're a failure as a clan head, a father, a man in general. The Hyuga can do better, and under my stewardship we will. I refuse to step down. Then I challenge you, here and now. You can't refuse. I am the recognized heiress. It is well within my rights to challenge for leadership. Come, Hiyashi, stand before your failure of a daughter. You've grown arrogant. I separated you from that boy far later than I should have. His taint is all over you. As Hiyashi finished, an impressive amount of killing intent flooded the room. Mind your words, Hiyashi. Speak of Naruto in such a way again and I may be tempted to strike you down myself, Danzo said. Is this why they are here, to fight your battles for you? It's sad you can't even see what genuine affection looks like. No, I brought them here because they are my partners. I brought them so you could see how easily I outmaneuvered you. I need no one to fight my battles for me. I'm still a shinobi. And you imply I am not. Only to save the time of saying it. You're just a politician that can fight. I'm sure a smirk looks wrong on my face, but I don't even care, it worked. Thank you Danzo-sama for telling me Naruto said that. Hiyashi's beyond pissed and will accept the challenge. I accept. And when you lose you will be stripped of your position and branded. Ha, I'll kill you and ever main branch elder before I let you brand me. Not that I'm going to lose, mind you. Hiyashi is now livid, and it just goes to show that the Hyuga don't admire strength, just the appearance of strength. They want people they can control, they disdain the truly strong. Fine, girl. Father, call the match. You all will be a witness to me putting down this disgrace. So much talking, so little action. Come, Hiyashi-chan, no more hiding behind your position and stern glares. We square up, he's going to rush me. He'll fight textbook and try to overwhelm me. If I had my ninjutsu I'd show him the error of his ways, but I don't actually want to kill my father. For the most part. Still, his predictability is my greatest weapon. I'll embarrass him and then put him to sleep. Hajime. And of course he tries to rush in, use his superior reach against a smaller blah blah blah. Does he really think he's the only person to try this? My dual water whips prove the folly in his strategy as he narrowly avoids one hitting him in his left eye. Ah, good ol' water whips. A favorite training tool of Naruto. Gamma-chan, what's with that? This is a water whip, it's a training aid. Gets the best result. 20 minutes later. Faster, hubby. If you're going to be on this squad, if people say I trained you then I want you fast. You sure you just don't want me, Gamma-chan? The swift crack of the whip across my ass was his only response. I didn't feel the need to point out that every time he's hit me with that whip it's been on my ass. Gamma might be telling me some things about himself. Ass man that likes to spank, I'll file that away for later. I feel another assault on my posterior. Too slow, and lacking focus, hubby. He's let to figure out a way past my water whips and it isn't even fun anymore, so I dispel them. Oh, here comes another rush, how original. Fine, time to end this. As soon as he is within striking distance, I jump, performing a corkscrew in the air, hitting him in his shoulders and in the back of his head, right at the brainstem. He falls unconscious. I make it look easy, but Hiyashi is actually strong, and if I fought in the traditional way I wouldn't beat him, but fights are about winning. Shinobi should be primarily instrumental in their fighting philosophy. What's best is what works, what they don't suspect, and what ends your enemy with you taking as little damage as possible. Impossible. Are you going to call the match, Hiyoshi? Or should I attack a defenseless man? He wants to sneer, I see it in his eyes, but he knows better. Winner and new matriarch, Hinata Hyuga. Thank you, honorable elder. As your new matriarch, I would like to start fixing the errors of my predecessor. Hiyoshi, Hazami, and Hitoshi, you will be going to 3 different locations within Hai no Kuni. Each is a location with a new business associate. I would like you to oversee our affairs. Impossible, we make up the majority of the Elder Council. And how are you to advise me if you do not understand the directions I am taking us? Also, are you not members of the clan? Getting no response, I continue, then, as your clan head, I have the right to assign any clan member any task I deem appropriate, and I have assigned each of you a task. I expect you ready to leave by nightfall. I will request 3 separate C-rank missions from Tsunade-sama. Why can't some branch members be our escorts? Are you going to question every decision I make? They won't be escorting you because I'll be meeting with the entirety of the cadet branch. We have some things to discuss. If there is nothing else, gentlemen, dismissed. I say as I turn and leave. Walking out of the compound with Sandame-sama and Danzo-sama, they wait to speak until we have exited the compound. Most impressive, Hinata. Thank you, Sandame-sama. I assume everything is ready when the honorable elders reach their destinations. Yes, they'll be all but cut off from any power base or influence for the foreseeable future. Said Danzo. Excellent. Well, I have to see Tsunade-sama. Thank you both, for everything. Of course. You're welcome, my girl. Hello, Shizune, is Tsunade-sama free? She is just finishing up a meeting and has some free time afterward. Plenty of time for us to chat, so how are things? Did you make a man of my little Naru-chan? She said, smiling. We enjoyed ourselves. Thank you again for getting him out of the compound. No problem, running errands for me keeps him humble and reminds him of the natural order of things. You enjoy torturing him entirely too much. It's such fun, he has no choice to take it like a good little brother. We share a laugh and then see the door to the Hokage's office open, people exiting. As they clear out, Shizune goes to the office, likely to announce my presence. The Hokage will see you now. Entering the office, I give my formal greeting, Hokage-sama, I say with a slight bow. Good morning, how may I help you? Well, there are a few things. First, I would like to officially tender my resignation from Anbu as I have just been made the head of my clan. Congratulations, she says with a genuine smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I would also like to request 3 C-rank escort missions for tonight. Sure, just give the details to the mission office, the teams are on standby. Finally, I am in need of Seal Master, would Jiraiya-sama be available tonight? I believe he has been hanging around the village, I'll inform him to meet you at your compound tonight. What time? 6 should be perfect. Was there anything else? No, Hokage-sama, that'll be all. Okay. Oh, Hinata. Yes, Hokage-sama. Make sure Naruto clears out some space for you. Lugging a bag back and forth is inefficient and men never think about that sort of thing. Aye, good day, Hokage-sama, I say as I flee from her office, hearing her laugh in the background. The Hokage being aware of your sex life is just too awkward to deal with right now. The day proceeds, I meet with both Kurenai and Anko-sensei to share my news. Both congratulate me and I thank them for helping me getting there. Even Shino had an open, for him, show of emotion when I told him. The elders having left an hour ago worked out for me as Jiraiya is not arriving. Fortunately, I had the entire cadet branch in a meeting area. Are you prepared for this, Jiraiya-sama? Yes, the documents you provided me made the seal removal an easy solve. Good, I won't delay on this. Walking into the meeting room, I begin. For too long there has been a division between main and cadet branch members. This has kept us from being a true family. I mean to see an end to that division starting today. Jiraiya-sama has found a method of removal and we will begin this process today. You will be free from the bondage you have wrongfully had to endure. I only ask that you aid me in creating a new Hyuga clan. One free from the pervasive arrogance and fear of change that we were once known for. The transition to a new way will not be easy, but monumental change never is. I see the disbelief written on their faces and I can't blame them. I'm sure most of them believed me to be a failure as well, having little interaction with me. Jiraiya stays for about 2 hours before his dwindling chakra reserves require he cease for the day. Now that it's no longer a secret, I'll teach Naruto the process and let that stamina freak handle the rest. Thank you for everything, Jiraiya-sama. I should be implementing plans for the transition. But it will hold until tomorrow, I owe someone a conversation. On the way to the Senju compound felt similar to the first I ever went to Naruto's apartment. I was so nervous that day. The walk from the academy to his apartment took twice as long as necessary as I kept considering turning around and going home. I remember walking up his stairs, my legs shaking uncontrollably, and when I knocked on his door, even I felt it was so light he wouldn't hear it. But he did and greeted me with a warm smile. Hi, Hinata. Anyo, hi, Naruto-kun. Happy birthday, I said as I handed him his present. Thank you, Hinata. You didn't have to do this. Would you like to come in for some tea? I'd like that. He looked at that walrus nightcap like it was spun gold, and I never forgot how that small gesture impacted him. In my reminiscing, I didn't realize I was standing at the front door of the Senju main house. I knock and am instantly greeted by the sun-given human form, in a black tank top and black sweatpants. Hi, Hinata. Hi, I believe I owe you a conversation. You free? Yay, but not. Here, follow me. It was a relatively short walk to our destination, the Senju waterfall. Why here specifically? I'll tell you after you're done. Okay, why the secret? Whatever. I'm the new clan matriarch. Congratulations, Hinata. You've achieved your dream. I'm glad that business group of yours worked out. No, not yet. Wait, how did you know? Hanabi mentioned it when I came back, then I'm accused of being involved. That night you pay me a most welcomed visit and now you're the clan head. Good deduction. Hinata, what's wrong? I don't know. I thought about this day for so long and now that it's here I don't know what to say. My clan is going to go through a massive upheaval with what I've done today. There will be so much to do and it's all on me now. Why? Why is it all on you? Because I can't show any weakness in my position, they'll be looking for the slightest fault to oust me. And I still will have my responsibilities as a shinobi, I'm not retiring, not yet. Hinata. And then there is the Akatsuki, we have no idea what may be going on with them or what that would cause the other villages to do. Hinata. And there's just so much, what do we do? You're a clan heir and I'm a clan head, how do we resolve that? I was startled when I felt his lips on mine, but he stayed there long enough for me to get over my shock and return the gesture. Hinata. Yes. Will you be my girlfriend? Just like that. Just like that. Yes, I will be your girlfriend. Yada. Things won't be easy. Easy is boring. We'll have a lot to figure out. We aren't going to figure it out tonight, so instead of worrying about it, dance with me. Here. Where better to dance than a moonlit waterfall? There's no music. Then we'll have to make our own, he says as he scoops me in his arms and carries me to the pond under the waterfall. For the rest of the night we would dance to a song only heard by two. Chapter 18. Alright, gang, bring it in. I've got some bad news. After sealing the Ikibi, Sasori and Deidara were both killed. The path to peace is never easy, and while I had hoped we'd all live to see it, I guess that was just the wish of a fool. I thought we could open it up, maybe say a few words before we continued with other business. Who'd like to go first? I would, Leader Sama. Hidan, you have the floor. Now, I know my beliefs can be a little difficult for some. Jashin's way is not for everyone, but neither Sasori nor Deidara judged me. Deidara even called me an artist. Sasori was always a calming influence and Deidara was always fun. I'll miss them both. Here. Anyone else? No. Okay, as much as it hurts, we do need to move on, and I've made an executive decision. Itachi and Kisame, I want you to go after the Nanabi. Hidan and Kakuzu, Zetsu reports that the Tsuchikage will be sending the Iwa Jinchuriki to kill the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Keep an eye on that confrontation and take whichever ones are too weak to fight back. With a little luck it'll be all three. Hidan, after what happened with the Yugito ni, I must remind you, we are not torturing these poor souls for the fun of it. We are not hunting them because they deserve it. Their collective sacrifice is the only path toward lasting peace. Hi, Leader Sama. It kinda got away from me. Mistakes happen, just don't let it happen again. If there is nothing else, you are all dismissed. Leaving their meeting room, Kisame and Itachi head toward their shared room in silence. Once they arrive, they enter the room and engage some silencing seals. The Iwa Jinchuriki, can they defeat Naruto? From our little spar in Suna, I'd say on a purely skill level. No, but he may try to reason with them, invoke their shared status to avoid conflict, and that might get him hurt. HN. You still planning to face him? The die has been cast, Kisame, and there is no avoiding it. Bullshit, you are making a choice, Itachi. You know if you just. I will speak no more of this, Kisame. I'd appreciate you just dropping it. Fine, Itachi. In a grotto under Senju Waterfall lay Hinata and Naruto, slowly stirring to greet the day. Awaking to the familiar mop of indigo hair, Naruto can't help but smile. As much as I'd like to, we can't stay like this all day, I need to get back. You sure? Naruto said, stroking her hair. Unfortunately, she said. Well, Hyuga, Hinata, liberator of the Hyuga clan, can I at least walk back with you? I would like that, Uzumaki, Naruto. That's all I got. You've accomplished nothing. Man, I think I picked wrong. Oh, how you wound me. How will I ever recover? He said in mock hurt. I'm sure I can make it up to you later. Now, no more stalling, she said as she jumps on his back. Forward, my faithful steed. If I had to put money on you riding me this morning, this is not how I'd imagine it. He said before flashing to the exit of the Senju compound. The two continue to talk, while Hinata is still on his back all the way to the Hyuga compound. This is where we must part, my good sir, she says while giving him a bow. My lady, it has been an honor and a privilege, he says, returning her gesture. The two cause the guards at the gates to chuckle, while they give each other a quick kiss and a hug and go their separate ways. As Hinata is entering her room, she is stopped by a glaring Hiyashi. So this is why you betray your clan. For that boy. How have I betrayed the clan? You must establish that before you admonish my motivations for doing so, Hiyashi-san. Bristling at how he was just addressed, he continues, you betray us by overturning and dismissing our traditions. Traditions older than this village. Traditions that allowed us to be the strongest clan in the village. Hinata can't help herself, she knows she shouldn't. What she is about to do is likely the very worst response she could have to this man, but it's simply too late. Hinata laughs. Hard. This man, this ridiculous, small man. When have we been the strongest clan? Surely not during the reign of the first and second Hokage. So, after the second Shinobi War, after villages stopped ruthlessly targeting every Senju they could. No, still had the Uchiha around then. Okay, so after the Uchiha massacre. Sure, I'll grant you that. So, that's been about 10 years ago, right? Hiyashi curtly nods. Well, seeing as how we aren't the most powerful clan now, that means this tradition you're citing that's older than the village allowed us to be the strongest clan of Konoha for about a decade, when such designation had nothing to do with us. What do you mean we aren't the strongest clan now? The Senju clan has 2 cage-level shinobi. One of which could kill the majority of our clan if not the entirety. Surely you don't have that much faith in that boy. I'm talking about Tsunade-sama. It's crazy how people underestimate her. I'm going to tell you something that isn't widely known, Hiyashi-san. Tsunade-sama has a weekly sparring session with a single Anbu squad and every squad dreads when it's their turn. She smacks us around like we're children. No one has reportedly been able to land a clean blow on her since she started this practice 3 years ago. Our most elite ninja get handled by our leader, and you think a clan of one-trick ponies that specialize in her strongest discipline is going to touch her? You can't be that delusional. As for Naruto, I haven't seen him in action since his return, but Sandame-sama and Danzo-sama told me about his assessment and they were beyond impressed. So, no, Hiyashi, we are not the strongest clan. We've yet to produce a single S-rank ninja in our entire history. Our traditions hold us back. Now I need to get changed because I have business to attend to. Good day. She finishes before entering her room, leaving a speechless Hiyashi in the hall. In Iowa, the Sandame Tsuchikage is sporting the largest grin on his face he's had since he learned of the death of the original Yellow Menace. Now confident that he'll kill the bastard's bastard of a son, he's almost gleeful. Yes, this may in fact spark a war, but given their Jinchuriki will be dead and he'll release the Cantainer's lineage just to drop their morale, Onoki is utterly confident in his plans. Initially Han and Roshi were reluctant to go along with this, neither having actively participated in a mission in years nor caring that the Uzumaki was really a namikaze. It still annoys him how much effort went into getting his weapons to just obey. He's supposed to point at a problem and they wipe it off the map. Either way, the plan is set and he couldn't be happier. This will change Iowa, he thought. He'll curse himself for that thought one day in the future. 1 week later. Iowa's Jinchuriki are requesting asylum. Apparently they don't feel protected by Iowa's forces against the Akatsuki threat, but they said they'd only turn themselves over to our Jinchuriki. I'm not going to lie, I don't like this, it feels a bit too convenient, but realities being what they are, I simply can't ignore it. I believe we can handle it, Tsunade-sama. That's good, Kakashi. Because of who's involved, I'll let you have command on this one. Just be alert, and if this goes sideways, regardless of how Naruto feels, kill them both. Hi. It took 3 days to get to the agreed upon meeting spot. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this mission. While it happened, it was unusual to brief a single member of a squad when said squad had multiple Junin. Also, Jinchuriki just leaving their village didn't happen, most were conditioned to never consider it. Naruto met enough of his family and burden to be aware of that fact, and for 2 of the oldest containers to want to defect, it just didn't add up. However, he had wanted to meet these 2, hopefully he could establish a bond with them as well. Han-san, Roshi-san, I presume. Hi. Both replied. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Senju and I'll be your escort into Konoha. Are you guys ready to go? What's the rush, Naruto-san? We like to ask you a few questions first. Okay, go ahead. What is Konoha like? Asked Han. Hot summers, tolerable winters. People or people? How were you treated there? Asked Roshi. Well enough, Naruto says before looking down and pinching the bridge of his nose. May I ask a question? Of course, Naruto-san. Those 40 Iowa shinobi, were they a just in case or will they be joining in? Both Iowa Jinchuriki dash back when Naruto says that, with Roshi performing hand seals. Lave style. Melting apparition jutsu, he says, and a stream of mud is released from his mouth, melting everything it touches on contact. Naruto manages to dodge but is instantly struck by Han, a powerful blow that sends him flying backward. Looking to press his luck, Han races toward the down Naruto, only to be struck long distance by Storm Style. Laser circus from a Naruto clone masked by a genjutsu from Sakura, catching Han in the abdomen. Naruto instantly places a chakra suppression seal on Han. Roshi, realizing he can't perform a jutsu that close to Han without killing him, moves toward Naruto but is entrapped by wood, long enough for Kakashi to apply a chakra suppression seal as well. Sensei, we have a problem. There are 40 Iowa shinobi speeding toward here, but that's the least of it. You ain't kidding, brat, said Hidan, as the Konoha shinobi square up. Kakashi Hatake, I could get quite the bounty from your head, brat, but we aren't here for you nor the Kyuubi today. You have a choice, try to fight us and you'll either be killed by us or the Iowa Nin. Allow us to leave, which gives you the opportunity to avoid fighting the Iowa Nin as well. What's it going to be? To this, Naruto is shaking mad. Yes, they just try to kill him, and if his team hadn't prepared for that likely outcome he may very well have been seriously injured, but can he let them suffer what they are about to? And what about Kurama's family? Go. He hears Kakashi says and he sees the smug satisfaction on the face of the one with the scythe. That smug, my victory was always assured face. How Naruto hates that face. Such a Sasuke face. A face in need of humbling. The Akatsuki have collected the downed Jinchuriki, the Iowa Nin were approaching. They should flee. The smart thing to do is flee. They are going to be tortured, the biju will be sealed and God knows what, he thinks. It's unpleasant but my siblings will reform. Naruto, you know what you need to do. You know better than valuing non-existent bonds. Fine, but if I'm going to do this I'm doing it, are you ready? Yes. Tenzo, Sakura and Kakashi were looking at Naruto. He hadn't moved for several seconds and slowly start to see orange markings emerge on his face. The markings are around his eyes and one on his forehead, similar to Tsunade's with a semicircle beneath it. When Naruto opened his eyes, they saw that his eyes were no longer blue but violet eyes with black slitted pupils. They then saw Naruto hold his hand up to the sky and saw a rasengan-like ball form, but shortly after started looking like a shuriken and was making a humming sound. Only Kakashi truly understood what was happening. He completed, he muttered in awe. As soon as the technique was stabilized, Naruto threw it at the Akatsuki members. Each alerted by the sound and dodged, one to the left, one to the right, but neither actually managed to avoid the technique as it soon exploded in a maelstrom of microscopic blades, lasting over 5 seconds. Soon there was a release of energy from the two Jinchuriki, signaling they were killed while neither Akatsuki member was getting up, but they could hear a stream of profanity from the one with a scythe. How is he still alive? Asked Sakura. Jushinist, answered the 3 Junin. We should get out of here, we can still avoid the Iwa Nin, we have enough of a head start even without your Hiraishin, Naruto. Said Kakashi. I can't. Unfortunately the events that have just transpired have succeeded in getting my blood up. Oh. Kakashi replied, knowing there wasn't much to do as the Uzumaki weren't known for being the most chill of people. He sees his student summon 5 shadow clones. To toss a number of kunai that then multiply into several dozen, and Kakashi has to stop himself from being jealous of the luxury to overload jutsu with no cost. Soon those kunai all explode, creating a great deal of debris, and Kakashi can't put on his hand on the point. The other 3 run through hand seals for the earth style. Earth Siege Jutsu is an earth wall with a series of spikes formed just at the edge of the debris field and then dispelled themselves. With his Sharingan active, he watched as the original Naruto and the 2 remaining clones performed 63 hand seals before saying, Sage Art, Nature's Fury, and soon Kakashi watched as 3 funnel clouds emerged from the sky headed speedily toward the ground. The Iwa Nin were caught unaware, and by the time they noticed the tornadoes headed toward the torn terrain it was too late. The sound of flesh meeting rock and tree and bodies colliding with each other was sickening, their muffled screams of pure agony was even worse. 1 minute, 14 seconds is how long Naruto held the jutsu, and once it stopped no Iwa Nin was moving. Naruto stated he could sense some still existing chakra signatures but not many, and after sealing Hidan in a prisoner scroll the team started to return home. Hey, Naruto, what was that? Could you be more specific, Sakura? I don't think I can. Okay, the markings were a result of me entering Sage mode, which happens when you can absorb and utilize nature chakra and allows me to perform senjutsu. The technique that killed Han, Roshi, and that Akatsuki guy was the completed Rasengan, completed with wind chakra, and I call it the Rasenshiruken. And the last offensive technique was just me extending, me pulling and forming wind outside of me, similar to how the Nadaime pulled moisture from the air. I just used it to form a few tornadoes. Naruto, that's amazing. Thank you, Sakura. I'm just glad no one was hurt, but I do wonder what this will do to the Akatsuki. We also need to figure out why Iwa is suddenly interested in killing you. Said Kakashi. Could they have found out about your heritage, Naruto? That could be it. Killing their most infamous missing nin would get you on their radar. We need to hurry back and report all of this. Naruto, you may have to be shelved for a while. Kakashi offered. I don't see how that benefits anyone. Naruto, it is very possible an entire hidden village wants you dead. That wouldn't exactly be a new experience. Kakashi, Tenzo and Sakura all bristle at that. Granted, but the difference being Iwa would have the support of their cage. Naruto, I know you're strong, but this should worry you. If Iwa becomes a problem, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it, but until the Akatsuki is neutralized completely, putting me on the bench is ridiculous. Iwa and Kumo both have a price on your head and you still complete missions. Naruto, I don't think you understand the depths of their irrational hatred of your father. This is a serious threat. I understand that, sensei. There isn't much to be done now, not until we talk to Tsunade-sama. Is he awake? Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, right this way. Onoki was livid, almost beyond words. 2 Jinchuriki, 40 Junin and 2 S-ranked missing nin defeated by that goddamn Namikaze bastard. Of course, none of his shinobi were close enough to confirm it was all done by the Namikaze. Every Iwa nin has gotten the impression that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is to be referred to only as the Namikaze, and nothing else solely, but Onoki knows it's true and his belief is stronger than any fact. Now, Onoki is trying to get what information he can from the 5 survivors of that misadventure. Can you tell me what happened? Hi, Tsuchikage-sama. We were all keeping a pretty significant distance just in case Han and Roshi accessed their biju. At the first sign of conflict we all started to move in, but we didn't rush as we didn't feel the release of any potent chakra and figured Han and Roshi subdued the Uzu Namikaze. Soon we saw a giant orb of chakra and all started picking up the pace. Soon we heard a number of explosions and saw an earth wall with spikes coming out of it. Before we could even begin to move around the wall, 3 tornadoes emerged from the sky, the force of which threw me back and gave me a concussion. I only remember waking up here, Sandame-sama. Thank you, son, get some rest. Soon Tsuchikage returned to his office with his advisors. We barely have enough for a bingo book entry. Damn it, how did they hide this brat? How? Normally, if a shinobi drops off the radar I'd assume Anbu service, Onoki-sama. That can't be, can it? No one puts their Jinchuriki through that kind of training. We have to allow for the possibility that Konoha may. They were never known for utilizing their previous Jinchuriki, we don't even know who they were. Those insipid tree huggers would make a shinobi of their weapon. One more reason to despise them, spat Onoki. What are we going to do? Any more overt attempts on the Namikaze's life and we may find ourselves at war with no Jinchuriki and no S-rank shinobi outside of you. I don't know, just give me some time to think. Logically, war isn't worth it to kill one brat, but if we allow the Namikaze to live, that could be bad for us in the very near future. I'll weigh my options. In AIM, the true leader of the Akatsuki is taking the delay of his plans as well as one might imagine. That fucking brat. I should have killed him years ago. I don't care if I have to wait longer, I'm going to rip the Kyuubi out of him just like I did that mother of his and watch as it destroys Konoha. Hehehehe, yes, that's what I'll do. But I'll torture him first. Maybe make him watch me kill that rental mom he has, hehehehe, yes he'll suffer. Madara, you need to calm down. This was never about senseless violence, we need to rethink our plans. The 4 and 5 tails won't return for at least 3 years and we need new members. Shut your mouth, Nagato. I don't know how, but this is partially your fault, so shut up before you piss me off. Madara, buddy, do we need to get Itachi and Kisame here for a hug circle? You're kinda losing yourself to your anger. I'm going to that new juice bar. Could you get me an apple, carrot and ginger juice? Asked Conan. Oh, I'll take a mixed berry and citrus, said Nagato through his diva path. Fine, anything else? No, they both say, and Madara leaves. That guy needs a vacation, nay, Conan-chan. It had been 2 weeks since Iwa's failed ambush and Naruto was currently working on some fuinjutsu at the Senju compound. When they returned, Kakashi was initially worried about Naruto's response to Iwa wanting him dead. Tsunade later informed him it was likely a response to having to kill the 2 Jinchuriki, as Naruto feels a type of kinship with those who have been burdened like he has, and after a few days, Naruto relayed as much to his sensei. Naruto, however, was down for long as he was spending a lot of time with his friends, family, and a certain lavender-eyed princess. Although she had been sent on an infiltration mission a few days ago and he hoped she'd be returning soon. Naruto was interrupted from his thoughts by a knock on the door. Naruto-sama, the Hokage has requested your presence in the council meeting room. Thank you, Bor-san. I'll leave immediately. After quickly getting dressed, he did just that. Thanks to his partnership with Kurama, Naruto could feel negative emotions, so he realized something was very wrong. Tsunade looked upset and even Hiashi, which Naruto wondered why he was there, was visibly shaken. Reporting, Hokage-sama. Thank you, Naruto. We have something to tell you in a potential mission. As you know, the Jushinist named Hidan was brought in roughly 2 weeks ago. After being interrogated by T and I, we discovered that the man Akatsuki base is in AIM. We sent Jiraiya and Hinata to infiltrate the village but hadn't heard anything until we received this letter. Tsunade then began to read the letter. To my favorite little orphan fox. You have participated in the murder of 4 of my men. You have delayed my plans. This, I find unacceptable. I have killed your sensei, his body decorates my floor. Come and see. I have your lover, make me wait too long and I might visit her. Come and see. The fox inside of you was always mine. It was when I ripped it out of your mother, it was when I forced your father to kill himself in order to seal it in you. It is now time to return my possession, it is now time for you to die, little fox. Your life was always mine, I've allowed you to leave for 16 years on a whim but no longer. If I have to come for you, I'll kill everyone you love, then I'll enjoy watching you scream in agony. Your death by my hands was always your fate, little fox, you're too weak to deny me, come and see. Madara Uchiha. Naruto the letter, and soon most everyone found it difficult to breathe as Naruto was letting out a massive amount of killing intent, going so far as to unconsciously slip into sage mode. Your orders, Hokage-sama. Naruto says through gritted teeth. You along with Team Guy will leave immediately, I already have my Anbu informing them. Then I will take my leave. Wait, shouts Hiyashi. Naruto-san, I know there is no love lost between us but please whatever you can do. We are all shinobi so I won't promise to bring Hinata back healthy nor alive. But what I will promise you is that should she not make it out of there alive I will raise aim to the ground. Believe it. Chapter 19. So, he says their base is in aim. Not easy to get into but I can manage. Guess I'll be leaving soon. Not alone you won't. Yes, alone. I work alone. Hell, I've never even ran a mission with Naruto, I just trained the brat. Jiraiya you are not going there alone, that is final. Why so insistent? You starting to fall for me. If you didn't have a mission to go to I'd pound you into the floor. She said, shaking her fist. Fine, fine, he said, submissively waving his hands, I'll go with one other person but no masks. What's your problem with Anbu? They'd be ideal for this level of infiltration. Because they're weird and I always feel left out. I'm surrounded by idiots, responded Tsunade before face palming. What about Anko? Jiraiya asks, trying to get back on track. She's been going hard at our guest, needs a rest. Then Tsunade has an idea, how about an Anko-trained former mask? Jiraiya takes a moment before who Tsunade is referring to. She's a clan head. Since when does being a clan head mean you aren't a ninja? Besides, she's one of my best infiltrators and can hold her own in a fight if need be. Fine, let her know we leave tomorrow. I'm never traveling by toad again. It wasn't that bad. It was entirely that bad. Activating her Byakugan, and this isn't normal rain, likely some type of detection jutsu. Whoever created it knows we are here. Shit, then scan for the largest chakra reserves, that'll likely be where we need to head. If they've already been alerted, shouldn't we not press our luck? Element of surprise is gone. Normally, but two of the members Hidan described sounded familiar, I need to see if it's really them. I may be able to talk to them. Okay, I can see 8 chakra signatures, in that northwest tower. 7 of them are weird but I don't know how to explain it. Guess we'll just have to figure it out once we get there. Yay, she said not bothering to hide the sarcasm. The battle was fierce, doing a significant amount of damage to the tower. Jiraiya had managed to subdue all of the false bodies, sealing them so they couldn't be reactivated and was standing in front of his former students, Nagato and Konan, who herself looked worse for wear while she was holding a, hopefully unconscious Hinata. Konan, did you really have to use that many explosive notes? Konan scratched the back of her head, she was tougher than I was expecting, kept soaking me or shocking me. Kinda surprised I only knocked her out, honestly. Ah, understandable. Hey, sensei, you defeated my paths, you're still pretty strong for an old guy. Nagato said. I'm not that old, brat. But what is this, what happened to you and why are you doing this? We were set up by Hanzo and one of your elders named Danzo. It is what killed Yahiko and my response caused me to require this setup. Not ideal but we moved one. As far as why I'm doing this, it's for peace. You can't have each major village contain a super weapon or two and think you're going to have peace. But if one nation had all the superweapons and had the potential to cause a great deal of pain, everyone else would share that pain. They couldn't bother fighting amongst themselves when a larger threat existed. They'd bond over that shared threat and learn to work together, learn to see the boundaries between villages as imaginary, and see the shared humanity within each other. Jiraiya was struck by his student's words, understanding the merits of his goals and conceding the logic in the plan. Nagato, that isn't the worst plan for peace I've ever heard but I can't allow you to do this. I won't allow you to sacrifice my godson. There are other ways than threatening the elemental nations with the combined power of the 9 Biju. Like what? If you have the answer sensei then tell me. With 2 of the Biju needing to reform and 3 yet to be extracted a change in our plan may be necessary so tell me your plan. I don't have it but callously sacrificing those who are some of the greatest victims of the shinobi system is wrong, they deserve peace as much as anyone. I don't disagree but once again, you have no alternative. I don't enjoy hurting these poor souls, being sacrificed yet again but I see no other way. I've yet to see another way and I've wanted to, sensei. But it eludes me at every turn. Fine, Nagato, just give me some time. Put a pause on this plan and we can come up with something together. Sensei. Okay. Take the girl and go, wheel. Madara stop. Nagato shouts but to no avail as the kunai had already entered Jiraiya's neck, the sanin quickly bleeding out. Why did you do that? That was senseless. Shut up, just shut up. There will be no change in plans, we will extract the Biju. All of the Biju and that's final. Konan, lock her up with the 7 tails. Zetsu. Yes, Madara-sama. Come, I have a message for you to deliver to Konoha. It's time for my favorite pet to be returned to me. Nagato, make sure your shinobi are ready for an assault. Uzumaki will be here in a few days' time. Outside of AIM stood 5 Konoha shinobi. They are clearly expecting us, given the amount of squad stationed there. Said Neji. Have you spotted Hinata yet? Asked Naruto. Yes, she's in a tower, but getting there won't be easy. I'll make sure you can get there, just get there. Also, be cautious of someone wearing an orange and black swirled mask. He likely will be coming for me, but just in case, don't try to fight him. Yash, when do we begin our youthful assault? Asked Guy. Naruto began performing a series of hand seals before stopping for a moment and performing some more. Sandaime style. Vacuum bomb, Naruto said before unleashing his original jutsu upon AIM shinobi. But he wasn't done yet. Mass shadow clone jutsu, he said, creating 400 shadow clones. Team Guy didn't have time to gawk at the extensive damage done by that jutsu nor the amount of shadow clones created by Naruto before he started giving orders. I need 6 of you with me, the rest go with Team Guy. Get to that tower, get Hinata back and retreat. Don't wait for me. We aren't leaving without you. That's an order, Tenten. Now, you know what to do. Naruto said and then shunshined away. Guy quickly got command of his team and his clone arm and they marched on AIM, surprising all when each clone activated their own Raijin no Ken. He trusted that Team Guy would make it to the tower while Naruto headed toward the center of the village, cutting down any AIM nin that crossed his path. Their formations were lackluster, they clearly had never planned for an attack on the village, and that disorganization allowed Naruto to dispatch the squads with minimal effort. Once he made it to the center, he was greeted by his target. Little fox, so nice of you to make it. Come to give me what's mine, I see. Come to die like a good boy. Your end will be ugly, your end will be undignified, and you will die on your knees, Uchiha, Naruto warned before he and his clones covered the area with Hiraishin Kunai. Your father couldn't kill me with that, what makes you think you can? I thought you'd have something different for me, little fox. As he was gloating, the Naruto clones flashed away, surrounding Madara and started performing a series of hand seals. Madara, too amused by what he was seeing, didn't attempt to phase away from the potential attack. Oh, what is this, little fox? He said, and soon found himself surrounded in a dome of fuinjutsu seals large enough to cover the roof they were occupying. He put his focus back on the original Naruto and saw the blonde dashing toward him, his kodachi drawn. Madara could only smirk at the foolishness of the boy and decided to wait to the last minute to demonstrate that head-on physical attacks will not touch him, only to find himself stabbed on the right side of his body and receiving a spin kick to the head, hard enough to shatter his mask. You know, to manipulate time and or space one must do so from a stable point of time and space. But if you were to somehow make an area unstable, then you cannot say using the Hiraishin nor the cheating ass bitch eye of yours to avoid punishment. I know where I stabbed you didn't do much damage, it was a warning. I could have ended this in one shot, curious why I didn't. Because you're stupid, Madara said before removing the kodachi and throwing it away. No, Obito ni, it isn't that at all. See, you will die screaming, that is assured, but I need you to understand the depths of your failure. Ours is not a story of me facing and falling against insurmountable odds. Ours is not the dynamic of a scrappy underdog against an overwhelming force. Ours is the story of a sad, little bitch that allowed the single greatest threat to his existence to mature. To allow the kunai meant for his throat to become as sharp as it could for as long as it could. It's the story of a failure and a coward that will die how he lived. Rin isn't waiting for you, Obito. She won't be there. Failures don't get to be comforted by their dreamgirls in the pure world. There is nothing but unrelenting darkness. You will not even be a footnote to history. So, come, little Uchiha. Come and embrace your end. How? The now identified Obito asked, shocked that Naruto had figured out his heavily guarded secret. Kakashi used to talk about you and how much he regretted concerning you. Figured since I killed a teammate I could relate, for one. I've seen your ability. I've seen Kakashi demonstrate a similar one, for two. You both have one Sharingan eye, opposite sides of your face, for three. But no more talk, Nichin, death awaits you. Hearing this, Obito performs the hand seals for the fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, to only have it met with Naruto's water style, Water Bullet Jutsu. Obito attempts another jutsu, only to be interrupted by Naruto's charge, his single remaining kodachi looking to gravely wound the former Konoha nin. Obito matches Naruto's strikes with 8 of his Sharingan, but a wind chakra extended blade on his blindside leads to a gash on his left shoulder, which Obito responds to with a kick to Naruto's abdomen. The two renew their exchange, Naruto managing to cut but not critically wound Obito, with Obito landing counters but not really hurting Naruto. Obito does manage to disarm Naruto of his last kodachi but takes a right high kick to his neck for the effort and rolls away from Naruto, trying to understand how he could be losing to this kid. Is this it? No wonder you need the Biju, you can't accomplish anything on your own, Obito ni. Is this why Rin-chan preferred Kakashi ni? Did you know those two got close before Rin died? You know, closer than she would have ever been with you. Her best friend. She problem didn't even see you as a male, just some genderless clown that amused her. Feeling a new level of rage, Obito launches another Kaden Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation Jutsu. Seeing the massive flame headed for him, Naruto unrolls a scroll and activates the fire suppression seal. Taking advantage of the momentary distract, Obito stabs at Naruto, managing to plunge a kunai in his left shoulder. I should have put a kunai in your head instead of placing that explosive note on you, he said as he takes a series of follow-up swipes at Naruto, each failed attempt making him more and more unhinged. Obito tries for an overhand stab with his left hand but it is blocked. Thinking quickly, Obito drops the kunai and catches it with his right hand, but before he can continue his assault, Naruto rotates to his right, stabbing Obito in the back of his left leg. Not easing up for a second, he quickly forms a rasengan and hits Obito in the back, tearing through the man's artificial body and launching him near the barrier surrounding them. Focusing Kurama's chakra, Naruto manages to heal the stab wound before he readies for another exchange, deciding to taunt the missing Uchiha. Just as I thought. That I allowed you to avoid responsibility. No attack could touch you, no defense could stop you, so you let everything else slide, didn't you? 60 clones, 10 hours a day for 2.5 years. That's how long it took me to come up with this barrier, with the ability to take away your greatest advantage. But that wasn't nearly enough. No, not at all. As soon as Naruto said this, the symbols started to change and then began to flow toward Obito, condensing as it did. Moments later Obito starts clutching his shoulder in pain. His soul onyx eye looks up to a pair of blues. What did you do to me? I sealed your chakra. Seriously, had my dad just put a chakra suppression seal on you he could have saved us some trouble, but it is what it is. So, any last words? We could have had true peace, you selfish little shit. Well, I never intended to remember them anyway, but your last words suck. Now, to make good on my threat. You know, I was able to view my parents' memories along with Kurama's on that night. When you ripped Kurama from her, something that would have been incredibly painful, I noticed she didn't scream. She knew it would kill her, but her only concern was for me. Naruto said with a single unshed tear. So, how best to dispatch her killer? To show him he wasn't half the ninja she was, to give away that final lie. Naruto starts to walk behind Obito, a kneeling Obito. Your life is defined by your failures, as an Uchiha, as a shinobi, as a friend, and now as a man. You were never going to succeed, you were always going to fail. So, you believe in fate now? The neutralized Uchiha asks. Huh, no, asshole. A failure can be more if they have the guts to face themselves and never give up. You turned away from the world, ran from your pain instead of living through it. However, I do have to take something back, you'll actually succeed at something the Uchiha did best. What's that? Being killed by a senju, Naruto replied before activating the Raijin no Ken and beheading the traitorous nin in a single motion. Releasing the barrier, Naruto sees dozens of fallen aim nin around his shadow clones. Seeing the massacre surrounding them, he can only quirk an eyebrow as if to ask, are you for real? Seeing the unasked question, one clone responds, they just kept coming, boss. We didn't have much choice. Granted, but 3 of you did all that. Were you? How are you surprised? Another clone shot back. Fair enough, he said as they continued toward the tower, faintly hearing the screams of a broken, dying man. Team Guy plus the clone army pushed their way to the tower. Once there, the team cleared a path for Tenten to get to the holding cells in case they were guarded by any defensive seals. Once there, and noticing a lack of guards, Tenten managed to free Hinata, who was relieved to see her friend and the Jinchuriki Fu, who had been captured by Itachi and Kisame but had yet to have her Biju extracted. Hinata made her way to the armory while Tenten directed a half-starved Fu toward her team. Hinata returned to Tenten, having retrieved her ninjutsu, and start back toward the team before Hinata interjects. Tenten, we can't leave yet. I saw it, the statue they've sealed the Biju in, and we need to do something to it before we go. Our mission is to get you out of here, that'll have to wait. But Jiraiya died for this information, we may never get another chance, and Akatsuki is weak. Weighing following orders versus preempting future issues, Tenten reluctantly agrees and follows Hinata to the statue. As the two are running toward the statue, both get a sense that they are being followed. Seeing an empty room up ahead, Hinata directs Tenten there in hopes of bringing the threat out into the open. Tenten unseals the Kiba blades and Hinata unsheathes her ninjutsu as they prepare for their tale. It is Hinata's activated Byakugan that allows her to narrowly dodge the strike from behind and see the assailant merge with the ground. He can merge with the ground, and once he does I can't see him anymore. Hearing this, Tenten drops her blades and retrieves 6 kunai, throwing them so each lands on a wall, the ceiling or the floor. Uzumaki style, 6-point lighting barrier Tenten activates while Zetsu was being attacked by Hinata. Seeing his ability to merge with services inhibited, Zetsu starts forming wood vines and spears attempting to impale the Konoha Kunoichi, but is foiled as each manages to avoid a fatal strike but have received superficial damage. Realizing an extended battle will not favor them, Tenten forms a plan. "Hinata, throw your ninjutsu at him," Tenten says. Not quite understanding her plan but trusting her nonetheless, Hinata sends Raiden Chakra through her blade and immediately throws it toward Zetsu, only for him to tilt his head to the side, easily avoiding the blade. He was not, however, prepared for the substitution Tenten made with her blade, nor was he fast enough to prevent her from beheading him with her Kiba blades. Running through a series of hand signs, Tenten drops the lightning barrier just in time to be forced into a bear hug, one she had to share with Hinata. "Tenny, you did it. You know I hate when you call me that, right? PFF'd, our love is too strong for you to hate anything about me, Tenny. If my arms were free I'd stab you." "So hurtful," he replies, relinquishing the hug. Turning to check over Hinata, he can't mask the relief he feels that she appears to be okay. "You had me a little worried there, Haim," Naruto said, cupping her cheek. "I had things handled, I was just about to make my move," she replied. "I told Tenten as much, she just looks for reasons to use those damn swords." "Swords, you got me," Tenten said. "I really am fine, but we need to end this." "Agreed. But you two need to get back to the team so I can finish this." "No, Naruto, you don't have to face this alone." "I know I don't have to, but if I have to go all out then being around me won't be safe." Both Kunoichi wanted to fight him on this but ultimately decided to head back to the other Leaf Nin as Naruto ran toward the final members of the Akatsuki, knowing this could be the end of the organization. Reaching the chamber the two were stationed, Naruto blasted the doors down with a rasengan while having another formed and ready in his other hand. Naruto Uzumaki, the pale and sickly looking man, started, "I believe we need to talk." Chapter 20. "Sure, let's chat. I hope your last words are better than that Uchiha I just dealt with." "You killed Madara." "Impossible," said Konan. "No, Konan, he's not lying. I can feel it, Madara is gone." "Are you too sure you want to spend your final moments confirming he's dead? You're both going to greet him soon enough." "But whatever, no more talking," stated Naruto before he started to form a Rasenshuriken. "Wait, there are no need for hostilities, Naruto." To which Naruto laughed, but curious, he disabled his jutsu. "You formed an organization with the expressed purpose of murdering me. You can't fathom the need I have to be hostile toward you. Add to that you killed my sensei and I'm finding it hard to be anything but hostile toward you. First of all, I didn't kill Jiraiya, Madara did. Secondly, Jiraiya isn't dead, he's resting in a private room secured by chakra masking seals so Madara wouldn't know. I never intended to kill Sensei, nor did I just want to murder you for the sake of murdering you, it wasn't personal. You strapping me to a table to rip something out of me is the definition of personal. Also, what do you mean Sensei? Jiraiya trained both of us and our late friend when we were kids. Not long, but long enough to survive. As for the Biju, we only wanted them as a means to bring peace to the lands. I asked this of Jiraiya, but I'll ask it of you, Naruto. How would you achieve peace? I don't want to talk about peace with you. That's Jiraiya's deal. I'm not interested in having a philosophical discussion with you. You and those like you, I can't stand people like you. Suffer some pain and decide that entitles you to do whatever you wish. Speak of grandiose goals like peace but expect other people to make the big sacrifices, to give their all while you only give enough to ensure you're around to reap the benefits. Biju and Jinchuriki didn't ask for any of this, but you hunted us. Those scorned by the very people we protect, isolated with a potentially hostile being sealed in you isn't exactly fun, but that wasn't enough, was it? When you decided it, our lives meant nothing. Why would you care? We've already been sacrificed once, right? You were right, Naruto. When we started the plan to capture and extract the Biju, we didn't consider their containers anything but unfortunate souls that had to pay a steep price for the good of all, to my lasting shame. What is it, Naruto? Just, what the entire fuck, man? I've been training for years to fight people who had, in all honesty, been portrayed as just shy of demonic. You capture my friend, kill Sensei, and it's a lot to deal with. I don't know what this is, and I'm starting to feel really bad about what I did to your shinobi. And now you want to talk about peace. How am I to talk about peace? I just committed mass murder. This is what I've become because I thought I needed to in order to deal with you. What the hell do I know about peace? I've never known it, I've had to swim in hate my entire life. I understand, Naruto. The shinobi world can twist us into something unrecognizable, it has to me to the point I just continued the very cycle I intended to stop. When we lost our friend Yahiko due to a double cross from Hanzo, I gave into madness and eventually proclaimed myself a god. And while I've had my doubts about Madara, I just was so sure of my path. You may not believe it, but the Akatsuki weren't a bad group of guys. I wish I had directed them towards a better goal, but their lives will just have to be added to an already long list of regrets. Nagato says and then pauses as if considering something, then smiles softly. Don't let your actions weigh too heavily upon you, Naruto. At least allow me to make amends, I don't want to be the thing that forms you into something unrecognizable. Said Nagato, much to Conan's dismay. Nagato, you can't, it's too taxing. But I have to, we haven't been very good protectors of aim, Conan. If we want peace we should have started here and you still can't. This is the least I can do. Nagato said before turning toward Naruto. Naruto, you are blessed with great power and I can feel you have room to grow. Just don't become arrogant like I did and believe yourself a god. Mercy is harder than wrath, forgiveness is riskier than hatred, but I request you do what I could not. Find that which can bring us together, Nagato said with a smile before performing outer path, samsara of heavenly life, and was enrobed in a bright light. Moments later, the light died down and what was left was a dead yet smiling Nagato and a teary Conan. What did he do? He erased your sin. Every shinobi killed today, Nagato attempted to bring them back to life so you no longer have their deaths on your conscience. If you excuse me, I need to see toward my friend, Conan said, preparing to remove Nagato's body. Naruto gave a slight nod, still out of sorts regarding the events of the day. So deep in thought, Naruto didn't notice Conan was gone as he aimlessly wandered around the large room that contained Nagato. Naruto eventually turned to look at the Geto Mezzo, feeling strangely drawn to it. Naruto, go to that statue and channel some of my chakra into it while touching it. Said Kurama. Naruto, trusting his friend and partner, did just that and immediately blacked out. Moments later it awoke in a dark room with only illuminated by a few candles at the opposite end. It was faint, but Naruto could sense a presence, or multiple presences. He was startled when he heard a voice beckoning him forward. Sensing Kurama wanted him to follow, Naruto approached the voice cautiously until he could see an older man with eyes like Nagato. There is no need to be wary of me, besides, it's been too long since we've last seen each other. After the man said that, the dark room became fully illuminated and Naruto saw Shukaku, Matabi, Isobu and Seiken, and Naruto found himself on top of Kurama. Old man, is this really him? Asked Kurama. Yes, it is, he said with a kind smile. It's nice to see you again, Asura. 1 month later. It had been 1 month since Naruto had entered the Geto Mazo, and it has been a trying month with the new information and abilities he has. He was heading back to the village with Jiraiya, but between the two were two cloaked figures. Naruto, Jiraiya, and an army of clones spent their time in aim doing something that might upset the balance of the 5 great shinobi villages. After speaking with Hagoromo, or as Naruto called him, Super Gramps, Naruto knew he had to discover a way to stop the Biju from being sealed again. The obvious answer were seals, but design said seals would not be easy. After consulting with a hesitant Jiraiya and even seeking advice from Kushina and Minato, the 4 Fuinjutsu users came to the conclusion that if the tailed beasts were connected to an area or realm like animal summons, then they couldn't be sealed in someone, they could always just return to their realm. Creating the seals to make their preferred roaming grounds in the elemental nations and artificial realm was a masterwork of time-space Fuinjutsu. Since being acknowledged as the reincarnation of his son, and the son they all preferred, the Biju selected the Senju compound to be the place they'd return to if they were ever at risk of being summoned, and because they can actually control their sizes, it won't cause a panic if they should. Welcome back, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto-sama. Who are your guests? The guard asked. That is currently classified, but no, they are under our care until Tsunade says otherwise, stated Jiraiya. Not willing to question the sage, the guard waves the 4 on and they head to Tsunade's office. When the 4 arrive in her office, Tsunade was in the middle of a meeting with Hiruzen. A customary shout at Jiraiya to use the door only distracts Tsunade briefly before she asks about the 2 cloaked individuals. The 2 reveal themselves to the shock of the current and former Hokage. How is this possible? Asked Tsunade. It's thanks to Naruto, replied Minato, which causes Tsunade to look at her son with a mixture of emotions. I didn't use the Edo Tensei if that's what you're wondering. Ka-chan, we have a lot to talk about, it's been an eventful month. Before he could continue, all in the room felt Kushina's unrestrained killing intent, directed toward Hiruzen. Minato tried placing a calming hand on her shoulder, but it did little to quell her output. How could you? I left my family for the sake of this village, we sacrificed our lives and our son and you dishonor us with mistrust and cowardly put mind-altering seals on us. You actively violate your own laws along with the laws of the fire daimyo and disgrace our only child. He may have forgiven you but I never will and that goes for the rest of the trash in this village. Minato should have taken Naruto and run, leaving this place to its fate. Kushina. Shut up, Minato. Just because you feel they were worth it doesn't mean I have to. Even your own sensei couldn't be bothered with your son. He flung him off a cliff. Thanked Kami Naruto and Tsunade found each other and he managed to have the few friends he did. Hiruzen, you allowed this village to torture my son, I'll never not hate you for that. She says and then shunshuns away. Minato, I'm sorry, I've thought a lot about what I'd say to Kushina and you should we ever meet again but I have no explanation nor any excuses. I could have done more for Naruto, I know and I didn't. I'm ashamed at my past actions against him, you'll never know. Hiruzen, you've made mistakes and while I was angered by them, you've attempted to make amends. Sometimes being Hokage leads you to do things you never otherwise consider. Kushina may never forgive you but I do. Minato replied to Naruto's scoff causing Jiraiya to narrow his eyes at his last apprentice. Naruto, now is not the time. I didn't say anything, sensei so I'd appreciate not being admonished like some child. You didn't but you were going to. Said Jiraiya. So, we're back to judging me on things I might do in the future. Don't worry, teach me a jutsu and I'm sure Yondaime-sama will pardon you. Naruto replied. We're getting off track. Naruto, please just provide your report. Said Tsunade. While Naruto explained everything that happened in AIM, including being able to bring his parents back partially due to them sealing a chakra imprint inside of him and also due to his yin-yang release, Kushina had gone to catch up with her longtime friend, Tsume. The two spoke for hours after Tsume stopped apologizing for not being there for Naruto, which Kushina informed her wasn't her fault. Kushina stayed until late before heading to the Senju compound as her and Minato's home needed a thorough cleaning before it'd be inhabitable again. Since they would have to announce the return of the Yellow Flash and the Red Death, Hiruzen had suggested telling everyone they faked their deaths to prepare for the threat of the man that attacked Kushina. Seeing it a better option than, my son has godlike abilities, Minato agreed and would inform Kushina later that night. They had also agreed to make the announcement in 3 days' time, which Naruto instantly asked to be assigned a mission out of the village, which was promptly denied. Once his debrief was completed, Naruto went to spend some time with Hinata, informing her of the return of his parents and all that entailed. The 3 days came and went, though there was a constant feeling of tension within the Senju compound but nothing came to a head. Shizune, Tsunade and Kushina had all tried to talk to Naruto about what had him so on edge and he eventually relented, telling them about the assault on AIM. While he's killed before, and everyone he killed had been brought back, Naruto was dismayed at his show of force and the number of ninja he slew. While all three sympathized, the person best suited to help Naruto deal with the guilt of killing that many people is the last person he'd open up to, so outside of some comforting words and hugs, the three were at a loss as to what to do and Minato wouldn't push the issue as he knew his son tolerated him at best. Currently, the townspeople were gathered in the center of the city, being addressed by their Hokage, many shocked at what she just said. Before words of doubt could be raised, Minato revealed himself to a wave of cheers, the sound enveloping the village. Thank you, Minato said using a voice projection jutsu. Roughly 16 years ago, a tragedy befell our village as the Kyuubi was unleashed upon us, claiming many and changing the lives of others forever. That day was one of compounding tragedies as it was the day my son was born. The Kyuubi has actually been in Konoha almost since its founding. The first container was the wife of the Shodaime, Mito Senju, nee Uzumaki. The second container was my wife Kushina Uzumaki, but during the birthing of our son, a masked man attacked us and freed the Kyuubi from her seal. While I also able to fight the man off, I unfortunately had to seal the Kyuubi and my son to save the village. Kushina and I were ushered to a secure location where we recovered slowly in a medically induced coma, in secret, and have spent that last few years recovering our physical strength. As happy as I am to be back, I must express my shame that what was to be my final wish was ignored by you, that instead of a hero you made my son a pariah. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki Senju is my son, and for those of you that still hold antipathy toward him, I hope you can heed my words this time. Naruto was the real hero of that day as he never allowed the Kyuubi to escape and kept you all safe from it since the day of his birth. Thank you, Minato said before flashing away to a stunned silent audience. Many disgusted at how they treated the son of their great hero, others wishing his words to be false. 2 days had passed since the announcement of Minato's return and Naruto was fighting a growing sense of annoyance. When Minato outed Naruto as his son, anytime Naruto was out in public he'd be mobbed by villagers seeking to apologize or get in good with him. They had also taken to calling him Namikaze-sama, which multiplied his annoyance with them. He'd normally talk to his friends about this, but they were all on missions, even his former Anbu squad. Hell, even Kakashi had been gone since he returned from AIM. So, Naruto was spending some time with Gamakichi at the Senju waterfall, trying not to calm himself. It was almost starting to work until his visitor arrived. "Naruto, can we talk?" "Sure. Kichi, why don't you go on back, I'll catch up with you later." "Okay, later, bro." "What can I do for you, Minato-sama?" "So, you're still calling me that? What else am I to call someone of your station, Minato-sama?" "Some people try to san. Others dad, or maybe even father." "I'm sorry to have disappointed you, Minato-sama." "Naruto, we can't keep doing this. I don't know how to apologize to you, I don't know how to earn your forgiveness because you won't tell me. Aren't the villagers treating you better? Isn't that a start?" "No, it isn't a start. No villager has dared to mistreat me since the invasion, nor would they. I had demonstrated I wasn't weak. How can I accept their change in behavior when it fits perfectly with my growth in ability? Where was all that when I was too weak to stop them? It isn't perfect, but Naruto, they have changed, that has to count. You can't hold a grudge against them, they were acting out of ignorance, grief and fear. So, you are not that heartless, Naruto. Why shouldn't I be? I was an orphan, I essentially had no one until I met my friends, and even that couldn't offset the village leader plotting against me. Why is this so important to you? Why do you care? If I haven't attacked them yet, it's highly unlikely I'm going to now. I'm a loyal Konoha shinobi, and now that you've requested it, they claim to see me as a hero. You've gotten everything you want, Minato-sama. Accept your love and forgiveness. PFF'd, you have the love of every villager here, and since they are what really matters, that should be enough. Naruto, I know you don't believe me and I know why, but son, I truly am sorry. Minato said and then flashed away. Aren't you being a bit unreasonable, and keep in mind I'm a being of pure malice. Oni-chan. Do that again in transmigrant or not, I'll kill you. You're no fun, Kurama. But no, I am not being unreasonable. He wants to apologize for the consequence but not his action, which he'd do again. He wanted to sacrifice his son for his village, so fine, he gets his village but not his son. He doesn't get to have it both ways, he doesn't get to win. In a manner of speaking, yes. You know, I really didn't give him much of a choice. Once he severed the contract between Obito and me, I could have ran, but I was pissed and lashed out. Naruto, I wasn't going to stop, and no matter how justified I felt at the time, that doesn't negate their right to defend their existence, even if they are in the wrong on some cosmic scale. Granted. Still, I can't. He gambled with my life. He didn't know you'd be cooperative, hell he didn't know the process of Biju becoming partners with their Jinchuriki, but he had faith I'd figure it out. How? That's just bullshit. He did what a cage would do, not what a father would do, and left me to figure it out. His decision, and I become scorned while my mother was forgotten, like he just squared up and fist fought you all on his own. It all just pisses me off. I can tell. And here I thought you had gotten a handle on that temper of yours. I did, but that flashy bastard just fucking infuriates me to no end. Especially his, I'm so reasonable, tone of voice. He doesn't even have the decency to look all that masculine, fucking femboy looking bastard. Okay, you're spinning out right now and it isn't a good look. First, you look a lot like him, so I wouldn't take many swipes at his appearance. Secondly, I can't wait for you to figure this out anymore. You aren't mad at him, not entirely. You're the same kind of self-sacrificing idiot he is, and don't bother denying it. Put in his position, you'd do the same and hate yourself for doing it. You hate them but fear what you'd do if you admit it as much, so you become irrational when it comes to Minato. Because he doesn't even care. He's so willing to forgive them, to justify their actions. He doesn't give a damn about me. What parent could forgive people that treated their child like trash for years? He just acts like it was a big misunderstanding. Oh, forgive them, Naruto. Forgive them. I used to drown here, they all wanted to pretend I didn't exist. They tortured me and he doesn't even care. So, since he sided with them, once again, I'll never forgive him. If that's your decision, but you being agitated will only cause problems, so at least meditate until you calm down. Ah, I knew you cared, Oni-chan. I'm going to kill you, brat. He didn't know how long he had been meditating when he felt the disturbance of unknown chakra signatures, but he was up and prepared. Thanks to Kurama, he felt their negative emotions. Whoever these 8 people were, they intended to cause harm. He quickly flashed to inside the compound, his mind instantly operating like an Anbu. He knew Tsunade was home, and while she could more than handle herself, his first priority was to protect his Hokage. Finding her in the kitchen, he created a shadow clone and immediately had her flashed away to a secret command location. His clone would explain everything for him. He ran to his room and grabbed his kunai holster. Seeing Shizune, he informs her. 8 hostiles on the ground, I'm going to confront. She nods and follows him. The night was ideal for an ambush, there was a new moon and low visibility. The 8 members moved slowly but purposefully through the wooded areas of the compound. Their target was the Namikaze Jinchuriki and then any damage they could cause as they fled while the other team executed their target as well. They were confident they could catch the Jinchuriki unawares, even had the best genjutsu users in the unit with them. They would not fail Iwa and would get revenge on that damned 4th Hokage through his son. Jinchuriki, Naruto once realized, were not trained to be good shinobi and as such were vulnerable to advanced shinobi tactics, such as a nighttime assassination with mediocre genjutsu practitioner covering for them. He, however, was an excellent shinobi even if he had been tasked with being more superweapon as of late. But these fools would learn, Naruto Uzumaki thrives in the shadows. Shizune and he made it to the entrance of the wooded area. He felt the chakra signatures. Flashing a few signs lets her know his general plan. He'd be going high in the trees, flushing them out and she could pick off those fleeing. Inevitably some would stay to fight, but that's fine, they'd realize the mistake when it was too late. He took off in the trees not making a sound, masking his presence. The first target would be the genjutsu users as they wouldn't notice he or she was gone until his attack commenced. He had lucked out, they didn't have her in the center but toward the back, he just had to be patient and let them pass. Slowing his breath he stilled himself, perfectly. The 8 passed by him, none noticing the ninja wire slowly descending into the night, not even its intended target, until it was taut around her neck. The wind chakra came too fast and it claimed her head, instantly ending her technique. 2 of them noticed the subtle disturbances of a silent kill and turned, to be greeted with 2 shurikens coming at them. One held up a kunai to block, the other tried to dodge, both sound tactics against ordinary shurikens. These were not ordinary, not only were they infused with wind chakra but they also had seals inscribed on them that made the wind increase the circumference of the shuriken's attack range and killed one of the assassins as he was not prepared for his kunai to be cut through nor for the shuriken to continue and sever arteries in his neck. The other also received cuts to the neck but not deep enough to kill, however the momentary distraction was enough as Naruto stabbed him in his neck before disappearing into the trees. The exchange was fast, brutal and efficient but it didn't go without notice as the 5 remaining hostiles turned to see 3 of their members killed. They avoided the volley of kunai that rained down upon them and realized they had been compromised and were at a disadvantage. "We need to get out of the trees," one said, stating the obvious, and the quintet took off. Keeping their senses on high alert, none would say it but they were disconcerted that they couldn't sense their attacker but figured they'd have an advantage in an open area. Running as fast as they can, the group could see the clearing and their confidence began to grow. That is until they were separated by a powerful blast of wind. 3 of the group managed to make it out of the wooded area, each debating whether to go back to save their comrades. Had they not been looking toward the wooded area they may have seen Shizune emerge from the ground. Had they been more alert, 2 of them may not have had their throats slashed with her chakra scalpels. Had the last member not been so angered at seeing his elite group of killers picked off, he might not have engaged in taijutsu with the longtime apprentice of the best taijutsu user among the Sannin. He might not have overextended on a right cross only to experience a great deal of searing pain across his back, only to lose all feeling in his lower body, the sign of paralysis taking hold. He might not have had to look up helplessly at the sadistic smile very few have ever seen Shizune don and even fewer survived to speak of it. But all these things did happen and he'd soon be at the tender mercies of Ibiki for his bad luck. Shizune then saw Naruto emerge with one of the bodies in a bloody jade kodachi, created from the crystal release she surmised. "Did you leave any of them alive?" she asked to see him drop the body he was carrying and scratch the back of his head. "Kinda. I mean, he's alive," pointing to the body he just dropped, "but I think I broke his jaw a little." To which Shizune could only roll her eyes. "I assume you have clones collecting the other bodies." "Of course, this ain't my first rodeo, Datbeo." "No, I suppose it isn't," she said only to see his face contort, first in worry then in fury. "What's wrong?" Hinata activated the siege protocols at the Hyuga compound. The timing is too convenient, meaning these guys weren't alone. Hinata was not having a good day. She had been sent on a 2-week-long mission, which was easy enough except she had to squeeze in some clan business while gone. The trip back was miserable as it was hot and balmy and just miserable. She was glad when she returned to the compound except she was immediately assaulted with internal clan issues that needed her immediate attention, which meant no Naruto time for her. Finally, she managed to finish her business, take a shower and prepare for bed. Not an hour into her sleep was she alerted, through a seal on her wrist, that intruders had breached the compound's walls. She immediately flashed through a series of hand signs to activate the siege barriers and activated her Byakugan. Seeing the 4 intruders, she grabbed her sword and ran off to face them. Unlike her service weapon, the sword she was carrying now was a Jien. It was a gift from Enko when she made Anbu, and Hinata fell in love with the forms when wielding the weapon as it truly fit with her natural grace and agility. The 4 intruders knew they had been discovered, all cursing the bad intel they had been given, and were surrounded. Surrender or death, these are your only options, the 4 heard the waif say. All knew who she was, the new clan head, but more importantly to them, the girlfriend of the junior Namikaze. Patriotism and shinobi pride demanded they not give up, so the 4 rushed her. The exchange between the 4 assailants and the clan matriarch could be described only as a dance, as each assassin attempted to stay out of range of her sword, but none could manage to penetrate her defenses. One attempted to perform ninjutsu just to be immediate cut on his hands. The dance went on for less than 5 minutes as Hinata dipped and ducked, bent backwards and slipped their attempts while managing to nick each of her opponents until they all dropped. This isn't a normal blade. It's coated in a rare type of venom, and the small cuts I gave you are more than enough. Gentlemen, your end won't be pleasant, and while not long it will feel like an eternity. She then looked to the head of her security. We clearly need to revamp our security measures if 4 Iwa assassins can get in here without much problem. Dropping the siege barriers, Hinata made her way to the Hokage tower to inform Tsunade of the intrusion, or her Anbu on duty if she was not in. Tsunade couldn't help the headache she was feeling. Attacking her own property and a clan head was simply too much. Unoki would have to pay. They had planned for this, they being her advisors and Anbu commander, just in case Unoki's irrational hatred led him to do something stupid. It had. She knows he'll remain professional and is perfect for the job, but a part of her is reluctant to give the mission to Naruto. She takes a long look at her son, seeing he is remaining professional, but there is something in his eyes. Not rage, but something beyond anger. She sighs, knowing what she has to do. Unoki, went too far this time. Naruto, I'm assigning you a 3-pronged mission in response. I expect you to have it completed in no longer than 6 weeks. She throws him an Anbu mask. Welcome back, Gamma. Chapter 21. Normally she would groan at the reality of having to complete work in her bed. Truly, being Hokage allows for very little rest, even if she has revolutionized the administrative aspects of the job. However, she won't bemoan the work, as it allows her not to think she just sent her son on a mission to either avoid or start a war with Iwa. She's not worried about him getting hurt. While no ninja is invulnerable, she has Jiraiya's report from his time in AIM. Naruto currently has no equal in terms of combat, especially after integrating the yin portion of Kurama into his seal. The issue is Naruto knows he's powerful. He no longer can hide behind his status as an underdog. He is not. Given that in the best case scenario of this operation costing hundreds of lives, she worries about how he handles it. It's one thing to kill someone in a hard-fought battle. It's another to erase people from existence with just the wave of a hand. She is no stranger to lording over a battlefield. In her prime she could wipe out platoons with the best of them, but true army killers. No matter what anyone says, almost no S-rank shinobi can actually do that. If it were a common feature of the rank, Minato would have been feared, but not the pathology-inducing panic he causes Iwa and Unoki. Fucking Unoki, she thinks. If that old asshole had just retired or had the good sense to die, this could have been avoided. Now, he'll lose his village, of this Tsunade is sure. Naruto was a gifted saboteur. She assumed it was due to his facility with pranks. She just hopes he can handle the aftermath, that those that love him are enough to get him through. You're thinking entirely too loud and are blowing a hole in my masculine pride. When I bet a lovely lady, she generally stays asleep. Lot of experience, she said, almost dangerously. All in preparation to be worthy of you, Haim. You've gotten smarter. Death will do that to a man. So, yes, she and Jiraiya are finally giving it a chance. What is it? She doesn't really know, but what she does know is that she cares about the old pervert and finally saw that he had changed. It seems Naruto wasn't the only one that had to come to terms with himself while they were away, as Jiraiya too had to move past the lovable screw-up he often thought of himself as. That also meant, those around him had to stop treating him as such. Things between them had been progressing slowly since they originally returned, but after AIM, she realized they didn't have time for slow. So, here they both are, doing whatever it is they are doing. You shouldn't worry so much about him. I helped pull Minato through his time during the war, and I can help Naruto, too. Besides, he has 2 mothers and a sister he's strangely afraid of. Tsunade had to laugh. She never thought of that. If things get too bad, she could just tell him to cheer up, or else she'll sick Shizune on him. He'd likely be too frightened to bother being depressed. You may have a point, but we'll see. He's only been gone a week. He'll be fine. Believe it, Jiraiya said with a laugh. I hate you so much right now. Minato woke up to a familiar sound. Familiar but one he hadn't heard since the war and his body went cold. He tried to convince himself he was dreaming, that he wasn't hearing what he thought he was. What reason would there be? He pinched himself and the pain assured him he was awake. The ever-calm former Hokage was in a near panic and cursed his luck. He had only ever won a single argument against Kushina, and given the fallout of that, he wasn't liking his odds. But he was no coward, so he knew the best way to handle this was the direct approach. He finds himself wishing Naruto was not on assignment, as he feels his son would have a better chance at this. Taking some calming breaths, he heads to his living room to see his wife sharpening her katana, the Red Lady, on a wet stone while Kakashi watched. "Ohio, Minato-kun," she greeted. "Oh, Ohio, Kushina-chan," he replied. "Sweetie, why are you sharpening your sword? Have a spar scheduled?" "No, I have some people to run through," she said while giving a sagely nod. "Kushina, baby, you can't just stab people with your sword." "Of course I can. I'm really good at it. I stabbed lots of people during the war and I was only defending Konoha. Certainly, I can do it to those that harmed my Sochi. First, Inoichi Tem, then Hiyashi Tem, and we'll move on from there." "Kushina, you doing this would be incredibly illegal, not to mention it won't help Naruto." "How am I not helping Naruto? He needs to forgive them. It's not good to hold on to resentment like he has. He needs to give them a chance to make amends." "No, you need him to do that. You need him to forgive them so he'll eventually forgive you. What he needs is for his parents to be on his side for once. Apparently, I'm the only one of us prepared to do that. How does you going on a rampage show we're on his side? It'll only turn the villagers against him again. So, he doesn't care about their approval, he doesn't care if they hate him. Why can't you get that? The people we sacrificed our family for saw to it that our son will hold the vast majority of them in contempt. Your preaching about forgiveness is just white noise. What he'll appreciate is me showing him that what they did wasn't okay and they will be held responsible. They don't get to say sorry a decade after the fact and it be okay. But Kushina, he needs to care. It's not healthy. I don't want him to be bitter and turn on the villagers. You said it yourself, containers must fill themselves with love to counteract the hate." "Yes, love, not sainthood or victimization. I never said he couldn't stand up for himself. I'm glad he has enough self-worth to not forgive these people that have done nothing, absolutely nothing to earn his forgiveness. You don't even expect them to. You just want to act like it didn't happen. Well, I won't. I will never forget what they did to my most precious person, how they isolated him to the point of near insanity. How some even tried to attack him in your name. I'm just as angry as you are, Kushina." "No, you aren't. You just want to play peacekeeper. You just want to control Naruto and my reactions instead of supporting us. Do you realize how they treated him is how they would have treated me had they known? Your predecessor could have gotten him killed, Minato. No wonder he refuses to have anything to do with you. You never try to understand him, you only want to dictate what he should do. Until you can understand and accept his side of things, Minato, your son will always be lost to you. So, what, I just resort to violence. Beat down anyone that ever looked at Naruto wrong. If that's what it takes. You can't mean that. Kushina, despite their failure, these are essentially good people." "No, they aren't. They psychologically tortured a child. Good people don't do that. A loving father would understand. It breaks my heart that you can't seem to. Kakashi, a little help." "Well, I would be all for running through Inoichi, except Naruto already handled him." "You have been absolutely no help, student mine." "Wait, what did he do to Inoichi?" Minato said with some concern. To which, Kakashi shrugs. "Let's just say that for a small window of time, Inoichi wasn't the only one Ino called daddy. Now, that's proper revenge." "Shut up, Minato. And Kakashi, if you turned my Sochi into a pervert I'll kick your ass, Databane." Moving on, Kushina, what about our family? We're back, we could have more kids. This would make it harder on them and I doubt Naruto would want that. "I'm not having more kids," Kushina said with a laugh. "How would that work? Hey, Naruto, you know everything we didn't give you. Yay, here's how that would look. Cool, ain't it?" "No, Minato, I won't do that to him, nor would I ever want to be in a position to have to leave another small child by themselves. I don't trust these villagers with my family." "Kushina, you can't just kill people. You'd be arrested, no matter how much Tsunade agreed with you. You'd be taken from Naruto, again. I realize now that it seemed like I didn't hold them responsible, that I didn't care about what they had done. But that isn't true. I'm disappointed in them, that they disregarded my final wish and hurt my son, but I have to believe they can do better, or better than their darkest hours." "Why?" "Because if given the choice, I'd do it all over again. I'd seal Kurama in Naruto to protect the village as it was my duty. So, I have to believe they are worth it, that they are basically good but lost their way. Then you won't have a relationship with Naruto. Because they aren't good, they are petty and vile cowards. Being Hokage meant more to you than being a father, clearly. No, that isn't true. Minato said, visibly hurt by Kushina's words. Yes, it is. You'd seal Kurama in Naruto again, I'd fight with everything I have to prevent it. They weren't worth it. You need to believe they were but they weren't. So, you'd let thousands die, even those too young to have been guilty of anything. Yes, you seem to think Naruto was created with the purpose of suffering for others. He was not. His innocence isn't any less valuable than theirs, his happiness isn't trivial. At least, not to me. So, for those that scorned him and taught their little bastards to do the same, I'd rather he had been relocated than made to serve the people that cursed his existence. I don't think that about Naruto, he's my son, too, damn it. Then act like it. Stop telling him how to feel, Minato. He isn't being unreasonable, he has every reason to not trust these people you hold so dear. You know, you've taken all the fun out of this, I'm going out. Kushina said before exiting the room without her sword. It seems some of you are unhappy with the new direction of the clan. Unhappy enough to give our security protocols to Iwa assassins with the hope they'd kill me. Your assassins failed, gentlemen, your coup has failed, said Hinata, addressing her elder council. You have no proof. Silence. Have no proof. I had Enko-sensei do a thorough investigation, your co-conspirators gave you up within hours. It was so fun, too. I never got to crack a Hyuga and then I had 3 all trussed up for me like it was my birthday. You were quite welcome, sensei. Was the change I brought so scary that you'd rather be traitors than adapt? She shook her head in disbelief. Don't answer it, I don't even care. Sensei, please take them away and do as you please. Don't even bother sending the bodies back, they can be fed to wild animals for all I care. It has been 4 weeks since the assassination attempt and Hinata Hyuga, current matriarch of the Hyuga clan, was not happy. While she expected some pushback against her being the clan head, to attempt to murder her and to work with another shinobi village to do so has left her disgusted. Rooting out the inside men had been easy enough, getting the elders back also wasn't a problem. Her issue is now having to be suspicious of the rest of her family, not knowing who she can trust outside of Hanabi. It's taxing wondering where the threats are, and Hinata often wonders if this is how Naruto felt when he was younger. If that weren't enough, Hinata has another engagement she must see to that has been long overdue and she isn't looking forward to it in the least. Hinata-sama, Tenten-san is awaiting you in your office. Thank you, I'll be right there. This conversation had been a long time coming, the two had been putting it off for years, both willing to just pretend it wasn't necessary. But their interactions had been increasingly chilly when they weren't completely non-existent. Hinata can, intellectually, recognize the pettiness of it all as she was the initial cause of their fraying friendship and had done little to fix it. Maybe this could be their way forward, hopefully it could be. Tenten, thank you for seeing me today. When one is summoned by the head of the Hyuga clan, they make sure to answer it. Tenten said, snarkily. I guess, I deserve that. Tenten, I know much of our issues is my fault and I'm sorry, I should have handled the change in yours and Naruto's relationship better. I shouldn't have grown distant toward you, I let my resentment and jealousy get the better of me and I'm hoping you can forgive me and we can move forward. Now that you have Naruto. I'm sorry. You're sorry and hoping to move forward now that you have Naruto. Had you not, had he moved on with me, would you be bothering to fix our friendship? I can't answer that, I don't know. I'd like to think I would. Besides, you two were never together, it was always casual between you. That is the story, isn't it? Are you saying you two were more than that? I'm saying we never got the chance. That idiot couldn't move on from you and assumed I was having a similar issue with Neji, I wasn't. I'm practical and won't pine over someone that won't be with me, but I also didn't have my emotional dependency manipulated by my first love so I could see why he'd struggle to move on. I didn't manipulate him, I told him not to wait for me, I told him to be happy. And then acted pissy toward the first woman he got close to. Be honest, you didn't want him to move on, your words were empty. Just something you knew you were supposed to say, not how you truly felt. What do you want me to say? I had to let him go, I had to free my family and save my clan. No one else was going to do it and I had to risk my future with Naruto. Do you think it was easy? Since you didn't actually risk anything, just put him on a shelf, I wouldn't know. So, all this heat from you is because I'm with Naruto. Tenten just shrugs. I'm happy with Neji, I was happy with Naruto but he felt guilty. I'd see it in his eyes, if he felt anything more than physical attraction it was like he was cheating on you. And you did nothing to disabuse him of that notion. And all for your clan, this clan that plays with the lives of those in and out of it. I don't know what you want, Tenten. I admit, I was cold to you when I realized what you two were doing. Partially because I thought you were my friend and wouldn't do that to me. Even if we had to end things before they had even begun, I loved him and you knew that. So, if you can't have him, no one else is supposed to either. It isn't that simple and you know it isn't. I know he needed something more than a friend and I wanted more. We weren't wrong for what we did, but you sure judged us anyway. You're right, I did. I just always imagined we'd be each other's first in everything, and knowing that wouldn't be the case, that he might actually move on hurt. I really am sorry. I forgive you. Besides, who knew the Hyuga princess could be jealous of a mere commoner? Tenten offered with a smile. Who, indeed? Unoki had gone from venerated leader to disgraced traitor in just a few weeks. Things tend to move fast for shinobi, but this was ridiculous. Unoki knows this was caused by Tsunade, a response for the assassination attempts on the Hyuga clan head and her pet Jinchuriki, the goddamn Namikaze. When he sent his platoon of killers, he didn't know the real Namikaze was back, or else he'd have said more. Unoki had mulled over his fall and as best he could tried to understand how he had been ousted. To think it all hinged on Hiro Saito, a name he hadn't much thought about. The man was a greedy bastard that greatly overestimated his intelligence and value, but he did have his uses as a go-between, especially for black op or mercenary work. He had concluded, given the evidence, that the man's assassination had been a power play by the Akatsuki or an attempt to cover their tracks before they made a move on Iwa. He was wrong, he realized. It was a job by Konoha and he never suspected it. Maybe that was why he didn't pay attention to the buyout proposal of the Mishima Collective, a corporation that the government of Iwa held a minority but still significant interest in, as did the daimyo. The buyout is what started his downfall. When an interested party not based in Earth country tries to buy into or a controlling interest of a company or organization that is partially owned by the daimyo, he has his accountants go through the books of said company. One is to gauge how a sale would affect the daimyo and the nation, but also to make sure nothing illegal has or could occur. The accountants found money being siphoned from Mishima to Saito, and the amounts roughly equaled the illegal activities, and black ops, Saito had financed on behalf of Unoki, including hiring the Akatsuki. As this implicated the daimyo as being involved with a group of terrorists, he was, of course, irate that Unoki had been so sloppy and had stolen from him. Unoki had done himself no favors by insisting it was A setup, B. Not that important, and C. The focus should be on killing the Konoha Jinchuriki, who was the son of Minato Namikaze. Unoki's singular focus on his archenemy, to the point of obsession, along with how his actions could cause issues with the other daimyo of the elemental nations, left Unoki with the demand he retire and appoint a successor immediately. Unoki felt he was boxed in and left little choice, as his council had agreed with the daimyo and would not support their current cage any longer. Not even his son nor granddaughter came to his side. In his anger, Unoki called out to his most loyal shinobi and they all abandoned their village. Unoki planned to invade AIM, hearing it had lost its leader and was weak. From there, he'd figure out a way to kill the Namikaze, both of them, and Tsunade for good measure. As he marched toward the border of Earth Country, Unoki was greeted with the sight of a massive nine-tailed fox, cloaked in golden chakra. It was aiming a bijudama at him and his followers. The impact came swiftly, killing everyone but him. When Unoki recovered, the fox was gone, but a lone figure, cloaked in the same golden chakra, was looking upon the former cage. Unoki was enraged that he had been intercepted by the boy he longed to see dead, and made a promise to himself that he would be the one to end this arrogant child that assumes he could stand as an equal to one of the strongest shinobi in history. What followed was a furious ninjutsu battle. Unoki was shocked to see the boy match him. The only man to do so previously had been the Sandaime Hokage. Where Unoki had a mastery of 3 primary elements and his dust release, the boy showed a mastery of all 5 elements and had a time-space barrier to deflect the dust element. Unoki had been getting desperate. It was taking a lot of chakra to remain in the air and he was running out of plans. It was clear the boy had the superior reserves and must have had decent chakra control to not even be breathing heavily. So lost in thought, Unoki almost missed the jutsu aimed at him, something he faintly heard the boy call scorch style, champagne supernova. Not allowing himself to be shocked that the boy has a keke genkei on top of everything else, Unoki dodges the jutsu but felt how superheated the air got and the force of the shockwave the jutsu produced, which sent him toward the ground. Unoki barely managed to dodge 3 water dragons, although he would swear 2 of them looked like ice during his descent. He cursed himself as he headed for the ground while seeing the boy run through a series of hand seals only for the boy to end on snake, but nothing happened. What's wrong, brat? Can't finish the job. I'm glad losing everything hasn't humbled you at all. As if I'd ever allow someone of your bloodline to humble me. Whatever, old man. Enjoy your petty resentments, Naruto said as he began to leave. How dare you turn your back on me? Unoki yelled. His reserves spent and the force he hit the ground, making amounting an offense an impossibility, but he wouldn't be disrespected by this boy. Funny weather we're having, Naruto said before he vanished from in front of Unoki, who took that as a cue to look up and saw the oncoming snowflakes. Thinking nothing of it, Unoki tried to get up but was having difficulty as his body was hit with a wave of pain with every move. The first snowflake landed behind Unoki, so he didn't see the effect, but the second one landed on his right foot and he felt the freeze instantly. It horrified the former leader, a Hyoten technique he had never suspected. Another snowflake hit Unoki in the same leg and he realized he had to get outside of the area of effect or he'd be frozen to death. Mustering every ounce of resolve he had, Unoki tried to get up but couldn't. The ice not only hampered his mobility but weighed him down. He grabbed a kunai and decided to try to shatter the ice but was having very little luck. Fighting back a sense of panic, Unoki ignored the snowflake that fell on his left leg. He tried to focus every bit of chakra he had left to perform one more dust element technique to remove the snow in the clouds. He knew he'd pass out after the technique but attempted it anyway, managing to form it. The onset of chakra exhaustion is why Unoki didn't notice the snowflake that landed on his left arm, instantly freezing it and destabilizing his jutsu. The blast killed Unoki instantly. A figure hidden from view dispelled himself, sending confirmation to the original. Chapter 22. He could feel his skin searing from the heat, how could it not when it surrounded him like an invading horde? His vision was blurry from the smoke, signs of smoke inhalation starting to take effect, but he wouldn't stop. He was a ninja and ninja endure, especially for their families, and right now he had to save his wife and daughter. He couldn't even hear their pleas for help, so he knew he was running out of time. He reached the door to the supply closet they were trapped in and started to kick, punch and push it down. He could barely breathe, his everything hurt, but he wouldn't stop. Not this time, he would save his family. Finally, he managed to break down the door and was awarded with the exterior view of his flower shop set ablaze. For the 20th time he had tried to save his family, only to have to relive the nightmare of hearing their screams and failing to save them. This time, it was too much. Inoichi's will was broken, he couldn't mount another rescue attempt. It broke his heart to know that he had died and gone to hell, but the will to continue just didn't exist anymore. For his decision he was assaulted with the most desperate, pain-filled screams he had ever heard. Ino's calls for her daddy to save her causing Inoichi physical pain. Eventually the screams stopped and the shop was rendered as nothing more than ash. He broke down and cried like he never has before. Everything hurt until he entered shock. His screams of agony replaced with eerie quiet, letting unconsciousness take him. Sometime later, Inoichi opened his eyes and was greeted with the sight of one Kushina Uzumaki. "Ohio, Inoichi. See, you finally managed to beat my seal. Congratulations, it only took 3 days. What did you do to me?" Inoichi asked, though his voice was hoarse. "I put a seal on you. Makoto once told me about this Sharingan genjutsu that would play on a loop until the person inflicted accepted their fate, cool right? So, I figured, why not make it a seal and test it on you?" "Are you crazy?" Inoichi asked, still reeling from the routine deaths of his family and a little disoriented from the effects of the seal. "Probably," she said with a shrug. "But you got off entirely too lightly for what you did to my son. Some could argue that screwing with his mind is forgivable, as you were ordered to do it and clearly didn't have the spine to tell here's and no. But you also burned his apartment down. Twice you wronged my son, Inoichi, and you need to be held accountable. Tsunade-sama gave you a slap in a wrist. Her position restrained what she could feasibly do to you for an accident, and Kakashi's warning clearly didn't work, so Kushina pauses to grab Inoichi by his jaw while adding a significant amount of pressure. Consider everything they did a preamble. Next time, Inoichi, accident or not, your position or not, I'm going to murder you. Not disappear you, nor make you pay, but straight out murder you wherever I should find you." Kushina released Inoichi when she finished and left his hospital room. "You feel better?" "I'd have to do that to a significant amount of the village to feel better, but I can accept it." "Good, I really don't need you going on a bloody, revenge-fueled rampage. I don't need the paperwork," said Tsunade. "Well, I'd never want to increase the workload of my co-mother, now would I?" said Kushina. "And may Kami bless you for it. So, have you seen Naruto? He's been Mia since Unoki." "Yay, he got in last night, so he'll probably be out and about today." "What makes you think that?" "Because he has to spend the day with Tonton," Tsunade said through laughs. Naruto was fairly certain that if you killed a Kage in single combat, your reward for doing so wouldn't be trying to make amends to a pampered pig, and yet, here he is. Why is Naruto having to make amends to Tsunade's pet? Well, he violated the rules. After living with Tsunade and Shizune for a few months, Naruto noticed Tonton would be cold towards him when he came back from missions. Not knowing how he had offended the little pig, he asked Tsunade, to which she, in all sincerity, stated Tonton was a worrier and when he doesn't check in before he departs she gets really concerned. He would have laughed if he couldn't tell she was being serious. So, as best he could, Naruto would inform his little friend when he was leaving so she wouldn't worry so much. This last mission didn't allow him time to do that, and Naruto being awakened by a slap of her pig hooves let him know how he'd be spending his day. So, a few hours later found Naruto in Konoha's market district. Along with him were Tonton riding atop Gamatsu. Why Gamatsu? She likes him. No one knows why, but she does, and his life is easier if the pig is happy. Also with him are Shino and Kakashi, neither being shy in taking pleasure in the village's most powerful shinobi catering to his mother's pet. Shino, Kakashi is a well-known dick. Kakashi merely shrugs in response, but never did I think my best friend would find amusement in my suffering. This earned him a glare from Tonton. Not that I'm not happy to be here, Tonton-chan, it was just a difficult mission is all. Hearing her oink in delight led him assume she bought it. Well, Naruto, it isn't every day one sees a battle summons called upon to assist in such unique matters. Besides, given you've been hiding out in my clan's compound for the last few days, I think I'm owed. Besides, Ashura's reincarnation kowtowing to a damn pig is hilarious. Added Kurama, and instantly Tonton started glaring at Naruto's stomach. Shit, can she hear me? I have no idea, this pig is freaky. Agreed. Sochi. Kushina yelled in the crowded marketplace. Oh, Kami, help me. It's the tomato. Oi, shut it, Oni-chan. I hate you. Hey, Sochi. Kushina chirped. Hi, Mom. This is Shino. Shino, this is my mom. Shibi's boy. Nice to meet one of Naruto's friends. She said, shaking his hand. Nice to meet you as well, Kushina-sama. PFF'd, not need for that sama crap. You seem awfully excited, what happened? I tortured Inoichi a little bit so I'm keyed up. Hey, are you free today? Well, after I finished up with Tonton I was going to see Hinata for a bit. Okay, come to dinner tonight. You can bring Hinata along if you like, and after dinner we're going to spar. Doesn't that sound fun, Databane? Chuckling, Naruto replies, sure mom, I'll be there, and ask Hinata if she'd like to join. Excellent, Kushina chirped. Well, I have to get some things for tonight, see y'all later, Sochi. Bye mom, Naruto called out to a retreating Kushina. Naruto. Yes, Shino. Did your mother just admit to torturing a clan head? Asked Shino. I believe she did. At least she didn't go with her initial plan to stab him with her sword. Offered Kakashi. The three exchanged looks as they silently decided to not inquire into Kushina's actions. After spending a small fortune on acorns and various other treats for the most spoiled pig in the elemental nations, Naruto parted ways with the group and made his way to see Hinata. They hadn't seen much of each other since becoming an official couple, and that was not sitting well with the blonde. Deciding it'd be best not to just sneak in, Naruto actually went to the front gate so he could be shown in and announced, much to the surprise of the security guards. Escorted through the ornate halls, at what Naruto feels is a snail's pace, the group finally arrives at Hinata's office and the guards promptly leave as Naruto enters. You look familiar, stranger. What can the matriarch of the Hyuga clan do for you? Hinata says. I highly doubt that, I'm uncommonly handsome, Hyuga-sama. If you say so, but you didn't answer my question. I'm sorry, I was distracted, what was the question again? Ah, I think I know who you remind me of. I had a boyfriend that was easily distracted and a bit of a baka. Maybe he just found you distracting. My, so forward, stranger, and I don't even have a name. I've been called lots of names in various contexts. For now, Naruto will do. We can build from there. Hinata mock gasps before continuing, my boyfriend was named Naruto, too. But you couldn't be him. My boyfriend wouldn't hide out at the Aburame compound for a few days after killing a cage, leaving me to worry. Oh is right, Tem. What the hell, Naruto-kun. I felt overwhelmed, I needed some time to decompress, that's all. And you couldn't do that with me. No, I wasn't going to let you see me like that. No, you aren't doing that again. I accepted it when we were kids, but no longer, Naruto. If you're feeling underwater, I'm the one you're supposed to come to. I'm not made of glass. I don't think you are, Hinata. I'm sorry, I didn't think it'd upset you. Why wouldn't it? We're supposed to share everything, but you shut me out when you should be leaning on me. Naruto, you have to let me help you. I won't leave just because you were vulnerable around me. You do know that, right? Yay, I do. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan. Good, now what's going on with you? Naruto then began to share what had been bothering him and what transpired on his mission. How he started to feel suffocated in the village due to his father's return and how killing those Iwa shinobi and Unoki so easily scared him. Hinata shared her discussion with Tenten and her fears that she had manipulated Naruto into never truly moving on. Naruto reassured her that wasn't the case and ultimately him never getting serious with someone was his choice. The two sat in silence for a long while after that, just enjoying each other's presence, both silently resolving to make more time for each other. Soon, the realities of being a clan head intruded on their moment and Hinata had to get back to work. Before he left, Naruto extended the invite to dinner, which Hinata gladly accepted. The two parted ways with a passionate kiss and Naruto decided to track down one of his oldest friends and do something he should have done some time ago. It hadn't been an easy day for Tenten as she has been training for her Junin exams. While she doesn't necessarily feel she is ready, Gai-sensei has convinced her she should at least try as she has all the qualities, especially now that she has branched out to elemental manipulation to better utilize her Kiba blades. A shower and a nap is all she wanted, but it seemed that was not going to be possible in the immediate future. You enjoy breaking into places entirely too much, Whiskers. I have to keep my skills sharp however I can, Ten-chan. So, you've spoken to Hinata, I take it. Tenten said, taking a seat by Naruto on her sofa. I have, but I hope you aren't implying that's the only reason I would have come to see you. I'm not, shrimp. Oi, I'm taller than you. Doesn't matter. Fine, Tenny. Fine, but enough stalling, I think I owe you a conversation. Coming to defend her. No, she can defend herself. I've come to apologize. I hadn't been honest, not with you and not with myself. Oh, finally going to admit we were more than just some casual hookup. Sighing, Naruto replies, yay. You were more than that to me. I don't paint the Hiraishin array on everybody's naked back, you know. I remember that day, you were quite proud of yourself. That I was, and you were the first person I told about it. I'm sorry, Ten-chan. Don't be sorry, just explain it to me. Could you really not see yourself with anyone but Hinata? Was that the problem? Yes and no. I felt I could move on with you if that's what you wanted, but if she were ever able to get around Hiyashi's edict I just didn't know how I'd deal with that, and if I knew there was a chance I couldn't commit to you fully I didn't want to give the impression I could. You're an idiot. You always have been, even when you were that shrimp that couldn't throw a kunai. But Princess Panda-chan saved me. Damn right, she said with a laugh. I'm sorry, Ten-chan, if I ever made you feel like I didn't care about you or about us. That wasn't my issue and I don't need to rehash it. Fine, fine. Well, I need to get going, besides you have a gentleman caller approaching, Naruto said before pulling Tenten into a hug. Tenten hears a knock on the door, but by the time she answers it and invites in Neji, Naruto is already gone. Walking toward his parents' house, and what should have been his house, Naruto was nervous. He didn't know why he was nervous, but he was. Oh, wait, I hate my dad but I have to spend the evening with him, yes, that'd do it. He sighed for the 10th time, wishing he didn't have to do this, that he could spend a quiet night with his lady. Hinata and he arrived to an expectant Kushina who gushed about how cute a coupe the two made. The foursome shared dinner and it wasn't as awkward as Naruto feared it was going to be. He thinks it was because the food was so good so he had something to distract him, but the night moved along. It wasn't until he was getting ready for his spar with Kushina that things went left. First, an Anbu arrived requesting Minato and himself go to the Hokage's office. Given the time, that signaled a likely emergency and Naruto cursed his luck. When they entered Tsunade's office her grim visage didn't give much room for optimism. The fact that the Sandame, Danzo and Jiraiya were there only made Naruto certain, something bad had or was going to happen. Iwa has called a Gokage summit and is threatening war if I don't attend. On what grounds? Minato asked. They are accusing us of tampering with their village's administrative functions and having an operative active within their borders. They are also trying to get the other villages to support them given we have stolen their biju. I'd say this is a low percentage shot, but if Kiri and Kumo believe we're hoarding biju they might do something rash. Replied Minato. That's the conclusion we've come to, but if Iwa does declare war that'll change things. It's one thing to sign onto a hypothetical conflict, another thing entirely to not take a chance to get some boons from an existing one. Said Tsunade. She turned to Naruto to see him being uncommonly quiet. What do you think? I think this is absurd and I'm getting a little tired of Iwa. If you go to the summit we can explain away some things, they can't prove anything so these feels like a setup. Get you out of the village while they have a large force lying in wait. But if they did that, the other cage would turn on them, it'd be suicide. If Iwa declares war it's suicide because I'll leave it a smoking crater and I'm quickly regretting not just doing that to start with. Calm down, kid, said Jiraiya. None of us want that much death on our hands so let's just think our way out of it. I believe my student has. Aiwa can't be allowed to dictate the pace of this. If they crave their own destruction, I see no reason not to give it to them. If they don't have the good sense to go quiet after they lose their only true cage level ninja when we have enough to field a cell of them, then Kami help them, because being stupid is no way to live. No, I will not have this put on Naruto, said Minato. Now, Minato, you did seal the Kyuubi in Naruto, you facilitated him having the ability to do this. To protect and defend Konoha. As of yet, we don't have to do that. How many people can you bring with you, Tsunade? 3. 1 advisor, 2 bodyguards. Yes, this doesn't remotely sound like a setup. I say we skip the summit and just attack Aiwa directly, said Danzo. Do that and we will bring people to their side. I suggest you take Minato, Jiraiya and Naruto with you. If Aiwa has planned something, extraction won't be an issue for shinobi that can teleport. We then give Aiwa no quarter and show them no mercy. Naruto-kun, if the worst does come to pass, could you actually go through with it? Asked the Sandaime. To stem off even more dire consequences. Yes, I wouldn't like it, but yes, I would, replied Naruto. Okay, we leave in 2 days. Naruto, you may leave. Minato, what's wrong? Asked Tsunade. When I sealed the Kyuubi into Naruto, I wanted him to have the power to defeat Madara and protect the village. I sacrificed his childhood for, and now by either necessity or convenience he'll be treated as a super weapon instead of the guiding light I hoped for. It's just difficult to accept. It's just not what I wanted. Chapter 23. 20 of the most powerful shinobi currently in existence reside in a room with one of the most powerful samurai, and all eyes seem to gravitate toward one person. It's amazing, Minato thinks, that the attention seems to direct to his son. Not a cage, nor an advisor, and yet everyone is aware of where he is, of his every mannerism. Having trained under Jiraiya for so long, there are only a few things Minato never mastered. One was senjutsu, but that was more a timing issue. Wars and being Hokage just don't allow one to commune with nature. Another was Jiraiya's ability to not to appear to give a shit when in the presence of S-class shinobi. It was that reason that made the disciple question if he could ever truly defeat his master, even when Jiraiya would openly claim Minato as the better shinobi. The man had a way of undermining confidence, and that he didn't bother to acknowledge it only worsened the effects. Naruto had seemingly mastered this subtle art to perfection. If Minato didn't know of his son's talents and abilities, he'd think the boy an unobservant fool. No 16-year-old should be this free from preoccupation in a room of seasoned cage, and yet Naruto didn't appear to have a single fuck to give. It was impressive and maddening. But maybe that lack of worry and deference is what allowed him to befriend so many people in this room. It's obvious the cage held his son in high regard, and the two had an easy rapport. He also seemed to be on good terms with the Raikage and the Mizukage as well. Minato can't help but think how close to real peace they all are, if his son's budding friendship with these village leaders is any indication, but notes how fragile it all is. If these talks go south, a war is almost guaranteed, and if Naruto reveals his abilities, then peace talks are impossible. No village would feel comfortable with anything but the chance to increase their military power in preparation. I call this meeting to order, spoke Mifune. As requested by the Tsuchikage, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages have convened. Tsuchikage Dono, please tell us why you have called this meeting. Thank you, Mifune Dono, Kitsuchi replies. We are here to list and hopefully curb the aggressive actions of Konoha, not only against us but the other major villages as well. We hope to address these issues now so as to avoid another war. And what exactly are you accusing Konoha of? I asked, who had attended with Darui, she and Kurabi as his advisor. For one, conducting illegal operations within the borders of Earth Country, including killing my predecessor. Secondly, the hoarding of the Biju. Their actions seek to undermine all of us here, and make no mistake, that's exactly what they tend to do. Hokage Dono, would you like to answer to these charges? Thank you, Mifune Dono, Tsunade started. I have very little to say about the charges levied by the new Tsuchikage. If my shinobi are able to undermine his village so thoroughly to cause a setting cage to turn rogue, then my shinobi are simply better at being shinobi than yours. I feel no need to defend that, and I question why the Tsuchikage would want to broadcast his ineptitude in my village's prowess. She said, causing Kitsuchi to scowl at her words. As for the charge of hoarding the Biju, we have not. The Biju that are not reforming and not currently sealed or free. Where they are I have no idea, but they are not in Konoha, nor are they controlled by Konoha. You lie. Kitsuchi nearly yells, only to receive a scoff from Tsunade. The Hokage lies, spins a false tale. Could we all really miss such large beasts? They Biju are sentient masses of chakra. Do you really believe they can't change their size or shape? Everyone in this room can perform a henge, and we aren't comprised primarily of chakra. I am starting to think this has been a waste of time. I would have to agree with the Hokage, said Gaara. In fact, I have spoke with Shukaku, the Aikibi as he currently resides in the deserts outside of Suna. Do you have any proof of this? Asked the Mizukage. I'm not entirely sure how one would prove this beyond you simply seeing it, but the Tsuchikage offers no more proof to the contrary when it is his burden to do so. Stated Gaara. Minato watched as Kurabi whispered something to Ai which caused Ai to stare at his brother as if seeking confirmation. Once received he spoke, I believe both the Hokage and the Kazekage. Then it is a simple matter of finding and resealing them. Replied Mei. No, none of the biju that are currently free will be sealed again. Stated Tsunade. That's not for you to decide, Hokage Dono. The Mizukage replied back. It isn't my decision, it isn't that I'm going to stop you, they can't be resealed. Attempting to do so will only enrage them and cost you lives in the process. Tsunade shot back. How is that possible? Questioned Ai. Tsunade then waved to Naruto to approach the table to speak. When I released the biju from the ghetto mazo in aim, I applied a seal so none of them biju would be resealed. They are intelligent beings that don't wish to harm any of us and deserve to be more than weapons of war, they deserve a peaceful existence like the rest of us. Are you foolish, boy? Your very Shodime handed out the biju to prevent war and you unilaterally undo that. Shouted Kitsuchi. While not as vehement, I have to agree with him, kid. Replied Ai. Since the hidden villages started creating Jinchuriki, there have been 3 shinobi wars. Had Konoha not defeated Akatsuki, with minimal help from the rest of you, there would have been a 4th, but instead of a fight over land, it would have been one for the survival of humanity. The Shodime was a great man but he was not infallible and he made a mistake. If you want the power of the biju, then find them and befriend them. Respect them and they may become guardians of your lands, but if they choose not to get involved then leave them be and let them enjoy their freedom. Naruto, are you sure they mean us no harm? Asked Mei. Absolutely. They may be skittish around humans but given the years of imprisonment that's understandable, but if you should happen across them just talk to them. I'll withhold judgment for now. Stated Mei. Are you all foolish? You take the word of this boy. You believe a child could apply seals to the biju. If you cannot disprove the claims of my shinobi then it is best if we move this alone, Kitsuchi. Tsunade said, starting to lose her patience with the brash man. Fine, what will happen when the Yonbi and the Gobi return? I'll free them as well if that's what they want. Replied Naruto. You have no right, they belong to Iwa. Can you not all see this? Konoha weakens us but they keep their Jinchuriki so as to have a trump card against us. Is that why your agents were in Taki, looking for the container of the Nanabi? Asked Tsunade, which surprised Kitsuchi. Didn't think I knew about that. Guess it was lucky the leader of Taki decided to relocate Fu to keep her safe from you. Irony of ironies, given your accusations of our activities within your borders. Which you have yet to deny. Spat back Kitsuchi. Even if I did have an agent where you claimed I did, hundreds of missing nin were headed to the borders of AIM, our ally, and we have every right to defend an ally from an occupying force. Maybe you should have controlled your shinobi forces better so as to not experience a mass defection. A defection you caused. Proof? Asked Tsunade. I don't need proof, I know you did it. Everything was just too neat, the evidence was just hard enough to find and just clear enough to paint a connection. You did that, and if she could do it to Iwa, what is to stop her from doing it to everyone in this room? No one else in this room has sent assassins to my front doorstep with the intention to kill my family and me along with a clan head. This is getting us nowhere, let's please stay focused on the issues at hand. Stated Mifune. Konoha is the issue. They work against Iwa, how long before they start in on the rest of you? If you're smart, you'll side with us. They have not only gotten a daimyo to act against a sitting kage, they've unilaterally have taken away biju. Surely you all see the threat Konoha poses. If they go unchecked, how long before we are flying a Konoha flag over our villages? Said the Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage would lead you to believe the sky is falling and his only proof is the lack of clouds in the sky. See, it's so clear. It'll happen at any moment. Konoha has never initiated a war, this is a fact. Why we'd start now is beyond me. Kitsuchi-san states we've acted unilaterally and we have. We defeated the Akatsuki with minimal involvement from any of the other villages. Now some of this was just happenstance, but I did request assistance in the sharing of intel. Except for Suna, my call went unheeded. I understand why, but there was a threat to us all and a mess to clean up. Don't look at the clean floor and bitch about the mop I used, damn it. If any of you would have been in my position, would you have simply set the biju free or hoarded them for your own benefit? But I'm a power-crazed imperialist looking to squash the other villages. The accusation is absurd. The evidence is non-existent, and frankly I am beyond offended that the Tsuchikage called us here to scold me as if I were a child. Replied a visibly annoyed Tsunade. Tsuchikage Dono, what ultimately would you like to achieve here? Asked Mifune. It's very simple, I want Konoha to agree to pay restitution for their actions, and if not, I seek alliances as Iwa will go to war. Surely Tsuchikage Dono, we can come to an accord without resorting to hostilities. Said Mifune. No, we cannot. We will not bend the knee to Konoha. Unoki saw the Namikaze's bastard as a threat, and it took him dying to prove as much. Either Konoha admits they killed him, names the agent and turns him over along with a cash transfer, or it is war. There can be no alternative. The only question is, what will you all do? Save your villages or not? We will need time to confer with our advisors on this matter. Stated Gaara. Mifune nods and the 5 groups separate. IWA. Dad, are you sure we haven't overplayed your hand? Asked Kuretsuchi. I had to, Kuro-chan. Too many vested interests back home are pulling for this. If I present my strongest case and nothing happens, we can move on and I can start cleaning house. I'm just lucky that it appears Konoha is on better terms with the other villages. This gives us cover to finally free Iwa of its lust for war and revenge. All of that was an act. Of course it was. Iwa has been too focused on its past. I was never meant to be a cage, but I'll do everything I can to make sure it is strong and steady for when you are prepared to lead. But I have to break those factions that are either obsessed with the Namikaze or the faction that simply values war and conquest. Both facets stand in the way of progress. But Grandpa wouldn't have been fixated on Konoha if it weren't a threat. That's not true. Deidara wasn't really a traitor, he infiltrated Akatsuki for your grandfather. When Unoki learned he was killed by Naruto and saw the obvious resemblance to Minato, something in him snapped. He wanted Deidara to be his successor, but his decisions caused it to not happen. That broke him, Kuro-chan, and he couldn't let go. Oh, is all she could say in response. Kumo. What do you think, B? Going to war with Konoha would be a mistake. Yuki says Naruto feels different, it reminds him of something very old and very powerful. Konoha could manage a two-front war with the powerhouses they have. Replied Kurabi, and I knew he was serious by his lack of rhyming. If you fought him alone, could you beat Naruto? I hate to ask it, I like the kid, but Kumo comes first. No, I don't. He has a lot of tricks in his bag before he gets to his Biju cloak, which I have yet to see, but a Fuinjutsu-wielding sage isn't something to take lightly, and he's gotten stronger since then. He likely knows the Hirishin as well. But, Naruto by himself is only one of many problems. Minato is back, Kushina is back. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hiruzen and Danzo. The last two may be old, but they still have a great deal of power and wisdom. Potentially 7 cage-level shinobi, 4 Fuinjutsu masters. Each likely has the ability to restrain Biju chakra. 2 of them can match your speed, Jiraiya can make it irrelevant. 3 toad summoners, 1 slug summoner. That's just the tip of the poison kunai. You'd still have Kakashi to contend with, all of their clan heads and clan heirs. Konoha might be the strongest they've been in years. There's no profit in us going to war. If Kitsuchi pushes this, it will end poorly for Iwa. I could only grunt in response. Kiri. The Tsuchikage has overplayed his hand. I see no benefit to joining him. I agree, Mei-sama. There's not a single reason to get involved over old grudges. They'll have to do this all on their lonesome, replied Ao. The Mizukage hears, single, old, lonesome, and replies, shut up, Ao, or I'll kill you. Suna. When we get home, we will have to fortify our border with Iwa. I don't know the Tsuchikage's plan, but if he thinks Konoha will back down, he's sorely mistaken. Stated Gaara. Is there more to this? Maybe them attempting to provoke something and gaining allies out of fear of Konoha? Asked Tamari. I don't know the new Tsuchikage, but he seems prideful, too prideful for that kind of play. Especially with how hard he's been in his position, no one will become to his defense when he's asking for it. Konoha. The Tsuchikage is faking it. Naruto stated simply. His emotions are all wrong, he's acting. He likely wants war no more than you do. Being able to sense emotions comes in handy. I'll see if I can talk with him after this, get a real measure of him. Replied Tsunade while Minato and Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Mifune soon called the cage back to the table so the meeting could commence. You have had time to confer with your delegation, so let us please continue. The Tsuchikage has put forth a call to arms if certain conditions are not met. What do you 3 unaffected cage say? Asked Mifune. Kumo votes no to hostilities. Losing the Biju is a blow, but there is no proof Konoha is doing anything more than being their tree-hugging idealistic selves. Responded I. Kiri also votes no. I've seen enough war for the time being and can't pledge my forces to conjecture. However, I will state that Konoha has decided to free on the Biju without any input or consideration from any of the major villages is distressing. I don't believe this was a power grab, and you may feel it hypocritical to be admonished given how you came upon them, but isn't demonstrating the ability to prevent future sealings a demonstration of your power? How are the others supposed to respond to that? What could you do next? What your shinobi have done may ultimately be for the best, Lady Hokage, but if you want to achieve that long sought after peace you always speak of, then please remember the other villages exist as well. Mei stated. Tsunade just managed not to roll her eyes. It should go without saying, but Suna also votes no for hostilities. I need not criticize nor admonish Konoha for its actions, Gaara said, receiving a head nod from Tsunade. It appears we have a consensus. Tsuchikage Dono, I hope you can heed the words of your fellow Kage and avoid unnecessary strife. If there is nothing else, I call this Gokage Summit to a close. Chapter 24, Kushina Coming. Oi, Kushina coming, is what could be heard by various voices in the clan district as the streets quickly cleared from the red-headed menace. Currently wearing a blue Junin uniform covered by a red trench coat with her katana sticking out the bottom, she has one last stop for the day. During the Gokage Summit, Kushina decided to exact some revenge for her, Sochi-kun. As of yet, nothing major beyond vandalism or extreme intimidation has been suffered, but it has become understood that if Kushina is coming for you, she will find you. This leads us to now, as our Crimson Avenger is now in front of the Hyuga compound, which has enacted their siege protocols. Hey, y'all need to open these gates and let me see Hiyashi before I huff and puff. Come on now, by the hairs of your chinny chin, Kushina said. Kushina-sama, it'd be best if you leave. Our foremost gentle fist users are here. Oh, I think's not, guard-san, I think's not. Y'all might need to think this through and stop wasting my time. Because Kushina can come back tomorrow. And the next day. And the next day. Oh, and I will put you to the blade behind what happened today. She spoke calmly. Soon the defensive barriers were dropped and she was granted access, but informed her audience with Hiyashi would be brief. She simply stated it was, fair enough, as she entered the compound. It was a short walk to where Hiyashi was currently. He had claimed another room as his study when he was retired as clan head. When she entered the room, her escorts left immediately and she simply stared into Hiyashi's eyes, waiting for something that even Hiyashi didn't know. After a moment, apparently seeing what she desired, she took her seat and placed her katana on her lap. I understand you wanted to see me. Even threatened my guards to do so. Hiyashi said sternly, making Kushina roll her eyes. They were being extra about all this, it's not like I'm here to murder you. Do I have your word on that? Hey, no, she said, making Hiyashi sweat drop. Shouldn't we at least exchange pleasantries before we get into what I want? I'd rather forego the pretense, especially since I'm not entirely sure you won't run me through with your blade. This blade? Kushina asks, withdrawing it from its sheath. Oh, man, I have some stories about this blade, dearie, let me tell you. Oh, fuck, was Hiyashi's thoughts. While Hiyashi and the Red Menace were never close, his late wife and her were extremely close. Hiyashi, being a proper Hyuga, was sometimes cold and insensitive, and kunoichi or not, Hitomi didn't always take that well and would commensurate with Kushina. Inevitably, Kushina would pay Hiyashi a visit and instruct him on how he should change his ways. She always called him dearie, then in such a deceptively sweet tone that one could almost ignore the implicit threat of violence. Hiyashi doesn't know why she called him that, and from his understanding she never did that with anyone else. It was creepy and he hated it. Are you still with me, dearie? Kushina asked, seeing the man not paying attention. Yes, of course. Good. Like I was saying, this little lady is my favorite blade. Been with me for years, survived undamaged through most of the war. Did I ever tell you I'm partially the reason Kiri went from widespread kenjutsu use to reserving it for the 7 swordsmen and their apprentices? Apparently, they decided I was a punishment from the gods for their hubris. I always found that funny. Anyway, so it made it through most of the war until I ran into this big, burly bastard. Not much of a swordsman, if I'm being honest, but he tried. On a diagonal swing, my blade chipped on his collarbone. I was quite upset, I tell you. So upset, I proceeded to literally beat his face in. Can you imagine that? Getting that upset over just a sword? Have we reached the moral of your story and the reason behind your visit? That depends. Do you understand the moral of the story? If you were that angered over minor damage to a sword, the anger you must feel over Naruto-san's treatment must be astronomical. Oh, you always were a smart one, dearie. Yes, that's exactly it. Astronomical is so apt. It's like when I died, everyone decided the rules didn't apply anymore, decided that old Kushina was beyond your reach. Decided you could use my son and throw him away at your convenience because nothing would happen to you, and now look where we are, dearie. In a small room, with you wondering if I have designs on your life. If everyone had just acted correctly this wouldn't be necessary, but it appears I need to make examples out of people so they truly understand. Be I dead, comatose, trapped in the moon, it doesn't matter. I will always square things with those that wrong me, in this life or the next. I butchered Kiri, Kumo and Iwa Ninja in retaliation for destroying my family, my home, and you all thought mistreating my Sochi would receive no response. No, dearie, that's not how I'm made. Kushina, I didn't have a problem with Naruto, but I did doubt his chances of a long life. You know the enemies that were after him, one strong enough to kill you and Minato. I didn't want my little girl to become hard and bitter and vacant like I was, and if I had to be a bastard to Naruto to achieve that goal, then my choice was clear. Kushina leaned over the desk and placed her hand on Hiyashi's neck. Dearie, I know why you did it, and that's why you won't taste my steel today. Kushina leaned back, sheathed her sword and started to leave as she saw her seal begin to take effect. Don't worry, when you wake up things will be square between us. Unless you don't want that, but remember, I can find you and yours a lot easier than you can find me. As Kushina was leaving Hiyashi's study, she ran across a visibly concerned Hinata who was almost startled to see Kushina. Hello, Kushina-sama. I'm sorry I wasn't here to greet you, the compound's security activated the siege protocols and I've yet to find out why. PFF'd, no need for that Sama crap, Kushina is fine. And I think I spooked your guards when I dropped by to see Hiyashi. Kushina said sheepishly while rubbing the back of her head. He's still alive, isn't he? Of course he is, what kind of question is that? You do have your sword with you. Because it gets lonely when I leave without it. My father isn't moving in his office, heart rate is quite low. Ma, I slapped a seal on him. He'll be fined in a few hours, days at the very most. Why? For a similar reason you ousted him as clan head. Don't worry, I'd never harm Dearie permanently. Your mother would never forgive me. Unless Hiyashi had ever attacked Naruto, then I'd have done something really unpleasant. Hinata didn't scare easily, especially since she's gotten over her shyness. Spending copious amounts of time with Anko just solidified it. However, this woman in front of her was starting to border on terrifying. Hyuga guards were not easy to intimidate, and she had apparently done so enough to erect one of Naruto's strongest barriers and then done it again to make them drop it. She needed to learn how to invoke this level of fear. Anyo, Kushina-san, how do you do it? My guards are quite afraid of you. I think part of the problem is that your guards are just soft. Kushina said, causing Hinata to snort. Short of Tsunade's personal Anbu, there weren't many guard details as disciplined as hers. Also, I don't make threats I'm unwilling or unable to carry out regardless of the consequence. People tend to fear things they can't deter, negotiate with, or rationalize away. It helps that I'm a damn good ninja that'll beat the ass of anyone who says otherwise. Kushina said while shaking a fist in the air. Oh, I'll keep that in mind. So, are we good? Of course, sweetie. When Naruto gets back, you'll have to come over for dinner again. Hopefully there won't be any international emergencies and I can finally get that spar with Sochi. I'd like that. Do you need an escort out? Nah, I've been here plenty of times, Datbane. See ya around, kiddo. As Kushina left the Hyuga compound, she was considering what to do for the rest of her day, when it hit her, without Minato around she could go get tanked with Sume. She resolved to go out with her and Tsunade once she got back and paint the town red. Arriving promptly, Kushina was greeted by the Inuzuka watchman. Hello, there. Could you see if Sume is free? Let her know it's Kushina. The watchman was torn. While he knows his clan head and Kushina had been friends, he also knows the red-headed menace has been assaulting clan heads and doesn't want his to be the next on the list. While having this internal debate, Kushina quickly lost patience with the man that refused to heed her reasonable request. You best hop too, guard-san. You have me confused with a woman that likes to repeat herself, Datbane. Kushina said as her hair started to form 9 tails. Luckily for both parties, Sume was on the grounds and heard her friend's outburst. Kushi-chan, what's going on? I was trying to see if you were free, but your watchman seemed to not want to help with that. Well, you were running around the village like a maniac. It isn't that bad, Sume. Kushina said with a pout. The pair made their way to a local shinobi bar where they continued to catch up. Sume took particular pleasure in recounting Kiba's spar with Naruto, finding it hilarious that the boy ran straight into a water wall. As the hours began to pass, Sume could see something was weighing on her long-time friend and decided to question it. What's bothering, Kushi-chan? Kushina, knowing she can't lie to her friend, proceeds to tell her about the frosty relationship between Minato and Naruto. How she feels guilty that Minato takes the brunt of Naruto's resentment and how she wished she could figure a way to bridge the gap as the distance hurts Minato and the festering resentment isn't good for Naruto. Maybe you should let them work it out themselves. Sume added after moments of contemplation. I would accept Naruto as stubborn like me and would be okay with leaving things how they are if for no other reason than to spite Minato. Doesn't sound like the Naruto I know. Kid doesn't strike me as one to hold a grudge. For most people regarding most things you would be correct, but regarding Minato you would be wrong. Not only just the ceiling, any mistreatment connected to his status he ultimately blames Minato for, because had he not chose the village over his son, those things would not have happened. I also think by focusing on Minato it keeps him from lashing out at others. Is he still that angry? Not that I'd blame him, I just never realized it. Sum said in concern. No, at least not all the time. It's just, certain things cause it to flare up. Like, the initial rush for the villagers to apologize. He knows when they are being genuine and when they aren't, and even if they are truly sorry, is it only because he's Minato's son? He's only worthy via birthright, not because they did something wrong. Yay. So, I'm stuck in the middle, afraid that if I push he'll cut me out too. It isn't like he needs me. You're his mother, of course he does. Except, he has Tsunade. It's frustrating, Sum-chan. Minato can't give Naruto what he wants and Naruto won't let him in until he does. What does he want? Minato to admit he was wrong, and if he were in that same position he wouldn't do it again. And of course Minato can't do that, but Naruto sees it as he could have protected his son or protected the village, so since he chose the village he doesn't get his son. Talking a little louder than she realized wouldn't normally be a concern. In shinobi bars you pay attention to your business and not that of others. However, this is a special case. Little known to many of the elites in the village is that many in the shinobi forces hold a certain amount of resentment for Naruto, not because he contains the Kyuubi but because they feel his progress has been exaggerated and gifted to him instead of earned through merit. Most of his achievements had been witnessed by very few or so highly classified as to never see the light of day. So, for one bitter, drunken Junin to hear that the brat resented the sacrifice of his father, it angered him, enough to interrupt Kushina. You know, that brat's childhood wasn't that bad. It isn't like he was beat every day and I'm sick of feeling guilty about it. He's had opportunities many of us couldn't imagine and he has the nerve to resent us. The brat has been gifted his rank, he didn't earn it like the rest of us, only because he was favored. You tell that little asshole anytime he wants to find out what a real Junin is about he can come find me. Throughout the man's little tirade, Kushina's urge to break this idiot had reached an unimaginable level, followed closely by Sum. Both ladies were snapped of their bloodlust by 2 words. Why wait? The bar got quiet, even more so than when the man, Toshi Kara, started ranting. No one had sensed his arrival, so they don't know how long he had been there, but standing behind Toshi was Naruto. That wasn't a rhetorical question, friend. The well of courage the man contained just moments prior all but vanished, only his need to save face allowed him to turn toward the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The container didn't look massive, though a little taller than Toshi himself. His eyes, focused, but not only cold. He looked bored to the intoxicated patron. Finally, finding his nerve, Toshi spoke. What was that? Subtle stalling tactic, Toshi thought. Don't stall, friend, I asked you why wait. Or are you reconsidering your invitation? I'm not your friend. Not with that attitude you're not. Naruto said with a chuckle. Before the man replied in turn, Naruto cut him off. Well, since it appears you didn't mean your words, I'll forgive you this time. And proceeded to escort Kushina and Sum out of the bar. Wow, Toshi, you really showed him. One patron said to a round of laughs. The embarrassed man couldn't even reply back. When do you get back, Sochi? Just got back and felt both of your negative emotions. Figured you might be in trouble. Breaking up a potential bar fight is not what I had in mind. Kushina sheepishly rubbed the back of her head while Sum blushed in embarrassment. The 3 continued to walk home until Naruto broke the silence. Hey, Mom. Yay, Sochi. Why do people keep announcing you're coming and then clearing the streets? Well, is all she got out before Sum broke down in laughter. Shut it, Sum-tem, Databane. Which only caused the Inuzuka clan head to laugh more. Chapter 25. The pair were continuing their walk back to the Uzumaki Namikaze residence, after escorting Sum home. They walked in silence, but Naruto could tell something was bothering Kushina. She felt apprehensive and he couldn't fathom why, but he didn't want to push her before she was ready. Kushina felt like a nervous mess. She knew she had to do what she was about to do but was afraid of the outcome. She kept telling herself that this would be the only way things would change, so it was worth the risk. Gathering her nerve, she finally spoke what was on her mind. Soshi. Yay, Mom. I need you to forgive your father. Naruto was taken aback. He really hadn't expected her to say that, as she had been content with just leaving the relationship between Minato and him as theirs to solve. That had seemingly come to an end. I can't. Why can't you? Because if given the opportunity he'd do the exact same thing again. You would too, Kushina said and watched as Naruto looked visibly struck by her words. That might be the most hateful thing anyone has ever said to me. Why? You wouldn't give your all to save people in need, even sacrificing what was most important to you to do so. Not my child, no, and not for the trash of this village. You're lying. I'm not. I know how it feels to have someone assign you a lifelong commitment. I wouldn't do that to my child. I'd care enough to protect them. So, what would you have done? Kurama was rampaging. No, it wasn't his fault, but it was happening, so what would you have done? Left. And let all those innocent people die. I don't believe you. Only because you see them as innocent. I, however, know differently. Almost none of them were worth it. No, they weren't always like that. The attack changed the village for the worse, but the people your father and I knew were worth it. Oh, they were worth abandoning me for. I'm glad you value them so highly. That's not fair. So, most of my childhood was utter hell. Every night I'd wish for someone, anyone, to just give a damn, to take me out of this place, and it never happened. He could have chosen another kid, one with an actual family that could have protected them. It didn't have to be me. His honor wouldn't allow him to do that. The village is more important than me. His honor is more important than me. Shit, had Kurama not been extracted from you, would Minato have left me at a grocery store because he was too distracted by a sale on ice cream? No, he hates ice cream. Ha ha ha, why are you pushing this? Because I want us to be a real family. Not you tolerating his presence and him walking on eggshells around you. He made his choice. If Minato or you are upset that I won't forgive him, then blame the people you sacrificed our family for. So, you won't forgive him because you hate the villagers. Yes, he had blind faith in scum of the village, the irresponsible Jiraiya, and left me to the devices of a reactionary old man. He just trusted everyone to do right. And while Jiraiya and Gigi have both attempted to make amends with me, they at least admit they were wrong. If the villagers are so bad, if you wouldn't sacrifice anything for them, then why did you work so hard during the invasion? I was keyed up and looking for a fight. Bullshit. These people you claim to hate, when push came to shove you fought for them. Knowing he was caught, Naruto didn't respond. Kushina took this time to demonstrate her maturity by skipping around her son in victory. Mom, please stop. You're embarrassing me. That's the right of a mother, you should respect it. But fine, I'll stop as soon as you start being honest. Why do you try so hard to stay angry at them and Minato? Because they enjoyed it. They'll say they were afraid or unsure or in pain, but it's all complete and total bullshit. As long as I was here, I was the them, the they, not one of the chosen that got to bask in the shade of the great tree. They continued to ostracize me for no other reason than they could. People bonded over it and passed that bias down to their kids. But I get outed as Minato's son, because apparently being related to you and therefore one of the last members of a longtime ally they fucking failed, by the way, didn't mean shit. Being Minato's son has anointed me as worthy in their eyes. PFF'd, I haven't desired their acknowledgement since I was 9. And oh, his decision made me a marked man for a group of S-class nuke nin led by a man he couldn't kill. I won't forgive him because I don't matter to him and nothing he's done has demonstrated otherwise. I won't forgive the village because they're a bunch of two-faced cowards that will praise their great hero while actively ignoring his final wish. They only respect strength and those that can impose it upon them. I don't respect people who have disdain for the weakest among them. Fine, I won't defend the villagers because I think you're right about a lot of them, but you can't believe Minato doesn't love you. What evidence do I have to show he does? He couldn't even give me the benefit of keeping my status as a Jinchuriki a secret, and that wasn't for me. He just wanted to show the world how much better Konoha's citizens were. They'll be respectful and supportive of an orphan Jinchuriki. If he had thought about me at all, he would have given me what Mito-sama and you got. He believed in them. Yes, he believed in them. God forbid he take a moment to doubt his precious village long enough to protect his only son. We were kinda dying at that moment, Naruto. His choice. You offered to have Kurama sealed in you again. He could have taken that time to research a different seal or any number of things while preparing countermeasures for Madara. He chose to give the village a weapon instead. If he hadn't done the sealing like he did, I wouldn't be here and I wouldn't have gotten to ever meet you. While likely, we don't know that for certain, and your presence in my mindscape being extended was Kurama's doing. You being brought back was such a run of unlikely events that no one deserves credit for it, especially not Minato for being damn lucky. So, he gets all of the blame and none of the credit. No, I could get over his poor decision making if he were actually sorry, but he's not. He said he'd do the sealing again, he'd damn me to my personal hell again. Have me be that same kid, desperately hoping someone would save him from drowning in loneliness. Naruto finished with a bitter edge to his voice. Kushina looked at Naruto. It is so easy to see Naruto as the competent shinobi he is now and not really consider the depths of the effects his childhood has on him. Kushina remembers some of the memories of Naruto watching families and how their primary actions were protecting their children from him, the monster which in turn made the villagers become monstrous in Naruto's mind. It also left a deep impression on him as he defines parental love as protecting your child from harm. Kushina recalls Minato telling her about a conversation between Kurama and him regarding Naruto. Kurama arguing that much of Naruto's hatred stemmed from not viewing Minato as a fallible man but this larger-than-life hero. Eventually, Naruto was able to let go of that conception and Kushina truly believes he doesn't hate his father anymore, but it appears he won't allow himself to even considering acknowledging him as a parent. She was quickly running out of arguments to convince her son to give Minato a chance, as while he made some poor choices, the situation didn't allow for much else. It was just a cruel reality, no choice was perfect, and it ultimately became an issue of what could Minato live with. Chancing that he could stop Kurama again by alternative means and maybe allow another rampage or choose a permanent solution. Granted, misplaced faith in the wrong parties tilted the calculus, but there simply were no good options. The question is how to convince Naruto. If he were being wholly unreasonable, this would likely be easier, just pester him with inconsistencies until he folded, but while the root of his problem is in an idealization of parenthood, one both she and Minato failed to adhere to, Naruto has a right to not be okay with being made a sacrifice. He wasn't afforded the protections she was, and while she was still a child, she at least knew of a time when her life wasn't defined by being a Jinchuriki. But her stubborn insistence on having a real family won't allow her to accept this. It is unlikely that amiable indifference would last, especially when it's masking a well of disdain. Kushina's thoughts were cut off by Naruto. So, is this like an ultimatum? I forgive Minato or you're done with me. Why would you think that? Kushina asked, shocked at his question. Because I thought we were fine, but you're defending Minato, saying how you want your family to be, but what if I can't give you that? Are you just going to cast me aside if I don't do what you want? Do you really think so little of me? I don't know what to think. I certainly didn't think you'd pressure me to change how I feel. It's not that simple, Naruto. Minato wants to make it up to you, but you have to be willing to give him the chance. I did. He doesn't think he did anything wrong. Tsunade's done more for me than he ever will. She had no desire to come back here. I even tried to talk her out of it, but she did, and my life dramatically improved. A stranger, someone who had every right not to give a damn about me, thought I was worthy of protecting to the point she even adopted me. He wouldn't even hypothetically change things. If I ever have children, how could I ever trust their safety to him? He doesn't care about me, not like a parent should. When my parents first sent me here, I resented them. I didn't want to leave my home. I didn't want a strange thing sealed in me. It hurt that they were allowing it, saying it was a really important duty for me and only I could do it. No child wants to think there is a scenario where their safety and comfort becomes a secondary priority to their parents. That doesn't mean we didn't love you enough, Naruto. There was no magical best choice. Whatever, I don't want to talk about this anymore. But you need to. Naruto, how long do you think you can resent Minato and essentially everyone around you before you snap? It isn't healthy. Eventually the walls are going to close in and you're going to do something you regret. If for no other reason than your own peace of mind, Sochi, try to let go of your anger. No, I can't. If I do, then it'll be forgotten. They'll pretend like it never happened. That they didn't make me feel like my very existence was a mistake. Make me terrified to be seen in public with the few friends I had. It'll all get swept away, and if it is ever mentioned, it'll be so general and vague as to be meaningless. These are the people he chose over me, and I'll never forgive him for saying he did again, whatever his reason. He doesn't love me, he's not on my side. How could he say he'd leave me alone again? How is that all right after he saw what I went through? How can you defend him? Naruto said, each statement coming out faster than the last as he appeared to be short of breath. Naruto, calm down. Take some deep breaths, it's okay. Kushina said, trying to console her son. It may have even worked had Minato not appeared suddenly. Kushina, what's wrong with Naruto? Minato asked while closing the distance between them. Naruto instantly recognized the voice, and before Kushina could warn Minato to not come closer, he had been grabbed by Naruto and teleported away. Kushina created 3 shadow clones, each going to find either Tsunade, Jiraiya, or Hiruzen while she tried to locate her family, hoping irreparable harm won't be caused tonight. Minato was slightly disoriented, never having been teleported at someone else's volition, though not so disoriented to override his well-honed instincts as he parried the straight right coming toward his face. Minato instantly created more distance as he tried to understand what had gotten into his son. Naruto, what's wrong? Why are you attacking me? Because you couldn't leave well enough alone. So what if I never forgive you? That's my right, I have every reason not to. Mom understood and yet now she's on your side. They all are. I'm always the unreasonable one. They always make how they treat me my fault and it started with you. For all I know you wanted people to treat me like they did, you wanted me broken and that's why you wouldn't change a thing. You can't possibly believe that. Why can't I? No other Konoha Jinchuriki had ever been outed and if you wanted them to be seen as heroes you would have revealed Mom's status. You didn't though, did you? Only me, I'm the only one that didn't get the privilege of anonymity. You never gave me a chance to be anything but a whipping boy but when I wouldn't just smile and take it the Sandame turned on me, too. All of my problems start with you. No more, you won't take anything else from me. Naruto, you need to stop. You aren't well. Son, I've made mistakes, I'm sorry I wasn't sensitive to how you felt. When I said I wouldn't change anything it was because of how proud I was of the man you were becoming and I wouldn't want to risk that. I promise that's all. Minato replied with a hint of desperation in his voice. You're lying but I don't care. I'm not an idiot Minato and I haven't just been ranting dear father. I'll be solving my problems at the source I just needed time to make sure you couldn't flash away. At his pronouncement Minato went wide-eyed and did attempt to access one of his Hiraishin markers just to find he couldn't, as if they were constantly in flux. Fire style. Dragon flame missile, Naruto called out, sending the white-colored dragon toward Minato, who formed an earth-style mud wall to counter the attack. The wall upheld but Naruto wasn't expecting his opening attack to be anything more than a distract, something to put Minato on the defensive because as soon as he had finished the hand seals for his first jutsu he was already preparing the next, a combination jutsu of earth-style, earth division jutsu which created a series of fissures within the ground and paired it with the fire style, wrath of the subterranean dragon which causes a pillar or multiple pillars of fire to emerge from underground but will be focused through the fissures. Minato shunshined away from the jutsu, managing to escape with nothing but a singed coat. His instincts alerted again, Naruto, coming from what appeared to be a mirror of ice, attempted to attack Minato from behind. The attacks were relentless but not sloppy. Minato had hoped that in his rage Naruto wouldn't fight like an S-rank shinobi but a drunken brawler. However, Naruto was too good to play around with and realized he was going to have to fight him seriously until he could incapacitate his son or help arrive to calm him down. Minato started aiming for the joints of his son, utilizing quick jabs and while he would land, Naruto would often roll with the blows and they would lose most of their effectiveness. However, he had also managed to avoid any serious damage to himself as well. Minato knew that he had an edge in taijutsu, as his ninjutsu arsenal and chakra reserves couldn't match to Naruto's. Seeing this as his path to victory Minato went to press his advantage. Outside of the time-space disruption barrier Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Hiruzen were all trying to figure out a way to break through the barrier and stop Naruto. This was made all the more difficult by the 5 shadow clones trying to convince the party to leave. Naruto, please, remove the barrier, Sochi. You don't have to do this, pleaded Kushina. Boss disagrees, this has been a long time coming. Just let him take care of Minato and everything will be okay. Why does he need to take care of Minato? Asked Jiraiya. Because it was all his plan. He intended the villagers to ostracize Boss, to make him into some broken weapon and when he didn't do what Minato wanted he started turning you all against the boss. Sochi, he didn't turn me against you. I just want us to be a real family, that's all but more importantly I want you to be well. And the boss will just as sue. The clone never got to finish as it was forced to dispel by Hiruzen's negation jutsu which left him panting. That is much harder to do on shadow clones than elemental ninjutsu. If Naruto left the shadow clones to guard the barrier, it must be susceptible to direct assault. I guess I'm up. Rasengan, Jiraiya roared as he shoved the sphere into the barrier. Only for nothing to happen outside of a small crack. Well, that was something of a bust. Not necessarily, Kushina, aim several of your chakra chains dead center into the crack Jiraiya created. Maybe it'll act as a shatter point. Kushina nodded and summoned her chains, hoping this would be enough to get to her husband and son. Minato, as he predicted was getting the better of Naruto in taijutsu but Naruto's durability was making the advantage negligible. However, Minato had discovered a hole in Naruto's defense that would allow him to end this without hurting Naruto. The two blondes began another exchange, Minato waiting patiently for his opening. Naruto went for a combination of left hook, right straight, left cross. Minato managed to block the hook, slip the straight and turn into the cross with just enough time for his palm to make contact with Naruto's chest and place a sealing array there, causing Naruto to instantly drop to the ground. Son, please talk to me. What happened? Minato said standing over Naruto. Seeing his son attempt to get up, Minato spoke again. Don't bother getting up, you can't, the gravity seal won't allow that. To be surprised by Naruto's smile and then the quick strikes Naruto landed on the inside of both his thighs along with the mule kick. I don't make it a habit of having a jutsu in my arsenal I don't have a counter for, even fuinjutsu. Naruto finished as he felt his barrier collapse and immediately was surrounded by his two moms and two sensei. Naruto, you need to stop, said Tsunade. Ka-chan, I just need to finish this. He's dangerous and will hurt all of us eventually. Okay, I believe you, just let me check you out, okay? Tsunade asks and was relieved when the blonde acquiesced to her request. As soon as Naruto was within arm's reach, he felt a jolt and was rendered unconscious and was caught by Jiraiya. Seeing Minato walking unassisted, Tsunade made her way back to the Senju compound, hoping she'd soon have answers for what happened tonight. Chapter 26. You know, Mito was really easygoing. Yes, she talked to me like I was a mindless beast but she was soothing. And Kushina, that seal business not included, could actually be funny. You're just entirely too troublesome. Asura was never that troublesome. Kurama, what happened? Naruto said, blinking rapid to adjust to the light in his mindscape. What do you remember happening? I was arguing with my mom about Minato. Suddenly it felt like I couldn't get enough oxygen but also I didn't have enough space even though I was outside. It all became too much. I remember Minato showing up, we flashed away and then. Oh shit, did I try to kill my dad? I saw the fight and while there may have been some desire I don't know how legitimate an attempt it was. You abandoned your ninjutsu pretty quickly and never unsealed your blades. Okay, this is. Shit, Kurama, what happened? Why did I spaz like that? You remember when you have to confront your darkness? Kurama asks and seeing Naruto nod his head, continued, well, you may have felt complete after that but we both neglected the reality that just accepting your darkness didn't heal the damage done to your psyche you had managed to suppress for nearly a decade. The events of the night along with your prolonged exposure to Minato had you spin out. So, I'm going crazy. I've seen your childhood, you should already be crazy but no, you just need help Naruto. You were saying things to Kushina you hadn't said since you were a small child. Kurama and Naruto continued to speak about the causes and timeline of his episode while Kurama looked and sounded visibly concerned about his friend. Well, I better wake up and deal with the fallout. Naruto said as he disappeared from his mindscape. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to see he was in his room. He also recognized the effects of forced unconsciousness and wondered if he had been given a sedative. His third realization is that he was restrained to the bed with chakra-dampening shackles. Fighting back the impulse to be angry, acknowledging he did attack Minato unprovoked he went about calming himself and remaining perfectly still. Moments later he activated Sage Mode and used Wind Chakra to cut through the restraints. He barely had enough time to get off the bed before he felt the rush of several chakra signatures to his door, 5 in total. Hey mom, Ka-chan, Ne-chan, Minato. Oh, sorry about attacking you, Kurama thinks I might have been having a dissociative episode. Hope I wasn't too much of a bother. Do we have something to eat? I'm rather hungry and why are you all staring at me? Naruto fired off quickly. Naruto, how did you get out of those restraints? They were chakra suppressing. Said Tsunade. I'm a sage and you can't suppress nature, Ka-chan. And no, Jiraiya, I don't need Kurama to enter sage mode. So, food. We never really settled on that. Food later, Naruto, we need to talk. Said Minato in a no-nonsense tone of voice. Oh, are you and mom getting a divorce? No, think of the kids. Wait, I'm your only kid, think of me. Naruto said, not caring at all about Minato's mood. This is serious, Naruto. Cut the crap, replied Minato. Or what? Don't let managing to hang with that half-crazed version of me get to your head, Hokage-sama. Naruto said, his eyes closing to slits. Seeing this was about to head somewhere bad, Kushina stepped in. Alright you two, calm down. Naruto, we really do need to talk to you. You said Kurama thinks you may have been experiencing a dissociative episode. Why is that? She asked. When I confronted my inner darkness during my training trip, Kurama and I both assumed that was the end of it. Naruto was a real boy. Apparently my inner darkness had some unresolved issues but because none of the circumstances were triggering them it just never really came up. Yesterday just happened to be a sufficient mix of things to set me off. So, because of what we were talking about you started having a breakdown? Asked a sullen Kushina. Yes and no. I think that idiot at the bar kinda started it and it just evolved from there but it isn't your fault mom so please don't blame yourself. Naruto finished. What bar? What happened before I saw you two? Asked a curious Minato. Sume and I were out. I started venting about things, some Junin heard me and started to run his mouth. I was getting ready to deck him when Naruto made his presence known and scared the man shitless. So, that's why you left in such a rush? Asked Jiraiya. Yep, I know we said we'd wait on the food, but could I at least get some tea? I feel tea is reasonable. Tea can wait, Naruto, we need to get to the bottom of this, said Minato. Naruto bit back a snarky response, finding a renewed desire to hit the man. What is there to get to the bottom of? I'll consult a mental health professional so this doesn't happen again now that I know the issue. I'll provide reports to Ka-chan to chart my progress and we just move things along. This is standard, let's not treat it like something wholly unique just because you're involved. Naruto, it isn't that simple. You stated you thought I wanted you broken. I requested Hiruzen release your status knowing the reaction the villagers would have. You told Tsunade you needed to protect them from me. I need to know why. You want to know why, you don't need to know it, but fine. I have very little reason to trust you or take your stated motivations at face value. It would be foolish to not consider alternative interpretations for your actions and plan my response should said interpretations ever be proven correct. Also, understand something, even if I had 27 voices in my head and half of them lived under a purple sky, my reasons for the way I feel about you aren't entirely irrational. Naruto, what do you want from me? I can apologize until I'm blue, but it won't matter if you don't care. So, what is it that you want? Nothing, I'm fine. You want something from me. Same as mom, you want me to forgive you so we can be a real family. But you didn't treat me as real family, so isn't this just the consequence of your choices? Naruto, look at all you have, at what you've managed to become. If you could rise above the hatred, you could be a beacon to so many people. You choose to wallow. You'd rather stay angry and resentful instead of finding the strength to be something more. Minato, yelled Kushina. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Naruto cackled. You're so full of your own bullshit, it's amazing you can function. Rise above. How convenient you make me ultimately responsible. Was I supposed to show the village they were wrong about me? Earn their respect. You dumbshit. They were wrong about me, but it was up to them to reach that obvious conclusion. I'm not here for them, I do not exist to make others better, you insufferable prick. I am a person, my pain, my desires, my everything is just as fucking valid as anyone else's. I do not exist for them, I do not exist to suffer on their behalf. My body will not carry the scars of others' pain just so they learn a lesson. This is why I'll have nothing to do with you. I'm not a person to you. I'm something else, less than human. No, I thought you could be something more. A light for the world, and you could be, you just refuse to be. It's like you hold yourself back, you won't be a comfort to those you deem unworthy. They messed up, Naruto, they wronged you and no one denies it. I messed up, but we can't change that. I'm sorry I can't convince myself to allow thousands to die. I'm sorry I trusted Jiraiya and Hiruzen to do the right thing. But because of what you went through, you understand people in a way many don't. You, the boy who had nothing or on a first-name basis with most of the cage, you've managed to befriend people across the nation. But you come here and you're barely seen. The people want to make it up to you, Naruto, I do as well. Stop hiding from us. I'm not hiding, I just want nothing to do with them nor you. Why should I? How does it benefit me? I can't compare to Konoha. You don't deny it, you just want me to be okay with it. These people are cowards, many lacking any internal strength. I don't respect them. They were given ample evidence that I was no harm to them. Gaara went from psychopathic pariah to a cage in under 3 years. Konoha couldn't stop fucking with me in 10, not until after the invasion. Do you see how weak your chosen people are? Yet you claim I wallow. No, I see them. I see the lack of substance in them. Cotton candy people, they'll melt at the first sign of pressure. And you are their king, Minato. Their god, the strongest of them, selected by them. You are truly the only Hokage chosen because you were acknowledged by the people. What does that say about you? It says they trusted me to protect them, to guide them to a better path. Something you could do, it would be so easy for you, too. You don't see it because you've decided the villagers are beneath your notice, but I see it. The look as if something is lacking inside them and they know it. They know they failed. Not me, Naruto, but you. You could move with them, come to peace with the past and build something great. I know you could if you'd just give them a chance. This is getting us nowhere. Minato, can you and Jiraiya let us talk to Naruto alone? Requested Tsunade. No, he needs to hear this. It's one thing to attack me, but what if it had been a civilian? I won't let you give him permission to be less than he could be. You forget yourself. You're in my house, Minato. My asking you to leave was a courtesy. You don't let me do anything, I don't need your permission. Leave, now, Tsunade forcefully replied. Come on, kid, let's take a breather, said Jiraiya as he placed his hand on Minato's shoulder. When the pair exited the compound, Kushina was the first to speak, walking over to Naruto. First of all, she says before punching the blonde on top of his head, don't you ever ask me if I'm giving up on you, Databane. Kuso, that hurt, Naruto said clutching his head. Why did you hit me, Datbeo? I told you why. Accusing me of giving you an ultimatum, I should kick your ass, Databane. Shizune whispered to Tsunade, how long before they just repeat their verbal tics exclusively? A minute 30 tops. Wanna bet? Oi, I can hear you too, Dat. To hell with both, Kushina said blushing mildly. Well, if you're done beating up on our son, Kushina, we can continue. First of all, sorry for knocking you out, Naru-kun. It's fine, I wasn't really behaving like myself so it was for the best. Good. Something that I've realized is that you've been forced to be reactive for a while now so I'd like to ask you something, what is it you'd like to do? I recall you used to have aspirations of being something more than just a standard Junin, or even the strongest one in the village. So, what is it? Tsunade asked and saw a smile spread across Naruto's face. What is it about family that makes you attempt to say the most reasonable things in the most unreasonable way possible? Asked Minato. I don't know but you really stuck your foot in it, replied Jiraiya. Thanks for the support, sensei. You're always there when I'm down to offer a swift kick. Because I know you'll use the momentum to get yourself up again. But seriously, Minato, what the hell was that? I don't know, I'm just so frustrated. It's like he knows just what to say to make me feel like he's rejecting everything I stand for and is right to do so. I know I'm asking a lot but he could actually do it if he wanted to. It just hurts to see him give up on the village, on making a difference. You haven't exactly given him a reason to do so. I've given him every reason I know to give. I know he suffered and they were so wrong that words can't do it justice. I just thought he'd be the kind of person that could overcome it. He has overcome it and became a damn fine man, Minato. You want him to be some kind of savior. I wanted it too but Naruto is not going to play that role. He has no interest in it. Hell, he'd likely rather spend his days chasing his cute, little Hyuga. And given the effects of his childhood, Minato, this isn't a simple issue of willpower. You're right, sensei. Why am I so bad at this? Because you need the sacrifice and all the pain to be worth it. Minato, you're not going to redeem yourself or the village through Naruto's choices. No matter what he should accomplish in the future, you can either live with what you did or you can't. Hoping Naruto brings peace to the land so you can point to it as proof you were right is stupid, frankly. More importantly, do you realize how close you came to Tsunade punching you into oblivion? Minato took this moment to look a little sheepish. Yay, I'll apologize. But it wouldn't have been that bad, she used to hit you all the time for being a pervert. It amazes me how unobservant most people are. Tsunade can kill with one punch, Minato, I'm a tough bastard but I'm not that tough. Her punches don't severely hurt me because she disperses the chakra different when she hits me, it's more like a strong push. The 2 times she's ever hit me seriously I almost died the first time and she broke my ribs the second. Oh, I dodged a kunai. Assuming Kushina isn't mad at you. Minato didn't respond, he just simply paled while Jiraiya laughed at his student's plight. So, how was he? Jiraiya asked, shifting topics. Given his mental state, good, better than someone not fully in control should be. Think you could take him? I think it'd be a hell of a fight, responded Minato smiling. A short while later, Naruto was making his way to the Hyuga compound to talk to Hinata over what he discussed with his 2 moms and Shizune. As he approached the entrance to the grounds, Naruto noticed the guards giving off some strange vibes, humiliation and mild panic. Without even having to request it, the guards escorted him into the compound, and as he made his way to Hinata's study, he was stopped and hugged by Hiashi. He wondered if he were losing his grip on reality again when one guard whispered that Hiashi had been in an abnormally good mood since his mom left the compound yesterday. Finally, arriving to see his beloved, he was happy to escape the parallel universe he had just temporarily walked through. Naruto then proceeded to tell Hinata about what happened when he returned last night and the discussion, up to what he spoke with Tsunade and company about. So, are you alright? Physically I'm fine, and as for the other stuff, I'll be attending to it soon enough. You never told me what you decided on. Oh, right. Well, short term, I'm taking on a team of brats. Figured since Hanabi will be graduating with this next crop, I'll see if I can get her on my team. Really? Yay. And Ka-chan said my mission load will decrease so I can get myself straight and start preparing for that in my other plan. You finally told her about it. Yay, it didn't take much pitching since I had been sitting on the research for so long, but she liked the idea. The goal is to get my team up to Chunin level as fast as possible since they would be some of the first Konoha representatives if we can get the other villages to agree. While on his training trip with Jiraiya, Naruto had really started thinking about chakra and its potential. He had become dismayed with the fact that ninja think of chakra and ninjutsu almost exclusively for combat applications. While the bent toward combat would likely never change, Naruto wondered if the balance could be tilted. It was on one of his solo journeys from the mountain that Naruto came across a bridge that had been damaged in a storm. The bridge had been the main transport route between two villages and each were hurting from lack of goods. It was a rather simple application of Doden Jutsu to create a workable stone bridge. Some durability seals to help protect against erosion and other damage, and the bridge would have a long life. It was that simple event that sparked the idea of a joint disaster relief effort between villages. Since none of the elemental nations had a dedicated service for that, mostly villages just had to make do the best they could. With very little relative costs to the respective daimyo, a small organization of shinobi could make a world of difference in relief efforts, and if shinobi of rival villages see people helping their people, it was bound to break down some of the barriers between villages. It'd be slow, but the sphere of influence would spread, and because each village would be invested in the organization, it would help diminish future conflicts by uniting them with a shared goal. The sell to the other cage would be difficult, but much of the logistics would be solved via summoning seals that could get rapid response teams to disasters areas swiftly. What Minato and Jiraiya never seemed to get is that Naruto had no issue with seeking peace, he just didn't believe it should be achieved by a single great man, a charismatic leader heading the charge. Individuals are fallible, and if a goal is worth achieving, then mobilizing as many people to your cause as possible should be your aim. Naruto's way would be slower and there would be bumps along the way, but if it succeeded, not only could there be peace between shinobi villages, but they could help people that needed assistance and gain a different perspective on chakra. Tsunade promised Naruto she would go over the proposal with Hiruzen and Danzo to iron out the finer points while leaving him available to speak with the cage should they need more convincing. There was something else we talked about, Naruto said. What was it? Well, Ka-chan really doesn't want to wear the hat any longer than she has to. If this works, it'd have my name attached to it, and without the threat of war, none in our generation, nor any either side, would match the accomplishment. Also taking into account I'm currently the only S-ranked shinobi amongst our graduating class and team guy. You're going to be Hokage. Yay, 5 to 7 years is how long she's giving me. With you and Neji being the closest to S-rank distinction, I offered to train you up. You'd make a good cage. No. I have enough to deal with as clan head, and not all of us can shadow clone our problems away. She didn't really entertain the alternative anyway, so it's a moot point. I'm glad you're getting a chance at establishing your relief organization, but I'm disappointed she attached such a condition to it. She didn't. She would do the program anyway, it's just. Who else? You and Neji could become strong enough to be at least low S rank. Shikamaru and Shino are smart enough certainly, but the issue becomes if you're standing in a room with me, who are the other cage going to be looking at? They'll either assume you're puppets or that I'm liable to do whatever I want regardless, and that'd diminish the office. She also countered my strongest argument. Nah, don't wanna. What are you, too? Asked Shizune, and Naruto stuck his tongue out at her in response. Well, that's too damn bad, Mr. Man. Tsunade, deciding to match his level of immaturity, as a cage should. I didn't wanna either, but some chubby-cheeked brat came into my life and turned it upside down, and now here we are. Besides, you want to save your Ka-chan from that evil paperwork, right? She said, adopting the puppy dog eyes. That is excellent emotional manipulation, Tsunade's a natural, Kushina thought. Fine, I'll be the stupid Hokage and do the dumb paperwork. Naruto said, and was immediately glomped by the women in the room. Once said glomping had ended, Tsunade continued. Naruto, I can't disagree with much of what you've said to Minato, even if it was hard to hear. I'm not asking you to forgive or forget the past, but I am asking you to look toward the future. To those generations that haven't learned to lean entirely on the strength of their cage. Konoha had been lacking something maybe before Minato and Kushina died, and I think you see that more clearly than any more. Learn from our mistakes, show them the virtue of being a gutsy shinobi. You've been hanging around pervy sage too long. Maybe, but you have no idea how much Jiraiya brags on you. It makes me want to punch him. Oh, Naruto can use Mokuden. Tsunade, what can Sakura do? It'd be really annoying if you weren't my son. He does. Of course. He's incredibly proud of you, we all are. Always know that, Tsunade said and kissed Naruto on the forehead. Chapter 27. Minato Namikaze was a genial and even-tempered man. He didn't hold grudges and try to move past those that wronged him. However, since his fight with Naruto a few months ago and Jiraiya's words, Minato had been having a difficult time. It weighed on him how much his son resented his choices, his beliefs, and seemingly just him as a person. So, he had spent time trying to truly understand things from Naruto's perspective. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a pit of bitterness form in his stomach. The very same people that always greet him with smiles and the utmost respect, once hated Naruto to his very core. How rage-inducing it must be to see the one that damned you praised as a hero. Minato had since taken to hiding out in shinobi bars, not to really drink but just to be left alone. There was a layer of insincerity he felt with his interactions with the villagers now. People he once trusted implicitly had this cloud of darkness over them. He realized he'd eventually have to get over this, but it was proving to be onerous. What was not making it any easier was his current company. Is this a meeting of the Bad Fathers Club or what? I'm just bored, Yamanaka, said Hiyashi. I just come here for the quiet, replied Minato. Oh, Minato, I've heard Naruto will have one of my clansmen on his team. That won't be a problem, will it? Why would it be? You know why. I don't want Naruto taking anything out of someone else to get to me, he's done it before. First of all, Inoichi, he only alerted Ino you had done something to him, no more no less. Secondly, Naruto wouldn't go through someone else to hurt you. Thirdly, Naruto never talks about you. As far as he's concerned, from what I can tell, he doesn't give you a second thought. Kushina squared it away and you got off light. The Yondaime finished, only to hear Inoichi grunt, not happy to relive what Kushina had done to him. Also, I'm not a bad father, Hinata just doesn't like me. I'm sure it's just a case of teenage rebellion, Minato said. Exactly. And the fact she plotted to overthrow you with the aid of a former Hokage, that's normal. She's a Hyuga, we're always advanced. Hiyashi replied back, causing the pair of blondes to laugh. Things have been improving slowly since she took over. It's Hanabi that concerns me. Why so? Ever since Hinata has sought to relax. Remove the stick. Relax the Hyuga standards of expressing emotions. Hanabi has become something else entirely. She used to politely ask me to train and now it's, hey dad, let's go train so I can be a Bitasu Kunoichi. What even is a Bitasu Kunoichi? She might have gotten that from Kushina. Of all the people to influence my little girl, why her? Minato, you have to help me. Help how? Kushina does what she wants. I don't know, work your magic. Sweet talk her a little, use that namikaze charm I assume you have. Charm's lost a bit of its luster recently. Besides, I'm not the most important man in her life anymore. I swear, if Naruto wasn't my son I'd be jealous. She's just making up for lost time, Inoichi postulated. I'd agree if I didn't see Tsunade behave similarly. They just fuss over him, it's absurd. She ran out of the house earlier because it was her, Sochi-kun's, first day as a Junin sensei. I swear, he has them wrapped about his finger. I doubt I can relate since I have a little girl. One your son defiled, by the way. Defiled. Not a strong proponent of feminist ideals, I see. Bah. What about you, Hiyashi? How has Naruto wronged you? I actually don't and never have had a problem with Naruto. I had a problem with him being a target for a group of S-rank ninja. I make no apologies for that. Bah. That boy's eyes are too sharp, Minato. He may not act but I can tell, he remembers everything. It's like he's just waiting. You're paranoid, Inoichi. Bah. How much have you had to drink, Yamanaka? Not nearly enough. You know my Ino still looks at me a little funny. I was following orders, damn it. I didn't deserve to lose the respect of my princess for it. And Naruto didn't deserve to have his brains scrambled. Inoichi, you really need to drop this topic lest I forget I made peace with what you did and rasengan you out of this bar. Bah. Haruka looked over this year's group of graduates. Seeing the excitement and anticipation in their faces as they start their journeys to become shinobi of the leaf. He can't help but think about his last class, many of them nearing Junin now. He wondered how this group would fare in comparison. Lost in nostalgia, he couldn't help think about a certain blonde. The one student he felt he failed. It had taken him too long to let go of his bias, and by the time he did, Naruto would have nothing to do with him. Even the night he saved him from Mizuki, Naruto offered a thanks, but it was not a moment of bonding. He realized then, Naruto couldn't forgive someone that held what he contained against him, or at the very least he'd give them no credit for getting over it. He, Haruka, had simply been another person in his way, not giving him a fair shake. Haruka wanted to make amends to the boy, but it just never came to be. Naruto was never impolite, but he made it clear whatever Haruka was looking for wouldn't be found in him, so he backed off. He was proud of the stories he'd hear about Naruto, how he'd risen up in the ranks, the progress he'd shown thanks to dedicated sensei, and to think he'd be the first of his students to take it team. Team 6 on the roof, 5 minutes. Haruka heard, the voice breaking him out of his thoughts. He turned to see it was the very student he'd be thinking about. Naruto gave him a head nod and shunshined away. Naruto hated the academy. Hated the very building. It was usually a source of humiliation as every fault, minor or major, was harped on by his instructors. When he fought back, he got the bad reputation because no matter what he was in the wrong. He'd moved past much of that, much of the resentment he felt for what he endured in his childhood. It was unnecessary weight, especially if he wasn't going to act on it, but certain places could bring it back, even if just momentarily. Like seeing Iruka. He knows the man, at heart, is good, but he also remembers everything else. He, too, let his opinion of Kurama and his loss affect him. Not as bad as some, but, then again, Naruto didn't have to deal with most other people nearly every day, so Iruka's fuck shit was more grating. He can acknowledge and was sincerely thankful Iruka saved him from Mizuki, but it was his duty to stop a traitor, so it wasn't like he was doing him, Naruto, some grand favor. He gave his thanks and didn't feel the need to go beyond that. One act doesn't erase history and one act doesn't outweigh thousands of others. It just showed Iruka was complex as any other person and Naruto wouldn't reduce him to some mindless hater. He was an impediment, he made his days harder and was cold when Naruto needed the opposite. He was less than professional but didn't outright sabotage him, though knowing your teacher doesn't like you and doesn't want to help you is undermining enough. He'd forgiven Iruka, eventually, but the man had no place in his life. Whatever stain on his honor he felt, it was his to resolve, but Naruto felt no need to aid in that. His brats just managed to get to the roof by the deadline. Looking over his future team, he saw Hanabi, the little firecracker herself. Apparently, she'd recently taken a shine to his mom, so a Kushina Uzumaki like Hyuga would be interesting. Next was Inoshin Yamanaka. Kid had a major chip on his shoulder because he couldn't use his clan's jutsu, something about a rare chakra imbalance made it impossible. He was something of a black sheep and wanted to be the strongest Yamanaka ever, even without their jutsu. It was a youthful goal, indeed. Last, and certain not least, was Makoto Urahara. Daughter of career Chunin, she has an interest in kenjutsu, short blades, and is pretty average across the board. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Though some call me Senju, others Namikaze, I prefer Uzumaki. I like my family, the shinobi arts, a pearl-wearing pig, and many other things. I dislike people who interrupt my hinata time. Sensei, what's hinata time? Asked the only other male on the team. Magical. Now, don't interrupt me. I also dislike bigotry and prejudice. My hobbies coincide with my likes and my hopes are too grandiose for brats to understand. Now, I'd like for you to introduce yourselves, starting with you, not Hinata. Naruto said and chuckled when he heard her mutter, "Tem," under her breath. My name is Hanabi Hyuga. I, too, like my family. I also like putting hands on disrespectful fools, oh, and gamakichi. I dislike feeling restrained. My hobbies include writing and painting. My goal is to be a Bitas Kunoichi of legend like Kushina-sama who doesn't take shit from anyone. Alright, the mentalist is next. Grr, my name is Inoshin Yamanaka. I like training and proving people wrong. I dislike people too reliant on their family name to chart their paths in life. My hobbies. Training, I guess. Goals. Being the strongest Yamanaka in history, bar none. And finally, butter knife. I'm Makoto Urahara. I liked my family and practicing kenjutsu. I also like sweet things. I dislike people who look down on non-clan shinobi or believe they can't be just as good as those from clans. My hobbies include dancing and singing. My goal is to be an elite kunoichi of the leaf and a kenjutsu master. Excellent. Okay, so normally the Junin sensei provide a secondary test to their genin teams and it is pass or fail. If you pass, you're a genin team and start training and taking missions. If you fail, you go back to the academy. I'm willing to make you an offer. You can take the test I have planned and whatever happens happens. Or you can decide to not take the test and we immediately become a team. No path is better than the other, but each comes with its own consequences. Meet me at Training Ground 6 tomorrow at 9 AM and let me know your decision. Naruto said before shunshining away to a nearby rooftop, one occupied by Kakashi. You're awfully mean, Naruto-kun. Kakashi drawled. Sensei. They might surprise us and not take the bait. We both know there is almost no chance of that not happening. To think, you'll torture your cute little students, have you no shame? I learned from the best. And you know what that Tem had the nerve to call me? The outright gall. Hanabi, calm down. Not Hinata. You hear that, not you. Arrogant bastard, I had half a mind to punch his face in. Hanabi, take a breath. I mean, of all the things. It was bad enough all the lame nicknames he called me when I was a kid. Okay, so maybe I had a little crush on him. The whisker marks were cute but he didn't have to be an ass about it. You had a crush on Naruto-kun. A small one, it's been years. Not the point. Who does he think he is? Calling me not Hinata as if not to be you is like the negation of worth. How dare I not be you? Stupid, cute face, blonde tem. Such hurtful words my cute, little student directs toward me. Ah, how long have you been there? Hanabi asked, flushed with embarrassment. Long enough, Hanabi-chan. I'm going to go hit things. Hanabi said, running off. That wasn't nice, Naruto-kun. You know she has a thing about being compared negatively to me. Yay, I know. She's also about to be a professional ninja and needs to get over her stuff or at least manage it better. I have to admit, it's a weird feeling being called a bastard instead of levying the insult. In her defense, you were being a bit of a bastard. Not you, too, beloved. Naruto said, clutching his heart. Oh, so dramatic. If only the Akatsuki knew a few words is all it took to defeat you. Only from you, he said while walking over to her desk and giving her a kiss. You busy? Not particularly, no. Why? Thought we could have a picnic by the waterfall. I'd love to. Hinata sighed, placing her hand in his as they flash away. When they arrived to the waterfall, Hinata saw a shadow clone arriving with a basket, a blanket having already been set up. The two ate the small meal and chatted about nothing in particular, just enjoying their time together. Soon talking turned into kissing escalating into Naruto asking if she wanted to convene in the grotto under the waterfall, which she consented to readily. When Naruto activated the seal to open the passageway, he was assaulted with the vision of Jiraiya and Tsunade having clearly just finished what he'd planned on starting. He quickly closed the passage and walked away, Hinata snickering the entire time. Being a rational adult, Naruto didn't overreact. His Ka-chan deserved to have whatever relationship she wanted, however Jiraiya violated an unspoken rule among seal users. He waited for them to come out, Tsunade mortified and Jiraiya a little smug for Naruto's liking. We can explain. Tsunade started. If you love me, please don't. He's an adult Tsunade, he understands. Isn't that right, Naruto? He said, still quite smug. He needed to be humbled. And this was only about the seals, not at all about Jiraiya screwing his mom. I understand you cracked my seals. He said with a glare. Oh, come on, it wasn't right to hog such a nice place to yourself. What are you talking about, Jiraiya? Naruto told me about the grotto while we were away on our training trip. Yay, I even told you why I created it, but that clearly didn't matter. Don't be like that. Like what? I could have made another one, I could make hundreds, but that's immaterial. You, Jiraiya of the Sannin, broke my seals. And Uzumaki's seals. They weren't that hard, brat. Because I need them simple enough for Hinata to work them but complex enough to provide basic security. But what you did is a slight against an Uzumaki. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, the boy was being overdramatic. So, go ahead and rap knuckles, brat. Jiraiya, am I the head of the Uzumaki clan? Of course you are, who else wou? Jiraiya's eyes go wide. No. Oh, yes, Ero Sennin. For your crimes against my clan's specialty I must inform the head of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto, we can work something out. No need. I never thought I'd ever get to say this. I never thought it'd be so sweet, but Jiraiya, I'm telling my mom. Naruto said before he flashed away. Jiraiya, what was Naruto's reason for creating that space? He wanted a place he could go with girly over there if they ever got back together and it'd be just for them. So, why would you bring me here? Seemed like a good idea at the time, besides the brat spends just as much time at the Hyuga compound, I didn't think he'd mind. Jiraiya, you have to think these things through, you know. Before Jiraiya could respond, Naruto returned with Kushina. Jiraiya, I'll teach you to violate my Sochi's special place. Mom, phrasing. Sorry, sweetie, she said, scratching the back of her head. Now, come here, pervert, except you're beating like a man. Nah, I don't want to do that. Jiraiya, you either get it from her or from me, choose. Tsunade said. Seeing he was stuck, he ran. Kushina immediately gave chase. Naruto walked back over to Tsunade and Hinata, who had been laughing the entire time. Sorry, Naruto, I didn't know. It's fine, if Jiraiya wanted to use it I would have been fine with it. It was more a symbol of hope than anything and I don't need it anymore. He said with a smile as Hinata kissed his cheek. Should we stop, Kushina-sama? Both blondes looked at each other before answering. Nah.